Chapter 1: The Love Expert. Under the tranquil embrace of the moonlight, which streamed through the curtains like liquid silver, Qin Feng leaned against the headboard of his bed, setting aside his mobile device, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and contemplation. Just 10 minutes prior, he had awakened to find himself in an unfamiliar room. The memories that flooded his mind revealed an astonishing reality. He had traversed into an alternate parallel universe. He remained himself, yet the world around him was no longer the one he once knew in this new realm. He retained his identity as a shareholder and a dentist at a dental clinic. However, the other two shareholders had transformed into Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. The clinic itself was now known as Shuk Dental Clinic. Moreover, Qin Feng had just confirmed that in this world, his colleague's Cheng Hao was indeed the proverbial youth, functioning as a dentist by day and transforming into a love consultant by night. The other, Zhang Mingyang, continued to embody the persona of a dashing playboy, charming and flirtatious. This sense of familiarity allowed Qin Feng to ascertain the nature of the world he had entered. A love expert, is it? He murmured to himself, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. After all, this was a television series he was quite acquainted with, and with his skills, he anticipated thriving in this universe. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. System activated. Binding successful. Negative emotion system initiated. A system? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. This was the quintessential system that accompanied any traveler through realms, a notion he found unsurprising. However, a negative emotion system. What could that possibly entail? Pondering its purpose, he soon found a surge of information flooding his consciousness, clarifying the workings of this system. By inciting negative emotions in cinematic characters, one can accumulate negative emotion points. These points can be exchanged for cash. 1 point equates to 100 yuan. Furthermore, accumulating a sufficient amount of negative emotion points allows participation in a lottery. The lottery can yield a variety of wondrous items and skills. The system itself was not overly complex, and Qin Feng quickly comprehended its essence. However, he astutely noted a peculiar detail. These negative emotion points could only be garnered through eliciting negative feelings from cinematic characters. Cinematic characters? This implied that only the protagonists and prominent supporting characters from films and television could be utilized for this purpose, while nameless extras, devoid of even a face, were rendered ineffective. Inquiring about this limitation, he swiftly received a response from the system. Correct. Extras do not possess negative emotion points. Qin Feng was taken aback, contemplating a serious concern. Given the limited number of named characters within any given narrative, his sources for accumulating these negative emotion points appeared rather scant. Do not worry, this world is abundant with cinematic characters, it is not a singular realm, came the reassuring reply from the system. Abundant? How many? Qin Feng queried, yet the system lapsed into silence, offering no further elucidation. Not a singular realm? Qin Feng mused, speculating, could it be that this world is a fusion of multiple narratives? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Dismissing further rumination, he resolved to embrace this new existence without undue concern. What occupied Qin Feng's thoughts now was how to acquire a substantial amount of negative emotion points. According to the system, these points held significant value. A mere point could be exchanged for 100 yuan. That represented a remarkable 1:100 exchange rate. Additionally, Qin Feng was particularly intrigued by the prospect of the lottery. Magical items and skills awaited him. Could he perhaps transform into a superhero? The mere thought exhilarated him. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he noted the caller, Zhang Mingyang. Upon answering, Zhang Mingyang's voice immediately resonated through the line, "Old Qin, same old place, Cheng Hao is treating us to drinks." Before Qin Feng could respond, the call abruptly ended. This was quintessential Zhang Mingyang. The allure of beautiful women could compel him to exhibit patience. Qin Feng shook his head in bemusement. After a moment's thought, he placed his phone on the bedside and began to search for his clothes. After all, Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang were his closest friends in this world, his steadfast companions, and they often enjoyed camaraderie over drinks. Half an hour later, at the top of the State Hotel, in the executive bar, this was indeed the same old place Zhang Mingyang had mentioned. As Qin Feng entered, he immediately spotted the familiar silhouette of Cheng Hao seated at the bar. Approaching, he inquired, "Hey, why are you here alone? Where's Zhang Mingyang?" Cheng Hao looked up, and upon recognizing Qin Feng, exclaimed, "Hey, old Qin, It's rather inconsiderate of you to arrive so late after inviting us for drinks. I invited you? Wasn't it you who asked us out? Qin Feng replied, bewildered. Zhang Mingyang just called, saying you were treating us. That rascal Zhang Mingyang. They exchanged glances, both understanding that it was Zhang Mingyang's playful machinations, eliciting a shared sense of exasperation. At that moment, Zhang Mingyang sauntered in, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt and a white blazer, a drink in hand. Clearly, he had been here for some time. With a broad smile, he approached Qin Feng and Cheng Hao. Gentlemen, we are all gathered, he cheerfully declared. Zhang Mingyang, if you wish to drink, just say so. Stop using us as an excuse, Cheng Hao remarked candidly, calling out Zhang Mingyang for his previous deception. Ah, but what could I do? You all were reluctant to join, so I had no choice but to resort to this tactic, Zhang Mingyang chuckled. Speaking of which, it has been too long since the three of us shared a drink. We must rectify that tonight. Especially you, old Qin. Zhang Mingyang raised his glass, addressing Qin Feng. You missed out on the trip to Belgium, and lately, you've been cooped up in the clinic working tirelessly. Tonight, you must indulge and drink heartily. Chapter 2. Call for your manager. Belgium. Qin Feng understood precisely what Zhang Mingyang was referencing. That was during Cheng Hao's side venture as a love consultant, attending a client's wedding, during which Zhang Mingyang had accompanied him. It was there that Zhang Mingyang had crossed paths with Luo Yu. Hearing Zhang Mingyang mention this, Qin Feng could not help but scoff, expressing disdain. I didn't go because you two just up and left. Had I joined you, would the clinic have remained operational? This was indeed the truth. The Shuk Clinic currently had 3 shareholders. Zhang Mingyang was no longer the primary stakeholder. The stakes were relatively equal among Qin Feng, Cheng Hao, and Zhang Mingyang, so naturally, Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang would prefer that Qin Feng, as the third partner, remain at the clinic to oversee operations. Realizing this, Zhang Mingyang felt a bit sheepish and promptly shifted the topic, calling out to the bartender, "Bring us several bottles of wine tonight. We must drink to our heart's content." Cheng Hao cleared his throat and raised his glass, saying, Come, let's enjoy a few drinks tonight, just the 3 of us." Before long, the bartender brought the drinks over. Zhang Mingyang suggested, "How about we change our seats? This bar counter seems more suited for picking up girls, which isn't quite fitting for us 3. Indeed, the bar counter was not the ideal place for a group of men to drink together. Thus, Qin Feng, Cheng Hao, and Zhang Mingyang grabbed their drinks and left the bar counter, venturing deeper into the establishment. They found an empty table, settled in, ordered some snacks, and began to drink while engaging in lighthearted conversation. The topics flowed freely, as they shared whatever came to mind. After all, having worked together for many years, they were quite familiar with each other and felt no need to be overly formal. During this time, Qin Feng began his experiment, testing his negative emotion system to see if he could provoke negative feelings in Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang to gain negative emotion points. However, despite Qin Feng's attempts, even when he said something slightly excessive, neither Cheng Hao nor Zhang Mingyang exhibited any signs of negative emotions. This left Qin Feng both puzzled and somewhat comforted, as it indicated that Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang regarded him as a true friend. At that moment, Zhang Mingyang nudged Cheng Hao and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "Look over there, that woman seems a bit familiar. Doesn't she resemble the one we met in Belgium?" Cheng Hao glanced over and nodded, "Yes, indeed, it's her." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned to look where Zhang Mingyang was pointing and immediately recognized the tall figure in managerial attire, Luo Yu. "I never expected to see her here," he remarked. Zhang Mingyang chuckled and said to Qin Feng, "Old Qin, this is the same woman with a terrible temper that Cheng Hao and I encountered in Belgium. She may look good, but her attitude is quite something." Zhang Mingyang's voice was not low, immediately catching Luo Yu's attention from a short distance away. Upon seeing Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, her expression soured. Luo Yu had a vivid memory of both men. In her perspective, had it not been for their complaint letter, she would not have been dismissed from her job, forced to leave Belgium and return home. Had it not been for Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, she might have already been the official lobby manager at the Set Hotel in Belgium. Just the thought of it infuriated her. However, despite her displeasure towards Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, they were patrons in the bar. Luo Yu realized that she could not vent her anger on them, and should they meet, she might even have to wear a smile. That was something Luo Yu could not bear. With that thought, she promptly turned away, seeking to distance herself from the situation. Zhang Mingyang observed Luo Yu's actions and remarked, "Hey, look at her attitude. Why is she so unfriendly towards us?" Cheng Hao shrugged, "It's as if we owe her something." Though they remarked on her behavior, Neither Zhang Mingyang nor Chang Hao intended to confront Luo Yu. To them, she was merely an acquaintance, not worth their trouble. Yet, Qin Feng's mind was racing with ideas. Since he could not elicit negative emotions from Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, Luo Yu appeared to be a prime candidate. With a look of righteous indignation, Qin Feng addressed Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, saying, "I can tolerate a lot, but I cannot stand by and watch you two be treated." Disdainfully, Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged confused glances. Before they could inquire further, Qin Feng called over a server, instructing, "Please bring your manager to me." The server, unsure of the situation but intimidated by Qin Feng's demeanor, quickly sought out Luo Yu. Moments later, Luo Yu approached them. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a professional smile, asking, "How may I assist you?" Before Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang could respond, Qin Feng interjected, "You see, that's what professionalism looks like. Even when she sees two familiar faces, she greets them as if they were strangers, smiling all the while." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu turned her gaze sharply towards Qin Feng, her eyes flickering with a hint of hostility. In the next moment, a system prompt echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Negative emotion points from Luo Yu. 100. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. This was his first encounter with Luo Yu, and just a single remark had drawn out such a substantial amount of her negative emotions. Clearly, Luo Yu harbored immense resentment towards Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang. Without the system, if Qin Feng had met Luo Yu, he would have sought to clarify the misunderstanding, knowing well that she was actually quite kind-hearted and attractive. But there were no ifs.at this moment. Qin Feng's sole focus was on accumulating more negative emotion points. He had just garnered 100 points with a single sentence. If converted to cash, that would amount to $1,000. A single sentence for 1,000. It was like finding money. Thus, Qin Feng turned to Luo Yu and said, "Beautiful lady, why are you looking at me like that? Are you interested in me? Let me tell you, I'm not just anyone, don't let my looks deceive you." Before he could finish, another system prompt chimed in his mind. Negative emotion points from Luo Yu. 666. Qin Feng's eyes widened in delight. He was on the verge of striking gold. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Andy. Luo Yu was furious. She knew that coming with Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang could only lead to trouble. As expected, they were here to cause her distress. However, as the bar manager, she had to maintain decorum after all. Qin Feng and his companions were her patrons. Thus, despite her anger, Luo Yu said to Qin Feng, "Sir, if you have no urgent matters, I must take my leave." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. Luo Yu feared that if she lingered any longer, she might genuinely lose her temper. "Hey, why are you leaving?" Qin Feng called out. Luo Yu paused momentarily. Negative emotion points from Luo Yu. 233. Yet, she remained resolute and continued on her way. Once she was at a safe distance, she summoned a server, gesturing towards Qin Feng and his friends, instructing, "Keep an eye on that table tonight. If they ask for me, tell them I'm unavailable. Understood?" The server, still confused, nodded with that. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted nothing to do with Qin Feng and his companions. Meanwhile, Qin Feng tallied his negative emotion points, realizing he had earned 999 points from just 3 exchanges with Luo Yu. If converted to cash, that would be approximately 100,000 yuan. How quickly had that transpired? Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how Luo Yu was a good person, a veritable treasure trove. He even contemplated whether he should stay a little longer to chat with her again. Accruing 100 or 80,000 seemed utterly effortless. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he discovered that Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang were regarding him with peculiar expressions. "What's wrong with you two?" Qin Feng touched his face, wondering if he had inadvertently become more handsome. "We were about to ask you the same question," Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang chorused. "I'm fine," Qin Feng replied. "Fine, you say?" Zhang Mingyang clicked his tongue and remarked, "You were staring at that young lattice silhouette, grinning like a fool. Are you smitten with her? Grinning like a fool? Really?" Qin Feng touched his face, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Heh, you were smiling like a simpleton. I almost recorded it." Chang Hao chuckled, shaking his head. Qin Feng. All right, he conceded that he had indeed been smiling foolishly. But that was due to the influence of negative emotional value. Yet, he found it difficult to explain this to Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang. Glancing at them, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Well, since it was hard to clarify, he decided not to explain at all. However, Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang had no intention of letting him off the hook. Tell me, old Qin, when did you develop a taste for this type? Zhang Mingyang draped an arm over Qin Feng's shoulder, lamenting, I must say, this style is quite difficult to handle. It's rather fierce, and one can't tell what's gone awry with your nerves. Qin Feng found himself speechless and replied, Don't say such things, I truly mean nothing of the sort. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to acquire negative emotional value, as it was of paramount importance. Mean nothing? Chang Hao raised an eyebrow and said, Just now, when Luo Yu arrived, your attention was solely on her. The two of us who have met her before didn't utter a word. Yet you, meeting her for the first time, rushed to speak. Pausing for effect, Chang Hao continued, Moreover, the things you said were merely intended to evoke emotions in Luo Yu, leaving a lasting impression on her. Isn't that precisely the counter-strategy I taught you too? As Chang Hao expounded on his experience as a relationship advisor, offering a rather precise emotional analysis while dissecting Qin Feng's previous thought process, Qin Feng nearly believed he had genuinely intended such things. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyang applauded from the side, addressing Qin Feng with utmost seriousness, Fear not, old Qin. With Chang Hao as your love consultant and me as the romance expert, we shall assist you in winning over any woman, Qin Feng. 0. This was entirely unexplainable. If this continued, it seemed that Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang would actually devise a romantic strategy for Qin Feng. Thus, Qin Feng could only raise his glass and declare, Let's drink. Cheers. Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang lifted their glasses in agreement. 2 hours later. Observing the somewhat dazed Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. These two fellows were fierce while drinking, yet their tolerance was merely average. At least, Qin Feng remained quite sobered. It appeared there was no point in continuing to drink. So, Qin Feng looked up and called over a waiter, preparing to settle the bill. Soon, a male waiter approached. After paying the bill, Qin Feng inquired, Where's Manager Luo? The waiter quickly replied, Our manager said she is unavailable. Qin Feng's face darkened. Was it permissible to say such things? Wasn't this clearly directed by Luo Yu and the waiter? The waiter realized he had slipped up and felt somewhat awkward. It's all right. Qin Feng smiled at the waiter, not taking offense. However, after a moment's thought, the waiter leaned in and quietly informed Qin Feng, Our manager has already left, she just walked out. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng cast an approving glance at the waiter, patting him on the shoulder and said, You have potential. Then, after some contemplation, Qin Feng tipped the waiter a few hundred yuan. After all, tonight, he had garnered quite a bit of negative emotional value from Luo Yu, so he wasn't concerned about this small sum. Giving a tip to the waiter could be seen as a minor bribe. Who knows, he might frequent this bar in the future. Subsequently, Qin Feng roused Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, and they left the bar together, taking the elevator down. As they reached the ground floor, Qin Feng supported Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang when he suddenly spotted a very familiar figure. Wearing sunglasses, tall and beautiful, with an outstanding aura, she exuded a powerful presence upon her arrival. Is that Andy? Qin Feng did not expect to encounter. Chapter 4. The first lottery. The sight of Zhang Mingyang made Qin Feng feel nauseous. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly pulled Zhang Mingyang aside. However, he had forgotten that he was not only supporting Zhang Mingyang, but also Chang Hao on his other side. Consequently, Qin Feng lost his balance and stumbled towards Andy. Andy, who was walking, had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. By the time she noticed Qin Feng falling in her direction, it was too late. He crashed directly onto her. Being a woman, Andy could not withstand the weight of Qin Feng, and with her high heels, she too lost her balance and fell to the ground. Bang! From Andy. Negative emotion value 500. Qin Feng. 0. Seeing Andy beneath him, her expression tinged with slight pain, Qin Feng hurriedly scrambled to his feet and offered her a hand. Are you all right? Andy touched the back of her head, clearly in discomfort from the fall. She glanced at Qin Feng and coldly remarked, Does this look like I'm fine? From Andy. Negative emotion value 399. Although Qin Feng was tempted to accumulate negative emotion values, at that moment, he was genuinely concerned. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, that was an accident. I didn't mean it. Andy looked at Qin Feng, then at the two who had fallen to the ground, Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, who were still dazed and seemingly unconscious. All three of them reeked of alcohol, clearly having indulged excessively. Furrowing her brow, Andy said, Forget it. I'm fine. You should take care of your two friends. With that, she walked towards the elevator, not allowing Qin Feng a chance to respond. Watching Andy's departing figure and then glancing at Zhang Mingyang, who had begun to vomit, Qin Feng sighed. What a situation. If he were to choose a favorite leading lady from the films, Andy would undoubtedly be among them, a quintessential goddess. However, he never expected their first meeting to leave such an impression. But he could not blame anyone. After all, it was he who had gotten Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao drunk that night. Yet, Qin Feng merely sighed without dwelling on it too much. He had never been one to linger on such matters concerning women. Besides, Andy had unwittingly provided him with several hundred negative emotion points. He certainly did not consider this a loss. Late at night, after escorting Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang home, Qin Feng finally returned to his own abode. Despite having consumed alcohol and the late hour, he felt no inclination to sleep. He settled onto the sofa in the living room and summoned the attribute panel residing in his mind. Host, Qin Feng. Negative emotion value, 1898. Skills, dentist, advanced. Driving, intermediate. Cooking, beginner. The skills displayed were numerous. Were it not for this attribute panel, Qin Feng would not have realized he possessed such a variety of minor skills. Of course, most were skills common to ordinary people, such as driving and cooking. Even playing mobile games counted as a skill. However, what stood out was the dentist's skill, the only one that had reached an advanced level. Gazing at the 1898 negative emotion points, Qin Feng inquired, System, didn't you say that accumulating enough negative emotion points would allow me to draw a lottery? When can I do that? Qin Feng had little interest in exchanging these negative emotion points for cash. After all, he was one of the owners of a dental clinic. Although the income was modest, he was not in dire need of money. His greater concern lay in the lottery aspect. He remembered the system claiming that the lottery could yield various wondrous items and skills. Soon, the system responded, 10,000 negative emotion points are required for a single lottery draw. The first draw only requires 1,000 negative emotion points. Would you like to use 1,000 points to exchange for a lottery draw? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was overjoyed and quickly replied, Exchange. There was no hesitation in his voice. After this evening's experiments, he had learned that accumulating negative emotion points was not a daunting task. It was quite easy. Thus, he felt no remorse in utilizing his points for a lottery opportunity. Immediately, he noticed his attribute panel deducting 1,000 points, leaving him with 898. One lottery opportunity had been successfully exchanged. System. Would you like to begin the lottery? Qin Feng responded, Start the lottery. In his mind, a massive spinning wheel appeared, shimmering with various colors. The wheel began to rotate. After what felt like an eternity, the pointer finally settled on one of the segments. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill, Master of Ink Wash Painting. Master of Ink Wash Painting? While the title sounded impressive, Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had no passion for painting. Such a masterful skill would serve him little purpose. He yearned for abilities that would enhance his physical prowess or grant him magical items. However, having drawn from the lottery, there was no turning back. Just then, the system prompted, Would you like to claim this skill? Qin Feng casually replied, Claim it. In the next moment, a luminous orb flew from the lottery wheel and merged into Qin Feng's mind. Suddenly, he felt an influx of memories. Memories of practicing ink wash painting since childhood, culminating in years of dedication that led him to become a revered master of the art. As the memories faded, Qin Feng shook his head, astonished by their vividness. It felt as if the memories were genuine. Looking at his hands, he sensed that with a brush, ink, and paper, he could effortlessly create a stunning ink wash painting. Checking his attribute panel once more, he saw, Host, Qin Feng. Negative emotion value, 898. Skills, ink wash painting, master, dentist, advanced, driving, intermediate, cooking, beginner. Chapter 5. Confronting the scoundrel the next day, upon awakening, Qin Feng gazed around in a daze at the scattered array of items surrounding him. The sofa, the tabletop, and the floor were strewn with an assortment of ink wash paintings. Shaking his head, memories of the previous night began to resurface. It seemed he had succumbed to a sudden impulse, eager to test the prowess of the master-level ink wash painting skills he had acquired. He had rushed out to procure a multitude of paper, brushes, and ink, and upon returning, he had commenced his artistic endeavor. As for when he had fallen asleep, Qin Feng had no recollection. Nevertheless, the array of ink wash paintings before him vividly attested to his excitement from the night prior, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, he lived alone. Otherwise, onlookers might think him deranged. He inwardly sighed in relief and promptly gathered all the ink wash-covered papers. As he collected them, he couldn't help but glance at his creations. It was undeniable that his master-level ink wash skills were indeed impressive. The various landscapes, flowers, and creatures rendered on the paper appeared lifelike, exuding an intrinsic artistic essence. This made Qin Feng, who had initially contemplated discarding these papers as mere waste, hesitate. After all, these were the fruits of his labor, and they were rather commendable. Ultimately, he decided against throwing them away, opting instead to stack them neatly beneath the coffee table. Afterward, Qin Feng checked the time. It was nearing his work schedule. He hastily brushed his teeth, washed his face, donned his formal attire, and stepped out. After all, he was a prominent figure at Shuk Clinic, possessing capabilities that surpassed even Cheng Hao's. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so busy. Upon entering the elevator, he was taken aback to find a sharply dressed man in sunglasses standing inside. What a coincidence! Qin Feng hadn't anticipated that just after encountering Luo Yu the previous night, he would come across the scoundrel associated with her today. Indeed, the man in question was none other than Song Ningyu. Observing Song Ningyu's attire, it appeared he had just left his residence, though Luo Yu was conspicuously absent. Reflecting on his own living situation, and considering that Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang had just returned from Belgium, Qin Feng deduced that Song Ningyu had likely only recently met Luo Yu. He must currently be residing in the same apartment that he had lent to Luo Yu. If one were to ask who Qin Feng despised most, Song Ningyu, the scoundrel, would undoubtedly be among the top contenders. As for the reason, does one need a justification to dislike someone? Qin Feng had been lamenting his lack of outlets for his negative emotions, and now Song Ningyu had conveniently presented himself. Inside the elevator, Song Ningyu, with his sunglasses on, appeared unfazed, preoccupied with thoughts of how to impress Luo Yu during their upcoming meeting. He had conducted thorough research on her background in recent days and had gained a preliminary understanding of her character, knowing she was currently searching for a place to stay. Today, he intended to tidy up his apartment to create the illusion of it being uninhabited for some time, facilitating Luo Yu's potential move-in. He aspired to leave a favorable initial impression on her and, if fortune smiled upon him, to advance their relationship further. Lost in thought, Song Ningyu failed to notice Qin Feng standing beside him, who was regarding him with a mischievous grin. As the elevator descended to the ground floor and Song Ningyu stepped out, Qin Feng followed suit, deliberately extending his leg in a rather exaggerated manner, inadvertently obstructing Song Ningyu's path. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Song Ningyu, he stumbled over Qin Feng's foot, losing his balance and crashing to the ground with a loud thud, his face meeting the floor in a most undignified manner. From Song Ningyu, negative emotion value 777. In an instant, Song Ningyu unwittingly provided Qin Feng with a bountiful source of negativity. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at how fortuitous this turn of events was. However, he maintained his facade, mirroring Song Ningyu's fall, landing beside him on the floor. To an onlooker, it appeared merely as an unfortunate mishap between two individuals hastily exiting the elevator, both tripping over one another. As Song Ningyu lay there, feeling utterly humiliated, he sprang to his feet, seething with anger, ready to confront the one who had caused his downfall. Yet, before he could utter a word, Qin Feng, still on the ground, glared at him with feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Do you not watch where you are walking?" As he spoke, Qin Feng clutched his leg, feigning injury with an exaggerated expression. From Song Ningyu, negative emotion value 500. Song Ningyu was taken aback. How could someone be so audacious? He distinctly remembered stepping out of the elevator first, only for this individual to rush out and trip him. Now, this person was accusing him of causing the fall. "You!" Song Ningyu attempted to retort, but a sudden sharp pain in his right cheek halted him. The impact from his earlier fall had left him with a scrape, and now even the slightest movement caused him discomfort, rendering him momentarily speechless. The pain ignited a surge of negativity within him. From Song Ningyu, negative emotion value 666. What do you mean, you? Qin Feng struggled to rise, his actions convincingly authentic. He glared at Song Ningyu, accusingly stating, "Am I to be falsely accused of tripping you when I am the one in this condition?" From Song Ningyu, negative emotion value 200. Qin Feng's words left Song Ningyu flustered. Had the circumstances been different, he might have engaged in a heated argument with Qin Feng. However, at this moment, they were in a public setting, and the morning foot traffic had attracted attention to their predicament. Chapter 6. As he observed individuals approaching his direction, Song Ningyu felt no desire to engage in lengthy discourse regarding the matter at hand. He had scarcely paid attention to whether it was he who had tripped Qin Feng or vice versa. The specifics eluded him. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the pain etched upon his face, he addressed Qin Feng, stating, "Very well, let us consider this matter settled. I shall not pursue it further." With that, Song Ningyu intended to take his leave. However, Qin Feng was not inclined to let the matter rest, stepping forward to grasp him, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? I should be the one saying I won't pursue this. What exactly do you want?" Song Ningyu's demeanor turned frigid, his inner irritation reaching a boiling point. Yet, he was reluctant to express his discontent in front of the onlookers. He valued his reputation and the facade of his social standing. From Song Ningyu, negative emotion value 300. As Qin Feng continuously absorbed Song Ningyu's negative emotions, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He had no qualms about confronting such a scoundrel as Song Ningyu. "I merely wish for you to apologize before all these witnesses," Qin Feng declared, gesturing towards the gathering crowd. "This man, upon exiting the elevator, caused me to stumble, and now he seeks to shift the blame onto me." He clutched his right leg, feigning an expression of agony, which lent credence to his claims. Instantly, the onlookers' gazes converged upon Song Ningyu. Who would have thought this impeccably dressed individual, resembling a corporate elite, could exhibit such base behavior? He collides with someone and refuses to apologize, yet attempts to cast blame. What a decline in societal morals. Alas, in this world, one encounters all manner of individuals, many of whom present a polished exterior while harboring ulterior motives. Who could truly ascertain the nature of this man behind his sophisticated facade? From Song Ningyu, negative emotion value 500. Witnessing the disdain and skepticism etched upon the faces of the crowd, compounded by their remarks, Song Ningyu felt a wave of dismay wash over him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. However, he dismissed the notion of engaging in lengthy explanations. In his view, conversing with them would be a futile expenditure of time. Thus, he resorted to his customary approach for resolving such predicaments. He produced his wallet, extracting a bundle of 100 yuan notes along with a business card, which he thrust into Qin Feng's hands, stating coldly, "I lack both the time and inclination to discuss this further. Should you wish to pursue legal action, you may contact my lawyer. This money serves as a modest compensation. If you feel unwell, seek medical attention and inform me of the results. You may send the medical expenses to the address on the card, and I shall cover the costs." With that, Song Ningyu turned his back and briskly departed, eager to vacate the scene. Qin Feng, staring at the cash and business card in his hands, could not suppress a curse. He then faced the onlookers, brandishing the money with a pained expression, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness this?" When confronted with a situation, his first response is to throw money at it. What conscience can such a person possess? Clearly, he is no good. The crowd expressed their displeasure with Song Ningyu's handling of the situation. Observing his retreating figure, they vocally condemned him. Such a person is a disgrace. Does he truly believe that wealth grants him immunity? Bah! He may appear refined, but he is nothing more than a cultured scoundrel. I suspect his riches come from exploiting some wealthy woman. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Unbeknownst to Song Ningyu, who had not yet distanced himself entirely, he absorbed every word of their scorn. His footsteps faltered. From Song Ningyu, Negative emotion value 666. In that moment, Qin Feng received a trio of negative emotion values from Song Ningyu. He was astonished by the sheer volume. Furthermore, as Song Ningyu continued to walk away, Qin Feng noticed that he could still receive his negative emotions, albeit at a reduced rate of 200 or 300. Evidently, even from a distance, Song Ningyu's inner turmoil remained palpable. This revelation brought Qin Feng immense joy. He had stumbled upon a continuous source of negative emotion values. It seemed his decision to irritate Song Ningyu had been astute, not only providing him with satisfaction but also yielding substantial rewards in negative emotions. In a mere span of time, he had accrued nearly 5,000 negative emotion values. As Song Ningyu departed, the crowd lingered, unwilling to disperse immediately. A compassionate bystander inquired if Qin Feng required assistance in standing. Qin Feng promptly shook his head, insisting he could manage on his own. He then began to hop slowly towards his vehicle. Once he was out of sight, he exhaled in relief, resuming a normal gait. His earlier antics had merely been a means to vex the scoundrel Song Ningyu. As for the business card Song Ningyu had given him, Qin Feng initially contemplated discarding it but reconsidered. If negative emotions could be harvested continuously, Song Ningyu could serve as a tool for that purpose. A daring idea blossomed in his mind, accompanied by a sly smile. Chapter 7. Once seated in his vehicle, Qin Feng promptly dialed Zhang Mingyang. Upon answering, Zhang Mingyang, still groggy from sleep, mumbled, "Hello, old Qin. Why are you calling me so early? Wake up, stop dozing, and help me with a task," Qin Feng instructed. What task could possibly warrant such urgency? Zhang Mingyang inquired, intrigued. "I need you to find a few individuals to repeatedly bombard this phone number with calls, every few minutes." Qin Feng relayed Song Ningyu's number to Zhang Mingyang. Aside from his prowess in wooing women, Zhang Mingyang was exceptionally skilled in handling such matters. At Shuk Clinic, while Qin Feng and Cheng Hao managed dental work, Zhang Mingyang excelled in external relations, possessing remarkable social skills. Thus, Qin Feng sought him out first. On the other end, Zhang Mingyang expressed surprise. "Old Qin, who does this phone number belong to? What did they do to you?" His curiosity piqued. Given that Qin Feng typically maintained a calm demeanor without resorting to such measures against others, Qin Feng replied, "A scoundrel." "Ah, a scoundrel." Zhang Mingyang immediately ceased his inquiries, stating, "All right, leave it to me. I will ensure he is thoroughly dealt with." After a brief pause, Zhang Mingyang added, "What should the content of the calls entail? What should they say? Just insult him, it matters not. I suspect he will cease to answer after a while." Qin Feng mused, aware that once Song Ningyu received such a barrage of calls, he would likely change his number swiftly. Qin Feng's intent was merely to irritate Song Ningyu while simultaneously accumulating negative emotion values. As for how Song Ningyu would react to the annoyance, that was of little concern to him. On the other side, although Qin Feng had previously tripped him, causing some discomfort and a dull ache on the right side of his face, there were no visible injuries. Consequently, after Song Ningyu departed, he adhered to his original plan and called Luo Yu to arrange a meeting point. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yu emerged, appearing quite hurried. From within his car, Song Ningyu observed her vibrant youthfulness as she searched for his figure, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Upon exiting the car, Song Ningyu greeted her. "Hi." Only then did Luo Yu notice him and rushed over, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry for being 10 minutes late. The place I came from was just too far." "Not at all," Song Ningyu replied, shaking his head to indicate he didn't mind. Indeed, he had long known Luo Yu's residence and was aware that, as a newcomer to the city, she was unfamiliar with many places, which was precisely why he had chosen such a distant location. Furthermore, he had deliberately driven his BMW X5 to showcase his substantial economic prowess to her. However, to his disappointment, Luo Yu seemed oblivious to his BMW X5. She was indifferent to such superficial displays. This realization led Song Ningyu to abandon his initial plan of impressing her with his wealth, as he had other strategies in mind. "Oh, right. Let me help you with your luggage," he said gently to Luo Yu. "Sure." She nodded, feeling a sense of fondness for the consistently warm and courteous Song Ningyu, who had assisted her several times since their meeting. Subsequently, he gallantly retrieved her luggage from the trunk. Throughout this process, despite saying little, He attentively observed Luo Yu's demeanor, contemplating how to steer the conversation towards the topic of housing. When he noticed Luo Yu glance at her watch, he realized an opportunity had presented itself. He casually inquired, "Do you have any plans after this?" Without hesitation, she responded, "I'm going to look at some apartments." With a hint of curiosity, Song Ningyu asked, "Haven't you settled on a place yet?" Although he posed the question, he was already aware that she was still residing in the staff dormitory. Luo Yu, unperturbed, candidly shared her current situation. Having finished her explanation, she prepared to leave to return her luggage to the dormitory before continuing her search for accommodation. "Wait," Song Ningyu interjected. "Let me accompany you." "That's not necessary." Luo Yu quickly shook her head. "You've already been a bother. I can manage on my own." "Not a bother at all," Song Ningyu replied sincerely. "Please don't refuse my kindness. I've experienced the frustration of apartment hunting myself. It can be quite exhausting, and I have no pressing matters to attend to right now." Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his sentence. Song Ningyu paused. Turning to Luo Yu, "I apologize. I need to take this call." He was perplexed. He had meticulously arranged his schedule for the day, and given that it was evening abroad, he hadn't expected any calls. Nevertheless, he pulled out his phone. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he frowned but answered anyway. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Before he could finish, a loud barrage of insults erupted from the other end. "Bah! Scoundrel! You finally pick up," followed by a slew of eloquent yet infuriating remarks. Song Ningyu's expression darkened, and he promptly hung up. Noticing his displeasure, Luo Yu inquired, "Is something wrong? If you're busy, you really don't have to accompany me." "Not at all. Just a nuisance call," he reassured her, forcing a smile back onto his face. Despite being unjustly berated and feeling quite irked, he managed to maintain a pleasant demeanor in front of Luo Yu. "Are you truly okay?" she asked. "Absolutely," he affirmed. Just as Luo Yu was about to agree to let him accompany her, his phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he saw yet another unfamiliar number, though it wasn't the same as before. After a moment's consideration, he decided to answer. As soon as he did, he was met with another round of vehement cursing, even louder than the previous call. With a grim expression, Song Ningyu decisively hung up once more. Although he had managed to disconnect just in time, Luo Yu still caught a glimpse of the commotion. "Those are all nuisance calls." Before Song Ningyu could explain anything, a third call came in. Luo Yu turned to him and said, "You should probably handle your matters first. I'll be on my way. Thank you for today." With that, she quickly grabbed her 2 large suitcases and left the scene. Song Ningyu was left standing there, speechless. Chapter 8: The Second Lottery. Observing Luo Yu as she departed with 2 heavy suitcases, Song Ningyu felt an urge to chase after her, yet he grappled with the uncertainty of how to express his feelings. At that moment, his mood was utterly dismal. After much contemplation, he had meticulously orchestrated everything for today, only to have it all disrupted by a series of unexpected phone calls. Glancing at his phone, which continued to ring incessantly with unfamiliar numbers, Song Ningyu's anger flared as he answered yet again. Without waiting for the caller to speak, he coldly demanded, "Who are you? And how did you obtain my number?" However, he was met with a barrage of incomprehensible insults. These were professionals hired by Zhang Mingyang, solely tasked with berating him, dismissing Song Ningyu's inquiries entirely. Frustration surged within him, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate, ultimately disconnecting the call once more. Barely had he hung up than the bombardment of calls resumed. Song Ningyu felt an overwhelming desire to lash out, but he was at a loss regarding how to handle these senseless interruptions. In an attempt to shield his emotions, he switched his phone off, hoping to avoid the onslaught of aggravating calls. However, his internal turmoil only intensified. After taking several deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure. Despite his anger, he astutely recognized something amiss. Who would persistently bombard him with such calls? The intent was undeniably malicious. As he pondered the situation, he struggled to recall anyone he had wronged during his time in the country. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and the image of Qin Feng flashed in his mind. After all, Qin Feng had made a significant impression on him earlier that day, and he had given Qin Feng his business card, which bore this very phone number. Such a coincidence could not be ignored. If he remained oblivious to the source of his troubles, he would have wasted his time. Fuming with indignation, Song Ningyu could no longer maintain his composure. He kicked a nearby car in frustration, venting his anger and resentment. How could someone be so spiteful? It was merely an unfortunate incident. Yet Qin Feng seemed intent on targeting him, even resorting to orchestrating this phone barrage to thwart his plans concerning Luoyu. Do not let me encounter you again. Song Ningyu's expression hardened as he resolved that if he crossed paths with Qin Feng again, he would ensure that Qin Feng learned a valuable lesson about who should not be trifled with. At Shuk Clinic, seated in his office, Qin Feng watched with delight as his negative emotional value soared exponentially. Song Ningyu truly delivers, he thought, reveling in the significant amount of negative energy his adversary had unwittingly provided. It was evident that Song Ningyu was deeply agitated, perhaps even more so than when Qin Feng had deliberately provoked him in the elevator earlier that day. The barrage of calls must have disrupted something crucial in Song Ningyu's life. Indeed, one's happiness often derives from the suffering of others. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he savored his current wealth of negative emotions. After his initial lottery the previous night, his negative emotions had dwindled to a few hundred. However, following his encounter with Song Ningyu, the figure skyrocketed. Earlier in the morning, the incident in the elevator had yielded nearly 5,000 points, and the recent phone onslaught had propelled his total past 10,000. In other words, he had amassed an astonishing fortune of nearly 1 million in just one morning, all without any intricate schemes, merely by irritating Song Ningyu. For Qin Feng, this 1 million was no trivial sum. The entire Shuk Clinic's annual net profit barely reached 10 million, and with 3 shareholders dividing the spoils, each received only a few million yearly. However, it was not the money that fascinated Qin Feng. Rather, he was exhilarated by the prospect of reaching 10,000 negative emotions, which enabled him to enter the lottery once more. Having experienced the rewards from his previous draw, wherein he obtained a master-level ink painting skill, he was eager for another chance. Thus, he silently urged the system redeem one lottery opportunity. Promptly, the system responded, consuming 10,000 negative emotions, successfully redeemed one lottery opportunity. Would you like to begin the lottery? Commence the lottery, Qin Feng declared. Soon, the familiar lottery will materialize in his mind, spinning rapidly. After many rotations, it finally came to a halt. Congratulations, you have won Truth Serum X3. Truth Serum? Qin Feng was taken aback. The system's lottery was anything but conventional. Previously, he had drawn a master-level skill, yet now he received an item that seemed utterly useless to him. Truth Serum? What am I supposed to do with that? Is this a game of truth or dare? Frustrated, he felt as though the system had swindled him out of 10,000 negative emotions, equivalent to 1 million cash. The thought of such a waste left him reeling with anguish. If I draw again, I might just cut off my own hand, he vowed resolutely in his heart. Chapter 9. Chong Hao's negative emotional value. Although the recent lottery did not yield the anticipated outcome, Qin Feng understood that having participated, he must examine the results thoroughly. The item drawn was a truth serum, capable of compelling honesty for a duration of 3 minutes, activated by mere thought. Qin Feng was initially puzzled by the absence of the expected potion, only to discover that it functioned through mental activation. This seemed rather sophisticated, yet the notion of forcing someone to speak the truth for just 3 minutes appeared somewhat trivial. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Feng pondered the potential utility of this item. At that moment, Zhang Mingyang entered the room. Old Qin, I've taken care of that matter you asked me about. The other party is in such a frenzy that they turned off their phone, he remarked casually, helping himself to some snacks on Qin Feng's desk without hesitation. Had this been before the lottery, Qin Feng might have engaged in further conversation with Zhang Mingyang about the situation. However, after the lottery, he found himself disinterested, responding with a dismissive, "Let them be if they've turned off their phone." In reality, Zhang Mingyang had already resolved the issue prior to arriving, as everyone understood that such tactics could not be employed incessantly. Yet, Qin Feng's demeanor piqued Zhang Mingyang's curiosity. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" he inquired. "Nothing. Just lost a bit of money," Qin Feng sighed. "How much did you lose?" Zhang Mingyang asked, intrigued. "Not much, just 1 million, Qin Feng thought, feeling a twinge of pain. 1 million? Zhang Mingyang was taken aback, then remarked with a frown, "What nonsense are you talking? With your luck, if you invested in those small stocks, losing a few thousand would be generous." Zhang Mingyang presumed Qin Feng was referring to stock losses, given Qin Feng's aversion to gambling and investments. Naturally, Qin Feng opted not to clarify, brushing it off. "All right then, I'll take my leave. I have plans with a girl tonight," Zhang Mingyang said with a grin, preparing to exit. At Shuk Clinic, the three partners had clearly defined roles. Qin Feng and Chang Hao primarily managed the internal affairs of the clinic, treating dental patients, while Zhang Mingyang occasionally appeared but mostly handled business matters outside the clinic. However, it was also true that Zhang Mingyang often indulged in leisure, frequently absent from the clinic unless pressing matters arose, dedicating much of his energy to romantic pursuits. Watching Zhang Mingyang depart, Qin Feng shook his head, speechless but choosing to remain silent. The day passed uneventfully, and by evening, the clinic had few remaining patients. As Qin Feng prepared to leave, Chang Hao entered. "Off work? Come on, let's grab a drink," he suggested. "Drink again? Didn't we have enough last night?" Qin Feng replied incredulously, recalling how both Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang had overindulged. "Last night was an accident. Tonight, just a light drink," Chang Hao said, his expression slightly awkward at the mention of the previous night, where both had succumbed to Qin Feng's drinking prowess. "Where shall we go?" Qin Feng inquired. "To our usual spot," Chang Hao replied with a smile. "The usual spot? The executive bar atop the Sate Hotel?" Qin Feng teased. "Are you planning to charm some unsuspecting girl there?" Chang Hao retorted, flustered. "It's not charm. It's about guiding and listening," he insisted. "Sure," Qin Feng scoffed. "While you're busy playing the confidant, when will you find someone for yourself? Still pining after your goddess?" At this, Chang Hao fell silent, his negative emotional value spiking. Oh no, Qin Feng realized he had crossed a line. Gu Yao, Chang Hao's unattainable crush, was a sensitive topic for him. Although Qin Feng was curious about the negative emotional value, he did not wish to exploit his friend's feelings. "Let us go for drinks. Tonight, I'll treat," he declared. Chang Hao, however, seemed unfazed. It was merely a habitual response. Mentioning Gu Yao always triggered memories of their university days, stirring negative emotions. In truth, Chang Hao himself was uncertain if he had truly moved on from her. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Chang Hao arrived at the bar. Shortly after sitting down, they encountered Luo Yu, who had just begun her shift. Upon seeing them, her expression soured. Both Qin Feng and Chang Hao had left a negative impression on her, igniting a flicker of discontent within her. Qin Feng, however, did not intend to provoke Luo Yu further that evening, having already accumulated sufficient negative emotional value from his earlier encounter with Song Ningyu. He merely sought a casual drink with Chang Hao and to glean some insights on romantic pursuits. After all, Chang Hao was not just boasting about his expertise in matters of the heart. His theoretical knowledge was quite profound, making him a veritable master in the field. Qin Feng was eager to learn, especially in a world populated by various cinematic heroines. It would be disingenuous to claim he had no ambitions in such a setting. Any normal man in this environment would undoubtedly share similar desires. He had hoped to encounter Andy again that evening, but alas, it was not meant to be. Chapter 10. At the bar, Qin Feng and Chang Hao were enjoying a drink together when Chang Hao suddenly remarked, "Old Qin, you can't possibly have developed feelings for that Luo Yu, can you?" Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chang Hao took a sip of his drink, wearing a knowing smile. "I noticed it last night. Initially, I thought I was overthinking it when you denied it, but after seeing you tonight, I am convinced you are genuinely interested in that girl named Luo Yu." Qin Feng's face darkened. "How did you come to that conclusion? Whenever Luo Yu walks by, your gaze instinctively follows her. The moment she leaves, you return to your usual self, yet you occasionally glance around," Chang Hao asserted confidently. "Moreover, I can assure you that your attention is not directed towards the other women around. You've only met her once and know nothing about her. Why are you so fixated? If that isn't infatuation, what is it?" Qin Feng was left speechless by Chang Hao's confident analysis, unable to muster a rebuttal. It certainly seemed to be the case. However, the truth was, only Qin Feng understood the depth of his feelings for Luo Yu, as she was the female lead. His familiarity with her was profound, which explained why he instinctively turned to look at her when she approached. His glances around the room were merely to see if he might encounter any other female leads, considering he had already met Luo Yu and Andy the previous night. Yet he could not divulge this to Cheng Hao. As for Cheng Hao's misunderstanding, well, he might as well accept that he liked her. Admit it. Cheng Hao chuckled, reassuring Qin Feng, "Don't worry. With me as your love consultant, pursuing anyone will be a breeze." Qin Feng inquired curiously, "Aren't you afraid that old Zhang will overhear you and cause a scene?" After all, while Cheng Hao occasionally offers advice when Zhang Mingyang is chasing girls, he seldom assists him directly, and Zhang Mingyang struggles to find success. Cheng Hao scoffed. That guy is merely a creature driven by base instincts, switching partners every so often. I can't be bothered with him. All right, I see your point, Qin Feng said, a frown on his face. Are you mocking me for being single? Coughing lightly, Cheng Hao replied earnestly, I mean no offense. I simply believe you and that girl would make a fine match and I wish to assist you. Ah, Qin Feng replied, expressionless. There are plenty of others who would suit me just as well. Cheng Hao was taken aback, surprised by Qin Feng's boldness. As the two continued their banter over drinks, a man clad in a black suit, tie, and sunglasses made his entrance through the bar's door. Qin Feng caught a glimpse of him and his expression sharpened. Cheng Hao followed Qin Feng's gaze, surprised. Hey, who is that? I think I recognize him. Cheng Hao turned back to glance at Luo Yu, who was attending to customers nearby. He recalled that, during a previous flight from Belgium, he had seen Luo Yu seated next to this man while she was upgrading her seat. Indeed, the man trying to exude an air of sophistication in the bar was Song Ningyu. Cheng Hao turned back to Qin Feng, curious. Do you know him? Met him today. Qin Feng replied. Cheng Hao felt as if he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Things were becoming quite intriguing. Qin Feng cast a glance at him. Don't overthink it. It's not what you imagine. Cheng Hao nodded, taking him seriously. Right, I understand. It's not what I think it is. After a moment, he added, that guy seems to be here looking for Luo Yu. Old Qin, you can't let this slide. Qin Feng remained silent. Song Ningyu was indeed there to find Luo Yu. His plans had faltered due to incessant phone calls, leaving him without an excuse for further contact with her. As a seasoned player in matters of the heart, though frustrated, he did not panic. After some reflection, he decided to visit the bar at the Sate Hotel that evening to seek out Luo Yu. He had reserved a room there for a week, leaving his own home a vacant shell. He intended to feign ignorance of Luo Yu's employment at the bar, orchestrating a chance encounter. He had prepared all his excuses in advance. Confident in his charm, he believed he could easily recover from the setback of the morning. Upon entering the bar, Song Ningyu's objective was clear, to find a solitary table suitable for his contemplation. He had never considered the bar counter, as Luo Yu, the bar manager, would hardly notice the patrons seated there. Thus, he overlooked Qin Feng and Cheng Hao. Spotting an empty table away from others, he quickly made his way there and settled down. Soon, a server approached. Sir, may I take your order? Song Ningyu casually requested a few bottles of alcohol. Not inquiring about Luo Yu, he was in no rush. He believed that if he sat quietly and drank alone, she would inevitably notice him and recognize him. He had everything planned, yet he failed to realize that all his actions were being observed. Just as he poured his drink, two figures suddenly sat beside him. When Song Ningyu laid eyes on the face of the person seated across from him, his previously pleasant expression darkened. Negative emotional value from Song Ningyu. 500. Chapter 11. It's you. Song Ningyu's expression turned icy. He never anticipated encountering Qin Feng in this place. Upon spotting Qin Feng, memories of their unpleasant encounter that morning in the elevator flooded his mind, along with the subsequent barrage of phone calls. You're the one who orchestrated this phone bombardment against me, aren't you? Song Ningyu glared at Qin Feng, his voice laced with frost. What? Qin Feng feigned surprise. What phone bombardment? Mr. Song, I have no idea what you're talking about. Although it was indeed he who had Zhang Mingyang arrange such a nuisance, Qin Feng would never concede to it. After all, Song Ningyu had no evidence, and he could only watch him flounder in vain frustration. Negative emotion value from Song Ningyu. 200. With narrowed eyes, Song Ningyu scrutinized Qin Feng's expression, which bore only a faint smile. His instincts whispered that the phone harassment had to be orchestrated by Qin Feng. Otherwise, who else would engage in such trivial antics? Yet, lacking concrete proof, Song Ningyu felt powerless despite his mounting rage. Nevertheless, he had no intention of entangling himself with Qin Feng any further, as he still sought to find Luo Yu. Thus, he coldly addressed Qin Feng, "We are not acquainted, and I have no desire for any interaction with you, so I kindly ask you to leave." However, Qin Feng dismissed Song Ningyu's clear stance with a chuckle. "That's rather dull. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. We've met twice, which surely counts as familiarity." At that moment, Chang Hao, who had accompanied Qin Feng, chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, we've crossed paths twice, Mr. First Class. You wouldn't happen to be forgetful, would you? Or is it that your eyes only see women?" Chang Hao, oblivious to Qin Feng's intentions, adhered to the principle of mindlessly supporting his friend. Moreover, based on his extensive experience as a romantic advisor, he perceived that Song Ningyu was not of commendable character. Though he appeared to be an elite with refined manners, what lay beneath was a mystery. Therefore, he felt no qualms about ribbing Song Ningyu. Negative emotion value from Song Ningyu, 300. The incessant teasing from Qin Feng and Chang Hao further soured Song Ningyu's mood. "What exactly do you want?" he coldly inquired. Qin Feng glanced around and noticed Luo Yu approaching, shrugging nonchalantly. "Oh, nothing much. We merely wish to make a friend. Since Mr. Song doesn't welcome us, we shall take our leave." Yet, his words lacked any semblance of sincerity. At this juncture, Song Ningyu was entirely disinterested in banter with Qin Feng. He simply yearned to distance himself from both Qin Feng and Chang Hao. Rising from his seat, he declared icily, "If you two do not leave, then I shall." He added with a hint of menace, "If you continue to pester me, I will call the police." As Song Ningyu stood, his familiar figure was instantly recognized by Luo Yu from a distance. Although he had not fulfilled his plan of viewing properties with her that day, returning her luggage had indeed left a favorable impression on her. Consequently, upon spotting Song Ningyu in the bar, she contemplated briefly before approaching him. "Mr. Song, what a coincidence." Luo Yu greeted him. Initially, Song Ningyu's demeanor was frosty towards Qin Feng and Chang Hao, but upon hearing Luo Yu's voice, he turned to her, his expression transforming into one of surprise and warmth. "Luo Yu, what a coincidence. Are you working here?" He addressed her by her first name rather than Ms. Luo, subtly bridging the gap between them, as though they were familiar acquaintances. Chang Hao whispered to Qin Feng, "This guy is indeed a seasoned player in the realm of love. His tactics are exceptional, even surpassing old Zhang." The strategies employed by Song Ningyu were utterly transparent to Chang Hao, who had witnessed them all before. "Be cautious. If old Zhang finds out, he might lose his temper. He may be extravagant, but he never deceives others in matters of the heart," Qin Feng cautioned quietly. Chang Hao chuckled, accustomed to the antics of the infamous Zhang Mingyang, wondering what his reaction would be upon discovering this. Luo Yu approached Song Ningyu with a smile. "Yes, I'm the manager of this bar." Feigning surprise, Song Ningyu replied, "Is that so? I often stay at Sate when I return to the country and frequently come here for a drink. Yet I've never seen you. I only started recently," Luo Yu admitted with a hint of shyness. "Such a coincidence. Since you're the manager, why not treat me to a drink?" Song Ningyu suggested. "Of course. I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me with my luggage," Luo Yu replied. "And your two friends can join us as well." She had spotted Song Ningyu from afar and approached without identifying who was beside him. However, when she turned to see that it was Qin Feng and Chang Hao, her smile abruptly froze. Negative emotion value from Luo Yu, 100. She never anticipated that the individuals seated next to Song Ningyu were, in fact, Qin Feng and Chang Hao. As she glanced at them, both Qin Feng and Chang Hao offered gentle smiles. "Hello, Manager Luo." Negative emotion value from Luo Yu, 233. Negative emotion value from Song Ningyu, 400. Chapter 12. From the perspective of this negative emotional value, it was evident that both Song Ningyu and Luo Yu were in a state of extreme agitation. Song Ningyu was taken aback to discover that Qin Feng was acquainted with Luo Yu. Similarly, Luo Yu was astonished to learn that Song Ningyu knew both Qin Feng and Chang Hao. "Do you know each other?" Luo Yu and Song Ningyu exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Once the question was posed, Luo Yu quickly realized her error and hastily asserted, "I don't know them. I'm not familiar with them at all." Her unfavorable impression of Qin Feng and Cheng Hao prompted her to deny any connection. Song Ningyu let out a sigh of relief and responded, "Exactly. I am also unacquainted with these two scoundrels. Let us find another place to sit, away from them." He was reluctant to waste time on Qin Feng and Cheng Hao, as his visit to the country was limited, and he aimed to seize the opportunity to win over Luo Yu during this brief period. At that moment, Cheng Hao turned to Qin Feng and remarked, "Old Qin, it seems we have transformed into scoundrels ourselves." Qin Feng feigned a tone of lament, replying, "I never expected that one day I would be labeled as a scoundrel by a rogue." Their banter caused Song Ningyu's expression to darken, while Luo Yu's demeanor shifted slightly, instinctively glancing at him. Luo Yu's understanding of Song Ningyu was still superficial. Although she had developed a slight fondness for him due to his prior assistance, that was the extent of her feelings. Uncertain of the relationship between Qin Feng and Song Ningyu, she refrained from speaking up. Song Ningyu observed her expression and quickly reassured her, "Luo Yu, I truly do not know these two rascals. You mustn't believe what they say." He then turned to Qin Feng and Cheng Hao, coldly stating, "Your slander has already tarnished my reputation. I warn you both to disappear from my sight at once, or I shall have my lawyer draft a lawsuit against you for defamation." "A lawyer's warning?" Qin Feng responded with a chuckle. "I'm genuinely terrified." Yet his tone and demeanor conveyed that he dismissed the threat entirely, even with a hint of mockery. Unable to bear the escalating tension, Luo Yu intervened. "Enough. Please cease your quarrel. If you have any disputes, resolve them privately, not here." As the newly appointed manager of the bar, she understood that a public altercation between Qin Feng and Song Ningyu would not bode well for her. Should word reach her superiors, she would face reprimands. Regret washed over Luo Yu. Had she known, she would not have come, thus avoiding this troublesome situation. Seizing the opportunity as he noticed her discomfort, Song Ningyu feigned concern for her and said to Qin Feng, "I do not wish to put Luo Yu in a difficult position. Let us consider this matter settled for today. If you insist on prolonging this, we can discuss it outside." Just as Qin Feng was about to respond, Cheng Hao pulled him aside and whispered, "This guy is setting a trap for you. If you don't engage in a dispute, he will appear magnanimous in front of Luo Yu, earning her favor. However, if you continue to argue, he will exploit the situation to escalate matters, and it will be Luo Yu who suffers the consequences. In that case, she will blame us." Cheng Hao had not anticipated that Song Ningyu possessed such cunning and guile. Had he known, he would have communicated with Qin Feng beforehand about how to approach the situation. Cheng Hao was indifferent, but he did not want Qin Feng to leave a negative impression on Luo Yu. However, Qin Feng merely smiled lightly, assuring him, "Do not worry. Everything is fine." He understood Cheng Hao's concerns, but his provocation of Song Ningyu was deliberate, aiming to make Luo Yu see through Song Ningyu's true nature. Additionally, it was equally important to gain insight into Song Ningyu's negative emotional value. Focusing on Song Ningyu, Qin Feng activated the truth serum. Target: Song Ningyu. Song Ningyu, noticing Qin Feng's gaze, raised his chin slightly, coldly scoffing inwardly, believing that someone like Qin Feng could never outmaneuver him. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards Qin Feng. After this disturbance, he believed he would have a chance to advance his relationship with Luo Yu. Suddenly, Qin Feng broke the silence. "Song Ningyu, are you interested in sleeping with Luo Yu?" Cheng Hao was taken aback by this statement, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief, wondering if he had lost his mind by saying such things at this moment. Luo Yu, too, was stunned by Qin Feng's words, glaring at him in anger, feeling that he was being utterly unreasonable and insulting her. How could she, having just met Song Ningyu, and knowing him to be so courteous, possibly think he harbored such base intentions? Furthermore, she didn't believe she could ever be the object of Song Ningyu's interest. "What are you saying, Qin Feng?" Luo Yu exclaimed angrily. "Do not project your own sordid views onto others. Mr. Song is not that kind of person." Yet at that moment Song Ningyu spoke up, "Indeed, I am interested in her. She is so naive it would be easy to deceive her." Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he stared at Song Ningyu. This guy. Has he lost his mind? Luo Yu, however, was struck with disbelief, turning to look at Song Ningyu, her expression one of utter shock. "Mr. Song Yu." She could hardly believe that those words had come from him. Song Ningyu's expression shifted as well. He had intended to reprimand Qin Feng, but somehow, the words had come out differently, revealing his innermost thoughts. At that moment, observing Song Ningyu's bewilderment, Qin Feng felt no disturbance within himself, even stifling a laugh. This truth serum was remarkably effective. The results were astounding. Chapter 13. Although Qin Feng was inclined to laugh heartily at that moment, he restrained his mirth, instead gazing at Song Ningyu with a look of shock and profound disappointment. "I merely mentioned it in jest. I never anticipated you would truly contemplate such a thing. Indeed, you are nothing but a scoundrel." Negative emotional value from Song Ningyu. 666. Song Ningyu clenched his fists and glowered at Qin Feng. "What? Are you infuriated? Do you intend to resort to violence?" Qin Feng scoffed at Song Ningyu, retorting, "Come on, if you dare to strike me, I will ensure you make the trending list tomorrow. Let us see who fears whom." Taking a deep breath, Song Ningyu relaxed his clenched fists. He had no desire to continue bickering with Qin Feng. What mattered most to him now was to clarify things with Luo Yu. That previous statement was not something he intended to convey. He turned to Luo Yu and began to explain. "Luo Yu, please hear me out, just now." Initially, Song Ningyu had intended to express that his previous comment was merely a joke and should not be taken seriously. However, as the words formed on his lips, they morphed into, "Luo Yu, you must understand, that statement was indeed a heartfelt truth. It reflects my innermost thoughts." "Mr. Song." Luo Yu could no longer contain herself, interrupting him. "Please stop speaking. Your words are utterly repugnant." Nearby, Qin Feng interjected with a bemused observation. "Many are enamored by beautiful women, but I have never witnessed someone so brazenly vocalize their desires." He gave Song Ningyu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." At this moment, Luo Yu felt an unusual appreciation for Qin Feng's remark. Her previous affection for Song Ningyu evaporated entirely. Were it not for her position as the manager of the bar, requiring her to maintain decorum, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. It was the first time she had encountered someone as forthright as Song Ningyu, who so openly expressed his carnal desires in front of a crowd. "Luo Yu, allow me to explain." Song Ningyu was on the verge of collapse. What had he just said? He had not intended to express himself in such a manner. He felt an urgent need to clarify, perhaps salvage the situation. However, at that moment, Qin Feng added with a hint of mockery, "Song Ningyu, do you think your wife is aware of your loathsome words?" Instinctively, Song Ningyu felt compelled to retort, proclaiming he was unmarried. Each time he returned to the country, he would conceal his wedding ring and mask his marital status, presenting himself as a single, eligible bachelor. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten the lessons learned from previous encounters. As the words slipped out, he found himself declaring, "My wife is in America. She has no idea about my affairs." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and silence enveloped the crowd. All gazes turned to Song Ningyu, their expressions a complex tapestry of disbelief and disdain. This man was truly invincible. Initially, people had found his boldness shocking, but now they regarded him with disgust and contempt. The fact that he was married was one thing. After all, wealthy men often indulge in escapades. However, it was unprecedented for someone like Song Ningyu to so shamelessly voice his thoughts in public. With a resounding slap, Luo Yu struck him, exclaiming, "Scoundrel." She then seized a drink from the table and doused Song Ningyu's face with it. In that moment, she disregarded her role as the bar manager, overwhelmed by her revulsion for him. She had never encountered someone so utterly vile, consumed by base desires. "I no longer wish to see you. Please, vanish from my sight at once." Luo Yu articulated each word with disdain. Everyone present turned their attention to Song Ningyu. Covering his face, he wore an expression of confusion, shock, discomfort, and a hint of injustice. Was there even a trace of grievance? He could not fathom how the situation had spiraled out of control or why he had uttered such words. He had not intended to say that. At that moment, someone in the bar shouted, "Scoundrel, get out!" This cry resonated with those around them. "Scoundrel, leave. You are not welcome here. You've tarnished the reputation of all men. Depart, or we shall take action. Never had they encountered someone so brazenly shameless. At that instant, both men and women instinctively united in their condemnation of Song Ningyu, demanding his expulsion from the bar. Feeling that remaining any longer would drive him to madness, Song Ningyu pushed aside a chair and fled the scene in a panic. As he departed, he instinctively covered his mouth, truly frightened. He was uncertain what shocking words might escape him next. Perhaps, after this night, a shadow would loom over Song Ningyu's heart. It remained to be seen whether he would dare to speak again after tonight. Initially, there was supposed to be another chapter this evening, but after prolonged writing, I found myself dissatisfied. I need to sort out the subsequent plot and the order of appearances of other female characters, as this is my first endeavor at writing in this genre, and I aspire to craft an engaging narrative rather than merely following the formulaic tropes of harem stories. Chapter 14. Song Ningyu departed. Inside the bar, Luo Yu's heart abruptly shifted from anger to bewilderment. The events of the evening had dealt her a considerable blow. After all, she had returned alone from Belgium to the city, knowing not a single soul. She had finally encountered the benevolent Song Ningyu, whom she had presumed to be a good person. Little did she know, he turned out to be a repugnant scoundrel, a rogue. This reflection prompted Luo Yu to recall her time in Belgium, where trust was a scarce commodity, and reliance on oneself was paramount. Beside her, Qin Feng observed Luo Yu's expression, sensing her disorientation. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Do not grieve over such a scoundrel. He is unworthy of your tears. Who said I was upset over him? Luo Yu snapped back to reality, addressing Qin Feng. I merely feel that there are no good men. Hey, that's quite a statement. Qin Feng replied, slightly irked. Were it not for me, would you have even recognized him as a rogue? Without my intervention, you might have been ensnared by Song Ningyu, deceived and exploited. What's that got to do with you? Clearly, that fellow is utterly despicable. Luo Yu retorted, indignation evident in her voice. Qin Feng opened his mouth to say more but was suddenly reminded of the truth serum incident, which was known only to him. Thus, on the surface, it appeared that Song Ningyu's actions had little bearing on him. Ahem, to be fair, Chang Hao interjected, this matter does indeed involve you to some extent, and that individual is certainly repugnant. Silence. Qin Feng shot Chang Hao a glare. As a brother, why must he disrupt the moment? Realizing his misstep, Chang Hao awkwardly lowered his head and resumed drinking. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you both. Had you not argued with that scoundrel earlier, he likely would not have revealed his true nature so easily. A smile graced Luo Yu's face as she addressed Qin Feng. As a token of my appreciation, allow me to cover your expenses tonight. With that, she turned and departed, seemingly unaffected by the earlier turmoil, reverting to her poised, formidable self. That Luo Yu possesses a remarkable inner strength. She appears entirely unscathed, Chang Hao remarked, observing her retreating figure. Nonsense. She is merely putting on a facade of strength. Deep down, she must feel disappointed, having encountered such unsavory characters upon her return. Qin Feng countered, shaking his head. Fortunately, that rogue has exited the scene, and she has incurred no substantial loss. Ah, your analysis is quite astute, Chang Hao replied, astonished at Qin Feng's insight. To discern that she is only feigning strength is impressive. As a love advisor, I can only guess at such depths through my years of theoretical experience. Qin Feng shrugged. It's not particularly difficult. In truth, he could not discern her emotions clearly. His assumption stemmed from the negative emotional value that Luo Yu continuously provided him, which, though not high at the moment, less than 100 points, still indicated her inner discontent. Should I comfort her? Qin Feng inquired. Absolutely not, Chang Hao advised, drawing from his expertise as a love consultant. You are not well acquainted with her, and given the recent incident, approaching her now might lead her to view you as another scoundrel. Moreover, she appears to be a strong woman. This situation, while unfortunate, is not a significant blow to her. Let her be alone for now. Although Chang Hao's practical experience was limited, his theoretical knowledge was robust, leading Qin Feng to abandon the notion of comforting Luo Yu. Initially, he had intended to enjoy a casual drink that evening, but the encounter with Song Ningyu, coupled with the use of the truth serum, had unveiled the latter's true nature, leaving Qin Feng unusually elated. Recalling Song Ningyu's bewildered expression and the shocked reactions of those around him, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This incident would surely become a cherished memory for years to come. Chang Hao too found amusement in Song Ningyu's behavior, as it shattered his long-held perceptions of scoundrels. In a moment of enthusiasm, Chang Hao proposed summoning Zhang Mingyang, suggesting the three of them enjoy a night of revelry together. That fellow is likely lost in some hotel. Are you certain you wish to call him? Qin Feng asked. Fear not, he is merely indulging in frivolity. Once he's done, he won't hesitate to join us. Chang Hao replied confidently, well acquainted with Zhang Mingyang's habits. Thus, Qin Feng retrieved his phone, locating Zhang Mingyang's number and dialing it. After a few rings, a man answered, Hello, who are you looking for? Qin Feng? Qing Hao? Why is it a man? They exchanged bewildered glances, the realization dawning upon them. Oh no! A chill ran down their spines as goosebumps enveloped them. Chapter 15. At this hour, when Qin Feng dialed Zhang Mingyang's number, it was unexpectedly answered by a man. Both he and Chang Hao exchanged a glance, sensing they had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Qin Feng promptly hung up the phone. Do you think it's true? Chang Hao inquired, swallowing hard. I'm not certain. Aren't you the one most acquainted with old Zhang's romantic escapades? What do you think? Qin Feng shook his head, feeling that this evening was far too exhilarating. Why is everything happening tonight? Chang Hao pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps. It could be, after all, old Zhang is quite the character. Before he could finish, Qin Feng's phone rang again, revealing it was Zhang Mingyang calling. Should I answer? Qin Feng coughed awkwardly, his expression peculiar. Let us not disturb them, Chang Hao suggested, deeming the topic too uncomfortable. We can just enjoy our drinks. You're right, Qin Feng nodded, hastily disconnecting the call. Nevertheless, Zhang Mingyang attempted to reach Qin Feng 2 more times, but he didn't dare answer. Soon after, Chang Hao's phone rang as well. It was still Zhang Mingyang. Forget it, let's answer. What if something's actually wrong? Qin Feng said. Chang Hao replied, Then why didn't you answer earlier? You encouraged me to do it. Ultimately, Chang Hao answered Zhang Mingyang's call. This time, it was no unfamiliar male voice. What are you two up to? I've called so many times, and you haven't answered. Zhang Mingyang's voice flowed out with relentless energy. Don't think I don't know you two are together drinking. Why didn't you invite me? Is this how you treat a brother? On the other end, it was clear that Zhang Mingyang was not alone. The distant thumping of music suggested they were in a bar. Qin Feng and Chang Hao exchanged embarrassed glances. All right, it seems we misjudged the situation. Chang Hao cleared his throat. Weren't you supposed to be out chasing girls? We wouldn't want to intrude. I'm at the Scarlet Bar where I've met some friends. Care to join for a drink? Zhang Mingyang replied. Under normal circumstances, Chang Hao and Qin Feng would have little interest in such gatherings, finding them rather unexciting. Bars often attract women of questionable quality, obscured by heavy makeup, leaving one uncertain about their true appearances. Zhang Mingyang, however, reveled in such environments. Yet, this evening, both Qin Feng and Chang Hao shared a desire for companionship and conversation over drinks. Thus, they replied to Zhang Mingyang, Sure thing, we'll be right over. Great. I'll be waiting for you too. Zhang Mingyang responded before hanging up. Chang Hao and Qin Feng immediately summoned the waiter to settle their bill and head to the Scarlet Bar. Your bill has already been taken care of by manager Luo, the waiter informed them. Really? Chang Hao exclaimed, surprised, thinking that Luo you had been joking. Qin Feng, also taken aback, asked, Where did your manager go? Qin Feng was indifferent about the bill, as their expenses for the night were modest, just a few drinks easily manageable for Luo Yu. However, he was curious about her current state, for he often sensed her lingering negative emotions. Oh, our manager just left. She instructed us to cover your bill before she departed. The waiter clarified. I see. Qin Feng nodded, no longer probing further. He and Chang Hao then departed, heading toward the Scarlet Bar that Zhang Mingyang had mentioned. On their way, Chang Hao remarked, Old Qin, let me tell you, when it comes to pursuing women you can't be so obvious. I understand your concern, but subtlety is key. You need to listen to me. Enough. Qin Feng shot Chang Hao a glance. You're overthinking it. I'm simply concerned about Luo Yu. Do you expect me to believe that? Chung Hao retorted. I'm your love advisor. I can see right through your intentions. All right, let us just go drink. Watch me not get you drunk, Qin Feng declared. Chung Hao shivered involuntarily at the thought of Qin Feng's drinking prowess, realizing that he was no match for him. Regret washed over him for urging Qin Feng to seek out Zhang Mingyang for a drink. It appeared he was destined to be intoxicated again that night. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Chung Hao arrived at the Scarlet Bar. Uncertain of Zhang Mingyang's location, Qin Feng attempted to call him. However, after dialing repeatedly and receiving no response, he wondered, could he possibly not be here? Is he leading us on? Old Zhang wouldn't do that. Chung Hao shook his head. He might be too drunk to answer. Let's go inside and look for him. Agreed. Qin Feng nodded. He had only jested. He knew Zhang Mingyang was not the type to play tricks on them. Given the noise of the bar, it was entirely plausible he simply didn't hear his phone ring. Of course, if they did find Zhang Mingyang, he would surely have to pay for his excessive drinking with a few rounds of his own. As they entered the Scarlet Bar, they noticed a crowd gathered in the center, cheering loudly. Drink, drink, drink. Just 2 more. Hurry up, drink him under the table. The uproar echoed throughout the bar, the DJ expertly ramping up the music, igniting a surge of adrenaline. As the lights illuminated the center, Qin Feng and Chung Hao squeezed through the throng to discover what was happening. To their surprise, they found Zhang Mingyang engaged in a drinking contest, visibly unsteady and clearly intoxicated, yet faced with several more glasses of alcohol. Around him, a group of people urged him on, chanting, "Drink, drink. Aren't you a heavy drinker?" Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Feng and Chung Hao wasted no time rushing to Zhang Mingyang's side. Zhang Mingyang. Chapter 16. Qin Feng and Chung Hao rushed over to support the swaying Zhang Mingyang, snatching the large glass from his grasp and setting it aside. Zhang Mingyang looked up, his eyes glazed with intoxication. When he recognized Qin Feng and Chung Hao, he managed a lopsided grin, slurring, "Old Qin, old Chung, you finally made it." Before he could finish, the urge to vomit overwhelmed him. It was evident that Zhang Mingyang had consumed a considerable amount. Take him to the restroom. Let him purge first, Qin Feng instructed Chung Hao. Right, Chung Hao nodded, aware that the best course of action for Zhang Mingyang was to rid himself of the alcohol he had just ingested. In this moment of clarity, Chung Hao intended to escort Zhang Mingyang away. However, the individuals surrounding Zhang Mingyang stepped forward to obstruct their exit. "Don't leave yet. We haven't finished drinking," exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed young man. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at them, inquiring, "What do you want?" At that instant, Qin Feng was fully prepared to take action, believing that Zhang Mingyang's current state was undoubtedly linked to these individuals, who had been urging him to drink since Qin Feng's arrival. Qin Feng, towering and robust, exuded an intimidating aura that made the flamboyant young man realize that he was not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, he faltered, stammering, "Brother, please don't misunderstand. It's just that the drinking competition isn't over yet. He looks like he's about to win, and you're pulling him away now. Isn't that unfair?" He gestured towards the individual opposite Zhang Mingyang, who still had a full glass before him. At that moment, it was evident that Zhang Mingyang had 2 large glasses remaining, while his opponent struggled to consume his single glass, his face paling from excessive drinking. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng understood. Had he misjudged the situation? However, upon reflection, he knew Zhang Mingyang's character. Although he was typically carefree and loved to have fun, he would never willingly participate in a drinking contest unless coerced. All right, if he can't drink anymore, let him step out for a moment. Just then, a young man wearing a backward cap adorned with silver chains approached. He scrutinized Qin Feng with a grin, saying, "Oh, Zhang Mingyang's friend has arrived. Here to help him drink?" Qin Feng turned to this cap-wearing individual, and under the dim lights of the bar, he recognized him with a start. "Yabin? What is he doing here?" Yet, in this moment, Qin Feng had no time to ponder further. He calmly addressed Yao Bin. "Did you encourage Zhang Mingyang to drink so much?" Yao Bin nodded, then shook his head. He agreed to drink this much on his own. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yao Bin continued with a grin, "Earlier, my buddy had a minor misunderstanding with your friend, and they were about to fight, but I intervened, suggesting they resolve it like men. So here we are, solving it with a drinking game. 10 glasses each. Whoever finishes first wins. The loser has to drink another 10 glasses. Is that how you justify it? Qin Feng scrutinized him. Yao Bin shrugged, chuckling. What can I say? I'm known for being reasonable. Yao Bin's demeanor was audacious, seemingly disregarding Qin Feng. It appears your friend cannot outdrink mine, so he has lost. That means he must drink an additional 10 glasses. He pointed to the drinks on the table and added, what do you say? Care to help him finish? At that moment, others had already filled 10 glasses and set them on the table. Including the 2 unfinished glasses in front of Zhang Mingyang, they amounted to 12. What if we choose not to drink? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. That's fine. I have no objections. Yao Bin grinned. You may leave, but I assume you run a dental clinic? To an ordinary person, this might not seem intimidating, but Qin Feng was acutely aware of Yao Bin's influence. Though he appeared to be a mere thug, his connections were extensive, and many respected him across various industries. Thus, Qin Feng realized that if they left without confronting the situation, their clinic would likely face repercussions. Now understanding why Zhang Mingyang chose to endure the excessive drinking rather than leave, Qin Feng recognized that their clinic was merely a small establishment with an annual profit in the millions, insignificant in the eyes of someone like Yao Bin. All right, I comprehend your implication. Qin Feng nodded at Yao Bin. You want a drink? Very well, I shall join you. Since last night, after drinking with Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, Qin Feng discovered that he had developed a remarkable tolerance, able to drink without becoming inebriated. Given that Yao Bin sought to provoke him in a drinking contest, Qin Feng would not shy away. 12 glasses? I glanced at the 12 large glasses before me and remarked to Yao Bin, this is insufficient. What do you mean? Yao Bin was taken aback, puzzled by Qin Feng's words. You seem quite capable of drinking as well. How about this? I'll drink against you. Qin Feng responded calmly. In addition to these 12 glasses, I'll add 10 more for myself. You only need to drink 10. Let's see who finishes their drinks first. The rules remain unchanged. The loser must drink another 10 glasses. Yao Bin paused, astonished by Qin Feng's challenge. Are you serious? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What? Afraid? Not daring enough? Yao Bin erupted into laughter. What do I have to fear? 22 glasses for you and 10 for me. Even if it takes all night, I'll outlast you. Besides, you don't think I can't handle my liquor, do you? I've been navigating bars for years, and I've never backed down from a drinking challenge. If you wish to drink, then I shall oblige. Chapter 17. If it were a contest of 10 cups against 10, Yao Bin would not have dared to accept Qin Feng's challenge. However, facing 22 cups against 10, how could Yao Bin possibly back down? If he were to refuse Qin Feng's challenge today, he would surely become the laughingstock of their circle by tomorrow, ridiculed as a coward. Thus, Yao Bin readily agreed to the drinking duel proposed by Qin Feng. As soon as Yao Bin consented, the crowd erupted in cheers. Drink, drink, drink. Whoever backs down is a coward. Yao Bin, if you can't drink more than him today, don't call me your brother anymore. Hurry and call people to witness the spectacle. Yao Bin, the coward, is actually going to compete in drinking. This is a rare sight. Quickly, bring Chu Xiaoxiao over. She just returned to the country and loves such excitement. These individuals thrived on chaos. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoxiao's name, Yao Bin's eyes lit up. He quickly urged his friends, yes, call Xiaoxiao over. Let her witness my prowess. Come on, with your current state, do you even have the capability to drink 22 cups? A girl disdainfully remarked. 22 cups? Of course I can, but there's no need.
Yao Bin retorted.
He wasn't foolish enough to attempt such a feat, all right. Are we drinking or not? If not, let's call it a day, Qin Feng interjected. He had also caught wind of Chu Xiaoxiao's presence. Yet he had no intention of provoking her. Chu Xiaoxiao, known as Chu the Enchantress, was not someone to be trifled with. If entangled with her, it could become quite troublesome. Thus, Qin Feng aimed to swiftly conclude matters with Yao Bin. Having made Zhang Mingyang drink excessively tonight, he intended for Yao Bin to succumb as well. Qin Feng discerned that Yao Bin had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol that evening. He likely could not manage 10 cups, and perhaps 5 would be a struggle. Yao Bin's agreement to the drinking contest stemmed mainly from his belief that Qin Feng could not possibly handle 22 cups. After all, even water would be difficult to down in such quantity. Yao Bin thought that Qin Feng would manage only a little over 10 cups. As long as he drank less than Qin Feng, he felt assured of victory. The thought of losing to Qin Feng never even crossed Yao Bin's mind. Upon hearing Qin Feng's prompt, Yao Bin exclaimed, "Of course we're drinking. Let us start right now." He wasn't concerned. He had just learned that Chu Xiaoxiao was nearby, shopping with her friends, and would arrive shortly. He was certain she would witness his grandeur. Soon, 32 large wine glasses were filled simultaneously. Each glass held a capacity of 500 milliliters. In front of Qin Feng were 22 cups, while Yao Bin faced 10. "Begin." With the call to action, both Qin Feng and Yao Bin grasped their respective glasses and commenced drinking. Qin Feng's movements were swift. He raised a glass and began to pour it down his throat. In stark contrast, Yao Bin's pace was leisurely, appearing unhurried. He was not worried. After all, Qin Feng had 22 cups to contend with, and to match him, he would need to down at least 12 first. By the time Qin Feng finished those 12, he would likely be in no condition to continue, just like Zhang Mingyang moments ago. Yao Bin raised his glass, grinning as he watched Qin Feng with keen interest, eager to see him drink cup after cup. However, soon, the smile on Yao Bin's face froze. "Wow!" Yao Bin gazed in astonishment as the first cup of liquor vanished at a terrifying speed. In under 10 seconds, Qin Feng downed a full 500 milliliter glass, leaving not a drop behind. His expression remained unchanged, not even a belch escaping his lips. It appeared as if he were merely drinking water. Without pausing, Qin Feng immediately reached for the next glass. Another 10 seconds passed, and another cup was emptied. In less than a minute, 5 large glasses lay empty before him. Most of the time was wasted merely in lifting and setting down the glasses. Qin Feng's astonishing drinking speed left the onlookers in sheer disbelief. Is he really drinking alcohol? It feels like he's consuming plain water. I've seen heavy drinkers, but I've never encountered anyone who maintains such a pace. I always thought I could hold my liquor until I saw this guy. This is terrifying. He's not human. He's a reincarnated wine barrel. Someone, quick, get your phone out and record this. This could go viral. All gazes were fixated on Qin Feng, filled with shock and awe. Ignoring the crowd's astonished stares, Qin Feng remained composed, maintaining his pace of 1 cup every 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Yao Bin was on the verge of panic. He had initially believed victory was assured, thinking he wouldn't need to drink much to win. However, witnessing Qin Feng's prowess, he became flustered. Consequently, Yao Bin began to chug his drink, raising the glass to his lips. Yet, compared to Qin Feng's speed, Yao Bin's efforts were negligible. As Qin Feng downed 3 more cups, Yao Bin had barely managed one. He set down his glass, belched, and glanced at Qin Feng. Upon seeing 3 more empty glasses in front of Qin Feng, despair washed over him. From Yao Bin, negative emotion value 233. Yao Bin felt like crying. He wanted to ask at this moment, is it too late to concede? However, Qin Feng was fully aware of his drinking capabilities, which was precisely why he had accepted the challenge. From the moment he decided to drink with Yao Bin, he had no intention of letting Yao Bin leave on his own 2 feet. With so many witnesses present, unless Yao Bin wished to lose all face, he would find it exceedingly difficult to hold his head high in his circle afterward. It was evident that tonight, Yao Bin would undoubtedly be carried home. Chapter 18. At that moment, a petite figure pushed through the crowd, forcing her way inside. Upon seeing in the center of the throng her childhood friend, Yao Bin, engaged in a drinking contest with Qin Feng, she felt a surge of excitement. Chu Xiaoxiao was the kind of person who thrived on chaos and loved to play. Witnessing her longtime friend Yao Bin competing in a drinking challenge was amusing to her. The volume of alcohol being consumed was substantial. However, her attention was drawn to the stark contrast between the 2 competitors. Yao Bin had 10 cups of liquor before him, of which only 2 remained empty. In contrast, Qin Feng had a staggering 22 cups, of which he had already downed 10, leaving 12 untouched. This indicated that while Qin Feng had consumed 10 cups, Yao Bin had barely managed 2. Moreover, Qin Feng maintained his steady pace, continuously drinking, while Yao Bin had to pause after each gulp, belching frequently. The vivid disparity captivated Chu Xiaoxiao, who had intended to cheer Yao Bin on but found herself entirely focused on Qin Feng. Qin Feng drank with remarkable speed and precision, finishing a cup in approximately 10 seconds. Even after downing 10 cups consecutively, he showed no signs of slowing down. The liquor before him seemed as inconsequential as water, or rather as air. His manner of drinking created a striking impression, and his towering stature and handsome appearance only added to his allure. Chu Xiaoxiao was spellbound. "How handsome," she murmured instinctively. This sentiment was echoed by many girls around her, their expressions mirroring her astonishment, some even more exaggerated. Numerous young women began borrowing pieces of paper to jot down their phone numbers, eagerly waiting to present them to Qin Feng. Chu Xiaoxiao gazed intently at Qin Feng, her eyes nearly sparkling with admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng remained oblivious to her presence, absorbed in his drinking. To his own surprise, he found his capacity for alcohol astonishing. While he was aware he could drink, he did not realize he could consume so much without feeling more than slightly tipsy. He remained remarkably clear-headed, though he felt a slight pressure in his stomach from the volume he had consumed. Glancing at Yao Bin, he noticed his friend was starting to panic. Yao Bin took another large gulp, but having already drunk a considerable amount, he struggled to keep pace. He belched repeatedly, and upon seeing Qin Feng empty another cup, his complexion shifted dramatically. Yao Bin felt tears welling up, but he couldn't concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he decided to keep drinking. However, in his haste, he took a large sip and immediately felt nauseous, leading him to vomit uncontrollably, tears and mucus streaming down his face. After emptying his stomach, Yao Bin looked up to find Qin Feng standing before him, towering and imposing, sending a shiver down his spine. "I'm not done yet. I'm waiting for you," Qin Feng declared, pulling Yao Bin to his feet and gesturing towards the 6 remaining cups in front of him. The surrounding crowd remained frozen, including Yao Bin's friends, captivated by Qin Feng's dominance. With 6 cups remaining for both, Qin Feng calmly stated, "Since we both have 6 cups left, you drink 1, and I will drink 1. Yao Bin felt an immense psychological burden from Qin Feng's words, which were more disheartening than simply losing the challenge outright. Though he could still continue drinking after his earlier bout of sickness, the pressure from Qin Feng made him shudder at the thought of taking a sip while Qin Feng watched him.
Yao Bin stamm errett.
His face a mask of despair. "What's the matter? Not feeling up to it?" Qin Feng replied coolly, "If you truly can't manage, you may take a moment to vomit again. I don't mind." This reflected a previous remark Yao Bin had made to Qin Feng, and now the tables had turned. "How about it? Can't drink anymore? After these 6 cups, you still have 10 left," Qin Feng continued. At that moment, Yao Bin genuinely wished to cry. With so many eyes on him, he could not back down. The atmosphere grew awkward as many recognized Yao Bin's esteemed background. Yet no one dared to intervene on his behalf, for it was a challenge he had willingly accepted. Qin Feng fixed Yao Bin with a steady gaze, then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Remember, you owe me 16 cups." With that, he retracted his hand and pushed through the crowd, departing from the scene. As he left, a throng of young women surged toward him, and he found himself collecting many small notes, along with some unexpected lipstick marks on his face. The girls were exceedingly enthusiastic as they watched him go. Yao Bin exhaled deeply, unable to fathom what would have happened had Qin Feng insisted on continuing the challenge. He felt he might have ended up in the hospital. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could exert such pressure on him. Yet, reflecting on Qin Feng's parting words, his feelings were mixed, both gratitude and trepidation. "I still owe him 16 cups, he thought with a bitter smile. At that moment, he spotted Chu Xiaoxiao, who was also watching Qin Feng's retreating figure. His smile turned even more rueful. He had intended to impress her, but instead, she had witnessed his embarrassment. Before long, Chu Xiaoxiao turned and approached Yao Bin, her face alight with excitement. "Yao Bin, quickly tell me, who was that handsome guy just now?" Yao Bin, bewildered, could only stare blankly. "I'm in such a terrible situation. Shouldn't you be comforting me?" Chapter 19. Observing the inexplicable excitement radiating from Chu Xiaoxiao, Yao Bin wore a pained expression and lamented, "Xiaoxiao, do you not care about me at all? My psyche has suffered a significant blow." "How can you even say that? If it weren't for your own desire to take advantage, thinking someone could not outdrink you, would this have happened?" Chu Xiaoxiao shot him a disdainful glance. And look at you, how many drinks have you had? Look at them. They've consumed several of your drinks. Don't you feel embarrassed, Yao Bin? Yao Bin found himself at a loss for words, stung by her retort. Glancing at the friends who had accompanied him, he noted their expressions mirrored his own thoughts. They all recognized the humiliation he had endured. Had it not been for Qin Feng's persistent nature, his embarrassment would have been far more profound. Enough of this. Quickly tell me, who was that handsome guy just now? Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled at the mention of Qin Feng. I don't know him either, Yao Bin replied, his heart sinking further as he witnessed Chu Xiaoxiao's evident concern for Qin Feng's identity. Don't know? Then why were you drinking with him? Chu Xiaoxiao pressed. Find out for me. By tomorrow, I want to know everything about that handsome guy. His name, where he works, what he likes, and if he has a girlfriend. From the side, another girl chimed in, Xiaoxiao, that handsome guy caught our eye first. Don't you dare steal him from us. Exactly. One must respect the order of things, you know? We were the first to notice him, interjected a girl with a striking figure. These were all young ladies from the same affluent circle, all graceful and elegant. It was evident that Qin Feng's earlier display had piqued their interest, not just Chu Xiaoxiao's. Humph, if you desire the handsome lad, then may the best woman win, Chu Xiaoxiao declared proudly, akin to a regal swan, affirming, no one can take away the man I, Chu Xiaoxiao, have set my sights on. Watching her friends entirely disregard him, engrossed in discussions about Qin Feng, Yao Bin felt utterly exhausted and wronged. He sensed his pride had sustained a grievous injury. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, having departed, did not head straight to Chang Hao but instead made his way to the restroom. At that moment, his stomach felt as though it might burst. Indeed, while Qin Feng was impervious to intoxication, his stomach had its limits. He had consumed around 16 large drinks, and he was simply too full to continue. It was not that he had intended to stop drinking. He merely could not hold any more. He had refrained from using the restroom earlier, not wishing to vomit in front of such a large audience. With so many recording videos, the thought of being caught throwing up or worse was mortifying. Thus, he had held on until Yao Bin was too intimidated to drink further, granting Qin Feng the opportunity to slip away. Once he had relieved himself, a wave of comfort washed over him, stirring an impulse to return and continue drinking with Yao Bin, reveling in his embarrassment. However, he ultimately restrained himself. He had already caused Yao Bin enough humiliation, and he believed their next encounter would leave Yao Bin trembling at the sight of him. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Feng noticed no sign of Chang Hao or Zhang Mingyang. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped outside the bar. Although they had not communicated, given Chang Hao's approach, it was unlikely he would have brought Zhang Mingyang back to look for him. Presumably, they had exited the bar together. Outside the bar, after taking Zhang Mingyang to vomit, Chang Hao had intended to wait until he felt better before returning to find Qin Feng. However, as he approached the entrance, he spotted Qin Feng emerging from the bar. How did you get out? Chang Hao asked, astonished. To him, the earlier crowd had seemed like a formidable group of wealthy second-generation elites. The fact that Zhang Mingyang had been able to leave was already a significant feat, and he had braced himself for a challenging encounter. Those wealthy kids were no match for me, Qin Feng responded with an air of calm. Chang Hao glanced back, surprised to see no one pursuing them. He was baffled by how Qin Feng had managed to walk out unscathed, but noted the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him, indicating he had consumed a great deal. Did you manage to finish all that alcohol? Chang Hao inquired. Pretty much, Qin Feng nodded, omitting the fact that he had added 10 more drinks to his tally. He turned his gaze to Zhang Mingyang, who, after clearing his stomach and drinking some water, was regaining his composure. What happened tonight? Qin Feng asked, not casting blame on Zhang Mingyang, as he understood that despite his often carefree demeanor, he was quite discerning when it mattered. Qin Feng merely wished to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Zhang Mingyang's conflict with Yao Bin and his friends. After all, just half an hour prior, Zhang Mingyang had called him and Chang Hao without any indication of trouble. Zhang Mingyang sighed, tonight's events are my fault. I was too impulsive. He then recounted the series of events that led to the altercation with Yao Bin and his circle. It turned out that Zhang Mingyang had been out drinking with several prominent clients from the clinic, hoping to build rapport with them by inviting Qin Feng and Chang Hao along. However, during the evening, A conflict unexpectedly erupted between one of the clients and a friend of Yao Bin's, nearly escalating into a fight. Naturally, Zhang Mingyang intervened. Then Yao Bin suggested drinking, but the client who had instigated the conflict was reluctant, leaving Zhang Mingyang to take on the drinking challenge. And what of the troublemaker? Qin Feng inquired, noticing that no one had accompanied Zhang Mingyang. Zhang Mingyang let out a frustrated breath, cursing. Those guys, upon discovering Yao Bin's background, fled as soon as I started drinking. Qin Feng and Chang Hao exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Chapter 20. After a brief pause, Chang Hao gazed at Zhang Mingyang with a look of disappointment and reproached him. Zhang Mingyang, you truly are foolish, taking the blame for everything. That's not just shielding yourself from alcohol. It's putting your life on the line. Qin Feng chimed in, you should know your own limits with alcohol. If you can't handle it, don't pretend to be brave. You're not me. Zhang Mingyang sincerely admitted, tonight, I humbly acknowledge my mistake. It was my fault. If you two hadn't arrived in time, I would likely be in dire straits. Chang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. Brothers don't need to dwell on such matters. Upon understanding the situation, he realized Zhang Mingyang's predicament. After all, these individuals were major clients of their clinic, key figures from large corporations. Each one could bring numerous dental orders to Shuk Clinic, representing a significant portion of their profits. Had it been anyone else, they might have made the same choice as Zhang Mingyang. Typically, he handled external affairs, nurturing relationships with these esteemed clients. Without his efforts, Shuk Clinic would not have grown as substantially in such a short time. Both Qin Feng and Chang Hao recognized this. Thus, they did not genuinely blame Zhang Mingyang for his impulsiveness that evening. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest on those so-called esteemed clients who stirred up trouble and then irresponsibly fled. Zhang Mingyang, remember this. Do not be so foolish in the future. Orders can be replaced, but life is singular, Chang Hao advised. Zhang Mingyang nodded. I certainly understand. This was an accident, and it will not happen again. Next time, I will let them act as they wish without even a glance. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Qin Feng suddenly interjected. We must reclaim our dignity. Both Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao were taken aback by his words. Zhang Mingyang quickly replied, Old Qin, let it go. We cannot provoke people like Yao Bin. We are mere commoners, and our small clinic doesn't even register on their radar. Chang Hao agreed, indeed, now that Zhang Mingyang is safe and the drinking is done, what's past is past. What are you thinking? Qin Feng shot them a glance. I have already calculated the score with Yao Bin. He wouldn't dare provoke us again. What? Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao were bewildered. What do you mean? You will find out in due time. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. I am referring to those who dug a pit for you tonight and expected you to take the fall. Zhang Mingyang was even more startled. No, Old Qin, those are our major clients. My dignity pales in comparison to money. Qin Feng raised his hand to silence him, speaking earnestly. To me, dignity is far more valuable than mere money. They are just clients, just orders. As Cheng just stated, if lost, they can surely be replaced. But your dignity must be restored. Qin Feng turned to Chang Hao, who promptly understood and declared, Old Qin is right. We must reclaim your dignity. As for the clients, we do not lack for money. Zhang Mingyang found himself at a loss for words. As the evening breeze blew, he felt as though something had been swept into his eyes, causing them to sting. Darn it, why is the wind so strong? It's blowing sand. He quickly lowered his head, wiping his eyes vigorously to remove the impending tears. Around 2 in the morning, having resolved all matters, Qin Feng finally returned to his home. Leaning back on the sofa, he did not feel fatigued. Instead, he noted that his reservoir of negative emotional value had been steadily increasing since his encounter with Luo Yu and Song Ningyu at the bar, continuing through his later confrontation with Yao Bin at the Fai's bar. The largest contributor to his negative emotional value was Song Ningyu, whose influence seemed unending, providing Qin Feng with a continuous stream of negativity. Qin Feng could hardly quantify the extent of negativity Song Ningyu had bestowed upon him. Luo Yu had also contributed some negativity during their earlier encounter, though it had since tapered off. Initially, her unfavorable impression of him, compounded by his public exposure of Song Ningyu, had understandably evoked her negative feelings. However, the amount was minimal, indicating she felt saddened rather than resentful towards Qin Feng. Her silence now might simply be a result of fatigue from the evening. Lastly, there was Yao Bin. Perhaps the impression Qin Feng had made on him was too profound, instilling a sense of trepidation. After all, who wouldn't he fear someone who could drink more fiercely, especially after being intimidated by Qin Feng that night? It was likely that for a considerable time, any sight of alcohol would haunt Yao Bin with psychological shadows. Thus, even after leaving the bar, Qin Feng continued to receive sporadic negative emotional values from Yao Bin, not an insignificant amount but also not overwhelming. Glancing into his mental inventory, he noted his attribute panel. Host, Qin Feng. Negative emotional value, 50, 800. Skills, ink painting, master level, dentist, advanced, driving skills, intermediate, culinary skills, beginner. 50,800. Qin Feng marveled. Such a vast amount of negative emotional value could be converted to over 5 million in cash. This one night yielded more than his annual dividends from Shuk Clinic. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng felt emboldened to tell Zhang Mingyang that even if they forfeited those orders, they must deal with those rascals. Reclining on the sofa, he gazed at the significant accumulation of negative emotional values, feeling an irresistible urge to draw from his rewards. 2 previous attempts had yielded results, albeit not entirely satisfying. Nevertheless, they were not without merit. The master-level ink painting skill had granted him a noteworthy talent to flaunt in the future. Meanwhile, the truth serum he had drawn on the second attempt had been particularly useful tonight. Without it, he could not have left Song Ningyu in such a disarray, nor would he have garnered so much negative emotional value from him. Upon reflection, Qin Feng found himself at a considerable advantage. However, he soon recalled his previous vow. No, he couldn't backtrack so swiftly. He had promised not to indulge in further draws. Shaking his head, he resolved, at least not right now. After all, it required 10,000 negative emotional values to draw, and that amounted to 100,000. Currently, his negative emotional value was insufficient, and he felt reluctant to squander it. I should at least wait until I have accumulated more before attempting to draw, Qin Feng mused. Yet, Qin Feng could hardly fathom the extent to which his negative emotional state would escalate by the break of dawn the following day. Chapter 21. The following day. Early in the morning, Qin Feng received a call from Cheng Hao. Old Qin, you must check Weibo. There's something exciting to see. Cheng Hao's tone was decidedly peculiar. Still groggy, Qin Feng replied, what is it? You'll find out when you look. It's incredibly thrilling, Cheng Hao said before abruptly hanging up. Qin Feng was left bewildered. Although he had no idea what Cheng Hao was referring to, he grabbed his phone and opened Weibo, eager to discover what had so stirred Cheng Hao's enthusiasm enough to call him at such an early hour. Upon opening Weibo, he first glanced at Cheng Hao's private account. Don't mistake infatuation for food. However, there was nothing particularly stimulating there. Cheng Hao hadn't posted much these past few days. Next, he checked Zhang Mingyang's account, but found nothing of note as well. As for Qin Feng himself, he rarely engaged with Weibo, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Then, he stumbled upon the trending topics. When Qin Feng saw the first trending topic, his expression turned quite strange. Upon reaching the second trending topic, he leapt out of bed in astonishment. What the heck? This can happen? He exclaimed in disbelief. The first trending topic read, Scumbag in bar spews disgusting truths. Video attached. The second, Mysterious handsome guy drinks at terrifying speed. 1 large cup in 10 seconds. Video attached. Instinctively, Qin Feng clicked on the second trending topic and opened the video. It was a rather brief 2-minute recording. However, the man who continuously raised his glass to drink was someone Qin Feng knew all too well. It was indeed him, although it was merely a profile view. Anyone familiar with Qin Feng could easily recognize him. Am I trending now? Qin Feng thought, feeling bemused. It was just a drink. Sure, he had consumed it rather quickly, but was it really necessary to make such a fuss? Nevertheless, he began to scroll through the comments below the video. Wow! This handsome guy has such a striking profile. He drinks powerfully. Is that even alcohol? Looks more like water to me. Don't kid around. Even if it were water, could you drink that much in one go? He should apply for a world record. 10 minutes. I want all the details about this handsome guy in the video. Most importantly, does he have a girlfriend? Well, even if he does, that's fine. The moment I saw him, I already thought of names for our future children. It's just a drink. Do you really need to be this excited? I could do it too. The comments on the video were fervent. Most expressed astonishment at the drinking speed displayed in the video. After all, few could drink as impressively as Chin Feng. Perhaps some competitive eaters could. But those genuine competitive eaters tended to be quite large, akin to sumo wrestlers, to have such a capacity. Yet, Chin Feng's physique was that of someone who regularly exercised and maintained a commendable shape. Thus, his extraordinary drinking speed was truly remarkable. Some questioned the authenticity of the video, but they were quickly shut down. After all, it was evident that the video was recorded in a bar, surrounded by numerous people cheering. If it were fake, the cost would be exorbitant. After watching his own video, Chin Feng shook his head. In this day and age, it seemed anything could go viral. He didn't dwell on it too much, fully aware that this video would soon be overshadowed by others. After all, he was not a celebrity or internet personality of significant weight. The trending topic was merely a fleeting amusement for others. However, the first trending topic piqued Chin Feng's interest immensely. If he guessed correctly, it must be related to Song Ningyu. He clicked on it, and indeed, the video showcased Song Ningyu under the influence of Chin Feng's truth serum, spilling a plethora of heartfelt confessions. The footage was meticulously recorded by someone adept at editing, providing a grand close-up of Song Ningyu's face, making him the focal point of the video. Every word spoken by Song Ningyu was displayed with subtitles, revealing, "Yes, I want to sleep with her. She is so naive, it's easy to deceive her. You heard me right, that statement was indeed my true feeling. My wife is in America. She has no idea about my situation." In the video, Chin Feng, Luo Yu, and Cheng Hao were all present, their conversations captured as well. However, the editor skillfully blurred their images while Song Ningyu stood out prominently as the central figure. After watching the video, Chin Feng's expression turned peculiar. Were it not for his knowledge that he hadn't summoned anyone to record, he might have suspected this was a deliberate setup against Song Ningyu. It was rather impressive. Glancing at the comments below the video, they were uniformly critical of Song Ningyu for being a scumbag. Ugh, scumbag, this is too real. How could he say such things? Disgusting. I thought I was a qualified scumbag until I saw this guy in the video. Please, anyone with skills, expose this guy. Such a scoundrel deserves to be punished. I recognize this scumbag. He works in the same office as I do. He seems so refined, but I never imagined he could be this vile. Let me spill the beans. His surname is Song, he works at XX company, and has had several dubious entanglements with women, while his wife abroad remains oblivious. After watching the video and the comments, Chin Feng realized that Song Ningyu was finished. No one could save him. At the very least, Song Ningyu would no longer be able to work in the country. After all, no company would willingly accept someone with such a scandal. He might even lose his job. The thought of Song Ningyu's impending misfortune made Chin Feng chuckle. He took great pleasure in this, given his disdain for Song Ningyu. After laughing for a while, Chin Feng noticed a persistent notification in his mind. Negative emotion value from Song Ningyu. 666. Negative emotion value from Song Ningyu. 666. The negative emotion values from Song Ningyu kept pouring in, surpassing even the previous night's tally. It was evident that Song Ningyu was now aware of the trending topic and must be in a considerable predicament. No doubt, he believed it to be Chin Feng's doing. Then, Chin Feng checked his own attribute panel regarding negative emotion values and was left astounded. Originally, he had a mere 50,400 negative emotion values. After a single night's sleep, it had astonishingly risen to 300,000. Chapter 22. A negative emotion value of 300,000. Chin Feng was taken aback. Upon seeing the post on Weibo, he anticipated that he would garner a substantial amount of negative emotion value from Song Ningyu. However, he never fathomed that the amount would be so exorbitant. 300,000. Compared to last night's 50,000, this was a staggering six-fold increase. It was simply overwhelming. This meant that in just one night, he had not merely earned 5 million, but an astonishing 30 million. Chin Feng felt a sense of disorientation. his mind flooded with visions of wealth. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. In his mind, the influx of negative emotion value from Song Ningyu continued to rise incessantly. It was evident that before the trending topic concluded, Qin Feng could harvest yet another wave of negative emotion value. After all, negative emotion value could be sustained. As long as Song Ningyu continued to dwell on these matters, evoking feelings of negativity, Qin Feng would enjoy a continuous stream of income. This trending topic was nothing short of an overnight fortune for Qin Feng. He himself was astonished. After a lengthy pause, Qin Feng gradually calmed his excited heart. However, as he observed the ever-increasing negative emotion value, curiosity began to take hold. Previously, he had only focused on the negative emotion value from Song Ningyu, but now he noticed that in addition to her, he was also receiving negative emotion value from Yao Bin and Luo Yu. Reflecting on Yao Bin, Qin Feng surmised that it must be due to the second trending topic and the events of last night, which had caused Yao Bin to lose face within their circle, thus providing him with a steady source of negative emotion value. However, what was the source of Luo Yu's negative emotion value? Qin Feng found this puzzling. When he returned last night, the negative emotion value he had received from Luo Yu had nearly dissipated. At that time, her mood had likely settled. After all, if anyone were to blame, it would be Song Ningyu, with whom he had no connection. But now, why had her negative emotion value surged again? Was it due to the trending topic? Qin Feng pondered, but quickly shook his head. That couldn't be the case, as she had not appeared on camera, and the trending topic had little to do with him. After much contemplation, Qin Feng could not decipher the origin of Luo Yu's negative emotion value. It could only be attributed to the peculiarities of a woman's thoughts, which were utterly inscrutable. Thus, he decided to abandon the matter. What he was contemplating now was whether to indulge in a round of lottery draws, given the substantial amount of negative emotion value he currently possessed. 300,000. That meant he could draw 30 times. Moreover, the negative emotion value was still climbing. He believed it would soon surpass 500,000. To draw or not to draw? Qin Feng mused, then made a decision: he would draw. After all, this negative emotion value was essentially a windfall. It would be unwise to hoard it for cash. Qin Feng was quite clear in his thoughts. The lottery could yield numerous marvelous items and various skills, which were invaluable for his personal enhancement. Something money could not buy. As for exchanging negative emotion value for cash, unless absolutely necessary, Qin Feng had no intention of redeeming it so quickly. It was better to save it up. Well then, let us start with a 10 draw. It was merely 100,000 negative emotion value, he muttered to himself. As for his previous resolution to abstain from the lottery, Qin Feng had long since discarded that notion. The allure of the lottery was too enticing. However, before proceeding with the lottery, Qin Feng inquired, "System, is there any discount for a 10 draw? Perhaps a complimentary skill or a guaranteed skill of my choosing?" He pondered whether he could coax some benefits from the system. Yet, the system remained silent, offering no response to Qin Feng's query. Qin Feng scoffed, as expected. A shrewd merchant. How deceptive. System. With no way to extract concessions from the system, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. He stated, "System, let us proceed with the lottery. I wish to redeem 10 opportunities for a 10 draw." The previously reticent system promptly responded, consuming 100,000 negative emotion value, successfully redeemed 1 lottery opportunity. Shall we commence the lottery? In an instant, Qin Feng's initial 300,000 negative emotion value was reduced to 200,000, having successfully redeemed 10 lottery opportunities. Without hesitation, he declared, "Begin the lottery. Let us go straight for the 10 draw, and simply inform me of the results." Following 2 prior lottery processes, Qin Feng had grown weary of watching the spinning wheel. He understood that the outcome was beyond his control. The appearance of the wheel was likely just a form of psychological comfort, merely allowing him to indulge in a fleeting visual thrill. The items he would receive held no bearing on his situation. Thus, Qin Feng opted not to watch, instructing the system to relay the final results instead. Nonetheless, the system remained somewhat traditional. The wheel continued to spin silently. Qin Feng did not watch, eagerly awaiting the results. Minutes later, the 10 draw concluded, and he received a notification from the system. "Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Master Chef in Chinese cuisine. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Advanced combat techniques. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Advanced jump rope. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Advanced long-distance running. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Advanced home appliance repair. Congratulations. You have acquired the item. Charm potion. Congratulations. You have acquired the item. Physique potion. Congratulations. You have acquired the item. A delicious Xiao Long Bao. Congratulations. You have acquired the item. A bus pass. Congratulations. You have acquired the item. $100 in cash. Upon witnessing the skills and items obtained from the 10 draw, Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. Qin Feng? Chapter 23. The 10 consecutive draws had concluded, yet the rewards bestowed upon Qin Feng left him utterly bewildered. Jump rope expertise? Advanced appliance repair? Such skills existed? If those were somewhat comprehensible, the subsequent items drawn truly shattered Qin Feng's composure. A delectable soup dumpling? A bus card? 100 yuan in cash. System. Come forth and explain yourself. Qin Feng could no longer contain his frustration. What kind of rubbish was this draw yielding? The system replied with an air of calmness. The lottery can yield a variety of wondrous items and skills. All of these are randomized. Qin Feng retorted. Haha, to draw a soup dumpling is indeed extraordinary. And jump rope. Even elementary school students no longer engage in such games. Qin Feng felt utterly deflated. If this system had a physical form, he would have relished the opportunity to drag it out and give it a thorough beating, allowing it to truly grasp his current sentiments. At that moment, the system kindly reminded him, "Would you like to accept these skills and items?" With a darkened expression, Qin Feng replied, "Accept." Although he felt utterly befuddled, the lottery was over, and the results were irreversible. The system would not benevolently refund any negative emotion points. Thus, Qin Feng resigned himself to the outcomes of this lottery. Moreover, this round of 10 consecutive draws was not entirely devoid of value. Aside from a few disappointments, the remaining skills and items appeared satisfactory. As Qin Feng confirmed his acceptance, 10 luminous orbs suddenly erupted from the lottery wheel, merging into his mind. Qin Feng's entire being trembled as a multitude of memories flooded in memories of his childhood practice in Chinese cuisine, martial arts, jump rope, long-distance running, and appliance repair. In that moment, Qin Feng felt as though, with a jump rope in hand, he could leap into eternity. Coughing to dispel such thoughts, Qin Feng shook his head. While the other skills were not particularly noteworthy, he was primarily focused on mastering Chinese culinary arts and advanced martial techniques. In the past, he could prepare a few simple dishes, but they were merely home-cooked meals, hardly worthy of praise. However, now Qin Feng felt he had transformed into a true Chinese chef, effortlessly crafting any dish. His culinary prowess was likely on par with, if not superior to, that of renowned banquet chefs. Then there was the advanced martial technique. Qin Feng felt that he could effortlessly take on 10 opponents without breaking a sweat. Alas, if only this skill had come to him sooner. Perhaps he would have been more prudent last night instead of drinking with Yao Bin and the others, he mused. Although martial skills may not hold great practicality in today's society, they still proved invaluable in certain situations. Subsequently, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the 5 other items he had received, particularly the 2 potions. Charm potion. Consuming it permanently enhances charm, increasing attraction to the opposite sex by 30%. Physique potion. Consuming it permanently enhances physical constitution, improving overall bodily quality by 30%. Potion activation method. Mental command. Upon reviewing the effects of these 2 potions, Qin Feng's spirits lifted considerably. These potions were tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he activated both potions. Use. Target. Myself. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt his entire being strengthen in every conceivable way. After all, the physique potion enhanced his overall bodily quality, simultaneously boosting strength, speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility. Such improvements were priceless. Regrettably, he had only drawn 1 physique potion. If he could have drawn several more, 100% enhancement would surely make him a veritable superhuman, he lamented. Afterward, Qin Feng rushed to the washroom, gazing into the mirror to assess the effects of the charm potion. His features remained unchanged, yet an indescribable aura now enveloped him, rendering him quite captivating. Even Qin Feng was astonished by the transformation he had undergone. This was indeed the effect of the charm potion, remarkably enchanting. Then, he turned his attention to the final 3 items, which left him utterly speechless. They lay on the table before him. A delectable soup dumpling, which indeed smelled delightful. Qin Feng picked it up with chopsticks and took a bite. It was the best soup dumpling he had ever tasted, yet, no matter how delicious, it would eventually be consumed and gone. Next was the bus card. Upon inspection, he discovered it still contained 50 yuan. However, he hadn't taken a bus in many years. The card was utterly useless, so he discarded it without a second glance. Lastly, he silently placed the 100 yuan in his wallet for future dining needs. The assessment of his rewards from the 10 consecutive draws had concluded, leaving him resolute in not desiring another lottery for the foreseeable future. He would hold on to those negative emotion points for now. After finishing the delicious soup dumpling, Qin Feng stepped out, heading towards Shuk Clinic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xiaoxiao had received early in the morning the information Yao Bin had sent her regarding Qin Feng, one of the owners of Shuk Clinic. He was also a distinguished dentist. Most importantly, he was currently single. Wow, a quality man. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she perused the information. She quickly got up, donned what she deemed a trendy and adorable outfit, grabbed her keys, and hurried off to Shuk Clinic. Chapter 24. At 9:30 in the morning, Qin Feng arrived at the Shuk Clinic. As he passed the reception, he casually inquired of the receptionist, "Have Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang arrived yet?" Upon recognizing Qin Feng, the receptionist immediately stood up and replied, "Dr. Qin, neither Dr. Cheng nor Dr. Zhang has arrived yet." "I see." Qin Feng nodded, deciding not to ask any further questions, and proceeded to his office. However, just a few steps away, he overheard the excited whispers of the 2 receptionists behind him. "Dr. Qin. He seems a bit different today. Indeed, he appears even more handsome and charismatic today. I used to think Dr. Cheng was more attractive, but now I realize I was mistaken. When I saw Dr. Qin just now, I even thought of names for our future children." At this, Qin Feng paused, nearly stumbling over his own feet. Are girls nowadays so unabashedly direct? He was still within earshot. The 2 receptionists continued their unabashed discussion. However, this also indirectly confirmed the potent effects of the charm potion. That 30% increase in charisma was indeed formidable. In the past, such comments would have been unimaginable from these young ladies, most of whom were devoted fans of Cheng Hao. Choosing to ignore their chatter, Qin Feng entered his office and changed into his work attire. As the clinic's premier dentist, he had a considerable workload, with numerous appointments awaiting him. He did not mind this aspect, having been a dentist in his previous life and accustomed to the routine. Yet, as he sat in his office, he contemplated the financial benefits of being a dentist and one of the clinic's partners. Reflecting on the negative emotional values he had accrued over the past few days, he realized they could easily surpass his earnings as a top dentist. Thus, he pondered whether to continue his dental practice. After a moment's thought, he decided to take it one step at a time, for aside from his dental duties, he had little else to occupy his time. If other commitments arose in the future, the clinic's operation would become inconsequential. After all, he was not in dire need of money at this point. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Qin Feng answered it. "What is it?" The voice of the receptionist came through. "Dr. Qin, there are several guests who wish to see you." "Several?" Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. "Are they male or female?" "They're all female," the receptionist replied. "They specifically requested you, stating that they don't want any other dentists in the clinic." Qin Feng was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar request. After all, there were other dentists at the Shuk Clinic. It was quite unusual for a group of women to come in specifically to see him. Nevertheless, as guests seeking dental care, he thought it best to oblige. "Please bring them to my office," he instructed. "Understood. I'll bring them right in," the receptionist responded. Before long, the receptionist opened the door to Qin Feng's office, ushering in 4 young women, each impeccably dressed and carrying designer handbags. Upon seeing them, Qin Feng instinctively wondered if they had mistaken him for someone else, perhaps looking for Zhang Mingyang, who was known for his flirtatious demeanor and extensive connections with women. The receptionist, too, appeared bewildered, sensing that this situation was out of character for Qin Feng. However, she tactfully refrained from asking further questions and exited the office as soon as she had brought the guests in. Once the door closed, Qin Feng cleared his throat and addressed the four women with curiosity. "Are you all here to see me for dental care?" "Of course, we came to see you," they replied in unison, advancing toward him with bright eyes, clearly intrigued by him. Seeing their eagerness, Qin Feng realized that these young ladies were not there for dental reasons. "Well then," he said directly, "if you have something to discuss, please do so. I don't have much time as I have other appointments scheduled." It was not that Qin Feng was oblivious to their intentions. Rather, these girls, despite their fashionable appearance, did not align with his personal preferences. Unaware of Qin Feng's thoughts, the girls, realizing their motives had been uncovered, decided to abandon their pretense. They pulled out their phones, opened Weibo, and presented a video of Qin Feng drinking from the previous night. With cheerful expressions, they said, "We just found you amusing and wanted to come meet you." Upon seeing the video, Qin Feng understood their intentions. "But how did you find your way here?" he inquired curiously. While the video showcased his profile, only those familiar with him would recognize him. Moreover, although he had recently trended online, his identity had not been widely circulated. "It's easy to find you," one girl remarked casually. Qin Feng was taken aback. Was it really that simple to locate him? Just then, the phone on his desk rang again. Upon answering, the receptionist's voice, tinged with surprise, came through. "Dr. Qin, 2 more girls are here, requesting to see you and specifying they want you to assist them with their dental needs." Qin Feng was astonished. What on earth? The surprises continued as more girls arrived, all seeking him out with remarkable precision. It was evident that these young women were familiar with one another, each stylishly dressed and exuding an air of affluence, resembling daughters of wealthy families. Chapter 25. Upon observing the multitude of young women seeking his attention, Qin Feng was suddenly struck by the realization that the situation was far from simple. Could it be the allure of the charm potion that caused this? He found himself perplexed. However, that did not seem plausible, as he had only acquired the potion that very morning, and these ladies had evidently been aware of him long before their arrival. Inside the office, Qin Feng surveyed the group of young women before him, feeling overwhelmed. Yet when he inquired about their purpose, they insisted they had come for dental checkups, each feigning discomfort with their teeth or expressing a desire for a cleaning. Nevertheless, their gazes were fixated on Qin Feng, unwavering in their attention. "Dear ladies, you see, my clinic is rather small, and I am unable to attend to so many patients simultaneously. Perhaps you could fill out a form, obtain a membership card, and make an appointment for a later date when I can attend to you properly?" Qin Feng suggested. "Getting a membership card sounds fine, but when do you finish work? Dr. Qin, how about we grab a drink later?" A tall young woman inquired with a smile. This remark swiftly ignited discontent among the other women. "Why should you go with him? It should be with me," one protested. "Indeed, we arrived first, and Dr. Qin is meant to see us before anyone else." Another chimed in, and a spirited debate ensued, although no one resorted to physical confrontation. Qin Feng felt a headache coming on. This was quite the scene with these spirited ladies. After a while, he decided it was best to vacate the premises. If this continued, they might very well dismantle him and divide him among themselves. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Therefore, taking advantage of their distraction, he slipped out of the office without even changing his clothes. Upon exiting, he encountered a group of female nurses from the clinic, all gathered together with expressions of curiosity and excitement, gazing in the direction of his office. As soon as they spotted him, they rushed forward with questions. "Dr. Qin, what's going on? Who were those girls? Why were they looking for you? Why did you leave? What were they saying inside?" Their faces were filled with gossiping enthusiasm, clearly intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Wait," Qin Feng exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I don't know. I'm leaving now. Please keep an eye on them for me. If they still wish to see a dentist, direct them to another doctor. If it becomes unmanageable, fetch Zhang Mingyang." He will surely know how to handle it. With that, Qin Feng hastily departed, leaving the nurses in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances among themselves. As he walked, Qin Feng lowered his head and opened Weibo, pondering whether someone had divulged his information online, prompting all these young women to seek him out. However, upon checking, he found that the trending topic regarding his drinking escapade had significantly cooled down. Most viewers were merely impressed by his drinking prowess, showing little interest in his personal details, let alone exposing any of his private information. In contrast, the trending topic about Song Ningyu was gaining traction, with reports indicating that he had hastily departed the country to return to his corporate headquarters. After a cursory glance at Weibo, Qin Feng was further perplexed. If no one had leaked his information, then from where had these young women come? Ding! The elevator arrived at the underground parking garage, and as he prepared to exit, a petite figure dashed inside, colliding with him. Bang! The small figure collided with Qin Feng, startling him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, grasping her to prevent her from tumbling to the ground. His physique had indeed strengthened considerably since their last encounter. Are you all right? Qin Feng asked urgently. Do you really think I'm fine? The petite figure clutched her forehead, glaring fiercely at him, seemingly ready to engage in a debate. However, upon catching sight of Qin Feng, her demeanor transformed, shifting from confrontational to feeble. I feel dizzy, she murmured softly, leaning against him for support. Qin Feng was taken aback upon recognizing her. It was Chu Xiaoxiao. The rapid shift in her demeanor made perfect sense. Her fierce exterior was merely a facade she maintained in public. He had not anticipated that she would find her way to his location, clearly in search of him. Under normal circumstances, he might have enjoyed teasing her about her sudden display of vulnerability. However, after the earlier encounter with the throng of women, Qin Feng merely wished to escape the clinic and evade any further attention. They often said 3 women could create a drama. Today, there were far too many to count, enough for an entire television series. With a resigned expression, he helped her up and said, Enough of the charade. You're here for me, aren't you? Let us step outside to converse. This is not the place for discussions.
Que Xiaoxiao looked startled.
Lifting her gaze to meet his. You know me? How did you know I was looking for you? Not really, Qin Feng replied, feigning ignorance. He gestured towards the upper floor and added, You're the 13th person to come looking for me today. Wait, before you continue, I think I have more questions than you do. Let's leave this place first and find somewhere to sit down and talk, Qin Feng suggested. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoxiao, he sensed that today's events were somehow connected to her. Choosing not to drive his own car, he requested Chu Xiaoxiao to take her small vehicle and drive him a few kilometers away to a quiet CAF. Chapter 26 What? Why are so many women looking for you today? Chu Xiaoxiao asked incredulously as they sat across from each other in the CAF, absorbing the tale of the day's events at the clinic. You're not suggesting I'm juggling multiple relationships and have been caught, are you? She eyed him skeptically. Your imagination is quite vivid, Qin Feng replied, exasperation evident on his face. If that were the case, I might concede, but the truth is, I don't know any of those women. Without further ado on this topic, Qin Feng addressed Chu Xiaoxiao. Since you have come to find me, I believe this matter must pertain to you. Perhaps you know those women.
Impossible.
Chu Xiaoxiao immediately refuted. The sisters I know could never be so infatuated. They are all pursued by many admirers. However, as she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, as if a thought suddenly struck her. Specifically, after Qin Feng's departure last night, numerous women at the bar had openly displayed their interest in him. Moreover, even before the video of that night was uploaded to Weibo, it had already circulated within her social circle. Given that Yao Bin was also a participant in that event, it stood to reason that if Chu Xiaoxiao could inquire about Qin Feng from Yao Bin, then her friends could do the same. Wait a moment. Chu Xiaoxiao pulled out her phone, swiftly scrolling through her moments to find some selfies of her friends. She then presented her phone to Qin Feng, saying, Take a look. Are these them? Upon seeing the first image, which featured 4 women, Qin Feng instantly recognized them. These 4 were among those who sought me out today. He continued to peruse the images. This one, and these others. Indeed, All the women who had approached him that day were acquaintances of Chu Xiaoxiao, members of her social circle. Qin Feng regarded Chu Xiaoxiao with an expression of incredulity. You must confess, these women were sent by you today? Not me. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head in denial. Absolutely not. How could I possibly bring them here? She thought to herself, I am not foolish enough to invite so many rivals into my life. Simultaneously, she found it perplexing that these proud sisters would suddenly turn so infatuated. How did they even know I was at the Shuk clinic? And how did you find me? Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiaoxiao, needing clarification, as the situation was troubling him greatly. Chu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. She could not admit that she had been captivated by Qin Feng's charm, and had specifically asked Yao Bin for information about him, arriving early that morning to seek him out. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Chu Xiaoxiao's mind. She realized the reason her friends had come looking for Qin Feng. I understand now, she declared. It must be one of my friends. Who? Qin Feng inquired. Do you remember that person from last night? The one who had a drinking contest with you?
Que Xiaoxiao asked.
You mean?
Yao Bin?
Qin Feng recalled vividly. The realization dawned upon him. It was indeed Yao Bin. Qin Feng had some knowledge of Yao Bin's impressive background and extensive connections. Investigating someone's identity would be a trivial matter for him, particularly since he had shared drinks with Yao Bin and Zhang Mingyang the previous night. Yet, the idea of Yao Bin inviting so many women to seek him out struck Qin Feng as rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Chu Xiaoxiao asserted, That's right, it's definitely him. You see, after drinking with you last night, he admired you greatly, and as a result, he praised you to the skies within our circle. Hence, so many sisters have come to find you, each one captivated by you. Qin Feng was taken aback. Yao Bin admired him? He could easily discern that Chu Xiaoxiao was spinning tales. However, he chose not to expose her deception. Ultimately, he was relieved to discover that the women who had sought him out were indeed connected to Chu Xiaoxiao, rather than any other chaotic circumstances. Well, I have no interest in the peculiarities of your circle, Qin Feng stated to Chu Xiaoxiao. I only ask one favor. Please ask your friends to refrain from bothering me at my clinic. If they genuinely wish to see a dentist, they should make an appointment properly. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at his words. Do you not find them appealing? What a strange line of thought. Nevertheless, noticing Chu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Qin Feng candidly replied, I simply do not think I am suitable for any of your friends. In truth, he had not found any of them appealing at all. All right, I understand, Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, breaking into a charming smile that revealed her cute little tiger teeth. I promise they will not trouble you again. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao in such a state, Qin Feng, based on his understanding of her, realized all too well. He had caught the attention of the enchanting Chu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 27. What does it mean to be noticed by Chu Xiaoxiao? With Chu Xiaoxiao's clever and quirky personality as a young lady, it is foreseeable that in the future, Qin Feng will undoubtedly find himself closely entangled with her. To be honest, Qin Feng has a certain fondness for Chu Xiaoxiao, who is spirited and fiercely passionate. However, it is precisely because he understands her well that he does not feel elated by her attention. Rather, he finds it somewhat bothersome. After all, apart from other considerations, there is Andy, who resides on the same floor as Chu Xiaoxiao. If Qin Feng were to develop a relationship with her, what would become of his friendship with Andy? They would inevitably encounter each other frequently. When faced with a choice between Andy and Chu Xiaoxiao, Qin Feng would undoubtedly choose Andy. Of course, Qin Feng might wish to boast that adults never have to choose. They can have it all. Perhaps in the future, if circumstances allow, he would indeed relish the prospect of having both. Yet for the present, such thoughts remain mere fantasies, especially since he has only just met Andy once and left a rather poor impression. Regardless, Qin Feng is resolutely determined not to provoke Chu Xiaoxiao. He intends to keep his distance as much as possible. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao placed her phone in front of Qin Feng. What is this? He asked, perplexed. Chu Xiaoxiao blinked playfully and said, Add me on WeChat. Leave your number. Simple and direct, this has always been her way of doing things. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he gently replied, Miss Chu, if you ever have a toothache or something, feel free to come to my clinic. As for adding me on WeChat or leaving your number, He pushed her phone back toward her. Chu Xiaoxiao blinked again and asked, "Do I look ugly?" Qin Feng shook his head and honestly replied, "No, you are quite attractive." Chu Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him. "Am I not adorable?" Qin Feng cleared his throat. "Well, you are quite cute." Chu Xiaoxiao took a sip of her coffee and softly said, "Am I unreasonable?" "No, you are very reasonable." This was a matter of life and death, and Qin Feng certainly could not say otherwise. Moreover, looking back at Chu Xiaoxiao's previous actions, she may have been a bit willful at times, but she is indeed quite sensible and not often unreasonable. "Then why don't you quickly add me on WeChat and leave your number?"
Que Xiaoxiao insisted.
Pushing her phone toward him once more, Qin Feng felt cornered. With the conversation reaching this point, he could hardly refuse and reluctantly added her on WeChat, leaving his phone number as well. Chu Xiaoxiao cheerfully tucked her phone away and said, "Dr. Qin, are you free tonight? Let us go to a bar. My friends are quite interested in you. They said it was a pity they couldn't get to know you properly last night." As for the bar from last night, Qin Feng had no desire to go. Not only was he generally uninterested in such lively venues, but the video from last night had already made him a hot topic online. There was no way he would return there. As for meeting Chu Xiaoxiao's friends, although they were a group of somewhat influential young heirs, Qin Feng had no intention of getting to know them. Thus, he shook his head and said, "I won't be going to the bar. Perhaps I can meet your friends some other time." After saying this, Qin Feng stood up and addressed Chu Xiaoxiao, "Miss Chu, since everything is clear now, I shall take my leave. We can talk again when the opportunity arises." Qin Feng initially expected Chu Xiaoxiao to insist he stay, but to his surprise, she nodded understandingly and said, "All right, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave." He was momentarily taken aback but said nothing further. After settling the bill with the waiter, he departed. Watching him leave, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, muttering, "How can someone as charming as me have no effect on him at all?" Chu Xiaoxiao could tell that Qin Feng's reluctance to engage with her was genuine and not an act. Yet this only piqued her interest further. She, Chu Xiaoxiao, would never give up halfway. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Chu Xiaoxiao retrieved her phone again and swiftly dialed Yao Bin's number.
Ja bin.
Upon answering, she erupted, "What is going on at Shuk Clinic?" On the other end, Yao Bin was bewildered, unsure of what Chu Xiaoxiao was referring to. "Why did Kong Kong and Lon Lon go to Shuk Clinic to find my Dr. Qin today? You must explain this to me." Previously, Chu Xiaoxiao had attributed the situation to Yao Bin, but that was merely a hasty excuse. She understood that, regardless of the circumstances, Yao Bin was involved. Hence, she confronted him after Qin Feng's departure. Upon hearing the mention of Shuk Clinic and Dr. Qin, Yao Bin immediately grasped what she meant. Recalling last night's events, he instinctively shivered. "Chu Xiaoxiao, you surely can't be developing feelings for that Qin fellow. Can you? What else could it be? He is quite exceptional. It is only natural for me to take an interest."
Que Xiaoxiao retorted.
Yao Bin, stop deflecting. Did you inform Kong Kong and Lon Lon about him and encourage them to seek out my Dr. Qin? Yao Bin replied helplessly, "It doesn't really concern me. Just like you, they began asking me for information about Qin Feng last night. They are all good friends, and I couldn't very well keep it from them."
Ja bin.
Que Xiaoxiao exclaimed Dinangé.
"You are just creating rivals for me. A whole dozen of them, no less. We are far from finished." Yao Bin could only remain silent. Chapter 28. After a moment's thought, Chu Xiaoxiao spoke again. "I am giving you a chance to redeem yourself." "What kind of chance?" Yao Bin asked cautiously. "You remember what happened last night, right?" Chu Xiaoxiao said. Yao Bin could not possibly forget. It was the most embarrassing moment of his life in the bar scene, a significant blemish on his record. "Chu Xiaoxiao, what are you planning?"
Ja bin senset abat omen.
"I have gathered sufficient information about last night's incident. You were in the wrong from the start, meddling with someone else's friends. Moreover, you owe Dr. Qin 16 drinks. Given this, don't you think you should express your gratitude to him?" Yao Bin stammered, "All right, this is something that can't be discussed over the phone. I'll come over to your shop to talk." Having said that, Chu Xiaoxiao hung up and smiled mischievously, a plan already forming in her mind to win over Qin Feng. Next, she called a few of her sisters still at Shuk Clinic and laid down the law. "Kong Kong, Lon Lon, do not bother my Dr. Qin at Shuk Clinic anymore. He is now mine." Furthermore, warn others not to set their sights on him, or they will face my wrath. Though Chu Xiaoxiao had recently returned from abroad, her standing among her friends was formidable. Upon learning that she had taken an interest in Qin Feng, early in the morning, the young ladies who flocked to Shuk Clinic in search of Qin Feng could only sigh and leave the clinic one by one.
Un lik que Xiaoxiao.
They did not possess the same unwavering determination. Subsequently, Chu Xiaoxiao hummed a little tune as she leisurely departed from the CF, her mood evidently quite buoyant. Suddenly, Qin Feng found himself taken aback by the influx of negative emotional values emanating from Yao Bin. What was happening? Previously, the negative emotional values from Yao Bin were sporadic and relatively low, merely reflecting a fleeting shadow of last night's drinking escapade. However, the sudden spike in these values puzzled him. Considering he had just parted ways with Chu Xiaoxiao, he speculated that this must be related to her. He wondered what Chu Xiaoxiao might have said to Yao Bin after his departure that could provoke such a reaction. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. He simply summoned a taxi to return to the clinic. After all, he had forgotten that he had arrived in Chu Xiaoxiao's car, leaving his own vehicle at the clinic. Dressed in his pristine white work attire, he was bound to attract curious glances from passers-by. Thus, despite his reluctance to return to the clinic at this moment, he had to retrieve his car. 10 minutes later, upon arriving outside the clinic, he noticed that the young ladies who had previously visited had all departed. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, they were gone. Truth be told, he had harbored some concern about encountering them while retrieving his car. Women themselves are not intimidating, but a group of them certainly can be, especially when he had no interest in them whatsoever. With the coast clear, Qin Feng felt he could safely return to the clinic. However, before doing so, he took the precaution of messaging the receptionist to confirm that all the young ladies had indeed left. Only after receiving confirmation did he re-enter the clinic. Upon his return, he discovered that the female nurses and 2 on-duty dentists were gathered at the front desk, engrossed in a rather animated discussion. It appeared they had been waiting for his arrival. As soon as Qin Feng stepped in, they surrounded him, their curiosity palpable. "Dr. Qin, you're back. What was your relationship with those young ladies?" They inquired eagerly. Each of them signed up for our clinic's premium membership before leaving. They mentioned they would return to see you again. The nurse's inquisitiveness was evidently more pronounced than when Qin Feng had departed earlier. At that moment, Qin Feng felt overwhelmed by a surge of negative emotions, unsure of where to begin in explaining the situation. Even if he insisted that he had no connection to those young ladies, it was likely that the nurses would remain skeptical. Thus, he opted for silence and slipped into his office, leaving them to speculate as they pleased. After spending some time in his office, he decided to call Cheng Hao. "Has Zhang Mingyang woken up yet?" he asked, recalling that Zhang had stayed over at Cheng's place after a night of heavy drinking. Zhang was still asleep, causing a delay in Cheng's arrival at the clinic. "Yes, he just woke up. We're on our way to the clinic now," Cheng replied. "Great, wait for us. I have something to discuss," Qin Feng instructed. Half an hour later, Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang arrived at the clinic. Upon entering Qin Feng's office, they exchanged peculiar glances with him, clearly having heard the gossip from the nurses about the day's events. "What's the story with those young ladies?" Cheng Hao inquired curiously. "You didn't summon us just to figure out how to handle today's situation, did you?" Zhang Mingyang chimed in with a bemused expression. "We might be experienced, but tackling a whole group is a different challenge altogether. They have no connection to me, so let us not dwell on that." Qin Feng, exasperated by their teasing, replied, "I called you here to discuss the individuals who caused trouble for Lao Zhang last night." Chapter 29. Last night, those who accompanied Zhang Mingyang to the bar were the ones who instigated trouble, ultimately leaving him to bear the brunt of it alone. Had it not been for Qin Feng and Cheng Hao's timely arrival, Zhang Mingyang might have ended up in the hospital from excessive drinking. Qin Feng had asserted that he would seek justice for Zhang Mingyang, but both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang had initially dismissed his words as mere drunken bravado, considering that those troublemakers were significant clients of their clinic. "Old Qin, Zhang Mingyang hesitated. "I believe this matter isn't as dire as it seems. Perhaps we should let it go. I can endure a little hardship, but it would be detrimental to our clinic's business." Although he had agreed last night, it was under the influence of alcohol. Now, with a clearer mind, he was more rational. Qin Feng turned to Cheng Hao. What do you think? Cheng Hao replied, I understand old Zhang's concerns and empathize with his feelings, for these clients were not easily won over. However, from my perspective, I would rather forego these orders than witness old Zhang suffer such indignities. Zhang Mingyang wanted to interject, but Qin Feng comprehended his sentiments. After all, in the pursuit of financial gain, who hasn't endured a bit of grievance? Compared to last night, there were certainly worse fates. Yet, the past was the past. Now, Qin Feng was unwilling to allow his brother to endure such humiliation. Thus, Qin Feng declared, Old Zhang, you need not say more. I understand your intentions. However, I am resolute in seeking retribution for you. I absolutely refuse to accept any of their orders. Let them find someone else to bother. Furthermore, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Pausing momentarily, he continued, Old Zhang, since they forced you to drink and then abandoned you, they must also experience the consequences of excessive drinking themselves. Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang looked at Qin Feng, eager to learn his plan. Qin Feng instructed, Old Zhang, please contact them and arrange to meet for drinks again tonight. As for the orders, we can address that tomorrow. Zhang Mingyang nodded, all right, no problem. At that moment, Zhang Mingyang refrained from further protest. Since both Cheng Hao and Qin Feng shared this sentiment, he felt no need to be obstinate. He was not overly fixated on money. A simple plan to restore Zhang Mingyang's reputation was thus established. Subsequently, he went out to contact those individuals from the previous night. The office was left with only Qin Feng and Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao sat across from Qin Feng, grinning. Old Qin, what are your thoughts on those two trending topics today? Qin Feng shrugged. Regarding the first, I can only say it brings a sense of relief. As for myself, I am somewhat surprised, but that is all. Although the drinking video had gained traction online, it was merely a side profile, which did not significantly impact Qin Feng. Even if recognized, it was merely a matter of drinking, nothing more. I'm not concerned about your drinking video. I couldn't care less about it, Qin Feng remarked. Cheng Hao rolled his eyes. I meant that scumbag. On my way here, I checked Weibo, and the latest news says he has already boarded a flight out of the country. Aren't you thrilled? Qin Feng shrugged. What is there to be thrilled about? Let him go. Keep pretending, Cheng Hao retorted. I'm merely offering a sincere suggestion. You should seek out Luo Yu today and offer her some comfort. After a night of cooling off, she certainly won't give you the cold shoulder again. In fact, she might even express gratitude for your chivalrous act last night, leading to a favorable impression. When it came to matters of romance, Cheng Hao spoke with great confidence, despite having only experienced a fleeting, unrequited love without any real romantic expertise. After a moment, Cheng Hao stroked his chin and mused. Perhaps when she arrives today, she will already have developed a fondness for you and be waiting for you to approach her. Stop spinning your theories about romance. I have no interest in your advice, Qin Feng replied, rolling his eyes. Qin Feng did not believe a word of Cheng Hao's assertions. He was acutely aware of the negative sentiments emanating from Luo Yu, albeit faint. This slight negativity indicated that she still held little affection for him. If he acted on Cheng Hao's advice and foolishly approached Luo Yu, it might only exacerbate her negative feelings. After all, Luo Yu was unlike ordinary girls. She had ventured abroad alone long ago, relying solely on herself to navigate a foreign land. Thus, Qin Feng decided it would be prudent to wait until Luo Yu had fully calmed her emotions before approaching her. Seeing Qin Feng's stance, Cheng Hao shrugged. All right then, as long as you're content. At that moment, Zhang Mingyang re-entered, evidently having completed his calls. However, his expression was far from cheerful. Cheng Hao inquired, what's wrong? Zhang Mingyang cursed under his breath. Those guys are clearly feeling guilty. Each claimed to be unavailable. No matter what I said, it was futile. They even hung up on me. Cheng Hao speculated. Perhaps they are intimidated by their encounter with Yao Bin last night. They may be too afraid to go out for drinks in the coming days. Qin Feng was surprised by their cowardice. If that's the case, let them remain intimidated for a few days. We will settle the score later, he said. The trio believed that those cowardly individuals would not dare to show their faces for several days. However, they were unaware that, later that afternoon, events would take an unexpected turn. The troublemakers reached out to Zhang Mingyang one by one, expressing sincere apologies for the previous night's incident. Chapter 30. Upon learning of this matter, both Qin Feng and Chang Hao were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? They turned their gaze towards Zhang Mingyang, who shrugged his shoulders and wore a perplexed expression. Unlike Qin Feng and Chang Hao, Zhang Mingyang possessed a deeper understanding of those individuals. These individuals had always been exceedingly arrogant and often compelled Zhang Mingyang to treat them. Moreover, they had previously dismissed Shuk Clinic entirely. After all, in their eyes, there were numerous dental clinics besides Shuk Clinic. This was evident from the previous night. Did they harbor some ulterior motive? Zhang Mingyang pondered, particularly since they had ignored his calls earlier that morning. Their sudden change of heart and the humility in their demeanor felt rather odd to him. Chang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, "Why not give them another call to gauge their intentions? Indeed, old Zhang, perhaps you should reach out to them again." Qin Feng concurred with Chang Hao's proposition. After all, they had initially considered scheming against each other. Yet within a mere afternoon, the attitude of those individuals had undergone a complete reversal. Anyone would find this peculiar. If they did not clarify the situation, they might inadvertently leap from one pit into another. Just as Zhang Mingyang prepared to dial those individuals once more, Qin Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chu Xiaoxiao. Uncertain of her intentions for calling at this moment, he contemplated and ultimately chose not to answer, adhering to his resolution to maintain some distance from her to avoid embroiling himself in complications. As soon as Qin Feng hung up, Chu Xiaoxiao sent him a voice message via WeChat. Frustrated, he thought that had he known she would be so persistent, he would have refrained from giving her his number or adding her on WeChat. Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged knowing smiles, observing Qin Feng's exasperated expression. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feng asked, bewildered. "Come on, admit it. Where did you meet this girl?" Zhang Mingyang inquired curiously. "I didn't meet anyone," Qin Feng replied. "She approached me herself." "Oh," Zhang Mingyang elongated his tone, chuckling. "I see. I understand you. You understand nothing. Do you think I'm like you, driven by base instincts?" Qin Feng retorted disdainfully. At that moment, Chang Hao interjected, "Zhang Mingyang, have you noticed that ever since a couple of days ago, old Qin's luck with women seems to have been unceasing? There was Luo Yu from the bar on the top floor of the Sate Hotel, and the video from the bar last night made old Qin quite popular online, with many girls expressing their admiration for him, not to mention the dozen or so girls who showed up at our clinic this morning." Chang Hao meticulously recounted the encounters Qin Feng had experienced over the past few days, astonished by the sheer number of women. Zhang Mingyang was equally astonished. "Wow, I hadn't realized, old Qin. You're even more impressive than I am, and I was the one making moves, while these girls are practically throwing themselves at you, and you're not even interested." Qin Feng, feeling exasperated, replied, "Can you two not divert the conversation further? Zhang Mingyang, just make the call already. We can discuss this later, but what we are most curious about is this girl who keeps messaging you. Who is she and what is she saying?" "Indeed. I am quite curious as well," Chang Hao added. "It's nothing." Qin Feng quietly tucked his phone away. Although he had no idea what Chu Xiaoxiao had sent him, he was certain he wouldn't let Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao find out. "Listen, old Qin, you can't keep acting this way," Zhang Mingyang advised with the wisdom of experience. "If you continue ignoring her calls and messages, she might just come looking for you." Qin Feng shook his head, asserting, "That's impossible. I just saw her today. Even if she is interested, she wouldn't come looking for me immediately after our meeting, right?" At that moment, the phone on Qin Feng's desk rang. Zhang Mingyang, quick on the uptake, pressed the speakerphone button. The voice of the receptionist echoed, "Dr. Qin, there is a Miss Chu Xiaoxiao here to see you. She just called and sent you a message." "What? She just shows up like that?" Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at Zhang Mingyang. Chang Hao was equally astonished. "Zhang Mingyang, your words have some weight. Whatever you say seems to come true." Zhang Mingyang shrugged nonchalantly. "What can I say? It's just the wisdom of experience. You should believe it." He then addressed the receptionist on the phone. "Please bring her in." After hanging up without giving Qin Feng a chance to interject, he remarked, "Old Qin, now that she has found her way here, let us see how you plan to hide." Qin Feng could only sigh, realizing Zhang Mingyang was stirring the pot. A few minutes later, in Qin Feng's office, The receptionist ushered in Chu Xiaoxiao, who was not alone. Trailing behind her was a man wearing a backward baseball cap. This individual was none other than Yao Bin, someone all three of them recognized well and remembered vividly. Zhang Mingyang's expression became somewhat uncomfortable, likely recalling the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Chang Hao maintained their composure, observing the visibly uneasy Yao Bin.
Ignoring Yao Bin.
Chu Xiaoxiao approached Qin Feng directly, placing her hands on his desk, and exclaimed, "Why didn't you answer my calls or respond to my messages? I sent you so many voice notes." Qin Feng, unfazed, replied, "Is that so? I didn't hear them just now. My phone is set to silent mode while I work." As he spoke, he quickly retrieved his phone, adjusting the volume to silent mode with swift motions. Then, feigning surprise, he looked at his phone and said to Chu Xiaoxiao, "My apologies. I only just noticed." Beside him, Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang couldn't help but slightly wince at Qin Feng's disingenuous response, internally judging him. "You weren't saying that just now." However, they chose not to expose Qin Feng's ruse, instead providing him with support. Zhang Mingyang coughed lightly, stating, "Miss, we can vouch for him. We were just here discussing some matters, and Qin Feng truly was unaware of your calls and messages." Chang Hao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I can attest to that as well." To be continued. Chapter 31. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao's explanations, Chu Xiaoxiao's previously furious expression momentarily faltered. Subsequently, an awkward yet polite smile graced her face as she realized the situation. "Miss Chu, is there something you wish to discuss?" Qin Feng inquired, attempting to ease the palpable tension in the room. At the same time, he cast a curious glance at Yao Bin, pondering why Chu Xiaoxiao had brought him along. On this note, Chu Xiaoxiao perked up. "I came to see you because there is indeed something of great importance." She pulled Yao Bin closer and introduced Yao Bin, "My best buddy." Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the connection. "It's quite evident." Chu Xiaoxiao continued, "Regarding the misunderstanding from last night, I've looked into it. It was Yao Bin and his friends who were at fault initially, and you were gracious enough to let him off the hook. Moreover, concerning the incident at your clinic this morning, I have already explained that it was all due to Yao Bin's reckless behavior." Upon hearing this, Yao Bin could not help but cough, eager to interject. However, when Chu Xiaoxiao shot him a warning glance, he instantly retreated.
Que Xiaoxiao persisted, so.
"I brought him here today to offer our sincere apologies." Yao Bin, feeling somewhat uneasy, stepped forward to face Qin Feng and Zhang Mingyang. "I take full responsibility for the previous events that caused you trouble, and I sincerely apologize." After a brief pause, he added, "Also, thank you for stopping me from drinking those 16 glasses last night. You saved me from further embarrassment despite Yao Bin's discomfort." It was clear to Qin Feng and the others that he genuinely intended to apologize and expressed his gratitude. At the very least, Qin Feng noted that there was no trace of negative sentiment emanating from Yao Bin, indicating the sincerity of his words. Qin Feng had not anticipated that Chu Xiaoxiao could persuade someone like Yao Bin, who was accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, to make such a substantial concession. After all, it was typically quite challenging to get him to apologize. However, it was evident that beneath his playful exterior, Yao Bin possessed a fundamentally good nature. Otherwise, he would not have come forth to apologize. With Yao Bin's heartfelt words hanging in the air, Qin Feng felt it unnecessary to remain seated in his authoritative chair. Rising, he addressed Yao Bin, "There's no need for such formality. Last night's incident was simply a misunderstanding. Regarding those 16 glasses, to be honest, I was unaware of the circumstances and should not have directed my frustration towards you by saying this." Qin Feng offered Yao Bin a way to save face, acknowledging that the events of the previous night were not entirely his fault. There was no deep-seated animosity between them, especially now that Yao Bin had personally come to apologize. It was clear that any reasonable person would understand the importance of reconciliation. After speaking, Qin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Mingyang, who promptly chimed in, "Indeed, last night's incident was partly due to my friend's misbehavior. What you did was not entirely wrong. I also regret my inability to handle my alcohol and for taking on responsibilities that were not mine." Hearing this, Yao Bin felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his previous discomfort dissipated. His admiration for Qin Feng grew, recognizing his ability to handle the situation with such grace. All right, now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, we can all be friends moving forward, Chu Xiaoxiao declared cheerfully, clapping her hands, before turning to Qin Feng with a bright smile. Moreover, Yao Bin and I have prepared a significant gift for you. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. What kind of gift?
Que Xiaoxiao peut-être playfully.
You'll have to check your WeChat. All the details are there. I'm not going to repeat myself. Qin Feng sighed, realizing that she was still holding a grudge over his earlier failure to answer her calls or messages. Nevertheless, he opened his phone and began listening to the voice messages Chu Xiaoxiao had sent. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what she might have communicated. However, once again, he found himself misjudging Chu Xiaoxiao's intentions. The messages contained nothing but pertinent information, which clarified his earlier curiosities. Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin, he remarked, so it was you two behind this. Who else could it be?
Que Xiaoxiao ufte playfully, que Xiaoxiao.
Am a person of integrity, unlike those superficial individuals out there. I would never send you nonsensical messages beside them. Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao exchanged puzzled glances, unable to restrain their curiosity. Old Qin, what do you mean by it was them? Qin Feng explained to Zhang Mingyang. We were just wondering why those individuals suddenly changed their demeanor and reached out to apologize. This was all orchestrated by Yao Bin previously. Chu Xiaoxiao had approached Yao Bin, requesting him to facilitate an apology to Qin Feng, acknowledging the need to express gratitude. Given the circumstances of the previous night, both Yao Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao could easily discern that Zhang Mingyang had been wronged. Had those individuals not fled the scene, the situation would not have escalated so dramatically. Chu Xiaoxiao was determined to cultivate a connection with Qin Feng, seizing this opportunity to ensure Yao Bin leveraged his influence to track down those who had wronged Zhang Mingyang. As luck would have it, Yao Bin was well acquainted with individuals from the company involved in the incident, making it relatively easy for him to locate them. Consequently, the subsequent actions fell into place quite seamlessly. To be frank, if it weren't for Yao Bin's involvement, it would have taken considerable effort for Qin Feng and his associates to rectify the situation. Yao Bin assured Zhang Mingyang, rest assured, whatever they did to you last night, you have full liberty to return the favor tonight. They wouldn't dare to utter a word. Astonished by Yao Bin's influence, Zhang Mingyang quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Qin Feng, however, maintained an air of calmness, displaying no signs of surprise. He had long recognized Yao Bin's considerable connections and was not intimidated by them. Although he was currently just a shareholder in a modest clinic and perhaps even less affluent than Chu Xiaoxiao, he held firm in his belief that he would soon rise to prominence. He aspired to surpass not only Yao Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao's father, but even Andy's current employer, Old Tan. This ambition was one reason Qin Feng had refrained from hastily utilizing the negative emotional values he had accumulated. He remained steadfast in his aspirations. Chapter 32. With matters settled, Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged a knowing glance, each finding a convenient excuse to depart. As they left, they also took Yao Bin along. It was evident to all that Chu Xiaoxiao had come specifically for Qin Feng, while Yao Bin was merely a reluctant accomplice, forcibly brought along by Chu Xiaoxiao. In an instant, the office was left with only Qin Feng and Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao pulled a chair in front of Qin Feng and sat down, propping her chin on her smooth palm, gazing intently at him. In the absence of others, Chu Xiaoxiao transformed back into Qin Feng's ardent admirer, her infatuation unabashedly displayed. Qin Feng cleared his throat and inquired, Miss Chu, is there something you need? Is it not permissible for me to sit here without a reason?
Que Xiaoxiao retorted.
Moreover, I just assisted you with a significant favor. Are you so eager to dismiss me? Qin Feng replied earnestly, it is currently work hours, and I have a patient scheduled for a dental appointment shortly. Chu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and said, then I wish to have a dental checkup as well. With that, she flashed a smile, revealing teeth as radiant and flawless as pearls. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Feng remarked, your teeth are perfectly fine. There's no need for a checkup. Yet Chu Xiaoxiao was not one to concede easily. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she suggested, then how about a teeth cleaning? That should be acceptable, right? Are you certain? Qin Feng asked.
Que Xiaoxiao noddait digèrement.
Of course. Have you ever had your teeth cleaned? Qin Feng inquired further. Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head. I have not. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng leisurely explained, "Very well, if you genuinely wish to have your teeth cleaned, I can provide you with a comprehensive procedure. The entire process will take approximately an hour and a half, but it may involve slight discomfort and some bleeding. Afterward, you will likely need about 2 hours to adjust." Qin Feng deliberately lowered his tone, infusing his description with an ominous touch, rendering what should be a routine dental procedure somewhat intimidating. "Stop, stop, stop. No more," Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, instinctively covering her cheeks with her hands, shaking her head vigorously. "I no longer wish to have my teeth cleaned." Although Chu Xiaoxiao recognized that Qin Feng was attempting to frighten her, she could not suppress the vivid imagery of dental pain that flooded her mind. A smile broke across Qin Feng's face. "All right then, since you do not wish to proceed, I shall bid you farewell. If the opportunity arises, I will be sure to express my gratitude to you and Yao Bin properly."
Que Xiaoxiao asserted.
"If you truly wish to thank me, treat me to a meal." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Next time, for certain." Noting Qin Feng's unwavering demeanor, Chu Xiaoxiao could not help but stamp her foot in frustration. However, she did not sulk further and indeed took her leave. Once Chu Xiaoxiao had departed, Qin Feng instinctively wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Honestly, the quirky and spirited Chu Xiaoxiao was rather endearing and captivating. He found himself pondering whether he had been too harsh with her. Yet, recalling her personality, he shook his head, reminding himself to remain steadfast. After all, Qin Feng understood himself well. While he could not be labeled a villain, he was certainly not a paragon of virtue. Although he appeared honest, Qin Feng was acutely aware that he was far from being a genuinely upright individual. Currently, his demeanor was merely a fade, sustained by his self-restraint. However, he could not guarantee that if Chu Xiaoxiao continued to pursue him ardently, he would not succumb to temptation. "Let it be. I shall take each step as it comes," Qin Feng murmured to himself. After leaving Qin Feng's office, Chu Xiaoxiao found Yao Bin waiting for her in the public area, accompanied by Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao. The three engaged in lively conversation, for both Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao were adept socializers, effortlessly navigating interactions, especially with Yao Bin. Chu Xiaoxiao approached Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao and directly asked, "I wish to inquire whether Qin Feng has a girlfriend?" She surmised that Qin Feng's aloofness must stem from some underlying reason, leading her to suspect he might be in a relationship. Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao exchanged glances before simultaneously shaking their heads. "No, absolutely not." Nearby, Yao Bin chimed in, puzzled. "Xiaoxiao, what's going on? Did I not inform you of this?" He felt that Chu Xiaoxiao was inadvertently challenging his investigative prowess.
Que Xiaoxiao shot Yao Bin a glance.
"I know your information is accurate, but don't you acquire your news from others? Asking a friend directly is surely more reliable." Yao Bin found her argument compelling and had no retort. However, Chu Xiaoxiao's reaction hinted at something deeper. Zhang Mingyang cautiously probed, "Miss Chu, is there a rift between you and old Qin?"
Que Xiaoxiao pouted.
"Rift? He seems disinterested in me. I suspect he must have a girlfriend, or perhaps he simply does not like women. How could he remain indifferent to someone as charming and delightful as I am?" Zhang Mingyang, Cheng Hao, and Yao Bin were at a loss for words, confronted with Chu Xiaoxiao's peculiar reasoning. Yao Bin fell silent, recognizing that Chu Xiaoxiao regarded him as her closest confidant, leaving him unable to comment further. Zhang Mingyang, contemplating the situation, turned to Cheng Hao, believing that this matter warranted the expertise of a relationship consultant. After a moment of reflection, Cheng Hao addressed Chu Xiaoxiao. "Miss Chu, your interpretation may be somewhat misguided. I can assure you that old Qin's inclinations are quite normal. He currently does not have a girlfriend. As for his indifference towards you, it is possible that he simply does not find you appealing." Cheng Hao was aware of Luo Yu's existence. Although he believed Qin Feng had an affection for her, they were not in a relationship, but rather in a state of mutual animosity. Thus, Cheng Hao refrained from mentioning Luo Yu in this context. Cheng Hao's willingness to speak was primarily due to Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin's assistance earlier. They had enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Otherwise, he would have remained silent. Upon hearing Cheng Hao's words, Chu Xiaoxiao frowned and murmured, "Not appealing? What type does Qin Feng prefer, then? Do you know?" What type does Qin Feng prefer? Upon being asked this question, Cheng Hao instantly regretted having spoken up. He had inadvertently dug his own grave. Chapter 33. Upon noticing the curious expression of Chu Xiaoxiao, Cheng Hao chuckled awkwardly and said, "Well, I'm not quite sure." After that, he turned to Zhang Mingyang and remarked, "You mentioned a patient whose teeth you needed me to examine, right? I'll go help you with that now." Zhang Mingyang paused for a moment, then quickly responded, Yes, indeed, there is such a patient." Cheng Hao glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin, saying, "We shall take our leave for work now. We can discuss matters later." With that, Cheng Hao promptly pulled Zhang Mingyang away, leaving Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin standing there. Chu Xiaoxiao huffed lightly. "These fellows." Beside her, Yao Bin said, "Xiaoxiao, if you ask me, Qin Feng doesn't he have feelings for you? Why bother?" Chu Xiaoxiao replied, "I enjoy it."
Yao Bin.
If Qin Feng were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly reflect on the futility of unrequited affection. After Chu Xiaoxiao and Yao Bin departed, Qin Feng remained in his office, not idly passing the time. Of course, it wasn't about dental work. After reflecting for the past 2 days, Qin Feng had come to a realization. With the system he possessed, it was impossible for him to remain merely a dentist for a lifetime. He had no desire to do so. As his negative emotional value continued to accumulate, significant changes were inevitable. Even at present, the Shuk Clinic was no longer sufficient for him. A transformation was necessary. At this moment, with the support of Song Ningyu, Qin Feng's negative emotional value had once again surpassed 300,000, reaching 400,000. For him, this represented an opportunity for 40 draws or the equivalent of 40 million in funds. This was indeed a substantial sum. After all, even some billionaires might find it challenging to amass such an amount in a short period. Wealth is one thing, liquidity is another. Such a large sum could facilitate numerous endeavors. However, after contemplating for a considerable time, Qin Feng was still uncertain about the best course of action. Regardless of his past or present, he remained simply a dentist, even if a renowned one. He was truly a novice when it came to business matters. After some thought, Qin Feng summoned Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao, as they were the 2 individuals he trusted most at present. Additionally, Zhang Mingyang was responsible for the clinic's external operations and possessed a wealth of experience compared to Qin Feng. Calling them over, Qin Feng inquired, "What do you think we could accomplish with an influx of funds?" Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Of course, we should upgrade our clinic and acquire advanced foreign equipment." As dentists who owned a clinic, this was their immediate thought. Qin Feng shared this sentiment but refrained from articulating it immediately, instead asking, "And what would we do after upgrading the clinic?" Zhang Mingyang shrugged, "What else? We would continue to compete with other clinics. You know how fiercely competitive the private dental clinic market is. No matter how much we invest, we must gradually attract clients and recoup our expenses." After a pause, Zhang Mingyang suddenly looked at Qin Feng with curiosity. "Old Qin, why the sudden inquiry? I recall you, like Cheng Hao, were never particularly interested in this subject." Cheng Hao added, "Old Qin, did you mention a surplus of funds? Could it be you have come into some money?" Cheng Hao was quite perceptive, quickly guessing Qin Feng's underlying intention. However, Qin Feng had no intention of concealing anything, knowing that if he needed to exchange negative emotional value for funds in the future, it was only a matter of time. "Indeed, I have a bit of money." Qin Feng nodded. "How much?" Cheng Hao asked with curiosity. "Quite a bit." Qin Feng shrugged. "It's difficult to specify, but several millions wouldn't be an issue." At this, both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Qin Feng. "Wow, old Qin, where did you suddenly acquire such a fortune?" After all, Qin Feng had always been a co-owner of the clinic, and they were all aware of their financial standings. "You haven't been taken in by some wealthy woman, have you?" Zhang Mingyang speculated. "I suspect it might have been Miss Chu who gave him that," Cheng Hao conjectured, noting her affluent demeanor. "Enough with the guesses." Qin Feng shook his head. "It has nothing to do with her. All this money is my own." "All your own?" Zhang Mingyang couldn't help but retort. "After knowing you for so many years, it turns out you've been a hidden tycoon all along." Qin Feng merely smiled without further explanation. After some light-hearted banter, Zhang Mingyang addressed Qin Feng. "Old Qin, I believe I have grasped your implication, but I must advise against investing your own money into our clinic. Why? Qin Feng asked. Didn't we just discuss this? Zhang Mingyang shrugged. The competition among private clinics is fierce, and ours has already reached a certain level. Pouring in more funds may not yield significant returns for you. Upgrading and acquiring equipment is one aspect, but we can manage that with our clinic's profits. As for your funds, it would be wiser to establish another private dental clinic. We wouldn't oppose that. However, the market isn't favorable for private clinics, and investing in real estate would likely be more profitable and less strenuous. Zhang Mingyang spoke sincerely and pragmatically, as he was merely a practitioner of dental business. Qin Feng understood his perspective. Yet, the notion of immediately converting his negative emotional value into funds for real estate was something he would not consider. It would be a waste. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Andy. If only he could find several capable individuals like Andy to assist him. Qin Feng sighed. Beyond that, he hoped that his next lottery draw would yield skills related to business. It appeared that he needed to participate in more draws. Chapter 34. Initially, Qin Feng intended to invest in the clinic, but after an extensive discussion with Zhang Mingyang, he ultimately chose to forego that idea. After their conversation, Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao resumed their busy schedules, as they were both esteemed dentists at Shuk Clinic, with numerous patients eager to book appointments with them. Particularly, Qin Feng had transferred all his appointment slots to Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, leaving them somewhat exasperated, yet they said nothing. After all, their business model was based on profit sharing, with dividends distributed among the three of them as shareholders. The commissions they earned as dentists constituted their salaries, rewarding those who worked harder with greater earnings, a system consistent with other dentists in the clinic. Subsequently, Qin Feng had planned to continue using his negative emotional value to exchange for lottery opportunities, hoping for a chance to draw something valuable. However, just as he was about to redeem his lottery chances, he noticed a significant decline in the negative emotional value stemming from Song Ningyu. Previously, Song Ningyu had been a consistent source of substantial negative emotional value for Qin Feng, but now it seemed to be dwindling, requiring longer intervals between each contribution. This swift calming of Song Ningyu's emotions led Qin Feng to speculate that he had likely resolved many of the troubles he was facing. Otherwise, it would be improbable for his emotions to settle so rapidly. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. Indeed, he discovered that the trending topic regarding Song Ningyu had mysteriously vanished. It had once held the #1 spot on the trending list, and even with a decline in popularity, it should have remained within the top 50. In contrast, Qin Feng's own video, which had been overshadowed by other events, still lingered within the top 50. The swift disappearance of Song Ningyu's trending topic suggested he had orchestrated its removal, though the cost of such an endeavor remained unknown. It appeared that Song Ningyu had successfully navigated his crisis. Qin Feng let out a soft sigh, feeling a tinge of disappointment. For others, it was a trending topic, a significant scoop. Yet for him, it represented a substantial reservoir of negative emotional value, akin to a monetary tree. Although Song Ningyu might still occasionally provide him with some negative emotional value, it was becoming increasingly scarce. Furthermore, with Song Ningyu having left the country, it was uncertain when he would return. The prospect of acquiring a considerable amount of negative emotional value from him seemed bleak in the near future. The reduction in negative emotional value prompted Qin Feng to halt his plans for redeeming lottery opportunities. After all, his current stock of negative emotional value was not particularly abundant. If he were to exhaust it, replenishing it would be troublesome. Moreover, having reached an understanding with Yao Bin, it would be unwise to provoke him again. This realization left Qin Feng with a hint of regret. Had he known he would not see Yao Bin today, he would have endeavored to extract more negative emotional value from him. After careful consideration, Qin Feng decided to postpone his lottery redemption, at least until he discovered another individual akin to Song Ningyu, someone who could provide him with a substantial influx of negative emotional value. He would need to conserve his current resources. Having already participated in 3 draws, Qin Feng had developed a clear understanding of the importance of negative emotional value. He aspired to accumulate more, setting himself a modest goal of amassing 100 million, which translated to 1 million points of negative emotional value. He planned to wait until he had enough surplus to use for lottery draws, thereby creating a financial cushion for unforeseen circumstances. However, With his primary source of negative emotional value, Song Ningyu, having departed from the country, Qin Feng found himself at a loss as to whom he might turn to for this purpose. According to the system's explanation, negative emotional value could only be obtained by inciting negative emotions in fictional characters. Ordinary passers-by were not entitled to possess negative emotional value. Reflecting on the well-known characters he had encountered in recent days, he realized that none of them would be conducive to generating negative emotional value. It seemed he would need to venture out and search for new opportunities. Qin Feng murmured to himself, feeling rather unconcerned. After all, as the system had initially indicated, this world was not a singular entity but rather a tapestry of various fictional characters. However, it was up to Qin Feng to discover and encounter them. Thus, he resolved not to linger in the office any longer. He prepared to venture out and see if he could stumble upon someone interesting. Just as Qin Feng changed his clothes and exited the office, he noticed Chang Hao had also changed and was preparing to leave the clinic. "Where are you headed?" Qin Feng and Chang Hao exchanged glances, both inquiring simultaneously, followed by a shared chuckle at the coincidence. "I don't want to stay in the office any longer. I'm just going to wander about," Qin Feng replied. "You're quite leisurely," Chang Hao remarked, shaking his head. "I, on the other hand, have my own workload to attend to after finishing up at the clinic." Upon hearing Chang Hao's words, Qin Feng immediately understood the reason for his departure. "Another new client?" he asked curiously. As a multifaceted individual, Chang Hao was adeptly balancing two careers. "Yes," Chang Hao nodded, glancing around before whispering, "a programmer who contacted me a couple of days ago." Chang Hao's role as a relationship advisor was known only to Qin Feng and Zhang Mingyang within the clinic. The other nurses remained blissfully unaware. Thus, Chang Hao spoke with caution. Chapter 35. When hearing the term programmer, Qin Feng immediately thought of Zhou Bei, the owner of the technology company who Chang Hao would later come to know. This was a man nicknamed Zhou 5 Billion. By day, he was a corporate executive, and by night, he worked as a chauffeur, making him quite an eccentric character. However, Qin Feng quickly realized that it shouldn't be Zhou Bei. As Chang Hao only discovered Zhou's true identity later on, Zhou was adept at concealing his identity. Thus, Qin Feng searched his mind and recalled someone else, perhaps that fellow named Wang Yan. Feigning casualness, Qin Feng inquired, "Is it the programmer who came to see you a couple of days ago? The one with glasses and curly hair?" Chang Hao nodded. "Yes, that's him." "I didn't expect you had met him," Qin Feng replied. "He had an appointment with you that day, and I remembered you spent quite a while examining his teeth, so I just took a wild guess. I can't believe I was right." In truth, Qin Feng had never seen Wang Yan that day. He merely wanted to ascertain whether it was indeed that individual. Regardless, Chang Hao would not think much of it. Now, based on Chang Hao's response, it seemed evident that his current client was indeed that programmer named Wang Yan. In the realm of film and television, only those with names and titles could be considered characters. Others were mere passers-by. Qin Feng had been pondering where to find the appropriate film and television character, and unexpectedly, Chang Hao provided him with one. Thus, Qin Feng suggested, "Let us go see how your client is faring." Chang Hao readily agreed. "Let us go. It's a perfect opportunity for you to witness how I, Master Chang, rescue those lost souls adrift in the sea of singlehood." Chang Hao, without a second thought, welcomed Qin Feng's company. After all, both Qin Feng and Zhang Mingyang were aware of his profession as a relationship consultant, so there was no need for secrecy. Qin Feng smirked. "Aren't you afraid of misguiding someone? What if they come back to you after a breakup?" Chang Hao paused, then shook his head with a chuckle. "How could that be? I have been in this field for many years without a single failure. My success rate is 100%. "Well then," observing Chang Hao's confidence, Qin Feng shrugged and chose not to comment further. His current thought was to gather a few more tools to alleviate negative emotional values. That was the right approach. As for Chang Hao's situation, Qin Feng understood that unraveling his emotional knots would take time, so he could only assist his brother gradually. Chang Hao and Wang Yan had arranged to meet at the bar on the top floor of the Sate Hotel, which was also a frequent haunt for Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang. This place was considered a leisure bar, perfectly suited for flirting. The two settled into their usual spot at the bar, ordering drinks and casually chatting while awaiting Wang Yan's arrival. Qin Feng occasionally scanned the surroundings, hoping to encounter someone he knew. Noticing Qin Feng's behavior, Cheng Hao teased, I knew it. You suddenly want to accompany me to see my client because you have ulterior motives, don't you? If you wish to find Luo Yu, just say so. Don't use me as an excuse. Qin Feng retorted, not at all. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly be here to find her? Ha! Do you expect me to believe that? Cheng Hao scoffed. He then called over a waiter stating, is Manager Luo around? Please send her over, mentioning that an old friend is here to see her. Qin Feng was speechless. However, since Cheng Hao had said so, he did not intervene. There was no reason for him to back down. If Luo Yu arrived, perhaps she would even thank him for helping her see through the deceitful Song Ningyu. Of course, the reason Qin Feng mentioned this was that, until now, Luo Yu had not provided him with any negative emotional values. It seemed her heart had settled, and they would likely not revisit the tension of their recent encounter. That evening, Luo Yu was indeed on duty. Upon learning that Qin Feng and Cheng Hao were old friends of Luo Yu, the waiter promptly went to find her. However, not long after, the waiter returned, stating, our manager Luo was just called into a meeting. A meeting? Qin Feng inquired, intrigued. What sort of meeting could be happening this late? The waiter shook his head. I'm not sure. Well, go ahead and attend to your duties. Thank you for your assistance. Qin Feng replied. The waiter nodded and departed. Qin Feng, however, was lost in thought, sensing that something was amiss. What are you pondering? Cheng Hao asked, observing Qin Feng's sudden concern. Nothing, just hoping I'm overthinking things. Qin Feng replied. Just then, he spotted Wang Yan entering the bar, scanning the area with a curious expression, clearly a first-time visitor. Qin Feng nudged Cheng Hao, pointing towards the entrance. Love Master, your programmer client has arrived. Cheng Hao turned to look, and upon seeing Wang Yan, he could not help but feel speechless before calling out. Wang Yan, over here. Wang Yan finally noticed Qin Feng and Cheng Hao, and his face lit up with surprise as he hurried toward them. With his demeanor, one would never guess he was a 32-year-old man, let alone a well-paid programmer, truly a seasoned recluse. Chapter 36. Wang Yan approached Qin Feng and Cheng Hao, taking a seat beside Cheng Hao. Before sitting down, he curiously asked, Hao, Teacher Cheng, is this your sanctuary for hunting beauties? As he spoke, an involuntary grin appeared on his lips, accompanied by a hint of a lewd aura. Qin Feng observed his demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Clearly, Wang Yan was not as innocent as he had portrayed himself to Cheng Hao. After all, it was hardly surprising for a 32-year-old single man, especially one with a typical inclination to be naive. Cheng Hao remained unfazed by Wang Yan's antics. He cast a glance at Wang Yan and inquired, Have you completed the 36 problems I assigned you? Wang Yan immediately responded, Yes, I finished. He quickly retrieved his tablet and handed it to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao accepted it and began to review the work. At that moment, Wang Yan noticed Qin Feng sitting next to Cheng Hao and awkwardly greeted him. You, hello. As usual, he stumbled over his words. Qin Feng maintained a calm expression and replied, How good can it be? Wang Yan was taken aback by this response. Clearly flummoxed, this was his first encounter with someone who answered in such a manner. Negative emotion value from Wang Yan, 300. Upon noticing the sudden increase in negative emotion value, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. So much? He hadn't anticipated that his simple retort would elicit such a strong negative reaction from Wang Yan. It was noteworthy that even when he had provoked Song Ningyu to the brink of fury, the negative emotion value had only slightly surpassed this amount. Initially, Qin Feng had little interest in Wang Yan. He had merely followed him tonight to accumulate some negative emotion value. On the way, he had already experimented with Cheng Hao and found that his jabs could trigger others' negative feelings, albeit not exceeding 100. Over the past few days, Qin Feng had gained considerable insight into negative emotion values. As long as he kept it under 200, he wouldn't provoke too much backlash. His intention was to adopt a teasing approach rather than directly antagonizing anyone, which would lead to a greater accumulation of negative emotion value. Yet, to his surprise, Wang Yan's internal negative emotion value had already surged significantly after just one remark. Qin Feng regarded Wang Yan with a newfound intensity. Wang Yan's expression was one of embarrassment, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Cheng Hao, catching the exchange, looked up with a hint of exasperation and said, This is my good brother, Qin Feng. He is a great person, just has a penchant for joking around. Don't take it to heart. Chang Hao then leaned toward Qin Feng and whispered, "Try not to frighten my client. He's a programmer and not accustomed to socializing." Qin Feng shrugged and replied softly, "I'm just helping you out. If he can't even manage a conversation, how will he ever pursue a girl?" Chang Hao pondered for a moment and found merit in this statement. He was also somewhat troubled by Wang Yan's slight stutter. "All right then, you should chat with him more. I'll switch places with you and review the problems he completed first." Chang Hao said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. It'll be fine." A mysterious smile spread across Qin Feng's face. Thus, Qin Feng and Chang Hao rose and exchanged seats. Qin Feng found himself beside Wang Yan, who seemed to muster his courage once more, extending his hand and greeting, "Teacher Qin, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Instead of shaking his hand, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "How pleased can you be?" Chang Hao, who had just taken a sip of his drink, nearly choked on it, astonished by Qin Feng's newfound ability to provoke. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, his expression reflecting confusion. Negative emotion value from Wang Yan, 500. This time, Qin Feng was taken aback. Wang Yan's internal negative emotion value was alarmingly high. It made Qin Feng wonder if continuing this conversation might lead to a confrontation. Realizing this, Qin Feng casually extended his hand to shake Wang Yan's, chuckling, "I noticed you seemed a bit tense earlier. I was only joking to lighten the mood. No harm done." "It's all right," Wang Yan replied somewhat awkwardly. Negative emotion value from Wang Yan, 300. At that moment, Qin Feng began to question whether the system was malfunctioning. Wang Yan did not seem like the type to harbor such a high level of negative emotion. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided to refrain from provoking Wang Yan further, opting instead for a gradual conversation. He chose to discuss basic topics, such as why Wang Yan sought Chang Hao's assistance and who he was interested in. Although he already knew the answers, he feigned ignorance. Wang Yan glanced at Chang Hao, reassured by his indifference, and sheepishly admitted, "There's a girl I like who works in the same building as I do, but I'm unsure how to pursue her, so I turned to Teacher Chang for help." "Oh, I see." Qin Feng nodded, encouraging him, "Rest assured, with old Chang around, your problems will soon be resolved." Qin Feng had initially intended to deliver a sarcastic remark, but held back, fearing Wang Yan might be unable to handle the jibe. Wang Yan looked at Qin Feng and, with a hint of wistfulness, remarked, "Teacher Qin, if I were as handsome as you, I surely wouldn't have been single for so many years." Qin Feng consoled him, "It's all right. I'm still single too." No sooner had he finished speaking than a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Negative emotion value from Wang Yan, 666. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded. Was Wang Yan some sort of devil? The amount of negative emotion value he harbored was astonishing. Chapter 37. As Qin Feng gazed at Wang Yan, who sat before him with an air of submissiveness, he found it hard to believe. A mere offhand remark from him had seemingly triggered such a torrent of negative emotions in Wang Yan. What perplexed Qin Feng further was that his earlier statement, which simply expressed his own single status, seemed innocuous enough. What could possibly have provoked such a reaction from Wang Yan? He had never encountered someone exhibiting such an overwhelming display of negativity before. At that moment, had it not been for the miraculous 10 consecutive draws he had achieved the previous night, culminating in obtaining both a physique potion and advanced combat skills, Qin Feng might have simply turned on his heel and departed. While negative emotions certainly held significance, one's own life took precedence. Presently, he felt no fear of Wang Yan. With that frail physique, even 10 of him would pose no challenge to Qin Feng. However, curiosity nagged at him. Why was Wang Yan so engulfed in negative emotions? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng inquired, "Wang Yan, do you harbor any dislike for me?" Wang Yan immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, no. How could I possibly dislike you? You are a friend of Teacher Chang. I could never feel that way. I simply struggle with communication when speaking to others. Teacher Qin, please don't be angry if I said something amiss." Despite his outward politeness, Qin Feng had already received a notification from the system. Negative emotional value from Wang Yan, 777. Qin Feng thought to himself, this was indeed superficial courtesy. He was about to ask something further when Wang Yan abruptly stood up, avoiding Qin Feng's gaze, and said to Chang Hao, "Teacher Chang, I just remembered that I have something urgent to attend to. I must take my leave now. We can discuss matters next time." With that, Wang Yan hastily exited, as if he truly had pressing business elsewhere. Chang Hao, still engrossed in his work, looked up to see Wang Yan rushing out, and he was momentarily stunned. He turned to Qin Feng, asking, "What did you say to him? Why did he leave so abruptly?" Qin Feng shrugged. "How would I know? He just suddenly took off. Perhaps he found me unappealing and decided not to continue the conversation." Chang Hao shook his head. "That's impossible. Wang Yan is quite the introvert. He hardly ever engages in arguments, let alone dislikes anyone. Besides, you two have no conflict. Maybe he genuinely had something urgent to attend to." After a pause, Chang Hao regarded Qin Feng with curiosity. "I can't help but notice that your demeanor is somewhat off tonight." Qin Feng asked, "In what way?" Chang Hao pondered before replying, "I've never seen you be so cutting with your words. On the way here, you caught me off guard a couple of times. And just now with Wang Yan you were rather sharp. It's not typical of you." Before Qin Feng could clarify, Chang Hao suddenly had an epiphany. "I get it. You must have picked up some tricks from the internet on how to be witty to attract girls, right? Is this for that Luo Yu?" Qin Feng's lips twitched. "Are you not aware that overthinking can be quite detrimental? You can't fool me. I've seen plenty of that." Chang Hao patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, smiling. "If you're looking to impress girls, you should learn from me, not from those online sources. I assure you, they're all useless. My methods are the most effective. After all, I've never failed." Qin Feng brushed off Chang Hao's hand. "All right, enough of your boasting. With your track record, you can't even manage your own affairs, yet you wish to assist others?" Not wanting to dwell on his own situation, Qin Feng redirected the conversation back to Wang Yan. "Don't you find Wang Yan odd? What's strange about him? Isn't he just a typical introvert?" Chang Hao replied, seemingly unfazed. "I just feel that when he spoke to me earlier, something was different. He seemed to harbor some aversion towards me," Qin Feng remarked deliberately. "Really? I didn't perceive any difference when he spoke to either of us," Chang Hao replied, puzzled. "Do you have any information on Wang Yan?" "Of course. I maintain strict standards for my clients. If they don't meet my criteria, I won't take them no matter what they say," Chang Hao explained. "You didn't think I would just listen to their words and jump to conclusions, did you? A few days ago, after Wang Yan visited me, I took the initiative to speak with his colleagues at his company to conduct a small investigation. They spoke quite favorably of him. Diligent in his work, often volunteering for overtime, and aside from gaming, he doesn't have any bad habits." Qin Feng naturally trusted Chang Hao's assessment, yet he felt a stronger allegiance to the system. The negative emotional value Wang Yan had exhibited indicated that he was not as he appeared. Moreover, Qin Feng remembered that even though Chang Hao had successfully helped Wang Yan pursue the girl he liked, they eventually parted ways for various reasons. The girl had even stormed into Chang Hao's home in a fit of rage, dousing it with water. Thus, Qin Feng said to Chang Hao, "Old Chang, do you trust me?" "Of course." Chang Hao nodded. "Then you should investigate Wang Yan further. Otherwise, your assistance could inadvertently harm someone else's daughter," Qin Feng warned earnestly. Seeing Qin Feng's serious demeanor, Chang Hao realized this was the first time he had witnessed such intensity from him. "All right, I'll heed your advice," he replied. In comparison to Wang Yan, Chang Hao placed greater trust in Qin Feng. It was prudent to have a clearer understanding of Wang Yan. Chang Hao did not wish to tarnish his own reputation. "Let us set aside Wang Yan for now. It's already past 9, Chang Hao observed, glancing at the time. "How about we visit Zhang Mingyang? He has been eager to reclaim his honor tonight, and he invited both you and me." However, Chang Hao had been preoccupied with Wang Yan and had not gone, while Qin Feng simply did not wish to be there. Even though it was still early, he shook his head. "I don't want to go. You can go if you wish." Chang Hao prodded, "You're not afraid of running into that Chu Xiao, are you?" Chapter 38. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "How could I possibly fear her? I simply have no desire to go to those places. They lack entertainment." Indeed, Qin Feng was not particularly fond of such lively bars, finding them excessively noisy. His visit the previous night was merely a spontaneous decision. On ordinary days, he avoided such venues unless absolutely necessary. Chang Hao had been joking earlier, and upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he nodded in agreement. True, I also dislike those places. Qin Feng scoffed, you can talk all you want, but wherever there is alcohol, you and Zhang Mingyang are sure to be present. At that moment, a young woman clad in a striking red mini-skirt, exuding glamour, entered the bar. She immediately spotted Qin Feng and Chang Hao at the bar. Upon seeing Qin Feng, her eyes sparkled, and she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she approached him, taking a seat right beside him and placing her handbag on the counter. She looked at Qin Feng and smiled gently. Do you mind if I buy you a drink? Both Qin Feng and Chang Hao had noticed the young woman approaching, but neither anticipated her bold introduction. She blinked at Qin Feng, awaiting his response. However, Qin Feng merely shook his head and replied, I do mind, you should seek someone else. The young woman was taken aback by his decisive rejection. Her expression faltered momentarily, and with a huff, she picked up her handbag and turned to leave. Chang Hao appraised Qin Feng with surprise. I didn't expect you to refuse so resolutely. Qin Feng shrugged. Do you think I am Zhang Mingyang? He welcomes any woman without hesitation. That young woman was quite attractive, Chang Hao remarked. If you fancy her, go ahead. I find her unappealing, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Chang Hao nodded, acknowledging, considering you even scorned Miss Chu. It's understandable that you would overlook such ordinary girls. After a pause, Chang Hao continued, to be honest, I've suddenly realized that you've changed. Qin Feng was taken aback, then feigned indifference. Changed? How so? He felt he had shown no unusual behavior. Yet Chang Hao insisted, you seem to have become significantly more handsome. I was just discussing this with Zhang Mingyang today. Chang Hao expressed his frustration. When the three of us go out together, the attention of the ladies is always on me or Zhang Mingyang. But these past few days, whenever we're out with you, all their gazes are directed at you. Just look at that girl who came over. She didn't even glance at me, went straight for you, and then was cruelly rejected. What a decline in societal standards. Qin Feng remained silent. After a moment, Chang Hao took another look at him and mused, but truthfully, you seem to have retained your previous self, yet your charm has inexplicably intensified. Even those male celebrities cannot match your allure. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly be drawn to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He couldn't possibly attribute this newfound charm to the effects of the charm potion. Could he? As they conversed, another young woman in a blue pleated skirt approached Qin Feng, attempting to engage him in conversation. Yet, once again, she was met with Qin Feng's unyielding refusal. Chang Hao felt a pang of frustration. Despite considering himself quite the charming romantic advisor, he found himself facing a slight defeat. After all, he had spent the entire evening with Qin Feng, yet no woman had approached him. Although Chang Hao was also disinterested in those young women, preferring to engage in light conversation rather than pursue anything serious, he couldn't help but feel that having some attention was better than none. For the first time since becoming a romantic consultant, he began to doubt his own attractiveness. Qin Feng patted Chang Hao on the shoulder. Don't worry, being less appealing than me is nothing to be ashamed of. Chang Hao had no retort and was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. At that moment, he received a notification from the system regarding Luo Yu's negative emotional value. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 300. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 400. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 474. This was unexpected. Since morning, Qin Feng had hardly received any negative emotional values from Luo Yu. Even when he did, they were typically below 200, which was understandable given the tumultuous events of the previous night. Reflecting on the turmoil, it was entirely reasonable for her to harbor negative sentiments. Furthermore, their relationship had never been particularly amicable. Luo Yu had often exhibited negative emotional values towards him. It was just that this sudden influx of negativity felt somewhat jarring, especially as it continued to rise. Chang Hao noticed the abrupt change in Qin Feng's expression and inquired, "What is wrong?" Qin Feng shook his head. Nothing. As they spoke, Qin Feng received more notifications of Luo Yu's negative emotional values. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 333. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 275. In comparison, these values had significantly decreased. It seemed that Luo Yu's emotions were in considerable flux. Qin Feng speculated that this wasn't solely due to his presence. Remembering that he had overheard the waiter mention that Luo Yu had been called to a meeting, he wondered if it was related to that. He called the waiter over and asked, "Has Manager Luo finished her meeting?" The waiter shook his head. "Not yet." After pondering, Qin Feng slipped the waiter a tip and whispered, "When Manager Luo finishes her meeting, please let me know." The waiter promptly nodded, of course. Once the waiter departed, Chang Hao remarked with a hint of disbelief, "Old Qin, you claim you aren't interested in Luo Yu, yet you're tipping the waiter just to be informed when she has done. If you truly wish to pursue her, just go for it." Qin Feng looked at him incredulously. "I think you should go find Zhang Mingyang and enjoy a drink there. Instead of gossiping about me, it would be more entertaining to watch the drama unfold over there." Chang Hao nodded in agreement. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll find another spot to drink. But remember, if you find yourself at a loss for words or unsure how to engage her, don't hesitate to call or text me. I'm always here to support you." With that, he finished his drink and departed. Chang Hao understood that if he remained there, not only would he have to contend with the impending appearance of Luo Yu, but he would also witness numerous women approaching Qin Feng in the meantime. He felt he could not endure such humiliation, so he decided to leave promptly. Chapter 39. Mistaken Identity. The first encounter with Zhang Lai. After Chang Hao departed, Qin Feng remained seated at the bar, awaiting news from the server. However, he refrained from indulging in further drinks. For someone like him, whose constitution rendered him impervious to intoxication, alcohol was akin to plain water. During his wait, Qin Feng noticed a troubling rise in Luo Yu's negative emotional index. What was happening? What sort of meeting had she attended? Furrowing his brow, he realized he had not seen Luo Yu since the previous night. The surge in her negative emotional index seemed to coincide with her meeting that evening. It was evident that the meeting had not been favorable for her, and its contents were likely connected to him. After a wait of over 10 minutes, the server finally approached with an update. "Manager Luo has finished her meeting." But what?" Qin Feng inquired. "The manager doesn't seem to be in a good mood. It appears she has been crying," the server replied cautiously. "Not in a good mood? She had cried?" Qin Feng's brow furrowed further. As he suspected, the meeting Luo Yu had attended was indeed unfriendly towards her. Yet, judging by the server's demeanor, it was clear she was unaware of the meeting specifics. So Qin Feng refrained from probing further. "Where is Manager Luo now?" he asked. "She is in the office at the back," the server responded. "Would you like me to fetch her?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No need, I will find her myself." The server nodded, returning to her duties. After settling his bill, Qin Feng proceeded toward the direction indicated by the server, intent on discovering what had transpired to cause such a sudden increase in Luo Yu's negative emotional index. Upon entering the office, he knocked on the door, only to find that Luo Yu was not inside. After a brief search around the bar, he still could not locate her. Turning to another server, he asked, "Where is Manager Luo?" The server shook her head. "I don't know. She was just here. Perhaps she left early." "Gone?" Qin Feng was taken aback. After waiting for Luo Yu for so long, she had left? Confounded, he stepped back into the bar. But just as he did, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette standing precariously at the outer railing of the top-floor bar. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Luo Yu. Luo Yu? Qin Feng had assumed she had departed. Yet here she was, still at the bar. His expression shifted suddenly. She couldn't be contemplating jumping, could she? After all, the railing offered no protection, and standing there was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, the persistent surge of negative emotional energy in his mind indicated that her internal turmoil was overwhelming. If she were to succumb to despair and leap, it would be catastrophic. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng dashed toward the figure. In that instant, he felt an adrenaline surge. Scaling the high railing, which would typically require careful maneuvering for most, he leaped over effortlessly. With swift strides, he reached Luo Yu's side in mere seconds, grabbing her just as she was about to step forward and leap. "What are you thinking? Is it really worth it? Just because of some troubles, you contemplate jumping?" he exclaimed, pinning her to the ground. "Luo Yu, you always believed yourself to be strong. Do you understand the consequences of jumping from here?" You would shatter every bone in your body. As he restrained Luo Yu, he scolded her vehemently. In truth, Qin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not been present at that moment, she might have taken that fatal leap. The girl beneath him, however, began to struggle fiercely. Who are you? Let me go, you pervert. Yet, Qin Feng's strength was formidable, and she could not break free. Luo Yu, even if you pretend not to know me, it won't change anything. As long as I am here, you will not have the chance to jump. Don't even think about it. I am not Luo Yu. I don't know you. Let me go, you creep. Qin Feng had intended to say more, but her words left him momentarily stunned. Not Luo Yu? It was then that he truly observed the girl he had pinned down, who bore a remarkable resemblance to Luo Yu, yet was distinctly different in appearance. Her makeup was exquisitely done, with fiery red lips, and she wore a sophisticated short dress that was clearly of a high-end brand. This glamour stood in stark contrast to the simple style Luo Yu favored. You! Qin Feng stammered, realizing he had indeed mistaken her identity. Yet, to him, this girl looked almost identical to Luo Yu. At that moment, he became aware of the negative emotional energy alert in his mind. Negative emotional index from Zhang Lai, 400. In his fervent desire to save someone, he had overlooked the warning. Now, confronted with the revelation, he was left speechless. Zhang Lai. Chapter 40. Qin Feng did not anticipate that the person he believed to be Luo Yu was, in fact, Zhang Lai. This revelation rendered the situation rather awkward. He promptly released his grip and helped Zhang Lai rise from the ground, apologizing. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Don't touch me, you filthy rogue. Zhang Lai retorted as she slowly sat up, her expression devoid of emotion. Still mistaking me for someone else? Your approach to flirting is exceedingly outdated. She assumed Qin Feng was the type of man who would approach attractive women in bars with various excuses to strike up a conversation. Qin Feng was initially inclined to offer an explanation, but Zhang Lai's words stirred his discontent. Who's flirting with you intentionally? He replied curtly. If it weren't for my intervention just now, you would have already leaped from here and become a corpse. Zhang Lai shot back. Why should I care what you think? If it were any other man in this moment, he would likely try to reason with Zhang Lai, offering her a listening ear. However, Qin Feng was not that type. Although he acknowledged Zhang Lai's striking beauty and the sympathy her circumstances evoked, her stubborn and willful nature was something he could not indulge. Fine. I won't concern myself with you, he said, stepping back and pointing outside. Go ahead and jump. This time, I truly won't intervene. Zhang Lai looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Did he really just encourage her to continue with her reckless intent? Was such a man truly in existence? Aren't you going to jump? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, to throw yourself off for a man, disregarding everything like a madwoman? I can't be bothered to save you. At this, Zhang Lai's eyes narrowed sharply as she fixed her gaze on him. How do you know it's for a man? What do you know? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Qin Feng quickly composed himself, responding coolly, is it really so hard to deduce? It's quite late, and here you are in a bar contemplating a leap. Aside from a man, what else could possibly drive you? Zhang Lai scrutinized him for a moment before retrieving her high heels and slowly putting them on. Qin Feng glanced at her and asked, What's this? Not jumping anymore? Zhang Lai replied blandly, When did I ever say I wanted to jump? That was merely your assumption. I simply wanted to enjoy the breeze here. Well, since you're not jumping and I've mistaken you, then let us part ways, Qin Feng said, nodding as he prepared to leave. He hadn't come for Zhang Lai. He was seeking Luo Yu instead. However, Zhang Lai abruptly seized his arm. Wait, you can't leave. Qin Feng turned to her, perplexed. What? Now I can't leave? She pointed to her hand, saying, You hurt me just now. Therefore, you must take responsibility. Responsibility? Qin Feng stared at her incredulously. What do you want me to do? Accompany me for a drink. Accompany you for a drink? Qin Feng shook his head. Forget it, you just called me a rogue. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you if you get drunk? Zhang Lai fixed her gaze on him, suddenly laughing. If you dare, what's the harm? Were it not for Qin Feng's awareness of Zhang Lai's current state, he might have thought her utterly deranged. Yet, knowing she wouldn't jump, he truly couldn't be bothered with her antics. If you wish to drink, then drink at your own pace. I have no time to indulge you. With that, he turned toward the bar. However, after a few steps, he noticed Zhang Lai trailing closely behind him. He vaulted over the railing, and she clumsily followed suit. Exiting the bar, she mirrored his actions. Qin Feng turned around, exasperated. "I say, young lady, why are you following me?" Just moments ago, she had expressed disdain for him, labeling him a rogue, yet now she was persistently shadowing him. Zhang Lai maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, "I can't quite fathom why I'm following you. Perhaps it's your charm that draws me in. I feel I can trust you." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Really? So it's the charm potion at play?" He suspected that was not the true reason behind her insistence. However, observing her current demeanor, it seemed she had firmly decided to stick with him. "All right then. What do you wish to do?" he inquired. "Drink with me," she declared. Faced with her unwavering determination, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he relented, saying, "Fine, I shall accompany you for a drink." After all, Zhang Lai had already consumed quite a bit, and he thought that if he could manage to get her thoroughly intoxicated, they could find a hotel where she could rest properly. As for anything beyond that, he hadn't given it much thought. He was not Lu Yuan after all. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began scanning the area. Where was Lu Yuan? Why had he vanished? "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Lai asked, noticing his distracted gaze. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings but saw no sign of Lu Yuan. "No one in particular," he replied casually. "Then let us go. Accompany me for a drink," Zhang Lai insisted, pulling him along. Qin Feng sighed but said nothing further as they returned to the top-floor bar and found a private booth to settle in. Once seated, Zhang Lai looked at him and asked, "How much can you drink?" "Order whatever you like. I'll keep pace with you," he replied nonchalantly. "Are you serious?" Zhang Lai inquired playfully. "My capacity for alcohol is unparalleled." She spoke the truth. Over time, she had built up her tolerance. Even if her previous capacity had been poor, she had improved significantly, surpassing most ordinary drinkers. This was precisely why she felt confident in challenging Qin Feng to drink with her. However, Zhang Lai remained blissfully unaware of the caliber of opponent she had chosen. In response to her confidence, Qin Feng merely smiled. Competing in drinking, Chapter 41. In matters of drinking, Qin Feng now harbored no fear of anyone. After all, no matter how much he drank, he could never get drunk. Who could possibly rival him? Zhang Lai summoned a waiter and commanded, "Bring me your finest red wine, and make it 10 bottles." Zhang Lai predominantly consumed red wine, yet the sudden order of 10 bottles indicated that she was still sulking, indulging her little princess temper. Noticing the expression on Qin Feng's face, Zhang Lai mistakenly assumed he found the 10 bottles extravagant. "What's wrong? Do you think 10 bottles is too pricey?" "Don't worry, it's on me." As she spoke, she produced her wallet from her bag and slapped it onto the table with an air of indifference, declaring, "I may lack many things, but money is not one of them." The aura of a wealthy woman was unmistakable. Qin Feng, rendered speechless, chose not to engage further. Given Zhang Lai's current demeanor, any words would be futile. Soon enough, the 10 bottles arrived. Without concern for their consumption, Zhang Lai ordered the waiter to uncork all of them. She poured a glass for both herself and Qin Feng. "Cheers," Zhang Lai said with a smile, though it bore a hint of sorrow. Qin Feng had no intention of speaking. He quietly drank alongside her. One glass after another, they consumed the wine as if it were water, swiftly depleting several bottles. Qin Feng's countenance remained unchanged, while Zhang Lai's cheeks flushed a delightful crimson, a sign of inebriation. She gazed at Qin Feng, her eyes hazy. Are you deceiving me? How come you seem unaffected?" With a calm demeanor, Qin Feng replied, "Come, let us keep drinking." He poured her another glass and handed it to her. Zhang Lai instinctively accepted it and downed it in one gulp. Eventually, the effects of the alcohol overwhelmed her, and she succumbed, resting her head on the table. Observing her slumber, Qin Feng shook his head. What was the necessity of this? He then called for the waiter, paid for the 10 bottles, and though the cost was considerable, it was inconsequential for him at this moment. The negative emotional value Zhang Lai had provided earlier was more than sufficient to cover the expense. As he looked at the deeply asleep Zhang Lai, under the influence of alcohol, she possessed a peculiar beauty. However, Qin Feng harbored no such thoughts. Sticking to his original plan, he helped Zhang Lai up and booked a room at the hotel using her ID, placing her gently on the bed. Initially, he intended to leave quietly, but upon seeing her lying there, reeking of alcohol and perspiration, he reconsidered. Reluctantly, he helped her change into the hotel's provided nightgown. Afterward, he observed her breathing steadily on the bed. Just as he was about to exit, a thought crossed his mind. With a smirk, he placed 2,000 yuan in cash beside her, securing it under her phone. Satisfied with the scene, he nodded and departed, indifferent to whether Zhang Lai would misconstrue the situation upon waking. He did not consider himself a bad person, but he had never claimed to be a good man either. The following day, Zhang Lai gradually awakened in the hotel room. Upon discovering she was in a hotel bed, she remained unbothered. However, upon noticing she was clad in a nightgown, clearly changed by someone else, her expression subtly shifted. She vaguely recalled the events of the previous night, meeting an alluring man at the top-floor bar of the hotel, who had joined her for drinks. Then she had seemingly gotten drunk? Now waking up here, she pondered. Her expression remained calm as she murmured to herself, "If it was him, then there's no harm done. I'm not at a loss." Yet, as she rose from the bed and moved about, she felt no discomfort or pain below. In an instant, she understood that the man had merely assisted her in changing her nightgown before taking his leave. At that moment, a look of clear astonishment crossed Zhang Lai's face. She had not anticipated that he would not touch her and would simply change her clothes and depart. "Here I was thinking you were a rogue, but it seems you are even less than that," Zhang Lai muttered, though a smile crept onto her lips. It was the first time in days that she had displayed such a sunny smile. Subsequently, she noticed a stack of cash beneath her phone by the bedside. Counting it, she found it to be exactly 2,000. Her smile broadened. For the first time, she found a man to be quite intriguing. Had she not been aware of her circumstances, she might have misinterpreted the situation and even felt angry over the money. But now, seeing the cash, she found Qin Feng rather amusing. Is this a ploy to make me misunderstand? Truly a fascinating man indeed. With a smile, Zhang Lai tucked the 2,000 yuan away, separating it from her other funds in her wallet. Afterward, she dressed and completed her morning routine, making her way to the top-floor bar. Though she had not inquired about Qin Feng's name the night before, she was confident that the bar staff would know. Chapter 42. Zhang Lai arrived at the top-floor bar of the Sate Hotel. As the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, she possessed the highest-tier VIP membership card of the Sate Hotel. Therefore, it was effortless for her to inquire about who had escorted her from the bar to the hotel below the previous night. Moreover, Zhang Lai was merely curious about the name of Qin Feng, and beyond that, she held no desire to delve deeper. Qin Feng. Zhang Lai murmured his name softly several times before donning her sunglasses and exiting the bar. For her, knowing a name sufficed. She was uninterested in anything further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng received a phone call. It was from a waiter at the top-floor bar named Xiao Zhang, who had been the recipient of Qin Feng's generous tips on several occasions. Due to Qin Feng's affability, Xiao Zhang had effectively become his informant within the bar. After leaving Zhang Lai's room the previous night, Qin Feng had made a special trip back to the bar to seek out Xiao Zhang, requesting him to inquire about Luo Yu's situation and to inform him immediately should there be any updates. Upon answering the call, Qin Feng inquired, "Any news? Brother Qin, Manager Luo Shi has resigned," Xiao Zhang reported. "This news just came out today. I heard it was during a meeting last night when the HR manager mentioned that at this point." Xiao Zhang hesitated, unsure whether to continue. "It's all right. Please go on," Qin Feng encouraged. Xiao Zhang proceeded. The HR manager stated that the hotel's shareholders were quite upset, claiming that the incident between you and Song Ningyu the night before last severely tarnished our hotel's image. Therefore, they had no choice but to either have Manager Luo resign voluntarily or face a demotion. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng comprehended the situation. It became clear why there had been a wave of negative sentiment directed at him after Luo Yu's meeting the previous evening. It stemmed from the events of the night before last. After all, those events had indeed been instigated by him. Even though Song Ningyu was genuinely despicable, Qin Feng had, at that time, used the truth serum to compel him to speak. Ultimately, the incident had even trended on social media. Perhaps, From Luo Yu's perspective, had he not spoken out in the bar but rather in a different setting, it might have been more advantageous. However, the events had unfolded, and there was no way for Qin Feng to rewind time. He had not anticipated that the shareholders of the Sate Hotel would opt to have Luo Yu resign or face demotion for the sake of the hotel's reputation. Qin Feng understood Luo Yu well. She had originally returned to serve as the hotel's lobby manager. For her, being appointed as the manager of the bar on the top floor was already a significant concession. If she were demoted further, she would undoubtedly refuse to accept it. Thus, she would rather resign. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng asked, "Xiao Zhang, do you know where Luo Yu is now?" "I'm not entirely sure, but she didn't go far. She must be back at her dormitory packing her things." Xiao Zhang replied, "Please send me the address of your company's dormitory," Qin Feng instructed. After this, he hung up the phone. Soon, Xiao Zhang sent Qin Feng the address of Luo Yu's dormitory. Upon receiving the information, Qin Feng descended and drove towards the indicated location. On the way, Qin Feng received a call from Cheng Hao. "I say, Lao Qin, you were fortunate not to attend last night. Miss Chu was present and waiting for you," Cheng Hao remarked. "I had anticipated that." And then, Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, well aware of Chu Xiaoxiao's persistent nature. "Right now, I'm at the clinic and she arrived quite early, which is why I'm calling you. You should decide whether to come to the clinic today," Cheng Hao said with a hint of schadenfreude. "It's fine. You can even invite her to sit in my office," Qin Feng replied casually. "Ah, have you changed your tune?" Cheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Changed my tune? I simply won't be going to the clinic today. Unless there are significant matters, I doubt I'll feel inclined to go back." "Let her do as she pleases." Cheng Hao couldn't help but exclaim. "You're quite ruthless. Are you really willing to forsake your dental practice for a woman?" "It's not for that reason. Just have you two keep an eye on the clinic." "All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now," Qin Feng said, cutting the conversation short. In truth, even if Chu Xiaoxiao did not seek him out at the clinic, Qin Feng had no intention of continuing to work as a dentist. He preferred to simply be a shareholder and await dividends. Being a dentist, he worked tirelessly throughout the year as a top-tier professional, yet he probably earned less from that than he did from exchanging a few negative emotions in a single day. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Qin Feng would not return to the clinic as a dentist. Even if he did go, he likely wouldn't assist anyone with dental issues. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, from the very beginning, Qin Feng had determined his stance towards her. It was best to maintain a distance for now. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived outside the dormitory complex where Luo Yu resided. There was no need to park and search. As soon as he arrived, he spotted Luo Yu dragging 2 large suitcases, slowly making her way out of the complex. Chapter 43. At this moment, Luo Yu had just exited her dormitory complex, her mood far from pleasant. To be precise, her discontent had begun the previous night, a tumultuous blend of grievance, resentment, and confusion swirling within her. Last evening, the human resources manager of the Sate Hotel, along with several high-ranking officials, had summoned her for a meeting. Initially, Luo Yu had harbored hopes that this gathering would be a commendation for her diligent efforts at work, perhaps even a promotion. However, her expectations were swiftly dashed. While they did acknowledge her hard work, the conversation quickly pivoted to the incident involving Song Ningyu from 2 nights prior. The video of the altercation had already circulated online, and although the public was largely ignorant of the specifics, they had labeled Song Ningyu as a scoundrel. Nonetheless, the employees of Sate Hotel, as well as those present at the bar that night, were acutely aware of how the incident was intertwined with Luo Yu. Luo Yu felt profoundly wronged. She was largely uninformed about the events that had transpired. In fact, it was due to Qin Feng's earlier provocations towards Song Ningyu that she found herself entangled in this mess, having only encountered Song Ningyu a mere 3 times, with barely a handful of words exchanged. Thus, for Luo Yu, the entire situation was utterly bewildering and wholly unexpected. The human resources manager and the hotel executives, citing a desire to protect the hotel's reputation and safeguard her future, presented her with 2 options: a demotion or voluntary resignation. Given Luo Yu's pride, she had already endured a significant setback by accepting a managerial role at the top-tier bar instead of remaining at the front desk. There was no way she could accept further demotion. After a night of contemplation, she ultimately chose to resign. Despite the HR manager's offer to extend her stay in the dormitory for a few more days, Luo Yu could not bear the thought of continuing to reside there. Immediately after her resignation, she returned to gather her belongings and prepare to depart. Though her financial situation was precarious, she would rather spend a few nights in a hotel than remain in the set hotel dormitory. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yu attempted to shake off her despondent feelings. Luo Yu, believe in yourself. Nothing can defeat you, she encouraged herself, resolving to find a hotel to drop off her luggage. Her next step would be to swiftly seek interviews at other establishments while concurrently searching for a new place to stay. However, as she lifted her gaze to hail a taxi, she spotted Qin Feng approaching her. Luo Yu's expression shifted, and she instinctively grabbed her luggage and turned to leave in the opposite direction. In this moment, she wished to avoid anyone associated with the incident involving Song Ningyu from 2 nights ago, as it was precisely that incident that had precipitated her resignation. Even though Luo Yu understood that Qin Feng had acted with good intentions that night, she could not deny that his actions had ultimately led to her current predicament. Thus, the two individuals she most wished to avoid were Song Ningyu, the scoundrel, and Qin Feng himself. Having just exited the vehicle, Qin Feng intended to greet Luo Yu, but he noticed her immediately turning away, her demeanor radiating a wave of negativity. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 400. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 400. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 400. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood the source of her sudden negativity and chose to disregard it, continuing to walk towards her. With her 2 heavy bags, Luo Yu could not move swiftly, allowing Qin Feng to catch up with her. Luo Yu, he said as he reached her. She regarded him with an unwelcoming expression. Mr. Qin, I have my own matters to attend to. I am quite busy, so I hope you will not disturb me. Please step aside. Thank you. Qin Feng shook his head, responding, I am aware of your situation. It all stems from me. I came specifically to express my apologies. Very well. I have heard your apology. May I proceed now? Luo Yu replied, her face devoid of expression. I am busy and have many matters awaiting my attention, so I hope you will not persist in following me. Thank you. Qin Feng recognized that Luo Yu was currently in a state of anger, and no amount of explanation would penetrate her resolve. To continue insisting would be a foolish endeavor, and he was not inclined to act so unwisely. Thus, he silently allowed her to pass, trailing behind without uttering a word. During this time, Qin Feng could perceive the fluctuations in Luo Yu's emotions, the negative emotional value serving as a gauge of her feelings towards him. This emotional response originated from within her and could not be concealed. In the first minute of following Luo Yu, the negative emotional value surged. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 500. Her agitation only intensified at the thought of Qin Feng trailing her. Yet, she refrained from voicing her frustrations. 2 minutes later, however, the negative emotional value had decreased significantly. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 300. After another 2 minutes, the emotional weight lessened further. Negative emotional value from Luo Yu, 200. As Luo Yu regained her composure, her negative feelings towards Qin Feng dissipated considerably, though they had not entirely vanished. It was evident that she had not fully come to terms with the situation. Nonetheless, Qin Feng sensed that it was finally time to break the silence. Chapter 44. Before Qin Feng could utter a word, Luo Yu took the initiative to speak. Please, I sincerely ask you not to follow me any longer. I comprehend the intention behind your visit today, but I truly do not require anyone's assistance. Looking at Qin Feng, her tone was earnest. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I have faced an overwhelming number of distressing situations recently, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain my composure and think rationally. Luo Yu was not one to create unnecessary fuss. On the contrary, her mind was remarkably sharp. Otherwise, she would not have managed to survive independently in a foreign land. Among her peers, she was indeed exceptional. However, as she mentioned, the multitude of unforeseen events had rendered her unable to uphold her usual calmness. The fact that she could converse with Qin Feng so serenely was already a considerable achievement for her. This was also attributed to Qin Feng's understanding nature, which prevented him from further provoking her, allowing her to gradually regain her tranquility. Observing Luo Yu, Qin Feng gently remarked, I understand your emotions, yet the circumstances you face stem from my actions. Had it not been for me, you would not have resigned. As he mentioned her resignation, Luo Yu's negative emotional value, 300. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Everything seemed fine just moments ago, yet her negative emotions had suddenly surged again. However, Luo Yu's subsequent words enlightened him as to his misstep. Well, it's not the first time you've caused me to resign. I'm already accustomed to it. At first, Qin Feng was perplexed, but he quickly grasped the meaning behind her words. It referred to her resignation in Belgium, instigated by the complaint from Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, which her superior in Belgium, who had long sought to dismiss her, seized as an opportunity. When Qin Feng met Luo Yu, he was indeed with Chang Hao, so it was understandable that she might harbor some misconceptions. Realizing this, Qin Feng quickly said, Wait, I believe it is essential for us to have a proper discussion. Discuss what? Luo Yu inquired, looking at him. Let us first find a place to sit and talk. Qin Feng suggested. You don't seem to have any immediate plans, do you? It was clear that a discussion could not take place here. Any inadvertent provocation might cause Luo Yu to flee again. Since his intention today was to resolve the issues, he was keen to avoid further provoking her. He thought that finding a quiet place to converse would facilitate open communication. Without waiting for Luo Yu's hesitation, Qin Feng pointed to a nearby CAF. Let us go to that CAF, a cup of coffee will do us good. He then walked towards it, casually taking one of the bags she was carrying. Surprised, Luo Yu had no choice but to follow him into the CAF. Soon they were seated. What would you like to drink? Qin Feng asked. Anything is fine, Luo Yu replied. All right. Qin Feng nodded, summoning a waiter. 1 latte and 1 lemonade. You invited me to a CAF, yet you 1 tea have coffee? Luo Yu remarked. You might be mistaken. The lemonade is for you while I will have the latte, he replied with a shrug. Luo Yu was taken aback. Luo Yu's negative emotional value, 300. Qin Feng clarified, it takes time to prepare coffee, and I am unsure how long you can remain here. Who knows if you might suddenly leave in a fit of anger before I finish speaking. Hence, I ordered lemonade for you. However, if you can listen to me patiently, I doubt you will mind the beverage choice. Although Luo Yu felt that Qin Feng was being nonsensical, she found his reasoning surprisingly sensible. After calming herself, she said, all right, just tell me what you need to say. Okay, Qin Feng began, let us first resolve the initial misunderstanding between us. Initial misunderstanding? Luo Yu queried, puzzled. Yes, he nodded. It pertains to the reason for your resignation from Belgium. As soon as this topic arose, it undeniably stirred unpleasant memories for Luo Yu. Luo Yu's negative emotional value, 400. Coldly, she replied. Isn't it due to the complaint letters from your 2 friends? That's why I left Belgium and came here. And your friend owes me money. The reference to the money concerned an incident where Chang Hao, while in Belgium, accidentally collided with her, causing her to spill several bottles of gold leaf champagne, which she had to pay for out of her own pocket. Qin Feng was well aware of this. Regarding the complaint letter, you have misunderstood. They had already retracted it well before leaving Belgium, and specifically informed your superior that they would not make things difficult for you. This, as Luo Yu attempted to respond, Qin Feng interrupted, I can assure you of this matter. Moreover, if you reflect on your superior's attitude towards you, you will come to understand the situation. When Luo Yu was in Belgium, the abruptness of the events had left her emotionally charged, impairing her judgment. However, now that some time had passed, she could clearly see that her superior had deliberately denied her any opportunity for explanation or inquiry, indicating something amiss. Upon this realization, Luo Yu fell silent. At this moment, Qin Feng chose to remain quiet, granting her the space to contemplate. A few minutes later, Luo Yu looked up and said to Qin Feng, I have come to understand, and I believe your words are true. Indeed, you were right. My superior had ulterior motives. He has always disdained foreigners and sought to find a way to expel me. I was careless. I apologize for my previous misunderstandings and poor attitude towards you. Her tone was sincere as she acknowledged her earlier mistakes. This was Luo Yu. She possessed her own principles. It's good that you understand. Qin Feng nodded, adding, and about the gold leaf champagne incident. Luo Yu shook her head. Let us leave the champagne matter behind. I do not wish to pursue it any further. That's simply one to-do. We must address what needs addressing, Qin Feng insisted. He then pulled out a stack of cash amounting to 12,000 and placed it on the table, sliding it towards Luo Yu. Do not refuse. This is the reasonable compensation you deserve. Chapter 45. The cash in question was not premeditated by Qin Feng. Rather, it was recently acquired through the exchange of negative emotional value. The mere expenditure of 120 points was trivial for him. However, Luo Yu held a different perspective. In this era of mobile payments, who would carry such an abundance of cash? She was convinced that this was a deliberate gesture by Qin Feng to compensate her. Her heart was stirred. Recalling his previous sincere words, her impression of Qin Feng transformed in that moment. The lingering resentment born from misunderstandings dissipated entirely. After all, since her decision to study abroad in Belgium, she had rarely encountered a man as genuinely kind as Qin Feng. In Belgium, no one had shown her such goodwill. This was one reason she had always been hesitant to trust anyone completely and had relied solely on herself. She had to disguise herself as a hedgehog, bristling with defenses, to keep others at bay. Yet beneath that exterior, Luo Yu was tender-hearted, yearning for affection even more than a rabbit. Observing Qin Feng's earnest demeanor, she ultimately accepted the 12,000, a rightful compensation owed to her. Upon seeing her acceptance, a smile illuminated Qin Feng's face. Then, from this moment on, there should be no more misunderstandings between us. Indeed, none. Luo Yu nodded. At that precise moment, the CAF attendant brought over the latte and lemonade that Qin Feng had ordered, placing them on the table. Luo Yu reached for the lemonade, but Qin Feng interjected, "You've mistaken that." "Pardon?" Luo Yu looked at him quizzically. "That latte is yours," Qin Feng replied with a smile, gesturing towards the lemonade. "That is mine." "But you just said." Luo Yu was confused by Qin Feng's implication. He took the lemonade and chuckled. "I am quite energetic and seldom drink coffee. Therefore, the latte was intended for you while the lemonade is for me. Besides, having packed so much luggage, you don't seem to be in the best spirits. A cup of coffee would certainly lift your mood. After all, you mentioned you had a busy day ahead." At his words, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, her fondness for Qin Feng deepening. She gazed at him, who wore a gentle smile. At that moment, she realized that the Qin Feng before her exuded an inexplicable charm, markedly different from the one she had seen a couple of days prior. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Quickly, she recovered, seizing the latte he had pushed towards her and taking a large sip. Qin Feng, observing her reaction, was momentarily bewildered. What was happening with Luo Yu? Had his words inadvertently upset her? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. After she had sipped her coffee a few times, he continued, "Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, we can consider ourselves friends, right?" "Certainly." Luo Yu nodded. Qin Feng chose not to revisit any talk of misunderstandings or mention Song Ningyu, fearing it might cause her discomfort. Instead, he shifted the conversation to her current situation. "Now that you've resigned, you must be eager to find a new job and a place to stay. I can assist you with that," he said softly. "Please don't hastily reject my offer. After all, you are alone in this city, without any support. It appears I am your only friend at the moment. Of course, if you still don't trust me, then no, I trust you." Luo Yu interjected instinctively. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback but then nodded. "Very well, since you trust me, I will help you find accommodation. As for a job, I will inquire on your behalf. But the final decision on where to go rests with you. I will not interfere. What do you think?" With the conversation reaching this point, Luo Yu had no reason to refuse anymore. She nodded and replied, "Thank you in advance." Qin Feng smiled, saying, "No need for thanks among friends. This is what friends do." At that instant, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully garnered the affection of 3 female leads, unlocking the affection system." Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. The affection system? What was happening? He was aware that he currently possessed the negative emotional value system, so the sudden emergence of an affection system puzzled him. Did he need to cultivate others' affection? Wasn't he that contradictory? Furthermore, when had he acquired the affection of 3 female leads to the extent of being liked? He found himself bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, knowing the system would provide an explanation. Indeed, soon after, a stream of information appeared in his mind, elucidating the sudden emergence of the affection system. Chapter 46. The affection value system and the negative emotion value system are not significantly related. This system merely allows Qin Feng to perceive the affection value, or the degree of fondness that each individual holds towards him. The levels of affection value, roughly categorized into 8 grades, are as follows. 0. Life and death struggle. 120. Enemies with deep-seated grievances. 2140. Mild aversion, some resistance. 4160. Some impression, considered acquaintances. 6170. Slight fondness, ordinary friends. 7180. Liking or close friends. 8090. Very fond or brothers, best friends. Above 90. Lifelong partner, unwavering devotion. The terms liking and very fond are approximate and do not exclusively pertain to romantic love. They may also refer to admiration or similar sentiments, so there is no need to dwell excessively on this. The affection value is distinct from the negative emotion value. The latter can be exchanged for cash or lottery opportunities, whereas the affection value is solely that, affection value, without any redeemable benefits. However, upon discovering the function of the affection value system, Qin Feng felt that its significance was not considerably inferior to that of the negative emotion value. After all, negative emotion values can be amassed arbitrarily and are not fixed. The affection value encapsulates an individual's entire impression of you, allowing one to discern whether a person is an ally or an adversary, or merely a superficial friend. This could prove immensely beneficial to Qin Feng in the days to come. Additionally, the affection value system possesses a particularly crucial function. Once the affection value exceeds 90, it shall never diminish again. There is no need for further elaboration on that, is there? It can be said that the sudden unlocking of this affection value system was, indeed, a delightful surprise for Qin Feng. Nonetheless, he harbored a curiosity, as the activation prompt indicated that he had garnered the fondness of 3 female protagonists, reaching the level of liking i.e., exceeding an affection value of 70. Yet, the system did not specify which protagonists they were. Qin Feng silently inquired within his mind, to which the system responded that he would come to know in due time. As long as individuals were in proximity to Qin Feng, he could readily perceive their affection values. Thus, he chose not to dwell on this matter further. The emergence of the affection value system was but a fleeting moment and did not disrupt the conversation between Qin Feng and Luo Yu. She remained oblivious to any peculiarities in his demeanor. Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards Luo Yu, and her affection value immediately manifested in his mind. Name, Luo Yu. Affection value, 72. An affection value of 72 signifies a level of fondness. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng deduced that it was likely due to his previous remarks that had influenced Luo Yu's perception. Otherwise, prior to today, her affection value towards him might have been below 40, indicating some resistance or aversion. It was remarkable to realize that his earlier words had significantly altered Luo Yu's impression of him, propelling her affection value from below 40 to an impressive 72. In that moment, Qin Feng could not help but muse whether he was perhaps more suited for the role of a romantic advisor than Cheng Hao. Of course, Qin Feng was unaware that Luo Yu's rapid increase in affection was also attributed to his charm enhancement. However, such details were of little consequence. After finishing their coffee, Luo Yu finally lowered her guard and requested Qin Feng's assistance in searching for an apartment. Consequently, Qin Feng helped her load her luggage into the trunk of his car, and together they ventured forth to seek a residence. There was no need for overly deliberate searching, as most apartment listings were readily available on various rental applications. One simply needed to contact the agents and schedule viewings. Qin Feng assumed the role of a driver and advisor. As for why they were not seeking employment before finding a place to live, for Luo Yu, the only acceptable positions were those of lobby manager at 5-star hotels, or perhaps a slight concession. She had already narrowed down her options to a specific area last night. Regardless of where she resided, it would not be particularly far from her prospective workplace. The remaining tasks involved submitting her resume and attending interviews. After all, her departure from the Sate Hotel was merely a product of the shareholders' unfounded concerns and would not hinder her job search. In fact, The Sate Hotel had even provided her with a letter of recommendation as compensation, which she declined. Given Luo Yu's qualifications, securing a position at another 5-star hotel within the city should pose little difficulty. The only challenge was whether the hotels had vacancies for lobby managers. Searching for rental accommodations was undoubtedly a daunting endeavor. Qin Feng accompanied Luo Yu for the better part of the day, and they managed to view only 4 or 5 apartments, even with Qin Feng driving. If Luo Yu had ventured alone, the task would have been far more arduous. After inspecting 7 or 8 properties, they found a place to sit and eat, discussing their housing options as they dined. What do you think about the one on West Ring Road? It's south, quite close to the Carlton 5-star hotel. I plan to interview there tomorrow, and I feel confident about my chances, Luo Yu inquired. The one on West Ring Road? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. SNT, that a shared accommodation? Didn't you mention wanting your own independent space? I was just saying that. Besides, look at my current situation. I'm unemployed, so I don't have the luxury to be choosy. As long as I have a place to stay, that's sufficient. When I was in Belgium, I also shared an apartment with a girl, and it was fine. That was with one other person, but there it would be with 3 others, making 4 in total. That's hardly different from living in a dormitory, Qin Feng countered. Moreover, you're not unable to find work, so why subject yourself to this? All right then, how about the more secluded one? It's a bit out of the way, but the layout is quite nice, Luo Yu suggested after some consideration. Don't even think about that one, Qin Feng decisively replied. Consider the nature of your future job, which will likely involve irregular hours and no weekends, often requiring overtime. Plus, you don't have a car, making it inconvenient. Even if you did, commuting daily would be exhausting. Then, Luo Yu pondered deeply, if that's the case, did we essentially waste our time today? The other options are even less suitable. Indeed, it seems we've wasted our time. Qin Feng shrugged. At this rate, it will be quite challenging to find something. That's unacceptable. No matter how difficult, we must find a place. I can't afford to stay in a hotel every day. That would be prohibitively expensive, Luo Yu insisted. Don't fret, Qin Feng smiled. Leave this matter to me. I'll devise a solution for you. What solution? Luo Yu asked, intrigued. Chapter 47. Qin Feng took out his phone, waved it slightly, and smiled. Of course, I'm looking for someone. Initially, Qin Feng believed that searching for a place to live with Luo Yu would be a relatively straightforward task. However, he soon found himself surprised that after nearly a whole day of searching, they had only come across a few suitable options. At this rate, it seemed they could continue searching for several more days without success. Although Qin Feng possessed ample patience and was willing to accompany Luo Yu in her quest for housing, he was acutely aware that she was pressed for time. She was eager to find a suitable residence and secure employment as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have contemplated seeking assistance. I can't trouble you any further, Luo Yu exclaimed. You've already accompanied me to view so many apartments today. That is more than enough. While dialing a number, Qin Feng reassured her, it's no trouble at all. To be honest, I hadn't planned on calling anyone for help. I just didn't anticipate that finding a rental would be so arduous. Otherwise, I would have called this morning. Noticing that Luo Yu seemed poised to say more, Qin Feng interjected. All right, I promise to help you find a place, so leave it to me, okay? As he spoke, the call connected. Seeing this, Luo Yu hesitated to press her point further. Qin Feng was calling Zhang Mingyang. Given Zhang Mingyang's extensive network from his travels, delegating the task of finding a rental to him posed no issues. Old Qin, what's up? Zhang Mingyang's voice came through, sounding somewhat groggy, a clear indication that he had indulged a bit too much the night before and was still regaining his senses. Help me find a rental, Qin Feng stated directly. A rental? No problem. Any specific requirements? Zhang Mingyang's demeanor shifted instantly to alertness upon realizing Qin Feng needed his assistance. After all, Zhang Mingyang had successfully salvaged his reputation the previous night, a feat largely facilitated by Qin Feng. Something suitable for one person. An apartment or a unit will suffice. Qin Feng elaborated. Are you living alone? Zhang Mingyang inquired curiously. It's not for me, it's for a friend. Is it a male or female friend? A female, Qin Feng replied, casting a glance at Luo Yu, who appeared slightly embarrassed. Zhang Mingyang chuckled knowingly but refrained from probing further, recognizing that Qin Feng was likely in the company of someone. However, he mentally noted the situation for a later discussion. Finally, Qin Feng urged, "Please expedite the search. It would be ideal if you could provide me with results by tomorrow." "Understood. I'll get right on it," Zhang Mingyang replied enthusiastically. While his influence may not rival that of Yao Bin, finding a rental was still a manageable task for him. After hanging up, Qin Feng turned to Luo Yu and said, "All right, the matter is nearly settled. We should have everything sorted by tomorrow. You can just confirm the details then." "Is it really that simple?" Luo Yu asked, astonished. Qin Feng chuckled. What else would it be? In truth, he had a more advantageous option available. He could have sought help from the affluent Yao Bin. Yao Bin had a far broader network, and had he reached out to him, the housing situation would likely have been resolved by today. However, considering the relationship between Yao Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao, Qin Feng opted not to involve her. After all, Chu Xiaoxiao had been pursuing him quite insistently. He could only imagine the potential fallout if she learned he sought Yao Bin's assistance for Luo Yu. Having weighed the options, Qin Feng decided to rely on Zhang Mingyang. With the housing situation entrusted to him, both Qin Feng and Luo Yu could avoid further aimless wandering. "Are you heading anywhere afterward?" Qin Feng inquired. "I need to find a place to stay first," Luo Yu replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Only then did Qin Feng recall that he had met her immediately after she had left her dormitory earlier that day. Her luggage was still in the trunk of his car. A sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Apologies, I almost forgot about that." He refrained from suggesting that Luo Yu stay with him for the night, knowing full well that her strong-willed nature would never permit her to accept such an offer. Subsequently, Qin Feng led Luo Yu to a nearby hotel and booked a room. Regarding the payment, he said, "I initially intended to cover the cost for you, but considering I want to be staying, it's best if you handle it. Are you suggesting I might not be able to afford it?" Luo Yu shot him an incredulous glance, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Romantic interest level 2. Qin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected his words to elicit such a response. However, upon reflection, it made sense given Luo Yu's determined character. Had he paid for her stay, she likely would have felt uncomfortable. His actions conveyed respect, leaving her feeling appreciated. "You've already had a long day, so I won't keep you any longer. Make sure to rest and prepare well. After all, you have interviews tomorrow," Qin Feng advised. Luo Yu nodded in agreement, appreciating his understanding of her situation. She indeed felt fatigued, and she had multiple interviews lined up for the next day, necessitating thorough preparation. "Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye," Qin Feng said as he exited. Upon stepping outside Luo Yu's hotel room, he received another boost to his romantic interest level. Romantic interest level 1 at that moment. Luo Yu's admiration for Qin Feng had reached a commendable 75. If their relationship continued to develop, it would likely soar even higher. Once Qin Feng departed, Luo Yu sat in the hotel room, lost in thought for a considerable time. Her mind replayed the events of the day and every word Qin Feng had spoken, along with his subtly thoughtful gestures. Some of these actions, which Qin Feng deemed trivial, were etched in her memory. After a while, Luo Yu shook her head vigorously, staring at her reflection in the mirror, and admonished herself. "Luo Yu, do not overthink this. What you need to focus on right now is preparing diligently for tomorrow's interviews. You can do this, Luo Yu." Chapter 48. As Qin Feng exited his hotel room and approached the elevator, he casually retrieved his phone, only to discover a multitude of messages and missed calls. After his earlier phone conversation with Zhang Mingyang, he had inadvertently switched his phone to silent mode, which explained his unawareness of the numerous notifications. Upon inspection, he noted messages from Cheng Hao, Zhang Mingyang, and Chu Xiaoxiao. Why the sudden influx of messages? Hadn't he just spoken to Zhang Mingyang? Qin Feng found this peculiar. However, both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang understood Qin Feng well enough to realize that if he was unresponsive, it likely indicated he was preoccupied. Thus, they had resorted to leaving messages on WeChat. He first opened Zhang Mingyang's message, which pertained to the housing situation. Zhang Mingyang had swiftly found 2 rental options and sent corresponding images along with location descriptions, both of which appeared quite appealing. Yet, upon examining the locations of the 2 properties, Qin Feng realized they were situated far from his desired area. It dawned on him that he had neglected to specify his preferred vicinity during their conversation. This oversight prompted him to quickly message Zhang Mingyang, "Old Zhang, I forgot to mention that the house needs to be in this vicinity. Not too far away, preferably close to the Carlton 5-star hotel."
Moments later.
Zhang Mingyang replied with an exasperated emoji. "You really know how to complicate things. Do you have any other requirements? If not, I'll continue searching for you." Qin Feng responded, "That's all." Zhang Mingyang simply replied, "Okay." He then ceased messaging, presumably rushing off to assist Qin Feng further. This made Qin Feng reflect on Zhang Mingyang's character. Despite his occasional lack of seriousness, he was always willing to help without hesitation, which was commendable. Next, Qin Feng turned his attention to Cheng Hao's message, which read, "Call me when you're free." A straightforward request. Without a second thought, Qin Feng dialed Cheng Hao, as he truly had no pressing matters at hand. The call connected swiftly. "Hey, Lao Qin, where have you been wandering all day? I couldn't find you. You haven't run off to frolic with some girl, have you?" Cheng Hao began with a teasing tone. "What is it to you? If you have something to say it. If not, I'm hanging up," Qin Feng retorted, unwilling to indulge in Cheng Hao's gossip. "Well, there is something," Cheng Hao continued. "Don't forget, you asked me to look into Wang Yan last night because you suspected something was off. I inquired today and it turns out there seems to be no issue at all. He is diligent at work and hasn't had any conflicts with anyone." "Are you trying to set me up?" Qin Feng asked. "Who did you ask? You didn't directly question Wang Yan, did you? Do you think I'm foolish? Of course, I wouldn't just ask him directly. I have my own methods, but I can't divulge those to you." "Your methods? You simply asked a few acquaintances of Wang Yan, didn't you? You're making it sound all mysterious," Qin Feng replied, bemused. "What could you possibly learn from that? How else would I investigate? I can't just show up at his workplace and interrogate his close colleagues. After all, Wang Yan is my client. That would be inappropriate." Qin Feng shook his head. "Forget it, I'll handle this. I have my ways." Cheng Hao was unaware of how to investigate Wang Yan, primarily because he believed Wang Yan was innocent based on his demeanor. Unlike Qin Feng, who could gauge a person's character through the collection of their negative emotional values, Cheng Hao lacked that insight. Regardless, after that night, Qin Feng had firmly concluded that Wang Yan was not as straightforward as he appeared. Would a truly honest person so easily exhibit a plethora of negative emotions towards someone they had just met? "What is your plan?" Cheng Hao inquired, intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "Here is what we'll do. Send me the address of Wang Yan's company. Go there now, and I'll meet you shortly." "Go to his company?" Cheng Hao questioned, puzzled. "Yes, you'll understand once you get there," Qin Feng assured him. "All right." Although Cheng Hao was still uncertain, he trusted Qin Feng more than Wang Yan. After confirming their meeting at Wang Yan's office, the elevator reached the hotel lobby. As Qin Feng stepped out, he began to peruse Chu Xiaoxiao's WeChat messages. "Cheng Hao said you were on a business trip. Why did I just see your car? Why didn't you answer my calls? You promised to treat me to a meal next time to show your gratitude. How infuriating. Qin Feng, you're the first man to ignore my calls and messages. You big pig hoof." Upon reading her messages, Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Why was Chu Xiaoxiao so persistently bothersome? Furthermore, when had she seen his car? Had she been following him? Noticing the timestamp of her message, he realized it coincided with the moment he had just dropped Luo Yu off at the hotel. Suddenly alarmed, Qin Feng looked up and found Chu Xiaoxiao standing in the hotel lobby, brightly gazing at him with a somewhat unsettling smile. Qin Feng instinctively felt a twinge of apprehension. But then he thought, why should he feel intimidated? He hadn't done anything wrong. Thus, he approached Chu Xiaoxiao, taking the initiative to confront her. "Are you following me?" However, Chu Xiaoxiao was unfazed by his question. She pouted, "Who is following you? I merely happened to be leaving a nearby mall with a friend and spotted your car. I thought I'd come and take a look since you've been avoiding me for 2 days. I just wanted to see you, but instead, you're scaring me away." Her tone bore a hint of vulnerability, which might have swayed others. However, knowing Chu Xiaoxiao's true nature, Qin Feng remained skeptical of her intentions. Chapter 49. The thought process of the enchantress Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiaoxiao and said, Enough of the pitiful act. Speak your mind. Chu Xiaoxiao pouted, looking quite aggrieved, and began to respond. But upon seeing Qin Feng shake his head and prepare to leave, she became anxious. Are you really leaving? She exclaimed, hurrying after him. As Qin Feng walked, he stated with utmost seriousness, I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to indulge in games with you right now. If you have something to say, please do so. Otherwise, we can discuss it another time. His tone suggested pressing commitments. However, observing Chu Xiaoxiao's anxious demeanor, Qin Feng secretly reveled in her plight, thinking to himself that her attempts to feign distress and charm were futile against him. He had assumed that since Chu Xiaoxiao had seen his car at the hotel, she would have also noticed Luo Yu and would bombard him with inquiries. To his astonishment, after his remarks, Chu Xiaoxiao fell silent, merely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the parking lot and entering his vehicle, Chu Xiaoxiao swiftly joined him in the passenger seat. This enchantress certainly did not adhere to conventional behavior. Despite her petite stature, her peculiar thoughts were abundant and unpredictable. Why are you following me? I genuinely have important matters to attend to. Qin Feng could not help but inquire. Rest assured, you carry on with your tasks. I promise I won't intrude, Chu Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully, resembling a playful kitten. Yet, while she appeared docile at that moment, one could only wonder if she would suddenly become ferocious in the next. I truly have pressing matters, Qin Feng insisted, his tone tinged with exasperation. Chu Xiaoxiao continued to smile, remaining silent. Internally, she scoffed, thinking, don't assume I'm oblivious to your affairs. You claim they are significant? Do you truly think I am a naive little girl? Though Qin Feng had been avoiding Chu Xiaoxiao for the past few days, she had not been idle, spending her time at the clinic. Through the nurses, she had gathered considerable information about him. Thus, she was aware that Qin Feng's sole profession was as a top-tier dentist at Shuk Clinic, where he practically lived. Chu Xiaoxiao surmised that Qin Feng's important matters were likely not as critical as he claimed. He simply wished to avoid her company. Her judgment was astute, for otherwise, she would not have stubbornly followed him. Chu Xiaoxiao was skilled in reading people and throwing tantrums, having mastered these arts since childhood. Hence, she was not easily deceived by Qin Feng. Once she had set her sights on a man, she would employ every means to pursue him. Qin Feng found himself at a loss. He could hardly force Chu Xiaoxiao out of the car, especially since Cheng Hao was waiting for him. Reluctantly, he decided to bring her along. On the way, Qin Feng noticed that Chu Xiaoxiao engaged him in conversation about topics he typically enjoyed. It appeared she had indeed put considerable effort into this endeavor, which prompted him to feel a sense of admiration. However, Chu Xiaoxiao refrained from mentioning anything about her earlier encounter at the hotel, leaving Qin Feng somewhat bewildered, as he had expected her to raise the issue. Yet, Qin Feng was not one to delude himself or feign ignorance. Curious, he asked Chu Xiaoxiao, do you have no questions regarding what you saw at the hotel? She paused, then shrugged, replying, what is there to ask? As I mentioned earlier, I merely happened to see your car while I was out at the mall near the hotel, and when I went to find you, you came down shortly thereafter. Are you not curious? Qin Feng pressed. Curious about what? Chu Xiaoxiao shot him a glance. Do you think I, Chu Xiaoxiao, would cry and throw a fit upon seeing you with another woman, demanding to know your relationship with her? Is that how you perceive me? Qin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his nose, thinking to himself that he had genuinely believed she might react that way. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at him with pride, declaring, I learned long ago that what one desires is not granted by others but earned through one's own efforts. If someone I like or something I desire is taken from me, it simply indicates that I, Chu Xiaoxiao, lack the capability to hold on to it. I never blame anyone, and you, as the man I have chosen, I will strive to win over, regardless of whether you have a girlfriend. As long as you are not married, I still have my chance. Moreover, I believe I can prevail. Qin Feng was taken aback by Chu Xiaoxiao's unique logic. She truly was unlike any other woman. Before long, Qin Feng and Chu Xiaoxiao arrived at the CAF where they had agreed to meet Cheng Hao, located beneath the building where Wang Yan worked. Cheng Hao had been there for quite a while, donning a hat and leisurely sipping his coffee. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Chu Xiaoxiao approach together, Cheng Hao was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, riddled with confusion. He had never anticipated that Qin Feng, who had been avoiding Chu Xiaoxiao, would now be seen with her. Qin Feng cleared his throat, feeling the need to explain but not wanting to in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. However, Chu Xiaoxiao was quite at ease, smiling as she greeted Cheng Hao. Hello, Dr. Cheng. Nice to see you again.
Hello, Miss Que, Cheng Gao replié.
His curiosity piqued as he greeted her back. Chapter 50. After greeting, Chu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and said, You may discuss your matters. Just treat me as if I were invisible. Cheng Hao glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao and then at Qin Feng. After a moment's contemplation, he said to Chu Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry, but I have something to discuss with Lao Qin. Cheng Hao then gave Qin Feng a knowing look, signaling him to step outside for a conversation. Qin Feng nodded and rose to join Cheng Hao as they exited. Chu Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, engrossed in her phone. Cheng Hao pulled Qin Feng outside the CAF. What's the situation? Why did you bring her here? Cheng Hao whispered, gesturing towards Chu Xiaoxiao inside the CAF. I had no choice, Qin Feng replied helplessly, recounting his earlier encounter with Chu Xiaoxiao. Cheng Hao listened, exasperated. You could have just informed me instead of bringing her here. What are we supposed to do now? He had always preferred to keep his second profession as a love consultant a secret, a fact known only to Qin Feng and Zhang Mingyang within the entire Shuk clinic. Qin Feng sighed. I didn't know where else to take her. Should I have brought her to the clinic? That would have been even worse. Cheng Hao rubbed his forehead, at a loss for words. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng suggested, well, let us just chat casually for a bit and then leave. That seems to be the only option. Cheng Hao agreed. I must say, you two needn't conceal anything from me. I am quite aware of what you intend to discuss here. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao's voice interrupted from behind them. Both men jumped in surprise and turned to see Chu Xiaoxiao standing a short distance away, observing them intently. What are you hiding from me? There's nothing to conceal. We're merely having a casual chat, Qin Feng replied, maintaining a facade of normalcy as if nothing had been said. You two meeting out here leads me to speculate that Master Cheng has accepted a new case and sought your assistance, Chu Xiaoxiao remarked meaningfully. Cheng Hao and Qin Feng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How did you know? Cheng Hao was taken aback that Chu Xiaoxiao was aware of his second profession. Qin Feng's demeanor darkened slightly, and he said sternly, Chu Xiaoxiao, I can overlook your earlier request for Yao Bin to investigate me, but you ought not to involve him in probing into my acquaintances. Qin Feng felt a surge of anger. While he understood that in today's society, it was relatively easy for someone with resources to gather information about another, such intrusions could be infuriating, especially with Chu Xiaoxiao present. Cheng Hao's expression also became somber. He disliked being investigated as well. Wait, please don't misunderstand. I truly did not ask anyone to investigate Dr. Cheng, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly clarified, raising her hands in a gesture of defense. I genuinely know about Dr. Cheng's second profession, but that's because one of his previous clients is a dear friend of mine from abroad. Chu Xiaoxiao, despite her whimsical nature and peculiar thoughts, was typically very discreet in her dealings. Her prior request to Yao Bin was merely to ascertain where Qin Feng worked, and she had not requested any further inquiries. As for others around Qin Feng, she had not asked Yao Bin to investigate them either. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned to Cheng Hao, who furrowed his brow as he regarded Chu Xiaoxiao. A client of mine? Your friend from abroad? Who is it? Cheng Hao was skeptical of Chu Xiaoxiao's claims, as he had few clients overseas, and they were generally of a different age group than Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao pouted. Wang Ning, the one whose wedding you attended in Belgium last month. Fearing Cheng Hao and Qin Feng would doubt her, she pulled out her phone, opened WeChat, and displayed the chat history to them. Here's the invitation to his wedding. I couldn't go because I had another friend's wedding to attend. Upon examining the messages, both men realized Chu Xiaoxiao had indeed spoken the truth. Furthermore, Wang Ning had sent Chu Xiaoxiao a photo from the wedding, in which Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang stood out prominently among the crowd. I hadn't paid much attention to this photo before, but when I visited the Shuk clinic to see Qin Feng a couple of days ago and noticed Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, I later realized you both were also in Wang Ning's wedding photo. Afterward, I called Wang Ning, and he informed me about Cheng Hao being a love consultant. So this was merely a misunderstanding. Cheng Hao and Qin Feng exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward. I apologize. I misjudged you this time, and I offer my sincere apologies. Qin Feng said decisively. Chu Xiaoxiao scoffed. Is a simple apology sufficient? I, Chu Xiaoxiao, conduct myself with utmost integrity, yet you two thought so poorly of me. Qin Feng glanced at Chang Hao, silently urging him to say something. Chang Hao cleared his throat and said, Well, Miss Chu, it's true that we were in the wrong, and we sincerely regret the misunderstanding. How about this? Today, let Lao Qin accompany you as a form of atonement. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had intended for Chang Hao to clarify matters, but instead, Chang Hao had inadvertently thrown him under the bus. Upon hearing Chang Hao's suggestion, Chu Xiaoxiao's face lit up with delight. Then it's settled. I haven't agreed yet. Qin Feng thought helplessly. However, seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's excitement, he realized there would be no escaping this. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng quickly shifted the topic.
So, Lao Cheng.
Weren't we supposed to discuss your client's situation? We had agreed to investigate thoroughly. Since Chu Xiaoxiao was already aware, there was no need to conceal anything from her. Furthermore, since Chang Hao had offered to entertain Chu Xiaoxiao, it would be beneficial for them to enjoy the day together. With Chu Xiaoxiao around, one could imagine that Wang Yan might not have an easy time ahead. Chapter 51. Under the intimidating gaze of Qin Feng, Chang Hao could only awkwardly admit, Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Curiously, Chu Xiaoxiao inquired, What are you investigating? Qin Feng cleared his throat and replied, Let's discuss it inside. This is not a suitable place for conversation. It dawned on Chu Xiaoxiao and Chang Hao that the three of them were still conversing outside the CAF, attracting strange glances from passers-by. After all, discussing matters at the entrance of the CAF was indeed somewhat awkward. Therefore, they promptly relocated their conversation indoors. Inside the CAF, the same trio gathered, but this time, Qin Feng and Chang Hao no longer concealed the matter regarding Wang Yan from Chu Xiaoxiao. Qin Feng briefly explained the situation concerning Wang Yan. After listening, Chu Xiaoxiao pondered. So, he's Chang Hao's client, but you, Qin Feng, suspect him of being problematic, which is why you want Chang Hao to investigate him again, correct? Qin Feng nodded, asserting, Of course, if old Chang were to successfully win over the girl for him, it would merely push her into a pitfall. Chang Hao, with a darkened expression, retorted, We haven't even clarified the matter yet. Your words make it seem as if I'm truly intent on leading her astray. I, Chang Hao, have principles. If Wang Yan is indeed problematic, I would never assist him. But as of now, we have yet to ascertain the truth. Qin Feng interjected, Once you clarify it, you'll understand. I have a keen eye for people. On the matter of Wang Yan, Qin Feng was entirely confident in his judgment. After all, Wang Yan undoubtedly harbored issues. Otherwise, in the original narrative, although Chang Hao helped Wang Yan successfully pursue a girl, they ultimately parted ways. This clearly indicated that Wang Yan was inherently flawed. If he were without issues, the girl would not have angrily confronted Chang Hao after their separation. Stop bickering for now. The primary focus is on how you intend to investigate and prove whether Wang Yan has problems, Chu Xiaoxiao interjected. That would be best asked of old Qin. Chang Hao said, turning to Qin Feng. Didn't you say you had a method? It's time to showcase your true skills. Chu Xiaoxiao's curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze toward Qin Feng, eager to learn how he planned to investigate Wang Yan. Of course, I have a plan that I've been contemplating for a while, Qin Feng said with a confident smile. What plan? Both Chang Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao asked in unison. Qin Feng held up two fingers, grinning. There are two methods. One I've thought of previously, and the other just came to me. Previously, Chang Hao had conducted a simple investigation into Wang Yan, relying merely on evaluations from those who had interacted with him. In reality, Chang Hao's understanding of Wang Yan was superficial, or rather, non-existent. After all, those individuals did not truly know Wang Yan. How could they provide accurate insights? Even if Chang Hao approached Wang Yan's colleagues for inquiries, they would likely reveal little, as they were Wang Yan's co-workers, and Chang Hao could only be seen as an outsider. No matter how poor their relationship, they would not divulge sensitive information. Thus, Chang Hao's initial investigative direction was flawed. Qin Feng's first method was rather straightforward yet practical. Instead of questioning Wang Yan's colleagues, he suggested seeking out the cleaning staff at Wang Yan's company. In an IT firm like Wang Yan's, it was customary to employ cleaners to maintain the cleanliness of the office daily. Typically, office staff would not pay much attention to these cleaners, even when engaging in private conversations, let alone avoid them while gossiping. Therefore, the most knowledgeable individuals regarding office gossip, apart from the female colleagues who enjoyed discussing matters privately, would be these cleaners. So, your first method is to inquire with the cleaning staff about Wang Yan. Chang Hao conceded that Qin Feng's approach was indeed much simpler and more reliable than his previous inquiries.
Que Xiaxiao, au vert.
Was more intrigued by the second method. What is the second method? The second method, Qin Feng replied with a smile, is something I just conceived. And it pertains to you. Pertains to me? Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to say that. Yes, indeed, Qin Feng said meaningfully. Since Wang Yan claims to have harbored a crush on a girl named Su Lu for many years and shows no interest in other women, let us see if he truly is as devoted as he professes. Upon hearing this, both Chang Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao quickly grasped the essence of Qin Feng's second method. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully declared, "No problem. This task is on me." She felt as if Qin Feng understood her well. After all, upon Chang Hao mentioning Wang Yan, she had been contemplating whether Wang Yan was genuinely the simple homebody he claimed to be, merely wanting to probe his intentions. Much to her surprise, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Feng had already assigned her the task, making her feel as though he truly comprehended her. Chu Xiaoxiao's favorability level increased by 1. Qin Feng was surprised that Chu Xiaoxiao's favorability level could rise in such a manner. It was no wonder that her fondness for him had grown so high. Meanwhile, Chang Hao hesitated regarding Qin Feng's second method. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? People can be sensitive to testing. Qin Feng shook his head, about to respond, but Chu Xiaoxiao eagerly interjected. What's wrong with it? Sensitivity to testing is merely an excuse. And besides, I have no intention of doing anything to him. From my perspective, I can discern Wang Yan's true character with just a glance. A simple interaction will reveal whether he is pretending to be an honest person. Fine, Chang Hao conceded, raising his hands in surrender. I'll leave it to you both. Qin Feng patted Chang Hao on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, Old Chang, to be honest, you need to reassess some of your views. You can't remain trapped in the past. Chang Hao, perplexed, failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Qin Feng's words, merely nodding in confusion. Observing his bewildered expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Chang Hao was astute when it came to navigating the emotional complexities of others, yet he was woefully naive in dealing with his own feelings. It seemed that he would have to take the initiative to assist him, ensuring he did not remain ensnared in the lingering shadows of an unrequited affection that had long since faded. A few days ago, I returned home and wrote everything on my phone. Now that I'm back, I find myself a bit dazed, struggling to find the right words. My mind feels cluttered. Chapter 52. The two methods have been established. After settling the bill, Qin Feng and his companions departed from the CAF. Each of them had their own responsibilities. Qin Feng was tasked with visiting Wang Yan's company to inquire about him from the cleaning lady. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao was to assess whether Wang Yan was as honest as he claimed to be. As for Chang Hao, his role was pivotal. He needed to coax Wang Yan out of his company. After all, Wang Yan had previously encountered Qin Feng. Should Qin Feng be seen by him at the company, it would complicate matters. Moreover, only by luring Wang Yan out could Chu Xiaoxiao seize the opportunity to probe him. Their missions were interconnected. The absence of any one of them would jeopardize the entire plan. All right, I will call Wang Yan and ask him to come down, Chang Hao said. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Wang Yan. Shortly afterward, he hung up and signaled an okay to Qin Feng and Chu Xiaoxiao. I've arranged to meet him at the mall ahead. I'll head to the mall as well. I mustn't let him spot me standing here with you, Qin Feng replied. I need to pretend to be a patient of yours and accidentally run into him at the mall.
Que Xiaxiao concurde.
They exchanged a glance, a sudden spark of mutual understanding igniting between them. Cough, cough. Chang Hao cleared his throat. You two hurry along now. Chu Xiaoxiao shot Chang Hao an annoyed glare. This guy was truly a clueless third wheel. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng slipped away. Once hidden, he exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering over his recent thoughts. What was going on with him? Chu Xiaoxiao was indeed enchanting. Qin Feng found himself puzzled by Chu Xiaoxiao. Despite their limited interactions, her fondness for him was surprisingly high and easily elevated. Earlier, on the way, he had noticed her affection score was already at 75. After their exchange, it had increased to 77, surpassing that of Luo Yu, who he had known for much longer and whose affection had only reached 75, despite many shared experiences. Suddenly shaking his head, he dismissed these tangled thoughts. Why was he contemplating such things now? He felt as though he had unwittingly fallen under Chu Xiaoxiao's spell, leading to whimsical musings. At that moment, he spotted Wang Yan exiting the building and heading towards the agreed-upon mall with Cheng Hao. With Wang Yan gone, it was time for him to act. He had faith that Chu Xiaoxiao would handle her probing perfectly. Entering the building, he took the elevator to the 12th floor, where Wang Yan's company was located. Upon arriving at the entrance of the tech company, he found the reception completely deserted. This was unexpected. Although labeled a tech company, it seemed rather small. Striding in confidently, he went unnoticed. Inside, a spacious office area was filled with employees engrossed in their work, oblivious to Qin Feng's presence. With a clear objective, he proceeded to the employee lounge. Prior to this, he had inquired about the company's layout from Cheng Hao, so he was somewhat familiar with it. Finding a seat, he casually picked up a nearby newspaper and poured himself a cup of coffee, presenting himself as if he were an employee of the company. Not long after, 2 employees entered the lounge to refill their coffee. They glanced curiously at Qin Feng, who remained composed, absorbed in his newspaper. After pouring their drinks, they left without further thought. Before long, the cleaning lady he awaited approached. After tidying up the lounge, she noticed Qin Feng and, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, you're not one of our company's staff, are you?" Upon confirming her recognition of him, Qin Feng smiled and replied, "I'm a new intern, just arrived, so it's natural you wouldn't know me." The cleaning lady understood immediately, stating, "That explains it. I hadn't seen you before. Usually, visitors head straight to the meeting rooms, unlike you, who is leisurely enjoying coffee and reading the newspaper." It seemed she was quite talkative. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng engaged her in casual conversation before casually inquiring about Wang Yan. "Do you know Wang Yan? The one who has been recognized as an outstanding employee for 2 consecutive years. I've heard so much about him and am quite curious." The cleaning lady paused, then responded with intrigue, "I know Wang Yan, the one with glasses and curly hair. However, I'm not aware of him being an outstanding employee for 2 years. I've heard of other outstanding employees, but it doesn't seem to apply to him." Taken aback, Qin Feng was surprised. He hadn't anticipated uncovering yet another flaw in Wang Yan's claims. Confusion clouded his mind as he realized he had previously noted Chu Xiaoxiao's affection score, but now found he had not documented it at all. His thoughts were in disarray. Chapter 53. The cleaning lady, accustomed to the indifference of her colleagues during her time at the company, often found herself feeling rather bored during her breaks. However, encountering someone like Qin Feng, who was willing to engage her in conversation, instantly lifted her spirits. She began, "You must be mistaken. The outstanding employee of our company for the past 2 consecutive years, though I'm not entirely sure. I've overheard discussions suggesting it's a young man surnamed Zhang. Certainly not someone named Wang Yan. I remember that quite clearly." The cleaning lady stated this with utmost conviction. Qin Feng feigned confusion and pressed on, "And what about this Wang Yan? I've heard he often works overtime. What's the situation there? Shouldn't someone who puts in extra hours also be deserving of the Outstanding Employee Award?" Upon hearing this, the cleaning lady glanced cautiously towards the lounge entrance. Once assured that no one was approaching, she lowered her voice and said, "I'll share this with you, but you must promise not to reveal that it was I who said it. After all, as a cleaner, it's inappropriate for me to discuss the employees privately." "Rest assured, I won't say a word," Qin Feng assured her earnestly. Seeing his sincere promise, a smile broke out on the cleaning lady's face as she continued, "Well, about Wang Yan, it's true that he often stays behind after everyone else has left. I see him while I'm cleaning, but he's not actually working overtime. He's usually playing games. When the office is empty, I've caught him playing loudly by himself, shouting all sorts of things." As she spoke, the cleaning lady seemed to recall something unsettling. "I never expected it. He appears so mild-mannered, yet when he gets angry, he can be quite fierce. However, after someone caught him gaming and cursing in the office, he hasn't stayed late since, leaving for home as soon as the clock strikes. Gaming? Cursing? If it were anyone else, they might have doubted the cleaning lady's words, thinking she had mistaken him for someone else. Yet, upon hearing her, Qin Feng felt a sudden clarity. No wonder Wang Yan had harbored such a wealth of negative emotions upon encountering him, despite maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. With his bespectacled, refined appearance, he hardly seemed the type to carry such negativity. Qin Feng had even begun to suspect that the system's method for gauging negative emotions might be flawed. After all, it seemed implausible that one could conceal such a volume of negativity within. But now he understood. Wang Yan coped with his inner turmoil by becoming an online troll. With the cleaning lady's revelations, a new image of Wang Yan formed in Qin Feng's mind. In a deserted room, Wang Yan was engrossed in gaming or browsing forums. When confronted with anything that displeased him, he would unleash a torrent of furious typing, and if that didn't suffice, he would resort to outright cursing, even berating his teammates. Such individuals are typically timid in real life yet assertive online. It was no wonder that Wang Yan had been devoid of meaningful friendships for years. His acquaintances likely recognized his trollish tendencies, leading them to avoid gaming with him, let alone nurturing any deeper relationships. Thus, Qin Feng found resolution in understanding why a mere quip had elicited such a strong negative reaction from Wang Yan. For someone like him, even the slightest dissatisfaction could fuel an endless barrage of criticism in silence, all while maintaining a facade of indifference. Having gathered sufficient insight into Wang Yan's behavior at the company, Qin Feng felt no further need to question the cleaning lady. He casually concocted an excuse to step out and left. The cleaning lady harbored no suspicions but cautioned him softly, "Just don't mention that it was me who told you." Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I will keep your confidence." After departing the 12th floor, Qin Feng pulled out his phone and sent messages to Cheng Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao, stating simply, "Mission accomplished." This was the secret code they had previously agreed upon. Had Qin Feng failed, Cheng Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao would have attempted to divert Wang Yan's attention, ensuring he did not return to the office too soon. But now that Qin Feng had succeeded, Cheng Hao would allow Wang Yan to leave. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng returned to the CAF where he had initially waited, and after about 15 minutes, Cheng Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao arrived together. Chu Xiaoxiao wore a victorious smile, while Cheng Hao appeared somewhat disheartened. It seemed they too had achieved their objective. As they settled in, Qin Feng feigned ignorance and inquired, "How did things go on your end?" Chu Xiaoxiao, with a mischievous grin, replied, "With me in charge, everything was effortlessly resolved." It was quite simple to discern Wang Yan's true nature. Cheng Hao sighed, clearly frustrated. "I didn't expect Wang Yan to be, well, disappointing." It appeared that Cheng Hao felt somewhat defeated for misjudging Wang Yan. Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng asked, "What was your method for probing Wang Yan?" Chu Xiaoxiao chuckled. "The process was even simpler than I anticipated." She then recounted how Cheng Hao had encountered Wang Yan at a shopping mall, where Chu Xiaoxiao pretended to be a patient he had previously assisted. Their casual exchange revealed that Wang Yan was discreetly eyeing her, a detail that certainly did not escape the perceptive Chu Xiaoxiao. Later, Cheng Hao feigned a need to use the restroom, leaving Chu Xiaoxiao and Wang Yan alone. She deliberately displayed interest in Wang Yan, causing him to become flustered and excited, quite unlike the devoted, earnest man he had appeared to be when speaking to Cheng Hao. After Chu Xiaoxiao added Wang Yan on WeChat, she departed, and Wang Yan, upon her exit, shockingly told Cheng Hao that he no longer needed assistance as he had found true love. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could only exclaim internally, "This Wang Yan is remarkably authentic." Regarding Wang Yan's character, Qin Feng mused that if he truly were as sincere as he portrayed, the narrative would not have led to such a rapid divorce post-marriage, especially not with the female lead so incensed. Thus, he decided to refine Wang Yan's character further. Chapter 54. To be frank, it was Qin Feng's first encounter with a person like Wang Yan, which truly broadened his horizons. Earlier, he had earnestly urged Cheng Hao to assist him in pursuing a romantic interest, professing his quest for true love. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this notion of true love had shifted to another individual entirely. Upon recalling Wang Yan's previous actions and the disparaging remarks made by the cleaning lady at the company regarding Wang Yan's dubious character, it became apparent that this individual was not merely a keyboard warrior but rather a scheming opportunist. No, to label him as cunning would be an overstatement. He was simply foolish. What are your thoughts now? Qin Feng inquired, turning to Cheng Hao. What do you think? Enlightened? Misjudged character? Cheng Hao, feeling somewhat dejected, lifted his coffee and downed it in one go, treating it more like a spirit than a beverage. Deep down, he had anticipated such a revelation. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged. However, he did not expect Wang Yan to be such a person. The ease with which Chu Xiaoxiao had probed him revealed his true nature. Cheng Hao felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he would struggle to face others as a relationship consultant after this incident. It's all right. This time you were simply too complacent, Qin Feng consoled. Cheng Hao fell silent, his expression clouded with gloom. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her amusement. After all, she had heard tales of Cheng Hao's legendary expertise as a relationship advisor. Yet, to witness him falter so quickly was both surprising and entertaining, piquing her curiosity about Qin Feng even more. If Cheng Hao had failed to see through Wang Yan's facade, how had Qin Feng managed to do so? Truth be told, when Chu Xiaoxiao first encountered Wang Yan in the mall, she too had been oblivious to his true nature. Had she interacted with him normally, she might have similarly believed him to be an honest individual without a second thought. Nevertheless, she chose to trust Qin Feng's judgment, which prompted her to test Wang Yan. The outcome confirmed Qin Feng's discernment. By the way, didn't you go to Wang Yan's company to inquire about the cleaning lady? What did you find out? Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked with curiosity. Qin Feng glanced at Cheng Hao and replied, Well, since you all are already aware, there's no need to elaborate. He had no intention of further discouraging Cheng Hao. Yet, Cheng Hao raised his head and insisted, It's fine. Go ahead and share. I wish to know what else I might have overlooked regarding Wang Yan. All right, Qin Feng shrugged. Since you wish to know, I shall reveal it. Subsequently, he recounted the details he had gleaned from the cleaning lady about Wang Yan with precise and vivid language. Upon learning that Wang Yan had fabricated a story about being a 2-year exemplary employee, while being a timid individual in reality and a vitriolic troll online, Chu Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, I cannot believe such an eccentric person exists. This is utterly hilarious. He truly is a master of pretense. Indeed, individuals like Wang Yan were rare eccentricities. Cheng Hao, however, was left utterly speechless, consumed by his own dismay. Negative emotional value from Cheng Hao, 100. Frustration, it seemed, was indeed a form of mild negative emotional value, illustrating just how much Wang Yan had vexed Cheng Hao. I can no longer drink this coffee. You two enjoy it. I need to find a place to gather my thoughts, Cheng Hao declared, eager to remove himself from the situation, feeling overwhelmed by his own frustration. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might impulsively confront Wang Yan at his workplace. With Cheng Hao's departure, only Qin Feng and Chu Xiaoxiao remained. Is Dr. Cheng all right? Chu Xiaoxiao inquired. What could be wrong? Don't worry, Qin Feng reassured her. He's just a bit down. He'll be fine after some time alone. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, a smile returning to her face. Today has truly been entertaining. I haven't laughed this much in ages. Had I not followed you here, I would never have encountered such amusing events or such an eccentric character. Chu Xiaoxiao, whimsical by nature, had little fondness for a monotonous existence. Today had been a refreshing experience for her. Curiously, she asked, By the way, how did you realize that Wang Yan was problematic? Qin Feng casually replied, I may lack other skills, but I possess a keen eye for character. Humph. Chu Xiaoxiao scoffed, and what about me? Qin Feng shot her a glance, not much to speak of. You nearly gave me an aneurysm.
Que Xiaoxiao retorted.
Is it too much to ask for a compliment? Though she jested, Qin Feng understood that she bore no ill will, as he sensed no negative emotional value emanating from her. By the way, Qin Feng suddenly expressed curiosity. Didn't Wang Yan claim to have feelings for you? Why haven't I seen him message you? According to Chu Xiaoxiao, Wang Yan had added her on WeChat. That oddball? Message me? Chu Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly. The WeChat I added him on belongs to Yao Bin, and the phone number I provided was also Yao Bin's. Qin Feng instinctively gasped. Chu Xiaoxiao, as expected, was quite the cunning individual. He couldn't help but feel a moment of sympathy for Wang Yan. If Wang Yan were to contact Yao Bin with inappropriate messages or misguided intimate overtures, One could only imagine Yao Bin's reaction. Wang Yan's days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulty. Enough about that eccentric, Chu Xiaoxiao said, picking up her bag. You promised to spend the day with me, and you mustn't back out. Qin Feng sighed. That was Cheng Hao's promise, not mine. I don't care. You didn't object at the time, she countered. Well, faced with her eager expression, Qin Feng found himself devoid of further excuses and conceded. All right, I'll spend the day with you, but let's avoid that bar tonight. I truly dislike that atmosphere. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. I don't like that kind of atmosphere either. I'm usually quite well behaved. Ha! Qin Feng chuckled. Chapter 55. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to go out with Chu Xiaoxiao, her phone rang. She glanced down and saw it was her mother. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling me at this time? Are we having dinner? But I've already made plans to go out with someone. She hesitated. Can we change the time? I can come back tomorrow? After a pause, she reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll head back now. Upon hanging up, her expression was one of helplessness and frustration. Clearly, she was not keen on returning for dinner, but preferred to spend time with Qin Feng. Come now, don't wear such a long face. Since your mother has called you home for dinner, there must be something important. You should go back obediently, Qin Feng consoled her. But you promised to keep me company. Chu Xiaoxiao pouted, displaying her unwillingness. I'm not going anywhere. I'll accompany you next time, Qin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, and all her reluctance vanished. Then it's settled, she exclaimed, leaping up and wrapping her arms around Qin Feng in a display of excitement. Qin Feng realized he had inadvertently fallen into her trap. However, having already made the promise, he could not backtrack, and he helplessly said, All right, but this is a CAF and there are so many people watching. Could you please let go? Chu Xiaoxiao turned to see the patrons of the CAF staring at them and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Releasing her grip. When I have time, you must accompany me. No backing out, she insisted. If I have no pressing matters, I certainly will, Qin Feng assured her. Great, then I'll head back first. Satisfied with his promise.
Que Xiaoxiao hurriedly left.
How will you return without a car? Do you need a ride? Qin Feng inquired. No need. I'll just take a taxi. With that, Chu Xiaoxiao dashed off. It was apparent that her mother had summoned her for something significant. Yet, in such a situation, she still sought a promise from Qin Feng, something only she would dare to do. Watching her spirited departure, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He then decided not to linger any longer and promptly left the CAF. As for where he would go, he had already made up his mind. Ever since Song Ningyu had left the country to deal with his myriad of troublesome affairs, the negative emotional value he could derive from him had gradually diminished. Although Song Ningyu still harbored resentment towards Qin Feng, his absence made it difficult for those feelings to escalate. Consequently, the negative emotional value Qin Feng had been accumulating over the past few days began to wane. Thus, he needed to find another source from which he could continuously reap negative emotional value. The easily provoked Wang Yan was precisely the individual he had set his sights on. Otherwise, why would he have the leisure to trouble Wang Yan? It was unfortunate, however, that due to Cheng Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao being present earlier, he hadn't had the chance to encounter Wang Yan and invoke his negative emotions. The acquisition of negative emotional value necessitated that Qin Feng either incited himself or that the other party directed their negative feelings towards him, attributing all misfortune to Qin Feng. For instance, in the earlier incident involving Song Ningyu, he had trended on social media, lost his job in the country, and had to leave as a consequence of Qin Feng's actions. Thus, Song Ningyu firmly believed that if it weren't for Qin Feng, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Therefore, even though trending on social media had nothing to do with Qin Feng, Song Ningyu still harbored a continuous stream of negative emotions towards him. Thus, Qin Feng's current objective was to ensure that Wang Yan blamed everything on him, fostering a deep-seated resentment. This way, he could harvest ample negative emotional value from him. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng suddenly felt akin to the quintessential villain found in television dramas and novels. A villain, you say? That doesn't seem so bad. He mused. From the moment he had acquired this system, Qin Feng had an inkling of the path that lay ahead of him. But so what? Being a villain was simply being a villain. He had never aspired to be a paragon of virtue. Checking the time, Qin Feng left the CAF without a specific destination in mind, opting instead to return to the underground parking lot of Wang Yan's company, where he waited in his car, counting the seconds in his mind. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wang Yan rushed out of the elevator, looking anxious and frantically clutching his phone, seemingly attempting to reach someone without success. Qin Feng grinned and stepped out of his car, sauntering over to Wang Yan. Wang Yan, he called out from a distance. Wang Yan noticed Qin Feng approaching and was taken aback, quickly making his way over. Dr. Qin, you must help me, he implored, disregarding the reason for Qin Feng's unexpected presence in the parking lot. Oh, how may I assist you? Qin Feng feigned surprise. I. Wang Yan hesitated before confessing, I just angered Teacher Cheng, and now he won't answer my calls. Wang Yan, of course, had no intention of being truthful with Qin Feng. In reality, he believed he had found true love. After returning to the office, he quickly added Chu Xiaoxiao's WeChat ID, only to discover it belonged to a man. It wasn't Chu Xiaoxiao at all. When he then dialed the phone number she had given him, the same unsettling revelation awaited him. Wang Yan was utterly bewildered, realizing that Chu Xiaoxiao had never been interested in him and had never intended to share her contact information. He had completely misinterpreted the situation. Now, reflecting on his earlier declarations to Cheng Hao about having found true love and that Cheng Hao need no longer assist him, he was flooded with regret. In a panic, he attempted to call Cheng Hao, only to find that Cheng Hao had already blocked him, rendering other means of communication equally futile. In desperation, Wang Yan rushed out, intending to find Cheng Hao at the clinic. Chapter 56. Wang Yan believed that Qin Feng was unaware of the situation. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, this was all orchestrated by Qin Feng himself. It was Wang Yan who had fallen into the trap. How could Qin Feng not know? He could even discern Wang Yan's current thoughts with remarkable clarity. Looking at Wang Yan, Qin Feng remarked with a smirk, so, he doesn't answer your calls, and you come looking for him? Why not come to me instead? I originally intended to seek him out myself, but since you happen to be here. Wang Yan awkwardly replied, you know him better than I do. If you could speak on my behalf, perhaps he would be inclined to answer my calls. Don't hold your breath. No matter how hard you try, your teacher will no longer entertain your calls. He has completely blocked you, Qin Feng stated bluntly, no longer wishing to play games. Wang Yan grew anxious upon hearing this. How could he possibly block me? He exclaimed. Qin Feng continued, didn't you claim to have found your true love? Surely you no longer need your teacher's assistance? Wang Yan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, he realized that Qin Feng was fully aware of everything. What's the matter? Lost for words? Qin Feng taunted. Wang Yan took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. Dr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Explain what? That your true love has merely toyed with you and never regarded you seriously? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that Qin Feng could possibly know about this. After you called and added him on WeChat, you discovered it was someone else's number, and now you're regretting it, aren't you? Qin Feng continued, observing the surge of negative emotions emanating from Wang Yan. At that moment, it was evident to anyone not oblivious that Qin Feng's words carried a deeper meaning. While Wang Yan might not possess the highest emotional intelligence, he was not entirely foolish, and soon pieced together that this situation must be tied to Qin Feng. You know Miss Chu? Wang Yan stammered. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Yes, I invited her over today. What a coincidence to run into you here. This revelation struck Wang Yan like a heavy blow, shattering his composure. The emotional turmoil stirred up by Qin Feng was overwhelming. Yet, he remained the kind of person who would only act meekly in real life while being a fierce critic online. Comparing their physical differences, Wang Yan hesitated to retaliate. I have no grievances against you. Why do you treat me this way? Wang Yan asked, his voice low and somber. He could not fathom why Qin Feng would go to such lengths to humiliate him. Qin Feng found it difficult to answer truthfully, opting for a more evasive response. Perhaps you should consider that you are the one being deceitful. I am not a liar, Wang Yan retorted angrily. Oh, a model employee for 2 years? An employee who spends each day playing games instead of working? How amusing, Qin Feng remarked dismissively. Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng had investigated him and was aware of his workplace behavior. "Stop it," Wang Yan pleaded. Qin Feng shook his head. "Just accept your situation. With your attitude, it's best to continue working and playing games, and refrain from pursuing a relationship that could harm others. Being single has its own merits, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, don't even think about reaching out to your teacher again. He will not acknowledge someone like you." With that, Qin Feng elegantly turned to leave, feeling that his mission regarding Wang Yan had reached a satisfactory conclusion. He was certain that Wang Yan would not soon forget this encounter. Given Wang Yan's vitriolic disposition, it was likely that his daily grievances towards Qin Feng would only escalate, resulting in an increase in his online tirades. As Qin Feng mused over these thoughts, he received a notification in his mind regarding Wang Yan's significant negative emotional value. He felt a wave of satisfaction, believing that the negative emotions he had extracted from Wang Yan would far surpass those garnered from Song Ningyu. Even if Song Ningyu were to act poorly, he still managed to maintain a semblance of emotional control. If he hadn't, he would have retaliated fiercely after their confrontation at the bar, rather than simply walking away. On the contrary, Wang Yan lacked this control, leading to his vitriolic online persona. Qin Feng knew that even a slight comment could provoke a torrent of negativity from him. Despite Wang Yan's fury, he remained too cowardly to act out physically, primarily because he was merely an online troll, meek in reality. Furthermore, Qin Feng had no fear of his aggression, given their stark difference in size and capability. As Qin Feng approached the elevator, it suddenly opened, and a figure rushed out, colliding directly with him. Chapter 57. The Fierce Su Lu Ah. That graceful figure collided into Qin Feng's embrace, and then, in a moment of unsteadiness, she was about to fall backward. Fortunately, Qin Feng was quick-witted and managed to catch her, preventing her from tumbling down. Of course, had it been a male, he would have certainly refrained from intervening, indifferent to the potential fall. I'm so sorry. The young lady realized she had been walking too hastily and not paying attention, which resulted in her bumping into Qin Feng. Once she steadied herself, she hurriedly apologized to him. "It's all right, are you hurt?" Qin Feng smiled gently. He could tell that the young lady had not intentionally collided with him, and her immediate attitude was quite amiable. Thus, he had no reason to hold it against her. "I'm fine." After glancing at Qin Feng, the young lady's cheeks suddenly flushed. "Thank you for catching me earlier. Otherwise, I would have fallen." It was evident that yet another young woman had been captivated by Qin Feng's charm. Ever since his allure had increased, he noticed that the opposite sex seemed to gravitate towards him naturally. Qin Feng had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. He observed that the young lady blushing before him appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Su Lu, the very one whom Wang Yan had secretly admired for 2 years, 8 months, and 14 days. She had an exceptionally sweet appearance. Qin Feng had not anticipated encountering Su Lu in this manner. Watching her apologizing with a rosy complexion, he waved his hand and chuckled. "No need to thank me. It was merely a trivial act." Su Lu regarded Qin Feng with a hint of hesitation before inquiring, "Excuse me, do you also work in this building?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head. Noticing her slight disappointment, he smiled again and produced his business card, handing it to her. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng. I run a dental clinic with a friend. If you ever wish to whiten your teeth, feel free to reach out." Su Lu accepted Qin Feng's card, replying, "I'm Su Lu, and I work on the 8th floor at a design company." After a brief pause, she seemed a bit embarrassed, admitting, "I don't have my own business card yet." Qin Feng offered a warm smile, saying, "You don't need a card. You are your own best advertisement." Su Li's favorability level, 71. Upon receiving this system prompt, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Su Lu's favorability towards him. Name Su Lu. Favorability level, 710. It was astonishing how quickly her favorability had reached such a level. This surpassed mere fondness and entered the realm of genuine liking. Of course, this affection was still in its infancy. Given Qin Feng's current charm and appearance, it was only natural for any woman to harbor feelings of admiration towards him. While Qin Feng engaged in pleasant conversation with the newly acquainted Su Lu, on the other side, Wang Yan, who had been incensed by Qin Feng yet dared not act out, stood rooted in place, feeling utterly powerless against his own emotions. Wang Yan longed to rush home, open his computer, and unleash his fury online, attacking anyone in his path to vent his pent-up frustrations. Just as he finally located his car and prepared to drive home, he suddenly spotted Su Lu and Qin Feng at the elevator, chatting and laughing. A buzzing sensation enveloped Wang Yan. His mind felt clouded, as if blood were rushing to his head. He recalled Qin Feng's earlier words and felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He believed that everything Qin Feng claimed about investigations and deceit was a fabrication. The truth was that Qin Feng was simply trying to steal Su Lu from him. Wang Yan's eyes reddened with rage. He resolved to make Qin Feng aware that even the meekest of individuals could erupt when provoked. From Wang Yan, negative emotion value 1000. Suddenly, Qin Feng, who was conversing with Su Lu, was startled by the surge of negative emotion. 1000. This was the first time Qin Feng had encountered such a high level of negativity. What kind of grudge could provoke such intensity? He had long been informed by the system that a negative emotion value of 992 and 1000, while seemingly close, represented vastly different depths of despair. A value of 999 could imply extreme frustration or anger, but 1000. That presumably signified a hatred so profound that it could only stem from a desire for vengeance against one's entire family. Qin Feng had thought he would never encounter such extreme negativity in his lifetime, yet here it was, courtesy of Wang Yan. Instinctively, Qin Feng turned to glance back and happened to see Wang Yan charging toward them, eyes ablaze with rage. "I'll kill you." Wang Yan's fierce demeanor, coupled with his threatening words, was indeed intimidating. However, he was unarmed. Ultimately, Wang Yan could not restrain himself from lashing out, but in Qin Feng's eyes, the threat was nearly negligible. Qin Feng contemplated how best to handle Wang Yan's outburst in a manner that would appear stylish, particularly in front of Su Lu. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Wang Yan approached with fury, Su Lu furrowed her brow, stepped forward, and delivered a swift kick toward Wang Yan. With a thud, Wang Yan was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his abdomen, his face flushed and contorted in pain, resembling a cooked shrimp. This scene took Qin Feng completely by surprise, nearly dazzling him with its abruptness. After Su Lu struck, she glanced at Qin Feng, a hint of shyness returning as she retracted her foot, reverting to her previous gentle demeanor, adorned with sweetness and a clear, ethereal quality. Su Lu bashfully ran her fingers through her hair and addressed Qin Feng. I hope I didn't scare you just now. I was worried he might hurt you, so I acted impulsively." Chapter 58. Beginning with appearance, ending with character. Qin Feng had not anticipated that Su Lu, who appeared delicate and fragile, could be so unyielding when it came to a confrontation. After swiftly knocking Wang Yan down with a kick, she casually inquired whether she had frightened him. "Not at all, I wasn't scared." Qin Feng waved dismissively. How could a mere Wang Yan intimidate him? Had Su Lu not intervened, Wang Yan would likely have faced a far worse fate. However, upon glancing at Wang Yan, who lay on the ground, his face contorted in pain, it was evident that he was not faring well either. Su Li's kick had clearly been powerful. She must have trained. At this moment, Su Lu looked at the fallen Wang Yan, her brow furrowing as she asked Qin Feng, "Do you know him?" Qin Feng shook his head slightly and replied, "I barely know him, but I can tell he isn't a good person. He rushed at me, threatening to kill me. He seems a bit unhinged." In Su Li's mind, Wang Yan had now transformed into a disturbed young man, and her perception of him had sunk to an all-time low. Wang Yan, clutching his stomach on the ground, felt a wave of despair upon hearing Su Li's words, deepening his resentment towards Qin Feng. This is all because of Qin Feng. Qin Feng found amusement in the situation. Even in such a state, Wang Yan still harbored ill feelings towards him. Was this the essence of a troll? Thus, Qin Feng remarked to Su Lu, "Indeed, he is a bit off in the head, which is why I couldn't be bothered with him." Truly deranged, Su Lu said, unable to resist pulling out her phone. "Perhaps we should call the police. Such individuals should be dealt with by the authorities." "Call the police?" Qin Feng interrupted her. "No need for that. Could complicate things. What if he comes after you again?" Su Lu expressed her concern. Qin Feng reassured her, "It's fine. I'll just avoid him in the future." In truth, Qin Feng was not inclined to involve Su Lu in this matter. He believed that reporting it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. After all, Wang Yan had not physically attacked them before Su Lu had subdued him, leaving both Qin Feng and Su Lu without any wrongdoing in the eyes of the law. Thus, it was better to let Wang Yan suffer in silence. What had transpired that day was a significant blow to Wang Yan, especially given Su Li's harsh judgment of him, which felt like a final straw. Qin Feng feared that further provocation might push Wang Yan to a breaking point, and he would then find it difficult to locate someone who could generate negative emotions so effortlessly. Qin Feng decided it was best to leave things as they were. He took Su Lu by the hand and led her away from the scene. Wang Yan watched their departing figures with a heart full of indignation and despair. Once they exited the parking lot, Su Lu suddenly realized, "Oh dear, how did I end up following you out? I was just going down to get some documents." She had not fully comprehended her actions until now. Qin Feng remembered that Su Lu had rushed out of the elevator earlier, which had resulted in their collision. "If you have something to do, you should go back," Qin Feng suggested. Su Lu contemplated, then shook her head. "It's not particularly important. I won T return for those documents. Besides, I'd rather not go back and risk encountering that disturbed individual again. It frightens me. Are you scared? Are you really?" Qin Feng looked at Su Lu, who seemed slightly shaken. Given her earlier display of combat prowess, even two Wang Yans would not pose a threat to her. It was surprising that she would fear him at all. However, Qin Feng could understand Su Li's feelings. After all, she was a girl. Even if she could carry a bucket of water upstairs by herself, she would still feign helplessness in front of a boy she liked. Not to mention, Su Li's fondness for Qin Feng had clearly reached a level of admiration. Qin Feng, not being a foolishly oblivious male, chose not to call her out on it. After a moment of thought, he suggested, "Since you're not planning to go back, how about I treat you to a meal? It's a way to thank you for your timely assistance." "Treat me to a meal? Oh, you really don't have to be so courteous." Su Lu was caught off guard. She indeed wished to spend more time with Qin Feng. To understand this man she felt a strong attraction to, yet she had not intended for him to treat her. "Not at all. It's merely the perfect time for a meal." Qin Feng smiled, dismissing her concerns. Before she could decline, he pulled out his phone to search for nearby restaurants and quickly found one. "There's a restaurant nearby. Shall we go there?" Qin Feng suggested. Seeing that he had already decided on a place, Su Lu felt it would be impolite to refuse. In truth, she harbored a small sense of anticipation. It is said that one begins with appearance, respects talent, appreciates character, and ultimately values integrity. Su Lu believed that her admiration for Qin Feng had indeed started with his looks. The restaurant was not far, and soon Qin Feng and Su Lu arrived. Once inside, they found plenty of available seats and chose a table by the window. As Su Lu prepared to sit, Qin Feng stepped forward to pull out her chair, positioning it at an appropriate distance. Seeing his chivalrous gesture warmed Su Lu's heart and brought her a sense of delight. After all, a man like Qin Feng, who possessed both charm and gentlemanly qualities, was exceedingly rare. "Thank you." Su Lu beamed at him, and Qin Feng returned her smile, feeling that it was simply the right thing to do. The waiter soon arrived with the menu. Qin Feng handed it to Su Lu first. "Please take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to eat." Su Lu took the menu, appearing somewhat hesitant. It was clear that this was her first visit to the restaurant, and given the prices, she felt reluctant to order anything extravagant. Noticing her indecision, Qin Feng chuckled and said, "You seem troubled. Let me handle it." Su Lu, feeling a bit embarrassed, handed the menu back to him. Chapter 59. The affection value continues to rise if a girl appears hesitant when faced with a menu during a dining outing. There are essentially two possibilities. She may suffer from indecisiveness, or she might feel a bit restrained and thus reluctant to place her order. Regardless of which possibility it is, the most effective remedy lies in the boy taking the initiative to offer her thoughtful suggestions. For instance, he could guide her by discussing various dishes and ingredients, or by listing a few signature and specialty items to alleviate her awkwardness. Of course, this was not an instinctive behavior for Qin Feng, but rather a lesson imparted by Chang Hao, the romantic strategist, to Qin Yen in handling female companions. At this moment, Qin Feng naturally recalled this advice, prompting him to ask Su Lu for the menu and take charge of the ordering. With a swift glance at the menu, Qin Feng quickly assessed that the matsutake soup appeared quite appealing and worth trying. He gently set the menu down and turned to Su Lu, suggesting, "As for the other dishes, seafood is quite delightful in this season. How about 2 portions of lobster and cod? What do you think?" "Sounds great."
Shu le repliait enthousiastically.
In truth, she had no particular preferences regarding the dishes. After all, her reason for being there was not solely to relish the food. The enjoyment of a meal is often contingent upon the company one keeps. Even if Qin Feng had merely ordered 2 portions of fried rice, Su Lu would still find her spirits lifted. Once the order was placed and the server took the menu away, it would take some time for the food to arrive. Thus, Qin Feng and Su Lu began to engage in casual conversation. Su Lu was quite curious about why Qin Feng was present that day. Qin Feng casually explained, "I came here to discuss some matters with a friend." Naturally, he could not reveal that he had come specifically to meet Wang Yan. Regarding Wang Yan, Qin Feng had no intention of sharing anything with Su Lu, as their previous interactions had rendered it nearly impossible for her to have further contact with him. Su Lu casually inquired, her curiosity about Qin Feng palpable. "Is your work as a dentist usually busy?" "Is manageable," Qin Feng replied. "When it gets busy, it can be quite overwhelming, but during slow periods, it's exceedingly quiet. Just like today." Upon hearing this, Su Lu covered her mouth and laughed. "What do you enjoy doing during your downtime?" "Hobbies?" Qin Feng pondered before responding, "I occasionally dabble in painting." In truth, he had no particularly noteworthy hobbies. His previous leisure activities involved enjoying a few drinks at bars with Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang while flirting with girls, something he certainly wouldn't disclose. However, recalling his masterful skills in ink wash painting, he mentioned it casually. "Painting?" Su Lu exclaimed, genuinely surprised. "Do you paint in oils?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Not oil painting. I specialize in ink wash." "Ink wash?" Su Lu was truly astonished at this revelation. After all, ink wash painting is a traditional form of Chinese art, steeped in history. Most people generally associate artists with oil painting, and few take the time to understand or appreciate ink wash. However, the mere mention of ink wash evokes an undeniable sense of admiration. I've seen quite a few oil paintings, but I haven't encountered many ink wash works.
Shu le remarqued.
If given the chance, I would genuinely love to see your ink wash pieces. Qin Feng smiled gently. "Next time, if the opportunity arises, I can present you with one of my ink wash paintings." For him, it was not particularly challenging. Just a few nights prior, upon acquiring his master-level ink wash skills, he had created numerous pieces, all of which were currently displayed in his living room. Su Li's eyes lit up at the thought. "That would be wonderful. Thank you in advance." "There's no need for such formality," Qin Feng chuckled. As their conversation continued, Su Lu posed several more questions, to which Qin Feng responded patiently and kindly. This made Su Lu feel genuinely valued, and she found great comfort in her interaction with him. By the end of the meal, Su Li's affection for Qin Feng had notably increased. After dining, Qin Feng escorted Su Lu back to her residence. Once they parted ways and returned to their respective vehicles, Qin Feng reflected on their time together, feeling a sense of sentimentality. Cheng Hao, despite his somewhat overwhelming theoretical knowledge of romance, had indeed provided valuable insights. The outing with Su Lu had been a spontaneous decision to test some of Cheng Hao's theories, and the results were exceedingly favorable, elevating Su Li's affection for him to unprecedented heights. Even the girl who had previously held the highest affection for him, Chu Xiaoxiao, had only registered a score of 77. All of this was attributable to Qin Feng's gentlemanly conduct towards Su Lu that afternoon, which had accelerated her growing fondness for him. In the past, he may not have acted in such a manner, but his perspective had shifted significantly. Additionally, Qin Feng was curious to see what surprises might arise once the affection level reached a certain threshold. Contemplating affection inevitably led him to ponder negative emotion values. Today, Wang Yan had inundated Qin Feng with a plethora of negative emotions. As Qin Feng had anticipated, after leaving with Su Lu, Wang Yan's negative emotions towards him seemed to flow endlessly, with a remarkably high intensity, often exceeding 1,000 points. In fact, Wang Yan's negative emotions were more potent than those of several other individuals combined. Within just over 5 hours, Wang Yan had contributed more than 1,000,000 points of negative emotions. Qin Feng marveled at the sheer intensity of Wang Yan's negativity. Wouldn't such an overwhelming surge of negative emotions cause him to implode? However, this was not a concern that weighed on Qin Feng's mind. He turned his attention to his attribute panel. Host. Qin Feng negative emotion value. 1, 650, 000 skills. Ink wash painting, master level. Chinese culinary arts, master level. Combat skills, advanced. Dentistry, advanced. Long distance running, advanced. Jump rope, advanced. Appliance repair, advanced. Chapter 60. A few days ago, Qin Feng set himself a modest goal, to earn 1 billion, equating to 1 million points of negative emotional value. To his surprise, he achieved this milestone swiftly and exceeded it significantly. For Qin Feng, this represented an enormous sum. However, he was no longer the same person he once was. Faced with such an abundance of negative emotional value, his heart remained remarkably steady. It was akin to money. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it merely becomes a string of numbers. Although he was not yet famous, the rate of growth suggested that he might soon be indistinguishable from mere digits. With such an accumulation of negative emotional value, Qin Feng contemplated continuing to exchange for lottery opportunities in preparation for a draw. After all, negative emotional value had only two purposes: converting to money or entering a lottery. Compared to the prospect of exchanging for cash, Qin Feng valued the lottery opportunities more. The items obtained through the lottery were beyond monetary reach, and the disparity in value between the two was significant. Additionally, he had previously resolved that once his negative emotional value accumulated to a sufficient degree, he would proceed with the lottery draws, even if it meant spending a bit more. What Qin Feng truly needed at this juncture were business acumen and skills. He anticipated that he might acquire such abilities from the lottery. Should that happen, his accumulated negative emotional value would finally serve a purpose. Otherwise, he would not frivolously invest in other industries with such a substantial amount of money. Thus, without hesitation, Qin Feng declared, "System, exchange for 10 lottery opportunities." Promptly, the system responded, consuming 100,000 negative emotional value, successfully exchanged for 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to begin? Qin Feng's attribute panel reflected a reduction of 100,000 negative emotional value. Yet, for him, this amount was inconsequential. He nodded and said, "Commence the lottery. As before, simply inform me of the results afterward." He had little interest in observing the spinning wheel of the draw. A few minutes later, the lottery concluded, and Qin Feng received a notification regarding the results. "Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Advanced Piano Performance Level 1. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Advanced Swimming Technique Level 1. Congratulations. You have received a supermarket gift card." The outcome of the 10 draws left Qin Feng feeling somewhat bewildered. Aside from the 2 skills, Advanced Piano Performance and Advanced Swimming Technique, which held some utility, he garnered nothing else of greater value. Did he truly lack a supermarket gift card? To say nothing of the other items, many were trivial and utterly useless to him. Fortunately, having learned from his previous experience with the 10 draws, Qin Feng, despite his confusion, accepted the lottery results. After all, his last 10 draws had yielded items like a bus card. At least this time he had secured 2 skills. Though he seldom employed piano performance and swimming techniques in his daily life, who could predict their future utility? Skills are never burdensome, after all. Qin Feng deemed the results acceptable. At that moment, the system prompted, "Would you like to claim the skills and items acquired?" Qin Feng, expressionless, affirmed, "Claim them." Instantly, his mind filled with knowledge regarding piano performance and swimming techniques. Although these were merely advanced skills, the system indicated that such levels approached a professional standard. Few could reach the pinnacle of expertise in any given field. Qin Feng could now be considered a renowned pianist and swimming expert. Coupled with his robust physique, he might even secure a gold medal in an Olympic swimming competition. As for the other items obtained, which bore little utility, Qin Feng merely glanced at them before placing them carelessly on the table. The lottery was not yet concluded. Qin Feng, possessing substantial resources, remained undeterred despite the previous 10 draws yielding unsatisfactory results. He continued speaking to the system, exchange for another 10 lottery opportunities. The system replied, consuming 100,000 negative emotional value, successfully exchanged for one lottery opportunity. Would you like to begin?
Qin Feng nodded, commence.
Minutes later, once again, he observed the results of the lottery and, expressionless, instructed system, exchange for another 10 lottery opportunities. Minutes passed and the system confirmed, continuing with the exchange for 10 lottery opportunities. Thus, from start to finish, Qin Feng engaged in 6 rounds of 10 draws, amounting to 60 draws, expending 600,000 negative emotional value. Upon seeing the results of the lottery, Qin Feng's eyes reddened with frustration. Had it not been for his determination to retain 100,000 negative emotional value as savings, he might have continued drawing indefinitely. In the room with reddened eyes, Qin Feng lamented, "System, do you have any intention of deliberately sabotaging my negative emotional value? Are you manipulating the draws to prevent me from obtaining valuable items?" The system responded with unwavering calmness. This system's lottery mechanism is fair, just, and transparent. There will be no manipulation involved. Everything is based on luck. The items drawn are entirely random. Qin Feng scoffed, glancing at the skills and items he had drawn. What a collection of worthless trinkets. Not one was truly desirable. However, he recognized that the skills and items he obtained were not entirely without merit. They simply fell short of his expectations. Aside from the initial 10 draws that yielded advanced piano performance and advanced swimming technique, the subsequent 5 rounds of 10 draws provided him with the following acceptable skills and items: advanced negotiation skills, advanced fashion design, advanced business management, a villa, and an office building. Chapter 61. What a coincidence! Upon observing the skills he had acquired, although they were not the ones Qin Feng had eagerly anticipated, he still felt a sense of satisfaction with each one. It appeared that these skills were honing him into a social elite. At this rate, he mused, he might become a versatile genius. However, there was nothing inherently wrong with this development. After all, whether it was advanced negotiation techniques or corporate management skills, such abilities were invaluable and could not easily be purchased with money. Despite his newfound wealth, Qin Feng was not inclined to be merely a nouveau riche. He yearned for genuine strength derived from substantial capabilities. He firmly believed in this principle. Otherwise, he would not have expended so much of his negative emotional value to exchange for lottery opportunities. Surely, converting that negative value into money would have been more enticing. Though he did not obtain the skills he desired, advanced corporate management was still a commendable gain. It transformed him from a novice with little knowledge of business into a highly competent elite in management. Should he be entrusted with a corporation, he was confident he could manage it impeccably without a hitch. Of course, this was contingent upon the willingness of a corporation to employ him. Yet, why should he wait for others to hire him? Establishing his own company seemed a far more appealing prospect. A subtle smile graced Qin Feng's face. He had long harbored such intentions. He did not wish to appear idle, even if surrounded by charming company. It could become tiresome. Now he felt emboldened, believing he could indeed start a company and forge his own path. After all, without a career to anchor his wealth, it would all feel hollow. Moreover, he had unexpectedly drawn a floor in an office building. This was precisely what he had wished for. The system seemed to grant him what he desired. If he were to establish a company, that office floor could serve as its headquarters. This was a first for Qin Feng. However, recalling the system's assertion that lottery draws yielded random results, he felt a sense of acceptance. He examined the 3 valuable items he had drawn: a skill duplication card, a villa located in the Binjiang Triumph Arch, and a 6th-floor office in the Guanghong building. Among these, the office floor particularly pleased Qin Feng, as it significantly offset his investment of negative emotional value. The villa, too, was fortuitous. He had previously contemplated purchasing a more comfortable residence, but now he found it unnecessary. With the villa, he could move in at any moment. The skill duplication card was also quite advantageous, allowing him to replicate a skill from another individual. If utilized wisely, it could equate to acquiring a valuable skill. In summary, Qin Feng deemed the results of his 60 lottery draws quite favorable. What occupied his mind now was the question of whether to establish a company. After some contemplation, he chuckled softly, questioning why he was overthinking. With no team to support him, what was the point of starting a company? There was no rush, and thus he decided to let things unfold naturally. After a long day, Qin Feng felt fatigued and chose to rest. The next morning, he resolved to visit his newly acquired villa. Since he had drawn the villa, he intended to vacate his duplex apartment. He was not the type to live a mundane life when he had the means to enjoy luxury. As for the office in the Tianyun building, he did not plan to visit it immediately. After all, it would remain stationary, and he was not yet committed to starting a company. After spending over an hour, Qin Feng arrived at the Binjiang Triumph Arch, a well-known upscale villa community with restricted access for outsiders. However, as an owner, he faced no such hurdles. The system had already taken care of all necessary arrangements when he had drawn the villa. Therefore, there was no risk of security stopping him at the entrance. Nevertheless, he noticed the guard watching him with a look of confusion as he drove in, prompting him to realize it was time to consider a new vehicle. His current car, a modest joint venture worth around 200,000, paled in comparison to the luxury vehicles typical of the villa's residents. It seemed evident that a change was in order. Yet, this was merely a minor detail and did not dampen his enthusiasm for visiting his villa. Before long, Qin Feng parked in the independent garage and explored his new abode. The villa was spacious, even larger than he had anticipated, featuring a swimming pool, a wine cellar, and a small garden. The furnishings were already in place, eliminating the need for him to purchase or design anything further. Overall, he was quite pleased. Ascending to the second floor, he stood in a broad area with a panoramic view, surveying his surroundings. This villa community was home to more than just his residents. 2 other villas were situated nearby. As he scanned the area, he unexpectedly spotted a man standing on the balcony of one of the adjacent villas, gazing elsewhere with a somewhat sullen expression. Qin Feng's keen eyesight recognized the man, causing him to pause in surprise, followed by an expression of incredulity. What an extraordinary coincidence! Chapter 62. Zhang Lai's affection. The man residing in the villa next to Qin Feng was none other than Zhang Lai's brother, Zhang Haokuan. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the villa he had just won in a lottery would have such an intriguing neighbor. When he glanced over at Zhang Haokuan, he noticed Zhang Haokuan was looking back at him. Initially taken aback, Zhang Haokuan quickly offered Qin Feng a relatively amicable smile. As a businessman, he had grown accustomed to maintaining a cordial demeanor, regardless of any personal grievances he might be harboring at the moment. Thus, his smile towards Qin Feng was merely an instinctive gesture, devoid of any particular significance. Qin Feng was puzzled by Zhang Haokuan's sudden smile, but he reciprocated with a grin of his own, acknowledging the unspoken greeting. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Haokuan turned and entered his villa, leaving Qin Feng momentarily stunned. He had expected Zhang Haokuan to engage him in conversation, yet he simply smiled and departed. It was indeed peculiar. However, keen-eyed Qin Feng soon observed signs of disarray in the first floor of Zhang Haokuan's villa, as if it had been subjected to some form of violence. The scene was chaotic, but the curtains were quickly drawn, likely a result of Zhang Haokuan noticing Qin Feng's gaze and hastily attempting to conceal the mess. This observation prompted Qin Feng to ponder. No wonder Zhang Haokuan had appeared so distressed earlier. It seemed his home had been vandalized. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Feng. Who could have caused such a ruckus in Zhang Haokuan's home, leaving him powerless and without recourse to the authorities? The answer was obvious, none other than Zhang Lai. Recalling their encounter 2 nights prior, when he had inadvertently intoxicated Zhang Lai, he realized that had he not interrupted, she would have likely accompanied Lu Yuan to vandalize Zhang Haokuan's home. His presence had thwarted their plans, but now it appeared that Zhang Haokuan's residence had indeed suffered damage. Could it be that Zhang Lai had met Lu Yuan the previous night, and together they had wreaked havoc in Zhang Haokuan's abode? Qin Feng fell into contemplation. At that moment, the distant roar of a sports car engine broke his reverie. He turned to see a deep crimson sports car speeding towards the villa area, heading directly for Zhang Haokuan's residence. Zhang Lai? His suspicion was confirmed when, moments later, the red sports car emerged from Zhang Haokuan's villa, with Zhang Lai herself at the wheel. It was uncertain whether it was an inherited trait, but as Qin Feng glanced in her direction, Zhang Lai seemed to sense his presence and looked up momentarily. However, the car did not slow down and continued to race out of the villa area. Had she recognized him? Qin Feng was unsure but suspected it was merely a fleeting glance. Given the car's speed, it was improbable that she could discern his features. Not dwelling on the thought, Qin Feng returned to his villa to familiarize himself with its layout, for this was to be his future abode, and he felt it imperative to know every corner of the house. Before long, his phone rang. It was Zhang Mingyang calling. Qin Feng answered, "Hello, what is it?" Zhang Mingyang replied, "What do you mean, what is it? You were so urgent yesterday, asking me to help you find a rental, and now you've forgotten? Of course not. How could I forget?" Qin Feng quickly retorted. In truth, he had nearly forgotten amidst his excitement about the villa. "Have you found anything?" "Naturally. My efficiency in handling matters is unparalleled," Zhang Mingyang stated. "I've located several options according to your specifications. Would you like to come take a look?" Qin Feng considered it and replied, "All right, send me the address and I'll head over." Since he had promised Luo Yu to assist her in finding a place, he hoped to secure a suitable home for her. Having seen enough of his own villa, he figured it was a good opportunity to see what Zhang Mingyang had found. Upon receiving the address, Qin Feng noticed the name of the community and his expression shifted slightly. Joyful Community? That name seemed familiar. Yet he dismissed the thought, convincing himself it was merely a coincidence. Afterward, he made his way to the villa garage, got into his car, and drove towards the community exit. To his surprise, as he exited the villa area, he spotted Zhang Lai's red sports car waiting there. Beep! The horn blared as the sports car moved to block his path. At that moment, it dawned on Qin Feng that Zhang Lai had indeed recognized him, and now she was deliberately waiting for him. As the window rolled down, revealing Zhang Lai's exquisite and charming visage, she removed her sunglasses and flashed him a smile. "What a coincidence. Fancy seeing you again." Qin Feng lowered his window and replied, "Indeed, what a coincidence." Simultaneously, he noticed Zhang Lai's affection level towards him had increased significantly. Name Zhang Lai. Affection level 71. It is important to clarify that in the context of this narrative, Zhang Lai and Lu Yuan had no interactions due to Qin Feng's presence, so please refrain from drawing any misconceptions. Furthermore, Zhang Lai was solely responsible for the vandalism at Zhang Haokuan's villa, with no involvement from Lu Yuan. I seek to assure you, dear readers, that the protagonists will remain exclusively linked to each other, free from any ambiguous entanglements with others. In closing, I kindly request your automatic subscription, as the count currently stands at 0, which is quite disheartening. Chapter 63. Is this the world of the wealthy? This marks the first encounter between Qin Feng and Zhang Lai. Although Zhang Lai's affection for Qin Feng unexpectedly reached a score of 7, it was not beyond Qin Feng's expectations. After all, when the affection system was unlocked, it was mentioned that it was due to the affection scores of the 3 female leads surpassing 70. At that time, the only remaining female lead besides Chu Xiaoxiao and Luo Yu was Zhang Lai. What puzzled Qin Feng was that he had merely shared a drink with Zhang Lai, and even managed to get her quite tipsy. Where did this affection score come from? Moreover, after that, the cash he intentionally left at the hotel would likely have provoked a different reaction from any other woman. However, it seemed that Zhang Lai was unfazed by it, which did not diminish her feelings towards Qin Feng. Although it was somewhat inscrutable, it was quite in line with Zhang Lai's character. At the entrance of the villa community, Zhang Lai stepped out of her red sports car and approached Qin Feng's vehicle. "I thought I was seeing things just now. I never expected it to actually be you," she remarked. Qin Feng replied, "I thought I had mistaken someone too. I can't believe you were actually waiting for me here. Didn't you have enough to drink last time? Are you looking for another round?" Despite Zhang Lai's commanding presence, which often left men lacking in confidence, Qin Feng remained unfazed. With a smile, Zhang Lai admitted, "You guessed right. I indeed didn't have enough last time, and I came here to find you for a drink." It seemed that Zhang Lai had forgotten how she was overwhelmed by Qin Feng's drinking prowess during their previous encounter. Nevertheless, she genuinely wished to share another drink. Yet Qin Feng, with a slight shake of his head, responded, "I can drink, but not today. I have matters to attend to." "What matters?" Zhang Lai inquired. "I can help you with that, as long as you accompany me for a drink." Observing Zhang Lai's formidable aura, which suggested she could handle anything, Qin Feng shook his head again. "Don't bring your spoiled princess attitude around me. I'm not your brother. I won't indulge you." At his words, Zhang Lai narrowed her eyes, studying Qin Feng. "Are you investigating me? Is there a need to?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Your brother lives in the villa next to mine. Do you think I need to investigate you deliberately? Previously, Qin Feng would have never spoken to Zhang Lai in such a manner. However, considering that his villa was indeed next to Zhang Haoquan's, his words no longer seemed out of place. After all, those who resided in this area were not ordinary, and aside from Qin Feng himself, no one knew that he had only acquired the villa the previous night. Contemplating this, Zhang Lai ceased to be suspicious. Following their previous encounter, she felt an inexplicable trust towards Qin Feng, one that she could not fully comprehend herself. However, she still asked, "But how come I never knew you lived next to Zhang Haoquan's villa?" Qin Feng smiled lightly. It's never too late to find out now. Zhang Lai nodded, stepping aside to allow Qin Feng to leave. You can go now. Curiously, Qin Feng asked, Aren't you eager to drink with me anymore? Zhang Lai replied nonchalantly, Not anymore. Now that I know where you live, I can come to find you directly whenever I want to drink. I'm also curious to see how Zhang Haoquan would react if I showed up at his neighbor's house. Would he be furious or livid? Still immersed in her sorrow over the loss of Qin Feng, Zhang Lai's thoughts remained quite radical. Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless, but he had no time to engage in further conversation with her, as he was on his way to meet Zhang Mingyang. Before departing, Qin Feng pondered and asked, I just noticed that your brother's house seems to have been vandalized. Was that you? Zhang Lai coyly admitted, Yes, I did call someone to smash it up. I was feeling a bit impulsive last night and decided to have a few people come over to help me vandalize Zhang Haoquan's villa. It was quite enjoyable. Why? Are you going to defend him? Not at all. Qin Feng shook his head. I was just a bit curious after seeing the disarray in his living room. I couldn't care less about your sibling issues. Realizing it was not Lu Yuan involved, Qin Feng obtained the answer he sought and decided not to linger any longer. Driving towards the address Zhang Mingyang had provided, Zhang Lai watched as Qin Feng's car drove away. Her curiosity piqued. From last night's incident to today, she sensed a certain mystery about Qin Feng. How could someone living in a lavish villa drive a modest car worth only a couple of 100,000 and frequently visit bars? Who exactly was Qin Feng? Following the navigation to the happy community as per Zhang Mingyang's address, Qin Feng parked outside. Zhang Mingyang was already waiting at the entrance. Why did you take so long? Where did you go? He inquired. I was just wandering around my villa. Qin Feng casually replied. What? Ovilo? Zhang Mingyang's eyes widened in disbelief. You little rascal. You mentioned having several millions. And now you even have a villa? Knowing that his wealth would inevitably come to light, Qin Feng had deliberately hinted at his financial situation to Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao. He had no intention of concealing it. After all, the system would rationalize all his financial matters, leaving him unafraid of scrutiny. Honestly, Qin Feng, how much more wealth do you have that you haven't revealed? Are you sure your surname is Qin and not Ma? Zhang Mingyang asked inquisitively. Shut up, you fool. You should be the one with the surname Ma. Qin Feng laughed, scolding him lightly. Zhang Mingyang, realizing he had pried too much, refrained from asking further questions. Like Cheng Hao, he had surmised that Qin Feng was a hidden tycoon. However, both of them valued their friendship over wealth, treating Qin Feng as one of their own. Understanding this, Qin Feng felt at ease around Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, knowing they would always be among his first thoughts should any issues arise. All right, let's go inside and check out the house, Zhang Mingyang said, curiosity evident in his voice. I'm really interested in which company-esque girl you're helping find a place. Keep your curiosity to yourself. I won't tell you, Qin Feng replied. Wow, Zhang Mingyang exclaimed. All this time I thought I was the wildest among us three, but now I realize you are the most extravagant. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? Qin Feng smirked. When have I ever been extravagant? I am as steady as a rock. A long-awaited Chapter 4, more to come tomorrow. And although there are currently only 2 automatic subscriptions, I am still quite pleased. Chapter 64. As Qin Feng and Zhang Mingyang entered the Joy community, Zhang Mingyang enthusiastically remarked on its convenient transportation, making it easy to go anywhere. Qin Feng nodded, but his gaze wandered around the neighborhood, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Could it truly be that community? His expression turned peculiar. At that moment, a playful voice interrupted, Guan Guan. After finally having a weekend, can't you just stay home and relax? Why do you insist on going out to watch a movie? Ing. You were the one who insisted we go see this movie and even asked me to buy the tickets. Now you're blaming me? Hearing their banter, Qin Feng turned around to catch sight of two familiar figures, laughing and running towards the exit of the community, radiating youthful vitality. Indeed, the Joy community, though only a syllable apart in name, was unmistakably the same. Old Qin, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Zhang Mingyang, who had been explaining the housing situation, suddenly noticed Qin Feng had stopped and turned back in confusion. He returned to Qin Feng's side and followed his gaze to see the two girls. Wow, old Qin, you're not actually smitten by those two girls, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Qin Feng replied, slightly flustered. Zhang Mingyang nodded seriously. You just. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Zhang Mingyang was merely jesting, as he didn't truly believe Qin Feng was the type to easily fall for someone, given their past encounters at bars and the numerous girls they had flirted with. After the light-hearted teasing, Zhang Mingyang suggested, let's go see the house. Once we're done, my task will be complete. With a sigh, Qin Feng hesitated. Perhaps we should skip it. I don't think I want to see the house after all. Zhang Mingyang's expression turned puzzled. Why not? What's going on? He couldn't grasp the conflict Qin Feng was experiencing. After all, this house was meant for Luo Yu, who would eventually move in. However, if she resided in the Joy community, it would inevitably lead to encounters with Andy and others, especially with Chu Xiaoxiao, which was particularly troubling for Qin Feng. If Chu Xiaoxiao discovered that he was helping Luo Yu find a place in the same community, chaos would surely ensue. Therefore, no matter what, Qin Feng could not allow Luo Yu to live there. But Zhang Mingyang had put in so much effort to find this house. It wouldn't be fair to dismiss it without offering a reason. After contemplating, Qin Feng finally said, actually, I just remembered that I'm planning to move out. My place is vacant, so there's no need to look for another house. This realization had struck him in a moment of urgency. He had intended to move to a villa, which meant his current residence would be empty. Rather than leaving it unoccupied, it was sensible for Luo Yu to move in. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit ridiculous for not having thought of this sooner. It would have saved Zhang Mingyang's efforts. Zhang Mingyang, equally baffled, exclaimed, why didn't you say this earlier? Now we're discussing this. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Feng replied, I only just thought of it. At that moment, a petite figure emerged from Building 19, and it was Chu Xiaoxiao. Upon spotting Qin Feng and Zhang Mingyang, her face lit up with surprise and joy. How did you know I lived here? Did you come specifically to find me? She asked, her excitement palpable. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to run into her, as she had mentioned returning home. I'm just accompanying this friend to look at a house. You've met him before? He replied, maintaining his composure. Didn't you say you were going home? I did, but I came back today to pick something up. I'll be heading back to my parents' place soon, she explained, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I thought you were here specifically to see me. I wouldn't have known you lived here. You wouldn't believe that I came to find you anyway, Qin Feng said. True, Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, glancing at her watch. I have to go now. My parents are waiting for me. Go ahead and take care of your things. We can talk later, Qin Feng replied. Though she was reluctant to leave, knowing it was a rare opportunity to see him, Chu Xiaoxiao was punctual and understood the importance of time. She hurried off, but not before greeting Zhang Mingyang. After she departed, Zhang Mingyang watched her leave in silence for a moment before turning to Qin Feng. Old Qin, confess, did you decide not to rent here because you knew Miss Chu lives here? Are you worried about running into her? His teasing tone was unmistakable. Zhang Mingyang's keen insights into romantic matters were quite impressive. He had surmised the situation with surprising accuracy. Qin Feng remained silent, knowing he couldn't deny it without revealing too much. You're imagining things. I had no idea she lived here, Qin Feng insisted. Zhang Mingyang elongated his words. Oh, really? You had no idea? Qin Feng felt exasperated, wishing he hadn't sought Zhang Mingyang's assistance in the first place. Shortly after, Zhang Mingyang had his own matters to attend to and left in a hurry. Although he had pieced together some clues, he refrained from prying further into Qin Feng's personal affairs, adhering to the Brotherhood code that respected privacy in matters of the heart, especially since he himself had his own romantic escapades. Not long after Zhang Mingyang departed, Qin Feng received a call from Luo Yu. Chapter 65. Confiding in Luo Yu, I have passed the interview, and I can start working tomorrow. As soon as I answered the call, Luo Yu's jubilant voice resonated through the line. Really? Congratulations. Qin Feng expressed his genuine happiness for Luo Yu. After all, her previous job loss was partly due to his influence, and thus, her swift acquisition of a new position brought him joy. What an astute hotel to recognize your talent. Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. It's the Carlton 5-star hotel I mentioned yesterday. I never anticipated they would actually hire me as the lobby manager. Luo Yu replied, her tone brimming with excitement. After returning from Belgium, Luo Yu had been oscillating between the headquarters and branches of said hotel, unable to attain the position of lobby manager. Upon her return, she had even been demoted to managing an administrative bar, a significant downgrade. Therefore, landing the lobby manager position at a hotel of similar caliber was undoubtedly a momentous achievement for her, a dream realized. Such delightful news calls for a celebration, doesn't it? Qin Feng suggested with a smile. Absolutely. Are you free right now? Let me treat you to dinner, Luo Yu replied. Of course, I'm free. Where are you? I'll come pick you up, Qin Feng offered eagerly. You needn't come for me. I've already chosen a place near the Carlton Hotel and I'm on my way there. Just head over directly, she instructed. All right, send me the address, and I'll be there right away. Qin Feng had intended to discuss her housing situation while enjoying a meal together, but he was pleasantly surprised by Luo Yu's initiative to treat him. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the address Luo Yu provided. It was a bustling hot-pot restaurant with a lively atmosphere. Luo Yu had already secured a table and ordered the food, waiting patiently for him. Upon entering, she waved him over. Here, over here. Qin Feng settled into the seat opposite her, marveling at the array of dishes and the still unboiled dual-flavor pot. What inspired you to choose hot pot? He asked curiously. Honestly, I couldn't afford to take you to a fancier restaurant, so I opted for this hot pot place, Luo Yu confessed, slightly embarrassed. You ordered so many dishes. It can't be that cheap, Qin Feng jested. All right, I'll be honest. Ever since I returned, I've been yearning for hot pot but lacked the opportunity to indulge. So, I specifically sought out this well-regarded hot pot restaurant, she admitted candidly. Weren't you back for a while? Haven't you had hot pot yet? Qin Feng probed. Yes, I returned, but I've been swamped with work and staying in the staff dormitory, leaving little time to enjoy meals outside, Luo Yu explained. Given Luo Yu's workaholic nature, Qin Feng found this explanation quite reasonable. As they chatted, they began to savor the hot pot. The rich broth and flavorful ingredients proved that this restaurant was indeed a beloved establishment. After a while, Luo Yu remarked, I really wish I could cook hot pot myself. It would taste even better. Unfortunately, I haven't found a place to rent yet, so I could only invite you out today. But don't worry, once I secure a place, I'll invite you over for a homemade hot pot feast to showcase my culinary skills. It was clear that Luo Yu preferred cooking for herself. However, her words sparked a thought in Qin Feng. So, according to your plan, I might be able to enjoy your hot pot tomorrow? He teased. Huh? What do you mean? Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. I have to work tomorrow, and I haven't even found a place to rent yet. About the housing situation, I've already taken care of that, Qin Feng said with a smile. Remember I mentioned yesterday that I would handle your housing search? You don't need to worry about it. Really? That was fast. Luo Yu exclaimed, her face lighting up. Of course, I told you I could resolve it today, and I did, Qin Feng replied with assurance. You're quite impressive, Luo Yu acknowledged, recalling that Qin Feng had enlisted a friend as assistance. Actually, it's not just my friend who is remarkable, Qin Feng hesitated. Luo Yu's eyes widened with curiosity. What do you mean? Clearing his throat, Qin Feng continued. The truth is, the place I found is my previous residence. I'm moving out, and it just so happens to be available. Initially, Qin Feng had not intended to disclose this so directly. However, he recalled how the original character, Song Ningyu, had concealed truths, and he wanted to avoid any misunderstandings later. Furthermore, he believed there was no need for excessive secrecy. Transparency would benefit their future interactions. Upon hearing that the housing arrangement was Qin Feng's former residence, Luo Yu instinctively protested. No, I can't live in your house. Qin Feng had anticipated her reaction and countered. Why not? Luo Yu stumbled over her words, unsure how to respond. Internally, she questioned her own reasoning. Why couldn't she? I understand you wish to avoid burdening anyone and prefer to rely on yourself, but for me this isn't a burden at all. In fact, it would be more troublesome if you declined, Qin Feng explained. Why? Luo Yu asked, perplexed. Think about it. If my house is vacant and you don't occupy it, I'll have to rent it to someone else. If that person doesn't care for the property or is troublesome, I would be in quite a predicament, he said, his expression exaggeratedly worried. Seeing his dramatic demeanor, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle. You really know how to spin a tale. How could that happen? Chapter 66. The silly girl, how could that be impossible? Qin Feng stated earnestly. In this society, there are all kinds of people. Under Qin Feng's calm demeanor and persuasion, Luo Yu finally relented, agreeing to stay in his apartment. However, she remained steadfast in her principles. I can stay in your place, but I absolutely must pay rent. You cannot let me live for free. That is my principle, Luo Yu asserted. Qin Feng understood Luo Yu's principles well, so he shrugged and replied, of course. I never intended for you to stay for free. This left Luo Yu momentarily bewildered. After all, what Qin Feng said was entirely different from what she had anticipated. How could I possibly think that? Luo Yu responded, a bit flustered. In truth, there was a slight sense of disappointment within her. Despite her strong-willed nature and her principles, she was still a woman prone to romantic thoughts. Moreover, she herself was unaware of the extent of her feelings for Qin Feng. Thus, Qin Feng was more aware of her inner thoughts than she was. Observing her slight panic, Qin Feng secretly chuckled but chose not to expose her feelings. All right, I'm done teasing you, Qin Feng said seriously. I actually know that with your personality, even if I offered you a free stay, you would refuse. Luo Yu's face turned slightly red as she quickly changed the subject. Let us discuss the rent. Qin Feng nodded. How does 3,000 sound? 3,000? Luo Yu looked at him incredulously. Do you think I've never looked for a place before? Or do you think your home is just a single room? I don't want to inconvenience you, so I believe we should clarify the rent beforehand. Market price would be acceptable. Qin Feng replied. My apartment is quite ordinary, with no special decor. 3,000 is sufficient. Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then let me see some pictures of your place first. Her nature was such that she did not wish to trouble anyone. Even though her feelings for Qin Feng were quite high, she remained steadfast. Qin Feng, fully aware of her character, knew that if she saw the apartment, she would certainly hesitate even more. Thus, he deliberately said, My place is quite simple. I actually think 3,000 is a bit much. Let us just settle on that. Luo Yu hesitated, but your apartment, while simple, is still livable. She shook her head. I know you wouldn't deceive me. The rent is settled. I won't accept any objections. Let us finish this hot pot first, and then I'll take you to see my apartment, Qin Feng said. He picked up a piece of lamb and placed it in Luo Yu's bowl. So your only task now is to enjoy this meal. Over the years, Qin Feng was the first person to serve her food aside from her mother, leaving Luo Yu flustered. She fell silent, bowing her head to eat. Typically, Luo Yu was like a hedgehog, but in front of Qin Feng, she resembled a quail or a little rabbit, shy and endearing. Meanwhile, Qin Feng received a prompt from the system. Luo Yu's affection level 2. After finishing the hot pot, Qin Feng drove Luo Yu to his current residence, a duplex apartment of about 100 square meters. It was certainly more upscale than the happy community, and Qin Feng's decor was not lacking either. Simple yet elegant and comfortable. When Luo Yu entered and glanced around the living room, she was taken aback. This is hardly the ordinary apartment you described, she thought. A simple view of the living room made it clear that even if rented out, the starting price would be over 10,000 a month, far beyond her budget. Luo Yu attempted to say something, but Qin Feng interrupted her. We've already agreed on the rent. You have no objections, and I won't entertain any changes, so let us not discuss it further. Luo Yu realized that if it were another friend, she would insist on her principles. However, facing Qin Feng, many of her thoughts seemed to vanish. She worried that expressing herself might jeopardize her relationship with him. Although they did not have a formal relationship yet, she did not want to disappoint him. Thus, she swallowed her words back down. That's right, Qin Feng thought, pleased that Luo Yu was no longer conflicted. He then gave her a brief tour of his apartment. After the tour, they sat down in the living room. Luo Yu curiously asked, "Why would you move out of such a nice place?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "If I don't move, how will you come to live here? Or do you wish for me to stay and have you move in?" "No, no." Luo Yu panicked again. Despite having encountered various difficult guests and possessing considerable social experience, she found herself at a loss when it came to Qin Feng. Qin Feng chose not to tease her further, stating, "The main reason is that I have another apartment that is even better. If I can move, I naturally will." "Oh, I see." Luo Yu nodded, no longer pressing the issue. She was not particularly interested in the specifics of Qin Feng's properties. Though she lacked material wealth herself, she was not concerned with such things, which was part of her unique character. Unlike most girls who would likely be curious about the quality of Qin Feng's other apartment or inquire about his financial status, Luo Yu was not. Instead, she thought about how, after completing her internship as a hotel lobby manager, she would definitely offer to pay more rent to Qin Feng, and then she would cook a few meals for him to express her gratitude. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, Luo Yu's thoughts were swirling in her mind. If he were to find out, he would likely be both amused and bewildered. For those who have watched Love Doctor, they would understand Luo Yu's character. Awkward yet inexplicably endearing. Chapter 67. Favorability Level 80. Suddenly, Luo Yu noticed a stack of paper beneath the coffee table in the living room. An ordinary person might not discern anything unusual about these sheets, but having spent considerable time abroad and being deeply appreciative of traditional culture, Luo Yu was familiar with such materials. It was rare for an ordinary household to possess rice paper. "What are you doing with all this rice paper?" Luo Ming inquired curiously. "Oh, these?" Qin Feng replied casually as he retrieved a stack from beneath the table. "These are just some of my previous creations. I had nowhere to store them, so I left them here." "Casual creations?" Luo Yu's curiosity piqued. "Are you using it for painting or calligraphy?" In this era, rice paper is typically purchased for the purpose of calligraphy or painting, common parlance that elevates one's status. "I paint," Qin Feng stated. "May I see?" Luo Yu asked eagerly. "Of course," Qin Feng smiled, pushing the stack towards her. "But don't be too surprised when you look." Luo Yu teased. "Is it because your art is too unsightly?" "You'll see," Qin Feng replied confidently. His art could hardly be deemed unsightly, for he possessed the skills of a master in ink painting. Few in the country could claim to surpass him in this craft, hence his willingness to showcase his work to Luo Yu. As she opened the stack of rice paper, she was greeted by a vivid portrayal of a fish, rendered with delicate strokes of light ink that seemed to breathe life. "This," Luo Yu gasped. "This is astonishingly beautiful." She had initially assumed Qin Feng's abilities were mediocre, given that most skilled painters were seasoned masters of advanced age. Furthermore, no accomplished artist would casually stack their work and place it beneath a coffee table, unless their art lacked merit. Yet, the lifelike fish before her shattered her preconceptions, compelling even an untrained eye to recognize its exceptional quality. If word got out, its value would undoubtedly be considerable. The so-called masterpieces of renowned painters she had previously encountered paled in comparison. Overwhelmed with astonishment and delight, Luo Yu continued to peruse the remaining sheets, each showcasing ink paintings devoid of vibrant colors, yet adorned with the grace of subtle ink strokes. Looking up, she met Qin Feng's gaze, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Did you create all these?" With a gentle smile, Qin Feng affirmed. Indeed. In that instant, he gained an air of mystery and a status as a masterful artist in Luo Yu's eyes. Remarkably young yet undeniably talented. "You are incredible. These surpass the so-called masterpieces I witnessed at exhibitions abroad." "Well, I suppose," Qin Feng replied modestly. "Are you not a renowned artist?" Luo Yu inquired. "I am no artist. These are merely my casual sketches." Qin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, Luo Yu pulled out her phone, intent on searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Qin Feng asked, momentarily bewildered. "I'm searching for renowned artists." "Don't you dare deceive me, treating me like a child." Qin Feng sighed. "Why would I deceive you?" After searching for a while without yielding results, Luo Yu finally accepted that Qin Feng was indeed not a famous artist. Yet her curiosity only deepened. "Given your talent, why not pursue a career as an artist?" Qin Feng shrugged. "Why should I?" This caught Luo Yu off guard. After a moment of contemplation, she managed to articulate, "Being an artist is quite impressive." However, realizing the awkwardness of her reasoning, she quickly added, "Those renowned painters are often wealthy, right? They can sell a single piece for millions." "Wake up," Qin Feng laughed. "Many of those exorbitantly priced artworks are merely inflated by speculation. Have you not heard the saying?" "What saying?" Luo Yu inquired, intrigued. "Artists only gain recognition posthumously." Luo Yu pondered this. Indeed, many artists, despite their considerable talent, struggled to sell their works during their lifetimes, only for their value to soar after their demise. "You should reflect on that," Qin Feng remarked, observing her contemplation. Sensing her reluctance to continue the conversation, he chuckled inwardly. He understood that his own capabilities in traditional painting were substantial. Should he choose to market his work, its value would be significant. However, he found the notion of engaging in art market speculation tedious. "If you appreciate these works, I shall leave them to you. I can effortlessly create many more of this caliber," Qin Feng offered to Luo Yu. Though she genuinely loved the paintings, Luo Yu couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Feng's words sounded somewhat boastful. Yet, his skill was undeniably remarkable. Upon hearing Qin Feng's proposal to gift her the paintings, Luo Yu was overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you. I will gladly accept these." Luo Yu's favorability level, 80. This marks the first occasion where the protagonist's favorability towards Qin Feng has surpassed 80. Chapter 68. The transformation of Luo Yu. As Luo Yu's affection for Qin Feng grew, he could distinctly sense a shift in her gaze towards him, which seemed different from her usual demeanor. The natural wariness she once exhibited diminished, replaced by a softness that was palpable. Every individual possesses their own inner defenses. However, as Luo Yu's fondness for Qin Feng deepened, she gradually began to lower her emotional barriers. Unconsciously, Luo Yu confided in Qin Feng about her past, recounting her experiences in Belgium, the events she encountered, and the people she met. She began, "Ever since I went abroad for my studies and until I left Belgium, I have been utterly alone, without any friends, hesitant to trust anyone. The people I encountered had no goodwill towards me. Thus, I have always remained friendless, with no one to talk to, occasionally video chatting with my mother but never daring to say too much for fear of worrying her. I have hidden myself away like a hedgehog." Gradually, Luo Yu opened her heart to Qin Feng. He listened silently, understanding that the emotional burden Luo Yu had carried for so long was immense and deeply repressed. She had never expressed these feelings to anyone, keeping her emotions buried within. Now, she seized this opportunity to articulate her inner sentiments, which was a positive step for her. At this moment, all Qin Feng needed to do was be a competent listener. Luo Yu spoke at length, her emotions spilling forth, perhaps reflecting on her past hardships. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even notice when tears began to stream down her face. This was a genuine outpouring of emotion, something she had never experienced before. After her cathartic release, Luo Yu felt an immense lightness, as if the gloom that had weighed her down was finally dissipating. It was only then that she noticed her tears and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "I'm sorry for crying in front of you after sharing so much." Qin Feng promptly handed her a tissue, gently assuring her, "You are incredibly strong, stronger than many." "Thank you," Luo Yu replied, dabbing her tears. "I appreciate you listening to me." Qin Feng softly remarked, "If you ever wish to share more, feel free to reach out. I am a very capable listener." "But?" Luo Yu inquired curiously. Qin Feng smiled and said, "I believe that after tonight's sharing, tomorrow you will transform back into the formidable Luo Yu, perhaps even stronger than before. Who knows, it might be me seeking your counsel in the future." Luo Yu paused, taken aback, then laughed. The previously somber atmosphere brightened, and she realized that being with Qin Feng always brought her a sense of relaxation and joy. That afternoon, the rapid increase in Luo Yu's affection made Qin Feng truly understand what it felt like to like someone. Everything they did seemed right. However, he was less concerned with the numerical increase of her affection and more focused on her emotional state. Seeing her spirits lifted, Qin Feng glanced at the time. It was nearing evening. "Miss Luo Yu," he proposed, "may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner with me?" At his sudden seriousness, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle, though she playfully replied, "I need to think about whether to accept your invitation." Qin Feng grinned, "If you don't accept, I'll just have to go by myself. I'll accept, Luo Yu retorted, playfully rolling her eyes at him. You can't just rush someone into a decision. Qin Feng laughed. Should I ask again? Luo Yu, amused, suggested, why don't we skip going out and just cook here? You have a kitchen, after all. I'll whip up something special for you. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward. Well, I do have a kitchen, but I never cook, so it's rather empty. You can't cook? Luo Yu laughed. I thought you could do everything. I can, he replied, but living alone, I find cooking too much trouble. Luo Yu expressed her skepticism. Really? I find that hard to believe. Qin Feng insisted. Tonight, we may not have cooking utensils, but next time, I'll show you my culinary skills. I've recently acquired master-level abilities in Chinese cuisine. At that moment, he regretted not preparing cooking tools earlier. If only he could have showcased his newfound culinary prowess to Luo Yu tonight. Previously, he had little cooking experience, but a recent stroke of luck had bestowed him with exceptional skills in Chinese cooking. All right, I look forward to your performance next time, Luo Yu smiled, though she didn't dwell on his cooking abilities. Her thoughts were more about what dish she would prepare for him in the future. Then I'll just grab a quick meal outside, Qin Feng suggested, deeming it unnecessary to dine at a restaurant. That won't do. You treated me to such a wonderful hot pot yesterday, so tonight, I must treat you to a nice meal, Luo Yu insisted. With that, Qin Feng began searching for a restaurant, opting for a high-end French establishment named Lucie Lest, which required a reservation to ensure they wouldn't be left without a table. After securing the reservation, Qin Feng and Luo Yu set off for the restaurant. Half an hour later, they arrived at Lucie Lest, where they were greeted by the staff and escorted to their pre-booked table. Qin Feng politely handed the menu to Luo Yu, inviting her to choose their meals. Initially, he expected her to decline the offer, but to his surprise, Luo Yu smiled and took the menu, expertly ordering dishes while also asking Qin Feng what he would like. She effortlessly included his choices in the order. After placing the order, Luo Yu noticed the astonished look on Qin Feng's face and couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you staring at me? I just suddenly feel like you seem different from before, he replied candidly. That only means you didn't know me well enough. Luo Yu joked. Not well enough? Qin Feng pondered, quickly realizing the reason behind Luo Yu's sudden change. Chapter 69. The impression approaches perfection. Luo Yu was no ordinary girl. She had studied abroad and graduated, soon to formally assume the role of lobby manager. Her experiences and emotional intelligence were undoubtedly commendable, yet those glimmers of brilliance often went unnoticed by others. For Luo Yu, the desire to avoid inconveniencing others and the reluctance to be a burden herself stemmed from her less than favorable opinion of those around her, leaving her guarded. Thus, when some individuals extended their goodwill, she would often turn a blind eye, choosing rejection instead. However, her feelings towards Qin Feng had shifted significantly, leading her to willingly accept his kindness rather than refuse it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to join him that evening. Moreover, it was clear to Luo Yu that Qin Feng was not financially constrained. The restaurant they were dining in might be considered pricey for the average worker, but for him, it was akin to an ordinary fast food outing. To exhibit her usual frugality in such a setting would appear rather pretentious and would undermine Qin Feng's thoughtful gesture. Luo Yu cherished the prospect of enjoying a delightful dinner with Qin Feng, which is why her demeanor deviated from her usual self, revealing a side she had not shown to others. As they dined, Luo Yu suddenly spoke up, candidly admitting, to be honest, I sometimes feel a bit pressured when I'm with you. Qin Feng, puzzled by her statement, inquired, pressure? Luo Yu confessed, you are exceptionally accomplished. Qin Feng chuckled, replying, you are remarkable as well. Don't think so. She shook her head, her gaze firm. But I will strive to prove myself. Qin Feng raised his glass, smiling. Then I wish you success in becoming a remarkable woman of strength. If I ever find myself struggling, I shall seek your support and live off you. Luo Yu was taken aback by his words, but then she laughed, clinking her glass with his. All right, as long as you're willing. They exchanged smiles, and soon, the waiter brought out their dishes. As they enjoyed their meal, they toasted occasionally, engaging in light-hearted conversation about amusing encounters from their daily lives, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. As the evening progressed, Luo Yu's fondness for Qin Feng grew, spurred by his wit. This was indeed the correct approach to a dinner date. At 8 o'clock, The elegant and soothing strains of a piano filled the air within the restaurant. A grand piano stood in the establishment, where a skilled pianist, hired specifically for the evening, played enchanting melodies. The serene music transformed the ambience of the restaurant into something truly magical. Captivated by the piano, Luo Yu turned to listen intently. When the piece concluded, Qin Feng asked, "Do you enjoy the piano?" Luo Yu nodded. "Yes, I have always loved it. I once wanted to learn to play, but I never found the time, so I settled for listening to others. The elegant and fluid melodies soothe me. No matter how troubled I may feel, a piano piece can bring me tranquility." "I understand," Qin Feng responded, before standing and walking towards the piano. Luo Yu watched, astonished, unsure of his intentions. A thought crossed her mind. Could he play the piano? In the next moment, her curiosity was confirmed as Qin Feng approached the pianist and exchanged a few words, prompting the young musician to nod in agreement and rise from his seat. Naturally, as the restaurant's pianist, he would not deny a request to let someone else play. Many diners also turned their attention to Qin Feng, intrigued by the sight of him sitting at the piano, anticipation filling the air. In such a public setting, those bold enough to perform typically possessed considerable skill, often delivering delightful surprises. As Qin Feng placed his hands upon the keys, he felt an uncanny familiarity. It was as if he had touched them countless times before. With his advanced piano-playing abilities, he felt confident in his performance. First, he cast a fleeting smile towards Luo Yu, then adjusted his posture, exuding an entirely different aura. In that moment, he became a seasoned pianist, poised to perform. His fingers glided across the keys, producing a series of delicate, ringing notes that resonated beautifully throughout the restaurant. The enchanting melody enveloped the diners, transporting them into a realm of music, where the surrounding black keys danced in harmony with the rising and falling rhythms. Luo Yu listened intently, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng as he played, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He had surprised her immensely. Although she had anticipated that he could play, she had not expected his level of proficiency to be so high. In that moment, her perception of Qin Feng transformed. He had become an exceptionally gifted individual in her eyes, a painter, a pianist. Skills that many devote their entire lives to mastering seemed effortlessly within his grasp, and he excelled in each. This man was enigmatic, undeniably extraordinary. Yet, it was precisely this excellence that deepened Luo Yu's attraction to him, as her impression of Qin Feng approached perfection. The captivating piano music not only enchanted those within the restaurant, but also drew the attention of patrons seated at outdoor tables. Curiosity sparked among them, and some even ventured inside to discover the source of the beautiful melodies. Among them was a solitary woman, sipping her drink at a table, who was likewise captivated by the enchanting piano piece. Instinctively, she turned towards the restaurant, only to be taken aback upon seeing Qin Feng seated at the piano. What is he doing here? She wondered. Chapter 70. I apologize, I have a companion. Wasn't it said that there were matters to attend to today? Yet here I am, playing the piano. The woman, nursing her sorrows with a drink, is none other than Zhang Lai. During this period, apart from her leisure time, she has primarily engaged in two activities: troubling her brother, Zhang Haokuan, and indulging in solitary drinking. Upon noticing Qin Feng skillfully playing the piano, Zhang Lai glanced at the numerous bottles of liquor on her table. With no one to share a drink with, your appearance is quite fortuitous. A mysterious smile crept across her face. She then summoned a waiter, instructing him to pass a message to the gentleman at the piano, requesting him to join her for a drink once he finished playing. The waiter, looking somewhat troubled, replied, "Sir, he is not our hired pianist. He is also a guest here, and I cannot." Zhang Lai, expressionless, retrieved her wallet, carelessly taking out a handful of cash and placing it on the table. Will this suffice? Can money truly buy anything? The waiter silently criticized her, but with a forced smile, he assured her, "Rest assured, I will deliver your message and inform him that a remarkably beautiful lady requests his presence." Zhang Lai nodded, dismissing the waiter as she resumed her drinking, now with heightened attention to the enchanting piano melodies. She murmured to herself, "I never anticipated that this fellow not only possesses a good tolerance for alcohol but also plays the piano exceptionally well." As Qin Feng concluded his piece, he exhaled softly, a satisfied smile gracing his face, basking in the applause of the surrounding diners, who collectively appreciated the rare musical interlude. For them, it was undoubtedly a delightful surprise amidst their evening meal. Among the ladies present, captivated by Qin Feng's charm and poise, many hastily jotted down their contact numbers or WeChat IDs, handing them to the waiter to deliver to him. After all, men of such caliber are a rarity. In a flurry, several waiters approached Qin Feng with notes in hand. Typically, he would accept these gestures, not wanting to dishearten the hopeful ladies. However, with Luo Yu observing from a distance, he graciously declined the notes, showcasing his integrity. Yet one waiter approached not with a note but with a message. "Sir, there is a lovely lady outside who wishes to invite you for a drink." This was the very waiter Zhang Lai had summoned. "I'm afraid I must decline. Please inform the lovely lady that I have a companion." Qin Feng politely refused. The waiter, feeling awkward, had no choice but to relay the message, acknowledging that it was ultimately Qin Feng's decision. Rising from the piano, he returned to his seat beside Luo Yu. "I did not expect your piano skills to be so refined," Luo Yu remarked, genuinely impressed. "As long as you enjoy it," Qin Feng replied with a smile, choosing not to dwell on his recent performance. Truly exceptional individuals seldom boast about their prowess. Rather, they allow their talents to speak for themselves at opportune moments, cultivating a sense of humility that endears them to others. Indeed, witnessing Qin Feng's modesty only heightened Luo Yu's admiration for him. "It seems there is nothing you cannot achieve," she stated. "On the contrary, there is one thing I cannot do," Qin Feng replied earnestly. "What might that be?" "Having children." Luo Yu burst into laughter, her amusement evident as she playfully chastised him. "Could you refrain from making jokes during serious moments? It makes me feel like I have a low sense of humor." Qin Feng winked. "I merely speak the truth. Besides, your humor is indeed quite light." Luo Yu laughed again, feeling a joy she had not experienced in ages. The laughter and happiness shared with Qin Feng today far surpassed the cumulative joy of the past year. As their conversation flowed harmoniously, the waiter returned to Zhang Lai, conveying Qin Feng's polite refusal. "He has a companion and cannot come over, so please understand." Zhang Lai's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as she absorbed the information. "He has a companion?" The waiter, intimidated by her aura, regretted his decision to facilitate Zhang Lai's request, fearing her reaction. Understanding the nature of privileged young women, he braced himself for a potential outburst. Mississippi," he stammered, hoping to placate her. But Zhang Lai, a true daughter of the Zhang family, was acutely aware of the waiter's apprehension. Glancing at the anxious waiter, she assured him, "Do not worry. I will not cause a scene in your establishment. You may leave." The waiter, relieved yet embarrassed, hurried away, while Zhang Lai contemplated her next move. A sly smile appeared on her lips as she recalled the 2,000 yuan Qin Feng had left by her bedside the other day. "Oh, so you wish for me to misunderstand? Very well, I shall show you what misunderstanding truly entails." With that, Zhang Lai rose from her seat, wineglass in hand, and sauntered through the restaurant, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng and Luo Yu, who were engrossed in conversation by the window. A playful smile adorned her face as she tossed her hair back, gracefully approaching them with an alluring stride, exuding confidence and charm. Chapter 71. Zhang Lai vs. Luo Yu. Zhang Lai donned a sleek black leather jacket over a flowing red gown, her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, complemented by a delicate makeup that radiated both strength and femininity. Wherever she ventured, Zhang Lai effortlessly became the luminous focal point, capturing the attention of all around her. Thus, when she entered the restaurant, the gazes of both men and women converged upon her. As she approached the table occupied by Qin Feng, envy and admiration rippled through the men, acknowledging that only a man of such charisma as Qin Feng could attract the attention of a woman as glamorous as Zhang Lai. Meanwhile, the women watched with a mixture of jealousy and admiration for Zhang Lai, recognizing that she dared to do what they often only dreamed of. If they possessed her qualities, they too would likely seize the opportunity to flirt with Qin Feng in such a public setting. Yet, not all were so simple-minded. Some noticed Luo Yu seated across from Qin Feng, engaging in lively conversation, the atmosphere harmonious between them. They anticipated an intriguing spectacle as Zhang Lai approached. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, who remained oblivious with his back turned to Zhang Lai, Luo Yu was fully aware of the approaching figure. Zhang Lai's commanding presence was impossible to ignore. As their eyes met across the room, an unspoken recognition ignited. At that moment, Luo Yu instinctively understood that Zhang Lai was headed toward their table. Qin Feng, engrossed in conversation with Luo Yu, noticed her sudden shift in focus and inquired with curiosity, "What catches your attention?" "A woman," Luo Yu replied. "She seems to be coming for us." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. No sooner had he registered her words than Zhang Lai arrived at their table, startling him. It was not merely her presence that surprised him, but rather the striking resemblance between Zhang Lai and Luo Yu. From his vantage point, they could have been cast from the same mold, differing only in attire and demeanor. The thought of two such similar-looking individuals meeting sparked his imagination, yet he dared not dwell on it. To his astonishment, when Zhang Lai and Luo Yu finally laid eyes on one another, they exhibited none of the recognition he had anticipated. It seemed neither perceived the other's likeness. This peculiar turn of events piqued Qin Feng's curiosity, but the current circumstances left little room for contemplation. Zhang Lai, red wine glass in hand, wore an icy expression. She first regarded Luo Yu before turning her gaze to Qin Feng, feigning anger as she said, "Did you not mention you had matters to attend to today? Here you are, entertaining someone else." Her perfectly crafted demeanor implied that Qin Feng had deliberately stood her up for Luo Yu, casting him as a cad in the blink of an eye. Luo Yu, upon hearing this, felt a pang of discomfort. Having just distanced herself from Song Ningbao, she had a keen aversion to such situations. Yet, she was not one to jump to conclusions hastily. She directed her gaze toward Qin Feng, demanding, "Do you know each other?" Upon seeing Zhang Lai's arrival, Qin Feng sensed impending trouble. Although he remained perplexed as to why the two strikingly similar women had yet to misinterpret each other, he recognized the pressing issue was Zhang Lai's emotional state. Recent events had rendered her particularly vulnerable, her demeanor becoming increasingly erratic and capricious. The clash of such strong personalities as hers and Luo Yu's was bound to ignite sparks, especially as Zhang Lai had now taken the initiative to provoke. Qin Feng could not allow Zhang Lai to sow discord between them. He understood that with Zhang Lai's current mindset, any ambiguity in his response would lead to further complications. Thus, he firmly stated, "Zhang Lai, if you wish to indulge in wine, I can arrange for someone to accompany you. However, at this moment, please refrain from interrupting us." Qin Feng was perceptive. He realized Zhang Lai's intentions were to stir trouble. With a clear stance, he set the boundaries. Zhang Lai, recognizing that her ploy had been uncovered, remained undeterred. With a playful smile, she persisted, "But you said that whenever I wanted to drink, you would join me." "I never made such a promise," Qin Feng retorted decisively. Zhang Lai's expression turned wistful. "Have you forgotten what transpired the night before last?" Qin Feng interjected, "Zhang Lai, enough. Do you not realize how unbecoming your behavior is? I have made it clear that I am not your brother and will not indulge your spoiled whims." "Unbecoming?" A mysterious smile graced Zhang Lai's lips as she prepared to respond when Luo Yu, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Qin Feng, do not be upset. Let us discuss this calmly." From the exchange between Qin Feng and Zhang Lai, Luo Yu discerned that their relationship was not as she initially presumed. She sensed that something troubling lay beneath Zhang Lai's surface, prompting such behavior. However, that did not grant Zhang Lai the right to disrupt the pleasant evening that she and Qin Feng were enjoying. Turning to Zhang Lai, her tone grew frosty as she addressed her. "Miss Zhang, I am unaware of any misunderstandings between you and Qin Feng, nor do I wish to delve into your matters with him. However, whatever the issue may be, this is not the appropriate time. We are currently engaged in our dinner, so I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing us." Chapter 72. It was all a misunderstanding. Let me leave. Zhang Lai took a moment to regard Luo Yu after hearing her words. As she assessed Luo Yu's attire and then glanced at Qin Feng, a playful smile crept onto her face. "To think you are one of those people too. What sort of person am I?" Qin Feng pondered, feeling utterly confounded by Zhang Lai's intentions. However, Zhang Lai chose to ignore him, directing her attention back to Luo Yu. "I believe you should leave this place more than I do." "Why is that?" Luo Yu replied coolly. Zhang Lai took a sip of red wine and stated, "Because you and he are not suited for each other." Unfazed, Luo Yu retorted, I think it is you two who are mismatched. The tension between the two was palpable. Yet inexplicably, it made Qin Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. He knew Zhang Lai's words held a different meaning than what Luo Yu might interpret. However, he could not fathom why Zhang Lai would say such a thing. Wanting to interject and halt this nonsensical exchange, he opened his mouth, but both Zhang Lai and Luo Yu shot him a sharp glance, laden with unspoken warnings. Qin Feng found himself at a loss, resigned to sitting quietly and observing their verbal duel. Luo Yu looked at Zhang Lai and remarked, I understand you are not familiar with him. Perhaps you've only seen him once or twice. How astute, Qin Feng thought, taken aback by Luo Yu's perceptiveness. He had never noticed her ability to deduce such things before. Zhang Lai, too, was surprised by Luo Yu's insight. Observing the seemingly unremarkable girl, she realized that Luo Yu was unexpectedly formidable. Nevertheless, she refrained from directly answering the question. Instead, with a smile, she inquired, Do you know where we last met? Luo Yu calmly replied, I am not interested in knowing. Zhang Lai, however, continued unabated. The last time we met was at his home. The time before that was at a hotel. She could not believe that, after such revelations, Luo Yu would remain so composed. To Zhang Lai's dismay, Luo Yu maintained her tranquility. If your intention in saying all this is to provoke me, I must apologize. I am not easily rattled. Your strategy has backfired. Meanwhile, Qin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. While Luo Yu appeared unflustered, he received a notification indicating an increase in her favorability towards him. Favorability of Luo Yu, 1. Due to Zhang Lai's remark, Luo Yu's favorability towards Qin Feng had inexplicably decreased. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where favorability diminished. Thus, he discerned that Luo Yu's inner feelings were far from the calm facade she presented. Furthermore, Zhang Lai's comments were clearly designed to create misunderstandings, which irked Qin Feng. He could not comprehend why Zhang Lai seemed intent on targeting him when he had done nothing to provoke her. Unable to sit idly any longer, Qin Feng resolved to intervene before Luo Yu's misunderstandings deepened and her favorability decreased further. Regret would come too late. Luo Yu, do not believe her claims, Qin Feng stated, turning to her in an attempt to clarify. Zhang Lai, he began, but she had already intended to continue disrupting their dinner. However, upon hearing Luo Yu's name, she hesitated, glancing at her with curiosity. Your name is Luo Yu? Luo Yu nodded. Is there a problem? Zhang Lai took a deep breath, downed her glass of red wine, and said to Luo Yu, My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. I did not expect you to be Luo Yu. Qin Feng was astonished. He could hardly believe that the proud Zhang Lai would apologize. The stark contrast in her demeanor left both him and Luo Yu perplexed. At that moment, Zhang Lai shot a glance at Qin Feng and said, Could you please step aside? I wish to speak with Luo Yu privately. Qin Feng firmly refused. No, you truly need to stop this. I am not causing trouble. I genuinely have something to discuss, Zhang Lai insisted. Luo Yu glanced at Zhang Lai and thought for a moment before addressing Qin Feng. Let me speak with her alone. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Very well. Qin Feng relented, conceding his position to Zhang Lai and stepping outside the restaurant. However, he did not stray far, choosing instead to observe the conversation between the two. Should any conflict arise, he would be quick to intervene. The events of the evening left Qin Feng bewildered and at a loss for words. Yet, with the newfound time, he sought clarity from the system regarding the dynamic between Luo Yu and Zhang Lai. System, why do Zhang Lai and Luo Yu, who appear almost identical, seem completely unaware of this? He inquired. The system promptly provided an explanation. In this cinematic fusion world, it was not uncommon for protagonists to share similar appearances. However, only Qin Feng could discern these similarities. To them, they would see merely a slight resemblance. In the eyes of others, the perception remained the same. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Qin Feng finally understood, his confusion dissipating. Just as he processed this information, he received another notification regarding Luo Yu's favorability. Favorability of Luo Yu, 1. The previously diminished favorability not only returned but increased slightly as well. Qin Feng swiftly turned to the restaurant, where he observed both Luo Yu and Zhang Lai leaving their seats, approaching him with faint smiles on their faces. The earlier tension and hostility had vanished entirely. What is going on? Qin Feng asked, bewildered by their sudden transformation. Zhang Lai smiled at him, saying nothing, and added, I heard her say that this was all a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Qin Feng asked, genuinely curious. It was because of you. The night before last. You mistakenly made her think I was you, Luo Yu quipped, casting a playful glance at him. It dawned on Qin Feng that Zhang Lai had retained the memory of his mention of Luo Yu's name that day, believing he had a girlfriend named Luo Yu. Coupled with the knowledge of his affluent lifestyle, Zhang Lai had naturally assumed that his girlfriend must be a woman of similar status. When she saw Luo Yu in the restaurant, dressed rather simply, Zhang Lai misinterpreted the situation, concluding that Qin Feng was a notorious womanizer. This was the reason behind Zhang Lai's initial remarks. Yet, upon hearing Luo Yu's name, Zhang Lai realized she had made a significant blunder, misjudging both Qin Feng and Luo Yu. However, even with her pride, she would not apologize in front of Qin Feng, which was why she sought to speak with Luo Yu privately. After conversing privately with Luo Yu, an explanation was provided to her regarding the misunderstanding. It was precisely due to Zhang Lai's sincere elucidation that she learned of Qin Feng's visit to seek her out the previous night. This revelation consequently heightened Luo Yu's admiration for Qin Gang. This chapter is somewhat intricate, so I kindly ask for your patience as you read through it. Writing this has been quite challenging for me, but I assure you that I shall refrain from crafting such convoluted plots in the future, opting instead for narratives that are simpler and more joyful. As for the matter of doppelgangers, after much contemplation, I can only offer this explanation. Otherwise, the selection of female protagonists in this book would be abundant, and I cannot possibly have them all become long-lost sisters. It also serves to mend a narrative thread. To the esteemed readers who favor Zhang Lai, there is no need for concern. She shall not be departing anytime soon. Chapter 73. Upon realizing that everything was a misunderstanding, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he found himself somewhat speechless at Zhang Lai's capacity for misunderstanding. Why couldn't she simply voice her concerns? What was the need for all the fuss? It nearly escalated into a commotion. However, upon further reflection, this was precisely Zhang Lai's characteristic style. The fact that she took the initiative to clarify matters with Luo Yu after discovering the truth was already a commendable step. What did she say about me? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. She remarked that men like you, wealthy and affluent, are seldom good, Luo Yu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. Why am I suddenly not a good person? Qin Feng asked, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Seeing his perplexed demeanor, Luo Yu smiled softly and said, All right, enough of that. Please take me home. Are we heading back now? Qin Feng checked the time. Still early. Shall we take a stroll instead? Their pleasant dinner had been disrupted by Zhang Lai's interference, rendering it impossible to continue enjoying the meal. Yet, Qin Feng was reluctant to return just yet. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that Luo Yu would not dwell on negative thoughts before heading back. Luo Yu shook her head. No, after this evening, I've come to understand a fundamental truth. What truth? An exceptional man is akin to a spotlight. Regardless of time or place, remarkable women will invariably gravitate towards him. Luo Yu said this with a hint of melancholy. Let me explain. Qin Feng attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Luo Yu. I believe in you, but you must allow me to finish, she insisted earnestly. I do not refer to Zhang Lai, but rather other women. Even if there are none by your side now, there will undoubtedly be in the future. They will be equally remarkable and beautiful. In the past, such thoughts would have made me recoil, leading me to withdraw from you. I feared I would not measure up. However, I have now realized that evasion is not a solution, and I no longer wish to avoid it. Rest assured, I am committed to improving myself, striving to become a better version of myself, so that I may stand confidently beside you. Luo Yu's words were clear and bold. Compared to her former self, this was a significant display of affection towards Qin Feng. Previously, she would never have expressed herself so openly. It was evident that Qin Feng's presence had significantly elevated her feelings towards him, subtly transforming her mindset. In that moment, Luo Yu's entire aura seemed to shift. The once seemingly strong and unyielding Luo Yu had, in reality, harbored a degree of insecurity. She often felt inadequate and feared the weight of life would overwhelm her. Yet now, she radiated confidence, armed with a clearer purpose and a willingness to strive for greatness, specifically for Qin Feng. Qin Feng gazed at Luo Yu, his heart stirred. After all, which man would not be moved by a woman expressing such sentiments? At least, Qin Feng was touched. He began, but Luo Yu raised her hand to halt his words. Enough, say nothing. Just take me home so I can focus on studying and becoming a better version of myself. Luo Yu stretched her arms and relaxed. I haven't felt this invigorated in a long time. Seeing her enthusiasm, Qin Feng refrained from further discussion. He drove Luo Yu back to her hotel. As he prepared to accompany her inside, she said, I can manage on my own. With that, she exited the car but did not ascend immediately. Instead, she circled to the other side and knocked on the window beside Qin Feng. He rolled down the window and looked at her, perplexed. What is it? Nothing, she replied with a playful smile. Then, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she leaned into the window. A few seconds later, Qin Feng watched as Luo Yu, resembling someone who had committed a mischievous act, hurried away. He couldn't help but reflect on the incident with a sense of nostalgia. Had he just been ambushed? This Luo Yu was not only more self-assured but also bolder in her actions. Perhaps I should retrieve my investment next time, Qin Feng mused to himself, contemplating a future encounter where he could reclaim both principle and interest. Minutes later, he received a message from Luo Yu. Remember to clear out that apartment of yours by tomorrow, as I'll be moving in the day after. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively replied, What if I decide not to move? Luo Yu responded, That's unacceptable. You must have it ready by tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't move in. That's settled then. I'll focus on studying and improving myself. At that moment, Qin Feng could no longer suppress a sigh. Women's hearts are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. The ancients were not mistaken. He suddenly felt that perhaps the system of measuring affection was not as indispensable as he had thought. Luo Yu's affection for him had reached a significant level, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they were not as close as before. Was it because this once naive girl had become less naive? It seemed he still had much work to do in order to elevate her feelings for him to a level beyond 90. A score of 90 or more would signify an unwavering commitment, ensuring that such feelings would never diminish. Chapter 74. Points to note: do not capsize at this moment. It was merely 10 o'clock in the evening. For a bustling metropolis, the nightlife had only just begun. Qin Feng was not accustomed to retiring this early. Thus, he sent messages to Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, inquiring about their whereabouts. Before long, responses arrived. It's 8. Indeed, as Qin Feng had surmised, these two fellows, whenever they found themselves with free time in the evening, would invariably flock to the bar on the top floor of the Sate Hotel, treating it as their headquarters. By day they were dentists, by night, they transformed into reckless revelers. After some light-hearted banter, Qin Feng replied, Wait for me, I'll be there shortly. Soon after, he arrived at the bar on the top floor of the Sate Hotel. Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang were indeed seated at their usual spot, engaged in conversation over drinks. Qin Feng approached and squeezed himself into the space between them. Hey, you little rascal! Taking my spot, Zhang Mingyang exclaimed. Who told you to be so slow? Qin Feng retorted with a chuckle. I say, old Qin, where have you been gallivanting all day? We haven't seen you around. Cheng Hao inquired curiously. Where else but chasing after girls? Zhang Mingyang interjected, rolling his eyes. Old Cheng, let me tell you, old Qin is quite the enigma. We've all been fooled by his seemingly virtuous facade. He's even wilder than I am. Qin Feng playfully rebuked. You're the wild one. And what do you mean by seemingly virtuous? Speak carelessly again, and I might challenge you to a drinking contest. At the mention of a drinking contest, Zhang Mingyang immediately backed down, and Cheng Hao followed suit. They discreetly pushed their glasses aside, pretending they were no longer interested in drinking, well aware of Qin Feng's prowess. After a while, Zhang Mingyang suddenly inquired, Old Qin, haven't you noticed anything different around here tonight? Qin Feng casually replied, Not particularly. Why? Zhang Mingyang continued, I haven't seen that Luo Yu girl at all. I didn't see her yesterday either. Luo Ming? She resigned, so of course you wouldn't see her, Qin Feng informed. Upon hearing this, a look of realization dawned on Zhang Mingyang's face as he turned to Cheng Hao, saying, "See? I told you he would know." Chong Hao, with a resigned expression, pulled out 100 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Zhang Mingyang, stating, "All right, I concede. I will honor my bet." Qin Feng found it amusing that these two had made themselves the stakes of a wager. "Old Qin, confess. The reason you asked me to help find a place was for that Luo Yu, wasn't it? So, does that mean she moved in with you now?" Zhang Mingyang asked, his expression rife with certainty. Chong Hao chimed in, "I doubt she moved in that quickly, and besides, old Qin probably hasn't succeeded yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here with us tonight." Zhang Mingyang nodded in agreement. That makes sense. These two were indeed quite perceptive. Qin Feng, at a loss for words, decided to come clean. "You're not wrong. It's indeed the case." Chong Hao patted Qin Feng's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Brother, be careful not to capsize." "What capsizing are you talking about?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What could possibly capsize? That Miss Chu, perhaps?" Zhang Mingyang, ever the instigator, added, "But don't worry. With old Chang and me strategizing for you, you'll be just fine. At least for the short term. Long term? Who knows?" Upon realizing what they were referring to, Qin Feng felt speechless. Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang had merely encountered Luo Yu and Chu Xiaoxiao. If they knew about the confrontation between Jiang Lai and Luo Yu earlier that evening, he wondered how they would react. Not wishing to continue this line of conversation, Qin Feng redirected. "So, do you two have anything important on the agenda tomorrow?" Both Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang simultaneously shook their heads. Aside from clinic-related matters, they had no significant plans. "Great. Then tomorrow you two will be requisitioned by me," Qin Feng declared. "Requisitioned? For what?" Chong Hao asked, puzzled. "To help me move. And I'll also show you a different side of life," Qin Feng stated. "Moving?" Chong Hao was confused, but Zhang Mingyang, having heard about the villa, looked astonished. "Old Qin, you're not actually moving to a villa, are you?" Qin Feng nodded. "Indeed. So tonight, I'm laying all my cards on the table. I'm no longer pretending. I'm actually a hidden wealthy individual." Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged glances, and after a moment, Chong Hao asked, "Are you really moving to a villa?" Qin Feng shrugged. "You'll find out tomorrow when you come over to help. While I will hire a moving company, there are still some things I need you to assist with. Also, after we finish moving, I plan to take you somewhere interesting." Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang shared a look and nodded in agreement. Although surprised that Qin Feng was genuinely moving to a villa, they were more curious about where he intended to take them after the move. Since the move was scheduled for the following day, Qin Feng did not allow Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang to return home. Instead, he brought them to his apartment where they would spend the night, ready to assist with packing come morning. Given that Luo Yu had work the next day and considering her previous words, Qin Feng was certain she would not come to his place. However, the next morning, a series of rhythmic knocks at the door jolted Qin Feng awake. Groggy, he mumbled. Who could be knocking so early? He went to the living room and found Zhang Mingyang and Chong Hao still asleep, accompanied by the sounds of snoring. Having drunk quite a bit the previous night, they were understandably slow to rise, even oblivious to the knocking. Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief and proceeded to open the door. Upon doing so, he was taken aback to see Luo Yu standing at the entrance, looking vibrant and lively. "You. What brings you here?" Qin Feng asked, astonished. "Of course. I'm here to help you pack," Luo Yu replied, her bright eyes sparkling as she blinked. "Did you forget what you said last night? That today is moving day?" Chapter 75. The sour smell of love. "Could you come over and help me tidy up?" Qin Feng looked at Luo Yu with a hint of confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be at work today?" Luo Yu nodded. "I have work, which is precisely why I came over so early to help you." As she spoke, Luo Yu made to step inside, but Qin Feng quickly blocked her way. "Wait, what's wrong?" Luo Yu asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Do you not want my help?" "No, it's just that Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang are in there," Qin Feng explained. "They stayed over last night. Just wait a moment while I wake them up. You can come in afterward." Zhang Mingyang and Chong Hao were still asleep in the living room. Naturally, Qin Feng could not simply let Luo Yu walk in. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's face flushed slightly. It was fortunate that Qin Feng had stopped her. Otherwise, she would have walked in and encountered an awkward situation. "Please wait a moment," Qin Feng said to Luo Yu, gently closing the door before turning to the living room. He patted the two still slumbering figures, urging, "You two, get up now. Put on your clothes." "Ugh. What is happening?" Chong Hao mumbled, his eyes barely opening, still trapped in the fog of sleep. Zhang Mingyang, too, rolled over comfortably, grumbling, "I haven't slept enough yet. Don't wake me until noon." Qin Feng sighed, resorting to pulling both men from the sofa. "Luo Yu is here. She's at the door. If you don't get up soon, she'll come in." Zhang Mingyang and Chong Hao were instantly startled awake, eyes widening as they leapt off the sofa. They hastily gathered their discarded clothes and dashed to the bathroom. Men who value their dignity cannot help but be roused by such situations, their sleepiness evaporating in an instant. Moreover, both Zhang Mingyang and Chong Hao were particularly proud men, and standing outside was none other than Qin Feng's sister, whom they had already acknowledged. They certainly did not wish to embarrass themselves in front of Qin Feng and Luo Yu. Seeing their promptness, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He returned to the door, gently opening it to inform Luo Yu, "Okay, they're up now. You can come in." As Luo Yu entered, the lingering scent of alcohol from the previous night wafted into the room, a remnant of Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang's indulgence. "It seems you all drank quite a bit last night," she remarked. "They drank a lot. I barely had any," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "I was the one who helped them back." In truth, Qin Feng had consumed as much as Zhang Mingyang and Chong Hao combined, yet he remained unaffected by alcohol. "Don't think I don't know you have a particularly high tolerance," Luo Yu teased, rolling her eyes and gesturing at the scent lingering on Qin Feng. "You should wash up quickly." Feeling slightly embarrassed at having been caught, Qin Feng could only chuckle awkwardly. "Well, if you're tired, you can rest first. I came over early just to help you tidy up. I'll head to work as soon as I'm done. You can move things later when you feel ready," Luo Yu suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng tentatively proposed, "How about I just don't move after all?" "Not a chance," Luo Yu shot back playfully. "We agreed yesterday that you must move today. I've already paid for it." "All right then," Qin Feng conceded with a sigh, resigned to the situation. He trotted off to gather his things, while Luo Yu watched his retreating figure, stifling a laugh, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Luo Yu then proceeded to Qin Feng's room, familiar with the apartment layout after having visited the previous night. In the bathroom, the three men exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang, now dressed, looked at Qin Feng with confusion, questioning why Luo Yu was there. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng explained, Luo Yu is here to help me tidy up." Chong Hao was left speechless. "She came over to help you, and you still had us come over last night?" Zhang Mingyang mirrored his expression of disbelief. "I honestly didn't know she would be here today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed out so late drinking with you. She has to go to work later, so she came early to help me out," Qin Feng clarified. "She came over early to help you tidy up before work?" Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged glances, and the sourness of jealousy filled the air. Damn it, the stench of love is palpable. Realizing they had become unwitting third wheels, Zhang Mingyang and Chong Hao decided to make their exit. They left without a backward glance, but not before Qin Feng reminded them, "Go change your clothes and come back later. Luo Yu will be gone for work by then." Just as they departed, Luo Yu emerged from Qin Feng's room. "Where did Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang go?" she inquired, surprised. "I thought I heard them just now." Qin Feng coughed softly. "They went back to change. They'll be back shortly." "Oh, that makes sense. They reek of alcohol and definitely need a shower and a change of clothes," Luo Yu replied, nodding in understanding. Pausing, she added, "You should also take a hot shower and change. I've already brought you some clothes." She held up the garments she had prepared for him. "Maybe I'll wait and shower with you while we tidy up," Qin Feng suggested. "Not necessary. I can manage alone. There isn't too much to tidy," Luo Yu insisted. Hearing her confidence, Qin Feng paused, sensing an underlying message in her words. Chapter 76. A transparent attempt to conceal, however. Qin Feng didn't dwell on it. He took the clothes from Luo Yu and headed into the bathroom to wash up. As the door closed, Luo Yu reflected on their earlier conversation, a smile spreading across her face. She was pleased with Qin Feng's respectful attitude towards her choices. No matter how much a woman may adore a man, she hopes he will respect her thoughts rather than dominate her. Qin Feng's apparent concession to Luo Yu, agreeing to move today, made her feel valued rather than simply possessed. In high spirits, Luo Yu hummed a cheerful tune as she entered Qin Feng's room to continue tidying up. Romantic interest level 1, 1, 1 in the bathroom. As Qin Feng washed his hair, he received a notification and paused, feeling slightly bewildered. He did nothing, yet Luo Yu's affection for him inexplicably increased. Although he felt somewhat bewildered, this was ultimately a positive development, and a smile graced Qin Feng's face. However, joy turned to misfortune as he inadvertently allowed the foam from his hair to cascade down and into his mouth while rinsing off. Once he finished his shower and changed his clothes, Qin Feng emerged from the bathroom to find that Luo Yu had efficiently organized 2 large boxes of his belongings. "How did you manage to tidy up so quickly?" He couldn't help but inquire. "Is it really that difficult? I am quite adept at household chores. During my time in Belgium, I moved houses numerous times all by myself. Tidying up is a piece of cake for me," Luo Yu replied nonchalantly. Her years abroad had instilled in her a remarkable sense of independence and resilience. "Well, I've basically packed everything in your room. The remaining items are just a few odds and ends outside. You can handle those yourself later. I need to get to work." Luo Yu stretched as she spoke. Upon glancing around the room, Qin Feng realized that many of his belongings still lingered, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Yes, it's all packed up. You needn't concern yourself with it any further," Luo Yu insisted as she pushed both Qin Feng and the boxes out the door. Before leaving, Qin Feng took one last look at the items still present in the room, noticing some personal belongings of his own. This revelation led him to an epiphany regarding the underlying message in Luo Yu's earlier words. Although she had suggested he move out, she had not explicitly stated that he could never return. Casting a glance at Luo Yu, he noted a faint blush on her cheeks. "It's about time. I must head to work now. You needn't see me off. I've already arranged for a car," she stated hurriedly before departing, her demeanor suggesting a hint of fluster. Watching her hurried exit, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "I initially thought you had undergone a complete transformation, yet at your core, you remain that same silly girl." She had come far too early to clean his room, instructing him that it was sufficient as is, without considering that she was going to work while he would remain there. Once she was gone, Qin Feng could simply return to his room to inspect it. Such an awkward and transparent situation seemed uniquely characteristic of Luo Yu. He ambled back into his room, opening the wardrobe, and indeed, it was as he had anticipated, several of his outfits still resided within. Luo Yu had not packed away all of his clothes. After closing the wardrobe, he decided not to bring this matter up with Luo Yu again. He was curious to observe her subsequent actions. However, that would have to wait until after Qin Feng had officially moved out. A sense of anticipation stirred within him regarding the forthcoming scenes. Before that, he would maintain an air of ignorance and feigned nonchalance. Subsequently, Qin Feng called Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, urging them to change clothes and come over to assist him with his move. Not long after, they arrived. Upon finding the house empty except for Qin Feng, Zhang Mingyang asked, "Has Luo Yu gone to work? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, would I have called you two over?" Qin Feng replied, exasperated. Cheng Hao scanned the surroundings and noticed the 2 boxes that Luo Yu had tidied up. "It looks like there's still quite a bit left to pack. This doesn't seem much like a move, and you haven't even hired a moving company." "Who needs a moving company? There's hardly anything to pack," Qin Feng stated. Initially, he had planned to engage a moving company, considering the sheer volume of items he possessed. However, upon realizing Luo Yu's intent, he deemed the moving company unnecessary, as many items could simply remain behind. He primarily called Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang over to assist with cleaning. "What? Cleaning?" they exclaimed, bewildered. "Aren't you supposed to be moving?" Qin Feng shrugged. "There's really not much to move, so we might as well tidy up the place." Zhang Mingyang groaned. "Come on, let me find you a cleaning service instead." Cheng Hao added, "Old Qin, I'm a top-notch dentist. You want me to clean? Enough chatter. Get to it. Help me clear out the unnecessary items and dispose of them," Qin Feng commanded. Reluctantly, they complied, realizing they had no option but to stay. Fortunately, Qin Feng was inherently tidy, and there wasn't much clutter in the house. He gathered a few essential items into a box, and before long, the cleaning was complete, leaving the house looking refreshed. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao collapsed onto the sofa, appearing utterly exhausted. Qin Feng quipped, "It was just a bit of cleaning. Do you really need to look that worn out? I hardly broke a sweat." Zhang Mingyang weakly retorted, "Not everyone has your boundless energy. You're like a workhorse." Cheng Hao chimed in, "Old Qin, I'll remember this. It won't just end here. Alright, get up. After we move the things to my villa, I'll take you to a place you wanna miss," Qin Feng said with a smile. "What kind of place?" Cheng Hao inquired. "You'll find out soon enough. I assure you, it will not disappoint," Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Chapter 77. Encountering Jiang Lai again. However, the move was not as swift as anticipated, for Qin Feng and his companions had yet to partake in breakfast. Thus, the trio first descended to seek a place to eat. After enjoying a bowl of noodles, they returned to retrieve the 3 boxes. Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao had arrived together in a single vehicle, yet ultimately, both decided to ride with Qin Feng. This had become a customary practice among the 3. If a car was available, they would certainly avoid taking a third person along. It allowed for light-hearted banter and casual conversation. With 2 vehicles, the camaraderie would inevitably diminish. Fortunately, Qin Feng's car was spacious enough to accommodate the 3 boxes. Otherwise, they would have faced a dilemma. Once inside the vehicle, Zhang Mingyang remarked, "Old Qin, now that you reside in a villa, why are you still driving this dilapidated car? When will you upgrade to a supercar that befits your status?" "I'll change it in a few days," Qin Feng replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Mingyang. "But even if I do, I won't lend it to you for your escapades, so rest assured." Qin Feng was all too familiar with Zhang Mingyang. The latter often borrowed cars to impress women, frequently playing the role of the generous benefactor. During a previous trip to Belgium with Cheng Hao, he had even bought a diamond to flaunt in front of a newly acquainted lady. Zhang Mingyang defended himself. "Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly borrow your car for such frivolities? I never borrow anyone's vehicle for that purpose." Leisurely, Qin Feng turned to Cheng Hao and said, "Old Cheng, did you hear that? Old Zhang declared he won't borrow my car for chasing women." Cheng Hao nodded, chuckling, "I'll remember that. If Zhang Mingyang ever asks to borrow a car, I'll bring this up. He can forget about borrowing mine in the future." "You too." Zhang Mingyang sighed. "I must have chosen my friends poorly." As the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, over an hour swiftly passed, and they finally arrived at Binjiang Triumph Gate. As before, although the security personnel recognized Qin Feng as a resident, they still cast curious glances at his vehicle. After all, in such an upscale neighborhood, the majority of cars were luxury vehicles worth millions. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's relatively modest car, priced at around 200,000, stood out. Upon entering, Zhang Mingyang couldn't help but laugh. "Look, even the security guards of your community think you need to upgrade your car." Cheng Hao joined in the teasing, "Old Qin, I bet the security guards gossip about you. Here you are, living in a villa worth tens of millions, yet you refuse to splurge on a luxury car. Is it modesty or mere pretentiousness?" Indeed, Qin Feng mused, it seems it's time for a change. He had no inclination to feign humility. Once one has attained wealth, why not invest in a better vehicle? After all, if one possesses wealth yet hesitates to spend, it generally suggests either pretentiousness or miserliness. As for those who claim that a car is merely a means of transportation, and that there's little difference between a modest vehicle and an extravagant one, Qin Feng could only scoff at such notions. Not to mention, while both Audi and a compact car may have 4 wheels and similar names, their essence is not comparable. The same applies to a small apartment versus a grand villa. Both may provide shelter, but the experiences they offer are vastly different. Upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to purchase a new car, Zhang Mingyang inquired, "When will you go car shopping? I volunteer to assist in your selection." "You're acting as if you're buying it for yourself," Cheng Hao remarked, bemused. "Though I can't afford one, my brother can, which is almost the same." Qin Feng replied, "Old Zhang, why the rush? Trust me, it won't be long before you can afford a luxury car as well." "You too, Old Cheng." Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao exchanged glances, sensing that Qin Feng's words held deeper meaning. Qin Feng shrugged, "Don't ask. Just know that once we've moved, you'll understand." As they spoke, the vehicle arrived at Qin Feng's villa. Upon exiting, though they had prepared themselves mentally, both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang were still taken aback by the opulent standalone villa before them. It wasn't that they had never seen luxury before. It was the realization that this grand abode belonged to their longtime friend, Qin Feng. Despite having mentally braced themselves, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience, one far more impactful than they had anticipated. What are you two standing there for? Let us get the boxes out first. Qin Feng reminded them as he stepped out of the car. Zhang Mingyang admitted, Old Qin, I must confess, I'm feeling a bit envious. Chang Hao nodded in agreement. I too am feeling envious. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. You find this envious? Just wait. There's even more to come. As Qin Feng conversed with Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, a white Lamborghini emerged swiftly from the adjacent villa belonging to Zhang Haokuan. Inside, Zhang Lai, clad in black leather and sunglasses, wore a cold expression. Following her, another vehicle trailed closely, seemingly summoned by Zhang Lai. Suddenly, upon spotting Qin Feng's car parked before his villa, Zhang Lai instinctively reduced her speed, casting her gaze in his direction. As Zhang Lai noticed Qin Feng, he too became aware of her vehicle. After all, their villas were neighboring properties, making it impossible not to notice such a striking vehicle. Qin Feng recalled the events of the previous evening. Although Zhang Lai had clarified matters with Luo Yu, resulting in an increase in her fondness for him, it did not imply that he condoned Zhang Lai's actions. After all, misunderstandings can yield unfavorable consequences. Last night, with Luo Yu observing, Zhang Lai had left in haste, and Qin Feng had intended to have a more in-depth conversation with her, which unfortunately never materialized. To his surprise, he encountered Zhang Lai again during his move. Thus, he turned to Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang. You two head inside first. Then, he stepped into the driveway, waving his hand to signal Zhang Lai to halt her vehicle. Chapter 78. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, Zhang Lai had not intended to seek out Qin Feng. However, upon witnessing him step forward to block her path, her eyes narrowed slightly. Even though she hadn't sought him out, it seemed he was now approaching her. Zhang Lai never deliberately avoided anyone. Seeing Qin Feng in her way, she decided to stop her car and step out to walk towards him. Simultaneously, the black business vehicle that had been trailing Zhang Lai also came to a halt, from which two robust men emerged, making their way toward Qin Feng. Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao, who were about to enter the villa, halted upon witnessing this scene and turned to approach Qin Feng. Initially, upon seeing Zhang Lai exit her car, they had assumed she was yet another acquaintance of Qin Feng, likely to exchange pleasantries. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that this was not the case. Although the two muscular men appeared somewhat intimidating, Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao felt no fear. As the two robust men approached Qin Feng and Zhang Lai, both of them furrowed their brows simultaneously. You need not come down. Return to the car, Zhang Lai coldly instructed the two sturdy men. There is no cause for concern. Everything is fine here, Qin Feng assured Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao. The two, along with the muscular men, were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that reflected mutual confusion. However, given the insistence of Qin Feng and Zhang Lai, they had no choice but to depart. Yet, as Zhang Mingyang and Chang Hao left, they couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at the formidable and exquisite Zhang Lai. Another wealthy beauty. I truly admire old Qin's luck with women, Zhang Mingyang remarked quietly to Chang Hao. Don't even think about it, Chang Hao scoffed, unrelenting in his critique. Do you have old Qin's wealth? Do you possess his charm? The trio of high status, attractive men left Zhang Mingyang speechless, prompting him to reflect on the stark differences among people. The two ceased their gossip as they entered Qin Feng's villa, their curiosity now piqued by the grandeur of the residence. Outside the villa, with no one else around, Qin Feng and Zhang Lai stood facing each other, gazing intently. Qin Feng glanced at the black van and initiated the conversation. Those two men, did you hire them to vandalize your brother's property? Zhang Lai neither confirmed nor denied, stating, indeed, it was them. They happen to be available today since Zhang Haokuan is on a business trip, prompting me to strike again. So, do you wish to defend him? To reproach me? Having perceived the two men's purpose upon their arrival, Qin Feng felt a surge of sympathy for Zhang Haokuan, while simultaneously critiquing his emotional intelligence, which seemed remarkably deficient. If only Zhang Haokuan had clearly explained everything, Zhang Lai would have understood the situation. Yet, his desire to protect his sister from harm led him to conceal the truth, resulting in Jiang Lai's persistent misunderstandings and emotional turmoil. However, Qin Feng was not there to champion Jiang Haokuin's cause, nor to chastise Jiang Lai. I did not intend to discuss that, he clarified. Rather, what is it? Is it about last night? Jiang Lai interrupted, removing her sunglasses and revealing a half-smirk. It seems you have come to accuse me regarding last night's events. Though her makeup was impeccable, it could not mask the fatigue etched upon her features. In recent times, Jiang Lai had scarcely enjoyed a restful night, often relying on alcohol to numb herself, drinking until she could finally sleep, a significant reason for her continual indulgence. Observing Jiang Lai's state, Qin Feng had initially intended to address the previous night's events. Yet, he reconsidered. If Jiang Lai remained in such a disposition, no amount of discussion would penetrate her defenses. With a resigned sigh, he proposed, Jiang Lai, let us have a serious conversation. What do you wish to discuss? She replied coolly. About Chun Feng, he stated. At the mention of Chun Feng, Jiang Lai's pupils dilated, her entire demeanor tensing. The name had haunted her thoughts like a persistent shadow, and the mere association with it ignited a fervent response. She stepped closer, grasping Qin Feng's arm. What do you know? Witnessing her fervor, Qin Feng couldn't help but admire her emotional depth, despite her occasional impulsiveness. He recognized that what he was about to reveal would undoubtedly intensify her distress, but it was a confrontation she would ultimately have to face. It was better to address the painful truth directly rather than allowing it to linger. Thus, he stated candidly, Chun Feng is not the person you believe him to be. From what I've learned, he is a scoundrel, a manipulative deceiver. Before he could elaborate, Jiang Lai shot him a frosty glare, retorting, that is impossible. Do not speak such nonsense. I understand your disbelief, he replied, but you could always ask your brother. You have long believed he deceived you and caused Chun Feng's demise, fostering deep resentment. If that is the case, confront him directly, rather than venting your anger in this futile manner. You know as well as I do that your actions only result in minor financial losses for him. But for him, monetary losses are insignificant. Whether you believe me or not, seek out your brother, Jiang Haokuin. He will eventually clarify everything for you. Qin Feng was mindful not to reveal every detail to Jiang Lai, as the impact of her brother's revelation would be far more profound than his own words. Moreover, Jiang Haokuin possessed video evidence regarding Chun Feng, which would truly enlighten Jiang Lai. Is he back from his trip? Jiang Lai inquired. Where is he? Qin Feng asked. Deep City, Jiang Lai replied. How fortuitous. Qin Feng pointed out. Why would your brother inexplicably travel there? Jiang Lai stiffened at his suggestion. Deep City was precisely where Chun Feng's incident had occurred, and, to Jiang Lai's knowledge, Jiang Haokuin had no substantial projects requiring his presence there. However, he had made multiple trips recently, leading her to suspect deeper implications. Without further ado, she turned and hurried to her car, pressing the accelerator. The white Lamborghini roared to life as she sped away, intent on confronting Jiang Haokuin for the truth. Watching her depart, Qin Feng could only shake his head, realizing that he had done all he could. Chapter 79. It's not too late to cling to me. Jiang Lai had departed. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and prepared to park his car in the garage. At that moment, the two burly men summoned by Jiang Lai emerged hastily from the black business vehicle, jogging towards Qin Feng. Are you looking for me? Qin Feng asked, puzzled by the presence of these robust figures. With Jiang Lai gone, what could they possibly want? May I inquire if you are acquainted with Miss Jiang? One of the sturdy men asked politely. Friends? Qin Feng pondered briefly before responding. Well, I suppose so. After all, we've met numerous times, and I am quite familiar with Jiang Lai. I even live next to her brother, Jiang Haokuin. To say we are not friends would be somewhat disingenuous. Upon hearing Qin Feng's reply, the man's expression brightened instantly. He produced a business card bearing a payment QR code and presented it to Qin Feng, saying, Since you are friends, could you please assist Miss Jiang in settling her payment for our services? Qin Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated a different conversation, not one that involved him being asked to pay on Jiang Lai's behalf. More bewildering was the fact that Jiang Lai had engaged them to vandalize Jiang Haokuin's property without prepayment. Qin Feng felt a mix of disbelief and understanding. After all, Jiang Lai had rushed off due to circumstances related to him. Ultimately, he could spare the money. How much? He asked, retrieving his phone to make the payment. Not much, 20,000, the burly man replied with a smile. 20,000? Qin Feng was genuinely astonished. You are merely coming to smash up a house. And you charge so exorbitantly? This is outrageous. He had expected a fee in the hundreds, perhaps a couple of thousand, but 20,000 was entirely unexpected. With 10,000, I could hire a multitude of workers at a construction site. The burly man replied, well, we are, in fact, workers from the site. We specialize in this sort of task. The other man chimed in, honestly, I don't think it's unreasonable. Most people wouldn't dare take on such a job. There are many of us at the construction site, but we are the only ones willing to accept this kind of work. The first man nodded in agreement, adding, after all, we have no idea whose property we are damaging. What if that person decides to come after us later? We are merely small fry. We cannot afford any trouble. We are just trying to earn a modest living. Qin Feng couldn't help but admire their cunning. It was clear they were quite adept at this line of work. He wondered where Zhang Lai had found these two. Fine, 20,000 will suffice. I shall send you 10,000. He was too weary to engage in further discussion. The two men expressed their gratitude profusely before departing in their vehicle. As the black business car drove away, Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. What a strange turn of events. He parked his car in the garage and then entered the villa. In the meantime, Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang had already explored the premises and were now seated in the living room. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Chong Hao teased, so, did you manage to win over that beautiful lady? As an astute relationship advisor, Chong Hao had encountered countless individuals and could see that there was more to Qin Feng and Zhang Lai's connection than mere acquaintance. Zhang Mingyang, sitting nearby, wore a curious expression, his eyes brimming with gossip. Qin Feng shot them a glance and said, there's nothing between us. No need for wild speculation. Zhang Mingyang responded with a playful "oh," teasingly adding, currently, that may be true, but who knows what the future holds. Chong Hao nodded sagely in agreement. It seemed that when it came to matters of romance, these two shared an unspoken understanding. However, they soon shifted the conversation towards the villa itself. To be honest, old Qin, I am envious of your villa, complete with a swimming pool, wine cellar, and a lovely garden. It's simply perfect, Zhang Mingyang exclaimed. Chong Hao lamented, if only we had known you were this wealthy, we could have partnered with you to open a dental clinic instead of relying on your generosity. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, replying, you can still cling to me now if you wish. Now? Both Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious? They asked in unison. Disbelief etched on their faces. Why not?
Do you think yes?
Qin Feng smiled at them. He had specifically invited them out today to discuss this very matter. Otherwise, moving merely required a simple task. There was no need to involve them. As he spoke, Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang hesitated. They had initially joked about relying on Qin Feng, but now that he was serious, they found themselves at a loss for words. They had never genuinely considered such an idea before. Understanding their reluctance, Qin Feng added, don't rush to respond. Come with me to a place, and everything will become clear. This was the third time he had mentioned this today. Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged glances, and after a moment, Zhang Mingyang nodded, saying, all right, we won't say anything. We'll wait to see where you take us next. Although Zhang Mingyang often appeared frivolous, he was incredibly serious when it came to important matters, often demonstrating more diligence and consideration than anyone else. This was a quality that both Qin Feng and Chong Hao recognized. In their partnership at the dental clinic, while Qin Feng and Chong Hao were both skilled dentists focusing on patient care, Zhang Mingyang managed all aspects of the clinic's operations and was also a top-notch dentist. It was undeniable that Zhang Mingyang's hard work played a significant role in the clinic's success. Chapter 80. As soon as Qin Feng decided to leave, he wasted no time lingering around the villa with Chong Hao and Zhang Mingyang. He didn't even bother to pack the 3 boxes of moving belongings, and instead drove directly to the city center with his companions. Indeed, Qin Feng intended to show them the office building he had won during a previous lottery, which was located on the 16th floor of the Tianyun Tower. Despite having owned this office space for some time, Qin Feng had yet to visit it. Initially, he had no plans to establish a company, but now he was finally determined to create his own enterprise. This office would serve as the headquarters for his new venture. Hence, he expressed his thoughts to Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. Among the many people he knew, he deemed them the most reliable and felt it was only fitting to bring them along for this significant step. As they entered the underground parking of Tianyun Tower, Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao began to grasp Qin Feng's intentions. "You're not suggesting that you have your own company here, are you?" Zhang Mingyang couldn't help but inquire. Cheng Hao echoed his surprise, realizing the extent of Qin Feng's hidden ambitions. While they were not well-versed in the dynamics of high-end office buildings in the city center, they understood that owning a company in such a prestigious location signified success. The Tianyun Tower was indeed an elite office building, where the rent for a single floor started at a staggering 5 million annually. Typically, only 2 companies were permitted to share a floor to maintain the building's prestigious status, with even shared rent exceeding 2 million per year. In response to their inquiries, Qin Feng clarified, "I do not own a company here. So far, my only investment has been in the dental clinic we established together." Cheng Hao was taken aback. "If you don't have a company, why bring us here?" Zhang Mingyang speculated, "Are you considering renting a floor or half a floor to start your own company?" Qin Feng nodded in approval, acknowledging Zhang Mingyang's astuteness. "However, you guessed slightly wrong." He added with a smile, "I am indeed starting a company here, but I do not intend to rent an office. I own an entire floor." Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao were momentarily stunned. The thought of possessing a floor in such a prestigious building was almost unfathomable. To simply collect rent, they realized, would yield over 5 million a year. Their initial envy was quickly tempered by the realization that they had become somewhat desensitized to Qin Feng's wealth, having previously witnessed his luxurious villa worth several million. "Let us go up and explore the office space," Qin Feng suggested with a smile. He parked the car and led his friends to the elevator, ascending to the 16th floor. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an expansive area of approximately 2,000 square meters, the sheer vastness of which could only be appreciated from within. Standing on the 16th floor, surrounded by the city's skyline, Qin Feng felt a surge of ambition. He turned to Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang and asked, "What do you think? If I start a company here, would you be willing to join me?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Mingyang inquired, "What kind of company do you plan to establish?" Qin Feng replied confidently, "An investment firm." He had already contemplated his greatest asset, the ability to win skills and extraordinary items through lotteries, along with a means to convert negative emotional values into cash. With a clear understanding of how to acquire these negative emotional values, he realized that, if he so desired, he could amass considerable wealth. This wealth would be in cash flow, not merely theoretical market value, which was crucial. With ample funds at his disposal, he was free to invest in the industries he was passionate about, bypassing the arduous process of starting from scratch. Qin Feng had defined his vision. He was not in need of money. Rather, he sought to utilize that money to build his own commercial empire. Chapter 81. Finally agreed to join the investment company. Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang were taken aback upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to establish an investment company. "Are you certain you wish to start an investment firm and seek our partnership?" Zhang Mingyang could not help but inquire. Qin Feng nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, you have not misheard. It is an investment company. But we possess no knowledge of investments," Zhang Mingyang replied, exasperated. "Although I manage the affairs of the clinic, that is entirely unrelated to investments. My expertise lies solely in the dental industry." Cheng Hao chimed in, "Exactly. Frankly, we are merely dentists, more adept at treating teeth. If you require assistance in wooing a lady, I could certainly assist. However, collaborating with you in investments is beyond my capabilities." Both Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao simultaneously declined Qin Feng's invitation, presenting similar reasons. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Do you not wish to hear the terms I am offering you?" "No," Zhang Mingyang rolled his eyes. "I am aware you wish to lend a hand. I, Zhang Mingyang, also confess my affinity for wealth. However, I am cognizant of my own limitations. If I were capable of managing this endeavor, even without your assistance, I would insistently seek your guidance. Yet, I genuinely lack the acumen for investments. Following you into this venture would only serve to burden you." Cheng Hao nodded in agreement, echoing, "What old Zhang said resonates with my own thoughts." Zhang Mingyang, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Old Qin, I recognize your affluence. You are quite the tycoon. However, we have regarded you as a brother for quite some time, and not merely for your wealth. Qin Feng responded, I am well aware of that. I understand your concerns stem from a fear of financial loss. But what if I am unperturbed by the prospect of losing money? With earnestness, Qin Feng placed his arms around the shoulders of Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. I assure you, my desire to include you both stems from my trust in you. I genuinely believe in your capabilities. For Qin Feng, money held little significance. His faith in Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang was paramount, which was precisely why he wished for them to join his venture. The foundation of this trust was the high regard both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang held for him. Indeed, both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang's rapport with Qin Feng had reached a commendable level, with their affection scores standing at 81 each. This system allowed Qin Feng to gauge the esteem others held for him, transcending mere romantic interest. Both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang had surpassed the threshold of 201 points in their affection for Qin Feng, ranking just below Luo Ming among all individuals he knew. This was an impressive feat. Moreover, Qin Feng learned from the system that if a man's affection score for him exceeded 85, it would never decrease. Similarly, a woman's affection score would not diminish if it reached 90. However, a man's score would never reach 90, at most capping at 89, as they would always regard Qin Feng as their closest brother. This was precisely why Qin Feng was inclined to trust Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang and extend an invitation for them to join him in founding his company. He yearned to elevate their affection score further, as both were on the cusp of reaching the pivotal 85 mark. A slight increase in their regard would secure their unwavering support, a bond that transcended mere financial transactions. As Qin Feng's words resonated with Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, they felt a stirring of emotions. Regardless of gender, hearing such trust bestowed upon them was profoundly moving. Even if Qin Feng were to simply gift them money, they would not experience the same depth of gratitude. In this moment of heartfelt connection, Cheng Hao's affection score elevated to 82, while Zhang Mingyang's mirrored that increase. However, despite their emotional response, both remained resolute in declining Qin Feng's offer. The deeper their bond as brothers, the less inclined they were to lead him astray. Qin Feng, at a loss for words, realized he had to persuade them further. He understood this was an opportune moment. Should they miss this chance, Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang might never consider joining him again. In the familiar setting of the clinic, Qin Feng felt uncertain about further increasing their affection scores. Having spent considerable time together in this environment, there was little room for growth. To enhance their regard, a new setting was essential. Thus, Qin Feng was determined to draw them into his venture. Ultimately, through a blend of emotional appeal and reasoned persuasion, Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang finally acquiesced, agreeing to join Qin Feng's investment company, if only to test the waters. However, they both firmly declined any shares in the company. Qin Feng intended to finance the establishment of the company, with Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang each receiving a 10% stake. We are willing to join you, but we will not accept shares, Zhang Mingyang stated clearly. Furthermore, do not overly compensate us. Once the company is established, we can negotiate a fair arrangement. Otherwise, it would be akin to you gifting us money, and you might as well just give us a few million directly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng suggested, what if I were to transfer a few million to each of you? Both Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, unimpressed, dismissed the notion. They were not driven by greed. In the end, Qin Feng conceded, very well. As long as you are willing to join me, the financial aspect is secondary. After all, discussing money can dampen our camaraderie. With mutual agreement reached, smiles graced the faces of Qin Feng, Cheng Hao, and Zhang Mingyang. Come, let us celebrate together today, my brothers, until we are inebriated. P.S. I had overlooked mentioning Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang's affection scores earlier, thus rectifying that oversight now. Additionally, I initially intended for their storyline to conclude in a later chapter, but upon reflection, I have chosen to wrap it up here. Moving forward, I shall strive to minimize such narratives, as they are not the protagonists. Chapter 82. Zhang Haokuan, with no choice at the moment when Qin Feng successfully persuaded Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. In a luxurious hotel in Shenzhen, Zhang Haokuan stood by the window, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a text message alert. A rare occurrence on his private number, known to few but linked to several of his significant credit cards. Upon retrieving his phone, he was greeted by a notification regarding a credit card transaction. This particular card had been issued to Jiang Lai, who had been using it frequently, especially in recent times. Although Jiang Haoquan had grown accustomed to this, his attention was piqued when he noticed that beneath the transaction details was flight information to Shenzhen. Jiang Lai was buying a ticket to Shenzhen. His heart raced. While he would not have minded if she were heading elsewhere, the fact that she had booked the nearest flight to Shenzhen was disconcerting. What Jiang Haoquan dreaded most was Jiang Lai's arrival in Shenzhen. Just then, his phone rang again, this time with a call from Jiang Lai herself. Without hesitation, he answered the call, eager to question her about her visit to Shenzhen. However, before he could speak, Jiang Lai's voice came through, cold and determined. I know you're in Shenzhen. I'll be there soon. Wait for me. I have questions for you. With that, she hung up, denying him the chance to respond. She had deliberately booked the ticket using that credit card to ensure he was aware of her arrival in Shenzhen. Staring at the disconnected call, Jiang Haoquan felt a sense of foreboding. Did Jiang Lai discover something? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. If she truly knew the truth, her reaction would surely be different. Yet, the reality remained that Jiang Lai was on her way to Shenzhen. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned his assistant. Arrange a vehicle immediately to pick up Jiang Lai from the airport. Her flight is arriving soon. Understood. I'll take care of it right away, his assistant replied, nodding and preparing to leave. Wait, Jiang Haoquan called out, stopping him. Also, cancel all my appointments for the day. Tell them I have urgent matters to attend to. The assistant was taken aback, aware that Jiang Haoquan had come to Shenzhen for a significant purpose. But upon meeting his gaze, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. I'll handle it now, he said, recalling that for Jiang Haoquan, nothing was more important than his sister, Jiang Lai. As his assistant exited, Jiang Haoquan's brow furrowed once more, deeper than before, as worry enveloped him. Over 3 hours later, Jiang Lai arrived, striding in with a frosty demeanor that deterred those around her. Jiang Haoquan's assistant and bodyguards dared not approach, keeping their distance. Soon, Jiang Lai entered Jiang Haoquan's room and confronted him, her gaze icy. Jiang Haoquan, what exactly happened to Chun Fong? Having reflected on Chun Fong's demise during her flight, Jiang Lai had connected the dots with Jiang Haoquan's frequent business trips to Shenzhen. She was increasingly convinced that he was concealing something significant, likely related to Chun Fong. Ignoring Qin Feng's previous claims that Chun Fong was a scoundrel and a deceitful lover, Jiang Lai was determined to uncover the truth from Jiang Haoquan. Upon hearing her question, Jiang Haoquan, who had been tense, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Jiang Lai was still in the dark about the details. This matter has passed. There's no need to dwell on it. It was merely an accident. Please do not pursue this any further, he replied, maintaining his earlier stance. An accident?
Jiang Lai scoffed.
If it were an accident, why won't you show me the investigation files? Why do you insist on claiming you're in Shenzhen for business? Don't think I'm unaware. You have no substantial projects here. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Haoquan replied solemnly, if you want the investigation files, I will arrange for you to see them tomorrow. However, he refrained from addressing the business trip inquiries. Jiang Lai sneered, tomorrow? You plan to concoct some fabricated documents for me, don't you? Do you think I'm a child? I warn you, if you do not clarify everything today, I will jump out of this hotel, Jiang Lai declared, pointing towards the window, her expression resolute. She had made up her mind. She was determined to extract the truth from Jiang Haoquan, no matter the cost. Are you out of your mind? Is Chun Fong worth this? Jiang Haoquan retorted, his frustration boiling over. Jiang Lai suddenly became eerily calm, her expression devoid of emotion. All I know is that our Jiang family owes him a life, and it's time someone paid the debt. Looking into Jiang Lai's unwavering eyes, Jiang Haoquan understood that today, she was resolute in her pursuit of the truth. He knew her well. She had raised a fuss before, but this time was different. A sense of irritation coursed through him, as he desperately wanted to shield Jiang Lai from any harm, which was why he had been reluctant to divulge the truth. But seeing her so determined, he realized he had no choice but to relent. Taking a deep breath, he met Jiang Lai's gaze and said, since you are insistent on knowing the truth, I will not obstruct you any longer. With that, he retrieved his phone, locating the video of Chun Fong and handed it to Jiang Lai. After you watch this, you will understand the truth. This is your choice. Do not hold me accountable. Zhang Lai accepted the phone expressionlessly and opened the video, quickly hearing Chun Fong's voice emanating from the device. Chapter 83. Zhang Lai. Heart Like Ashes. This is a segment from a video featuring a dialogue between Chun Fong and Zhang Haokuin. Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave my sister, Zhang Lai? This is not about money. I genuinely care for her. What about the 4 women before? You must have truly cared for them as well, right? How much did you deceive them for? You investigated me? Those affairs with the women were mutual. Let us not call it deceit. Your sister, Zhang Lai, is wealthy. That is her condition. I admire her for that. Is that so wrong? How much do you think your sister is worth? Perhaps no amount of money can compare to her value on the open market. I'll be frank. I have her under my thumb. The video was not lengthy, and soon Zhang Lai finished watching it. Upon its conclusion, she stood frozen, an indescribable sense of suffocation rising within her, nearly engulfing her, dragging her into an abyss. Zhang Lai had never imagined that the truth she longed to uncover would be this. Chun Fong was indeed a con artist. Everything she had previously done now appeared as nothing but a farce, and how foolish she must seem. Observing Zhang Lai's silence, Zhang Haokuin could not restrain a sigh. I never wanted you to see this video because I knew it would hurt you. But you should leave, Zhang Lai abruptly interrupted him. Zhang Haokuin gazed at her, wishing to continue speaking. You should leave, Zhang Lai reiterated. Zhang Haokuin responded. You should leave, she insisted once more, her expression devoid of emotion, her heart ashen. Ultimately, he stepped out silently, leaving Zhang Lai alone in the room. However, Zhang Haokuin did not stray far. He remained at the door. Inside, Zhang Lai closed her eyes, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. She was not wailing nor sobbing. She felt utterly drained, as if even her tears belonged to someone else. Zhang Lai had always believed her actions were justified, but now she realized how profoundly mistaken she had been. Sitting on the floor, she remained lost in thought. Time passed, and 2 hours slipped by, yet she remained seated, like a soulless puppet. Outside, Zhang Haokuin occasionally peered in, concerned for her state. Though he was deeply worried, he felt a sense of relief that Zhang Lai was faring better than he had feared. He had genuinely dreaded that the revelation of Chun Fong's true nature might push her to a breaking point, leading her to self-harm. Though her current state pained him, it was far preferable to self-inflicted harm. Yet, Zhang Haokuin remained uncertain how long this condition would persist. Anxious, he summoned someone to fetch food for Zhang Lai, but she neither spoke nor ate, remaining motionless. Zhang Haokuin felt helpless. He wished to call a doctor, but feared it might provoke a negative reaction from her, so he refrained. All he could do was stay outside the room, accompanying her silently. If Zhang Lai did not eat, he would not eat. If she did not sleep, he would not sleep. Thus, the night waned into dawn, with Zhang Haokuin entirely focused on Zhang Lai. He reasoned that after a night confined within the room, she would surely awaken. Yet, the reality was that Zhang Lai remained immobile, her gaze hollow, her heart a desolate wasteland. Eventually, perhaps due to her lack of rest and nourishment, having not even sipped water, Zhang Lai could no longer maintain her seated position and collapsed to the floor, lying there limply. No amount of coaxing or shouting from Zhang Haokuin seemed to rouse her. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. He could not remain passive. He needed to find a way to help Zhang Lai recover and regain her spirit. Despite his lingering concern, Zhang Haokuin managed to calm his thoughts and ponder the situation. He first considered why Zhang Lai had suddenly come to Shenzhen with such urgency, demanding the truth from him. There had to be a significant reason behind her actions. Otherwise, she would not have behaved in such a manner previously. Thus, Zhang Haokuin summoned his assistant. Find out why Zhang Lai abruptly came to Shenzhen today and investigate where she has been these days, whom she interacted with, and what she did. The assistant nodded promptly. Understood. I will look into it immediately. Half an hour later, the assistant returned to report to Zhang Haokuin. Boss, I found something. Miss Zhang was involved in an incident at your villa yesterday. Afterward, she conversed with the owner of the neighboring villa before hastily leaving. Shortly thereafter, she booked a flight to Shenzhen. A flash of realization surged through Zhang Haokuin's mind. recalling the figure of Qin Feng he had seen that morning. Indeed, the assistant continued, I have gathered some information about him. His identity is still unclear, but I have heard he has met with Miss Jiang several times in recent days. It is reasonable to deduce that her sudden arrival in Shenzhen is connected to someone named Qin Feng. Zhang Haokuin decisively instructed, immediately obtain Qin Feng's phone number. The assistant quickly procured the number and handed it to Zhang Haokuin. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. At that moment, Qin Feng was still asleep, having returned home late after a night out with Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. Though Qin Feng was not a slacker, he still required his rest. Hearing his phone ring, he groggily reached for it and answered. Hello? A deep voice resonated from the other end. You are Qin Feng, correct? Still somewhat dazed, Qin Feng replied. Yes, that's me. Who is this? I am Zhang Haokuin, Zhang Lai's brother. In writing this segment, I revisited the 24 episodes of The Good Doctor numerous times, witnessing Lai's pitiful gaze. Such a heartbreaking sight. Chapter 84. The psychologist's advice. Zhang Haokuin. The name jolted Qin Feng from his drowsiness. He sat up in bed, staring in disbelief at the number displayed on his phone. Why would Zhang Haokuin suddenly call him? More importantly, how did he acquire his number? However, the surprise was fleeting. As Qin Feng quickly deduced the reason for Zhang Haokuin's call, undoubtedly, it pertained to Zhang Lai. Given Zhang Haokuin's influence, it was hardly difficult for him to obtain Qin Feng's contact details. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng calmly inquired, Mr. Zhang, what can I assist you with? Despite his composed tone, Qin Feng had already surmised the purpose of Zhang Haokuin's call. As expected, Zhang Haokuin's voice was grave as he asked, Do you know Qin Feng? Although Zhang Haokuin might lack emotional intelligence, his intellect as a businessman was undeniably sharp. While he may not have grasped the situation yesterday, his assistant's approach to Qin Feng today had illuminated the connection. Qin Feng's influence had compelled Zhang Lai to seek him out, her demeanor markedly different than usual, indicating a matter of urgency regarding Qin Feng. Qin Feng neither confirmed nor denied this but merely stated, I happen to know a few details about Qin Feng. This response was sufficient for Zhang Haokuin, who took a deep breath and glanced towards Zhang Lai's room. He stepped into a secluded corridor before erupting in anger. Do you have any idea how much pain your words have caused her? Understanding immediately that Zhang Haokuin had shown Zhang Lai the distressing video, Qin Feng chose not to respond to the reprimand. Instead, he asked, How is Zhang Lai faring now? Zhang Haokuin's voice brimmed with fury as he retorted, How can you even ask that? If it weren't for your conversation about Qin Feng, she would never have come to me in such a state. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have suffered again. On the other end of the line, Qin Feng could almost envision Zhang Haokuin's furious expression. Simultaneously, he received a wave of negative emotional energy from Zhang Haokuin. Although he understood the depth of Zhang Haokuin's feelings for his sister, it did not justify the outburst directed at him. With a chill in his tone, Qin Feng replied, Zhang Haokuin, you know the reasons behind Zhang Lai's current state. Do not allow your own anger to misdirect your frustrations like a rabid dog. If you believe I am to blame for all this and wish to confront me, then by all means I am prepared for that. With that, Qin Feng abruptly ended the call, granting Zhang Haokuin no further opportunity to speak. The term rabid dog lingered in his mind, disrupting his mood for the entire day. As for whether Zhang Haokuin would seek revenge, Qin Feng was unconcerned. He had no fear of Zhang Haokuin. However, he could not help but think of Zhang Lai. His presence had inadvertently kept Lu Yuan from being by her side, resulting in their lack of interaction. Thus, after viewing the video, who would come to her aid in her time of distress? Yet, recalling Zhang Haokuin's earlier outburst, Qin Feng shook his head. Why dwell on this? Either seek a psychologist or sort it out oneself. What does it have to do with me? Even if it were related, after their recent exchange, Qin Feng doubted Zhang Haokuin would allow him to see Zhang Lai. Resolved to dismiss these thoughts, he lay back down, intending to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Haokuin, infuriated by Qin Feng's abrupt disconnection, slammed his fist against the wall, producing a dull thud. The thought of Zhang Lai, isolated in her room, refusing to eat or drink, further fueled his agitation. He resolved to remember Qin Feng's name, vowing that, upon his return, he would make him pay the price. Jiang Haoquan firmly believed that all his actions towards Zhang Lai stemmed from love, convinced he had committed no wrongdoing. Had it not been for Qin Feng's involvement, he thought, Zhang Lai would have eventually emerged from her sorrow, and the current predicament would never have arisen. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Haoquan stifled his anger and returned to Zhang Lai's room, determined to reason with her. Her condition was grave. An entire day without sustenance or communication was alarming. Yet, despite his best efforts to persuade her, Zhang Lai remained unresponsive. Growing increasingly worried, Jiang Haoquan sought the help of several psychologists, hoping they could guide her out of her despair. At the very least, he wished for her to eat something. Enduring days without nourishment was unbearable for anyone. However, even the most seasoned psychologists found themselves at a loss with Zhang Lai's situation. She had seemingly sealed herself off from the world, impervious to any words of encouragement. Unable to even elicit a response from her, one psychologist suggested, Mr. Jiang, I believe it would be beneficial to bring someone she trusts deeply, perhaps a close friend, to speak with her. Jiang Haoquan frowned. Someone she trusts? Indeed, the psychologist replied, nodding. Could be a family member or a friend, but I would recommend a friend. While family ties are inherently strong, they may not fully comprehend her feelings. A friend might be more effective. A friend? Jiang Haoquan mused, then sighed. Zhang Lai hardly has any friends. Though she was a prominent figure, her impulsive behavior and fiery speech had resulted in a dwindling circle of acquaintances. After the incident with Chun Fong, her already eccentric personality had driven away her few remaining friends. Hardly any friends? The psychologist was taken aback, then continued, has she recently interacted with anyone frequently? Preferably someone aware of the situation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Haoquan's mind immediately conjured the image of Qin Feng and recalled their recent contentious phone call. P.S. I do not particularly like Jiang Haoquan, yet upon reflection, it is evident that he genuinely cares for those he holds dear. He works silently behind the scenes, and even when his methods are misguided, he refrains from offering explanations, stubbornly persisting in his approach, leaving others exasperated. Chapter 85. Jiang Haoquan's request. Based on Jiang Haoquan's investigation and understanding, the individual who best fits the characteristics described by the psychologist is none other than Qin Feng. However, Jiang Haoquan hesitated for a moment and inquired again, Doctor, is there no other better way? The psychologist shook his head, responding, no, there isn't. However, if Miss Zhang Lai truly has no other friends, it wouldn't be particularly difficult for your family to help her through this. After all, Mr. Jiang, you care deeply for your sister, and I am sure she is aware of that. She should understand your intentions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haoquan smiled bitterly. If Zhang Lai could truly comprehend his feelings, they would not be in such a predicament. As for their parents, Jiang Haoquan could not possibly consider bringing them over, given their vehement opposition to Chun Feng's situation, which had caused significant discord between them and Zhang Lai. Thus, he could only turn his thoughts to Qin Feng. At this moment, Jiang Haoquan regretted his impulsive decision to call Qin Feng in anger and to confront him so vehemently. Their relationship was now akin to fire and water. Jiang Haoquan was filled with remorse, but regret was futile. When faced with his own pride and Zhang Lai's well-being, he chose the latter. Even though the psychologist suggested that bringing Qin Feng in might only hasten Zhang Lai's recovery to a certain degree, Jiang Haoquan would not dismiss this possibility. He could no longer bear to see Zhang Lai suffer. Consequently, Jiang Haoquan took a deep breath, moved to a corner, and dialed Qin Feng's number once more. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. After waiting a few minutes, he tried again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. After several attempts, Jiang Haoquan realized with a sinking feeling that his number had likely been blocked by Qin Feng. Nonetheless, he refused to give up. He called his assistant and used another phone to reach out to Qin Feng. Hello, who is this? Came Qin Feng's languid voice through the phone. Jiang Haoquan replied, This is Jiang Haoquan. The next moment, the call was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Haoquan's frustration grew. His assistant noted, Sir, this seems to be a negative emotional response of 333 from Jiang Haoquan. Jiang Haoquan took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm, as Qin Feng was the key to Zhang Lai's recovery. His assistant suggested, How about I make the call? Jiang Haoquan shook his head, stating, No, I must do this myself. I was the one who angered him, so it is only natural for him to hang up on me. If I cannot earn his forgiveness, he will not come. The assistant hesitated. But what if he blocks you again? Zhang Haoquin replied, then I need you to find me a few more phone numbers. If he refuses my calls and blocks me, I refuse to believe he can completely cut me off. The assistant asked, what if he turns his phone off? Zhang Haoquin decisively stated, then book me the next flight back to find him. The assistant was taken aback by Zhang Haoquin's relentless determination. After Zhang Haoquin switched through 10 phones and made numerous calls, Qin Feng finally answered. Immediately, Qin Feng's impatient voice came through. Are you really that annoying? Is this how you create trouble? It was clear that Qin Feng considered Zhang Haoquin not only a pesky nuisance but also a bothersome fool. Zhang Haoquin, facing such insults, felt his face darken considerably, yet he could not afford to argue with Qin Feng due to his request. He had to endure the verbal onslaught. When Qin Feng finally paused, Zhang Haoquin quickly interjected, I want to apologize for my previous behavior. I was wrong and overly emotional. On the other end, Qin Feng was incredulous. Is this really Zhang Haoquin? The same person who acted like a furious mad dog just moments ago? He was convinced he had received a prank call. Zhang Haoquin continued, Qin Feng, I sincerely apologize for my prior actions. Rest assured, I will make amends. If not for the ongoing negative emotional charge from Zhang Haoquin, Qin Feng might have believed that Zhang Haoquin genuinely recognized his faults and sought to amend them. Though Qin Feng had initially scolded Zhang Haoquin, his own irritation had not diminished significantly. It was merely that Zhang Haoquin had chosen to suppress his anger for Zhang Lai's sake. Understanding Zhang Haoquin's character, Qin Feng knew that he would not have made this call unless something significant had occurred. The only reason Zhang Haoquin would lower himself to this extent was due to Zhang Lai. If there were no other options, he would never seek out Qin Feng. Despite his disdain for Zhang Haoquin, Qin Feng finally asked, what is it? What happened to Zhang Lai? Upon hearing Qin Feng's willingness to listen, Zhang Haoquin felt a surge of relief. He quickly recounted what the psychologist had said. After hearing the situation, Qin Feng was taken aback. I had no idea Zhang Lai was in such a dire state. Do you need me to come over immediately? Yes, if you can come and help guide Zhang Lai, I will surely express my gratitude, Zhang Haoquin responded earnestly. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but thinking of Zhang Lai's condition, he ultimately agreed. All right, book me the soonest flight to Shenzhen. Zhang Haoquin was overjoyed. Great, I will arrange it right away. Chapter 86. The rescue mission for Zhang Lai suddenly receiving a surge of goodwill from Zhang Haoquin. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Just a minute prior, he had been met with Zhang Haoquin's negative emotional value. However, in the brief span of a few words, Zhang Haoquin ceased to project any negativity towards Qin Feng and, astonishingly, his goodwill had increased significantly, by as much as 20 points. This shift clearly indicated the depth of Zhang Haoquin's concern for his sister, Zhang Lai. Even though he himself was uncertain whether Qin Feng possessed the capability to guide Zhang Lai out of her self-imposed isolation, he held onto a glimmer of hope and was filled with anticipation. Consequently, Qin Feng's previous dissatisfaction and anger towards Zhang Haoquin had lessened considerably. Without further delay, he hastily rose from his bed, washed up with utmost speed, and donned his clothes before rushing out the door. The reason Qin Feng had requested Zhang Haoquin to book the flight tickets was not due to financial constraints, but rather to avoid wasting precious time, as he needed to reach the airport as swiftly as possible. During this process, Zhang Haoquin had efficiently arranged the flight details and sent the information to Qin Feng's phone via text message. Upon glancing at the flight information, Qin Feng realized he had to expedite his journey to the airport or risk missing the flight altogether and having to take a later one to Shenzhen. Thus, during his drive, he accelerated to the maximum speed permitted by law, just managing to reach the airport in time. However, as Qin Feng was checking in, he received a phone call from Luo Yu. I moved yesterday, and I specifically went over to help you with your things. Today I'm moving too. Would you like to come over and help me out? Luo Yu's cheerful voice rang through the line. Qin Feng smacked his forehead in realization. Amidst the sudden urgency of Zhang Haoquin's call, he had completely forgotten the significance of Luo Yu's moving day. Originally, he had planned to assist Luo Ming today. Yet, with everything colliding at once, It seemed that Luo Yu's situation often coincided with Zhang Lai's. However, given the pressing nature of Zhang Lai's circumstances, Qin Feng could not afford to neglect that. I'm really sorry, Luo Yu. I might not be able to accompany you today. I have an urgent matter to attend to in Shenzhen, and I'm currently in line at the airport, Qin Feng apologized. Don't worry about me. Moving is a minor task. I can manage it alone. Besides, you left the house in such neat order yesterday that I hardly have anything to tidy up. Luo Yu reassured him. I'll come find you once I return, Qin Feng promised. Okay. I'll be waiting, Luo Yu replied before ending the call. She didn't inquire about Qin Feng's sudden trip to Shenzhen, but instead reminded him to take care of himself during his journey. 3 hours later, upon arriving at Shenzhen airport, Qin Feng immediately spotted the person Zhang Haokuin had arranged to pick him up, his assistant, indicating Zhang Haokuin's earnestness in this matter. Everything had been meticulously organized by Zhang Haokuin. Had it not been for Zhang Lai's situation, he might have personally come to the airport. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the hotel where Zhang Haokuin and Zhang Lai were staying. Upon seeing Zhang Haokuin, Qin Feng inquired, "How is Zhang Lai doing now?" Zhang Haokuin's expression was grave as he replied, "Her condition is quite dire. I hope you can persuade her." Now is not the time for such discussions. Qin Feng interjected, gesturing for him to elaborate on the insights provided by the psychologists he had previously consulted regarding Zhang Lai's situation. Although Zhang Haokuin had briefly informed Qin Feng of Zhang Lai's condition and the psychologist's recommendations during their earlier phone conversation, it lacked the necessary depth. Qin Feng, aware of his limited qualifications in psychology and the complexities of his relationship with Zhang Lai, sought a clearer understanding. Zhang Haokuin nodded, not wishing to waste time, and recounted the psychologist's detailed analysis of Zhang Lai's current psychological state without omitting any crucial details. After listening intently, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Severe self-isolation? Even the psychologists are at a loss. Zhang Lai's condition was far more critical than he had anticipated. If it were not so severe, Zhang Haokuin would not have urgently sought out psychologists and subsequently reached out to him. Shaking his head, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on these thoughts. The immediate priority was to devise a method to coax Zhang Lai out of her self-imposed isolation. Closing his eyes, he recalled how, in the original storyline, Lu Yuan had effectively persuaded Zhang Lai. Soon, he opened his eyes and addressed Zhang Haokuin. "Do you have any light porridge?" The assistant nearby quickly responded, "The hotel has it. I'll fetch it for you right away. And a bottle of red wine as well," Qin Feng added. Although Zhang Haokuin and the assistant found this request peculiar, they refrained from questioning him, as their hopes rested on Qin Feng. Before long, the assistant returned with a bowl of light porridge and a bottle of red wine. Qin Feng accepted the items and proceeded to open the door to Zhang Lai's room. Zhang Haokuin initially intended to follow him inside but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to close the door behind Qin Feng as he entered. Inside the room, Zhang Lai lay on the floor, appearing exceedingly frail and weak, an utter contrast to the poised and commanding presence he had previously encountered. Qin Feng sighed softly, then approached Zhang Lai, holding the porridge and wine in hand. Chapter 87. The use of the truth elixir. Again approaching Zhang Lai, Qin Feng ceased his sighing and endeavored to adopt a demeanor that appeared relaxed and composed. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Zhang Lai, why are you lying on the ground? How long have you been down there? Hurry up and get up. Are you still alive? Make a sound, will you? Are you out of breath?" He continued, "Oh dear, lying like that, your pants are about to fall off." In his attempt to provoke some reaction from Zhang Lai, Qin Feng placed a bottle of red wine and a bowl of congee before her, gently stating, "I brought you a bottle of red wine and a bowl of congee. Which would you like to have?" Yet, Zhang Lai remained unresponsive, treating Qin Feng as if he were mere air. Qin Feng had not anticipated this outcome. The same words and actions elicited no effect whatsoever. It appeared that Zhang Lai had indeed suffered a significant emotional blow. Reflecting on the situation, Qin Feng realized he could not employ his usual approach. Given the gravity of the changes resulting from his actions, reverting to old methods might yield counterproductive results. However, he was no psychologist or mental health expert, and thus found himself at a loss for how to engage Zhang Lai in meaningful conversation. Suddenly, he recalled that while he was not a psychologist, he was an expert in negotiation. This particular skill, which he had acquired during a previous lottery draw, had yet to be utilized. Negotiation skills transcended mere commercial applications. They were pertinent to various aspects of life. The essence of negotiation lay in the ability to observe another's behavior and facial expressions, allowing one to discern their psychological state and engage them in dialogue. In a certain light, this approach mirrored that of a psychologist. Consequently, Qin Feng endeavored to employ his negotiation skills to decipher Zhang Lai's internal turmoil and communicate with her. However, after 5 minutes, he conceded defeat, for no matter what he said, Zhang Lai remained immobile, her gaze vacant and unresponsive. It was evident that her self-imposed isolation was profoundly entrenched. Otherwise, the esteemed psychologists previously summoned by Zhang Haoquan would not have been left powerless. Yet, while the psychologists might have given up, Qin Feng was resolute in his determination not to abandon Zhang Lai. Contemplating his next move, he retrieved his phone and found Chang Hao's number, dialing it without delay. Chang Hao was a relationship consultant, well-versed in matters of the heart. While others might struggle to breach the walls of self-isolation following emotional trauma, Chang Hao possessed the expertise to navigate such challenges. Upon connecting, Chang Hao greeted him. "What's the matter? I'm currently with Zhang Mingyang reviewing investment materials." Following their decision to join Qin Feng's forthcoming investment company, Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang were diligently researching relevant industry information. "Please hold off on the materials for now. I have a pressing question," Qin Feng urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. Chang Hao, detecting the seriousness in Qin Feng's tone, inquired about the nature of the issue. "It's regarding someone who has suffered emotional distress." Qin Feng proceeded to outline Zhang Lai's circumstances and her current state of withdrawal, deliberately omitting her name. Although he trusted Chang Hao, he preferred to keep Zhang Lai's situation discreet. Chang Hao understood this implicitly and refrained from pressing for her identity, recognizing that Qin Feng would not reach out unless the matter was of considerable importance. "I have encountered similar situations before," Chang Hao admitted, "but this level of severity is indeed unprecedented for me. Please allow me a few moments to contemplate." "Very well," Qin Feng replied. "Once you have a solution, please call me immediately." Aware that urgency would not expedite the process, he hung up and began considering various strategies to elicit Zhang Lai's emotional response. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Chang Hao was calling. Qin Feng answered eagerly. "Have you devised a solution?" "I'm afraid I lack a definitive answer." Chang Hao's voice conveyed his regret. In such serious cases, the only way to expedite her recovery is to consult a psychologist. Qin Feng sighed. "We've already sought the help of psychologists, but to no avail. Otherwise, I wouldn't have contacted you." "Then it seems it ultimately rests with her. Time has a way of softening sorrow. If given a few days, she may find her way back to herself." "Few days?" Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Lai. Given her current state, it appeared that time was indeed the only option. Chang Hao continued, "In such circumstances, to restore her to her former self, it is crucial to guide her to express her innermost thoughts. Once articulated, the issues will unravel. But as you mentioned, psychologists have proven ineffective, so we must wait." "I understand," Qin Feng acknowledged before ending the call. Just as he was about to seek out Zhang Haoquan to explain the situation, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled Chang Hao's final words. Guiding her to voice her inner thoughts was the key. His steps halted, and a look of elation illuminated his face. Indeed, Zhang Lai's self-isolation rendered her impervious to anyone's words, which is why even the psychologists were at an impasse. However, just because others faced challenges did not mean Qin Feng would falter. He delved into the recesses of his memory, recalling an item he had drawn in a previous lottery, the truth elixir. Initially, 3 doses existed, but he had only utilized one on Song Ningbao, prompting her to reveal her deepest truths. 2 doses remained, untouched, awaiting the right moment. The truth elixir compelled one to speak their innermost thoughts for 3 minutes, activated by sheer intent. Wasn't the essence of truth merely the expression of one's inner voice? With this realization, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he activated the truth elixir, directing its power toward Zhang Lai. Chapter 88. Crying it out, everything will be all right. As the truth serum was administered by Qin Feng to Zhang Lai, her previously vacant and lifeless gaze gradually began to brighten with color. A hint of vitality returned to her. Although it was merely a slight transformation, it was already a significant improvement compared to the earlier version of Zhang Lai, who had completely shut herself off from her emotions. Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking across his face. He had harbored some trepidation, fearing that if the truth serum proved ineffective, he would be at a loss. However, while Zhang Lai no longer appeared to be emotionally closed off, she had yet to fully recover. As Chang Hao had previously mentioned to Qin Feng, it was essential for Zhang Lai to voice her innermost feelings for her healing to truly begin. Qin Feng's task now was to pose the right questions to guide Zhang Lai in expressing her heartfelt truths. Thus, the choice of questions was of utmost importance. He dared not delay, given that the effects of the truth serum lasted only 3 minutes. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhang Lai and gently inquired, "Zhang Lai, are you feeling very sad right now?" This question was somewhat rhetorical, yet Qin Feng felt compelled to ask it, hoping she would articulate her sorrow and confront her feelings. Zhang Lai, no longer barricaded within her own heart, could hear Qin Feng's voice and the question he posed. However, she was reluctant to respond, perceiving it as a fresh wound upon her already tender heart. Despite receiving a negative emotional response from Zhang Lai, diminishing her fondness for him, Qin Feng remained undeterred. He thought that any emotional turbulence was preferable to her previous state of desolation. He awaited her reply, yet Zhang Lai resolved to remain silent on this painful topic, grappling with her own lack of answers. Suddenly, without knowing why, she found herself speaking, "Yes, I am incredibly sad, so much so that I feel like I could die. I trusted him completely, believing everything he said was true, only to discover he had been deceiving me all along. What pains me more is that I let him lead me to misunderstand my brother and acted out of sheer stubbornness." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not intended to voice her feelings, but they spilled forth unexpectedly. In that moment, a voice inside her urged her to acknowledge these genuine emotions she had long been afraid to confront. Qin Feng seized the opportunity, pressing on with another incisive question. "Do you hate Qin Feng?" This was a piercing inquiry, likely to hit home. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Lai would have evaded such a question, particularly given the sensitivity surrounding the deceased. However, bound by the effects of the truth serum, she found herself unable to restrain her thoughts, exclaiming, "Of course I hate him. If he hadn't schemed to get close to me and deceived me, none of this would have happened. How could I not hate him when I compare his words to his actions?" With the formidable influence of the truth serum, Zhang Lai expressed her innermost thoughts without reservation. Following this outpouring, her pent-up emotions surged forth like a torrent, and the tears that had previously been held back now flowed freely. In that moment, Zhang Lai's sorrow became an overwhelming river. Unable to contain herself any longer, she wept loudly. Witnessing this, Qin Feng refrained from posing further questions, recognizing that it was unnecessary. Zhang Lai had finally articulated her feelings, albeit in a manner that was both painful and liberating. Though this process was undeniably harsh for Zhang Lai, Qin Feng believed it to be a fleeting moment of distress that would ultimately lead to her empowerment. He softly encouraged her, "Let it out. Everything will be all right." Finding solace in his words, Zhang Lai leaned against Qin Feng, resting her head on his shoulder as she continued to cry. In times of vulnerability, a woman instinctively seeks the comfort of someone she can rely on, and in this instance, Qin Feng had become that anchor for Zhang Lai. Meanwhile, outside the room, Zhang Haokuan anxiously awaited news. Every passing second felt excruciating. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Zhang Lai's anguished cries. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly produced his room key, opened the door, and rushed inside. Zhang Lai. Upon entering, he saw her sobbing against Qin Feng's shoulder. Zhang Haokuan's expression darkened. Noticing his abrupt entrance, Qin Feng quickly gestured for him to leave, hoping to avoid disrupting the fragile breakthrough he had facilitated with Zhang Lai. Realizing that he had sought Qin Feng's assistance to help Zhang Lai, Zhang Haokuan understood that she appeared to be emerging from her emotional cocoon. Yet, witnessing her in such a vulnerable state against Qin Feng's shoulder made him uncomfortable. After all, she was his sister, and he did not wish for her to fall into the clutches of another. Despite his discomfort, Zhang Haokuan maintained his composure, making a conscious effort to step back and quietly close the door behind him. He feared that any words he might utter could cause Zhang Lai to retreat back into her shell, which would burden him with guilt. Outside the room, he couldn't shake off the disquieting image he had just witnessed. Chapter 89. Zhang Lai's Recovery. Increased Affection Value. Inside the room, Zhang Lai's emotions gradually stabilized, and her tears ceased. Her earlier outburst was a result of her feelings being evoked by Qin Feng's truth potion, leading her to momentarily lose control and weep. Now, having regained her composure, the previous sorrow and sadness had nearly evaporated. Even the remnants held no sway over her present state. Upon recovering, Zhang Lai became aware that she had been leaning against Qin Feng's shoulder, her vulnerability fully exposed to him. Embarrassed, she quickly distanced herself from him. Is everything all right? Qin Feng, unfazed, glanced at her and advised, if you're fine, you should eat some porridge. You haven't had anything all day. Don't let yourself go hungry. Zhang Lai nodded and picked up the bowl of porridge from the floor, slowly beginning to eat. Observing her, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Sitting on the ground is uncomfortable. Come on, let's move to the table. He stood up, as sitting on the floor was not pleasant for him either. However, Zhang Lai merely lifted her gaze to Qin Feng and remained seated. Why aren't you getting up? You can't eat like that, he urged. My legs are weak. I can't stand, she replied softly. I see. Qin Feng realized the situation. After all, Zhang Lai had been hungry all day and had been emotionally distressed for so long. It was only natural she felt weak. He moved over to assist her, lifting her from the ground and guiding her to a chair. Earlier, when I was crying, did my brother come in? Zhang Lai inquired, glancing around the room. She vaguely remembered hearing her brother Zhang Haokuin's voice amidst her tears, though she was uncertain. Yes, since last night. He has been waiting just outside the door. Not daring to step away, Qin Feng confirmed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lai lowered her head, remorse washing over her. It's all my fault. It's my stubbornness that caused this. The powerful effects of the truth potion had allowed Zhang Lai to confront her innermost feelings, revealing her true emotions. Consequently, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Zhang Haokuin, realizing how unreasonable she had been and how she had misunderstood him. You needn't be too hard on yourself. This isn't solely your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Qin Feng reassured her. Zhang Lai nodded in agreement. First, eat your porridge. Tidy yourself up a bit, and then you can go out to see your brother. Everything will be all right. Okay, she replied, continuing to eat. Her hunger was palpable, and she savored the simple bowl of plain porridge. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai's affection for Qin Feng began to rise significantly. The previously scant affection value was quickly restored and even surpassed previous levels. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated a decline in her feelings after using the truth potion to help her break free from her emotional confinement. However, the probing questions he posed had been sharp and directly targeted her inner wounds. He thought to himself that if the roles were reversed, even knowing the intentions were good, he would feel hurt by such candor. To his surprise, Zhang Lai's affection value not only remained stable but had increased considerably after her emotional recovery. Upon finishing her porridge, Zhang Lai's affection for Qin Feng had risen by a total of 12 points. Her name, Zhang Lai, now held an affection value of 82. It seemed plausible that as Zhang Lai continued to heal, her affection for him would further amplify. This was both astonishing yet understandable. After all, Zhang Lai was a person of deep emotions, fearless in love and hate. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. As Qin Feng was aware that Zhang Haokuin awaited outside, likely feeling a whirlwind of emotions, joy mixed with anxiety. After finishing her meal, Zhang Lai tidied her hair and clothing before stepping out with Qin Feng. As the door opened, they found Zhang Haokuin pacing anxiously at the threshold. Upon seeing Zhang Lai emerge, his focus shifted entirely to her. The moment he noticed her calm demeanor, devoid of the previous sadness, a wave of relief washed over him. Zhang Lai softly addressed him, "Brother, I'm sorry." Hearing her words filled Zhang Haokuin's heart with immense comfort. Recognizing the moment, Qin Feng understood it was best to give them space for a heartfelt conversation. With a smile, he stepped outside, his task accomplished. Qin Feng did not linger in the city. He headed directly to the airport, having promised Luo Yu he would return to accompany her after settling the affairs here. Yet, once aboard the plane, he received yet another increase in Zhang Lai's affection value. just as he had anticipated. Chapter 90. The touching moment of Luo Yu. Previously, Qin Feng had contemplated that when Zhang Lai recovered, her affection for him would significantly increase. As Zhang Lai's emotions stabilized further, it was only natural that her fondness would continue to rise in light of past circumstances. Indeed, within just a few hours, Zhang Lai's fondness began to ascend once more, and not merely by a few points. With her complete recovery and emotional equilibrium, her affection for Qin Feng surged steadily, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive 82 points. This figure left Qin Feng utterly bewildered. If his memory served him right, Luo Yu's affection for him was also 87 points, mirroring Zhang Lai's sentiment precisely. Was this mere coincidence, or perhaps a manifestation of fate? Reflecting upon the time spent with Zhang Lai and Luo Yu, he pondered the peculiar events that had unfolded between them. If there were indeed a connection, it might well be a complicated one. As Qin Feng mulled over these thoughts aboard the airplane, in a hotel in Shenzhen, Zhang Lai had donned a new outfit, restoring her appearance as the distinguished young lady of the Zhang family. Her makeup was exquisite and regal, radiating an aura of confidence far surpassing her previous self. Stepping out of her room, she sought out Zhang Haokuin and inquired, "Brother, where's Qin Feng? Why haven't I seen him?" Having just finished a conversation with Zhang Haokuin, she had retreated to her room to bathe and change, now eager to learn of Qin Feng's whereabouts. Zhang Haokuin replied candidly, "He has already returned. He is currently on a flight." "Returned? Why?" Zhang Lai queried, her gaze fixed on Zhang Haokuin. "Did you send him away?" Zhang Haokuin shook his head, assuring her, "It was not my doing. Please do not misunderstand. When he left, he went straight to the airport. I only learned of this just now. He saved you. I am grateful to him and would never let him leave without a word." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lai felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that Zhang Haokuin was indeed the one who had sent Qin Feng away. Noticing her expression, Zhang Haokuin's heart skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. He was well acquainted with his sister and understood that when she displayed an unusual interest in a man, it often indicated deeper feelings. Though Zhang Lai exhibited no overt signs of unusual behavior, Zhang Haokuin remained vigilant. He tentatively asked, Lai, why the sudden concern for Qin Feng?" Zhang Lai replied matter-of-factly, "As you said, he did save me, so I must express my gratitude. However, I did not expect him to leave without a word." She inwardly lamented, having arranged for Zhang Haokuin's assistant to purchase a myriad of outfits, selecting the most stunning one to wear. "What a pity, Lai. You need not worry about thanking Qin Feng. I will ensure it is done upon my return," Zhang Haokuin stated. "That won't be necessary, brother. I will take care of it myself," Zhang Lai insisted. Lai. Zhang Haokuin's heart raced with concern, fearing his apprehensions were becoming a reality. "All right, brother, leave this to me," Zhang Lai said, displaying a rare moment of endearment, which only heightened Zhang Haokuin's unease. Subsequently, he fabricated an excuse to attend to some matters and summoned his assistant, instructing him to thoroughly investigate all pertinent information regarding Qin Feng. The assistant, taken aback, questioned, "Boss, isn't Miss already back to her former self? Do we still need to investigate Qin Feng?" Zhang Haokuin shot him a glare. "I said to do it, so do it. Why ask so many questions?" "Of course, I will investigate immediately," the assistant replied, hastily departing. After the assistant left, Zhang Haokuin stood by the window, gazing outside, letting out an inexplicable sigh. Having experienced the tumultuous events involving Qin Feng, he felt an innate distrust toward any man who came into contact with Zhang Lai. At that moment, Qin Feng was unaware that he was once again under scrutiny. As he remained on the plane, he pondered the potential awkwardness that might arise should Zhang Lai and Luo Yu cross paths again in the future. 3 hours later, the plane landed, bringing Qin Feng back to the capital. It was now evening. As soon as he disembarked, he called Luo Yu. "I've returned." Luo Yu's voice conveyed surprise. "Aren't you attending to matters in Shenzhen? How did you return so swiftly? I thought you would be gone for a few more days." After all, the quickest flight from the capital to Shenzhen took at least 3 hours, with slower flights extending to over 4 hours. The round trip alone would require a minimum of 6 hours, not including travel to and from the airport or waiting time. Matters were resolved, so I returned. Qin Feng replied. "Where are you now?" Luo Yu answered. "Where do you think I could be?" "Ah, I see." Qin Feng chuckled. Then I shall come to you. I've been running around all day and haven't eaten. I'm starving. All right, I'll wait for you. I haven't eaten either. Let's dine together, Luo Yu replied softly. Great. Qin Feng said, I'll drive over now. His car had been parked in the airport lot. After ending the call, Luo Yu gazed at her phone, feeling a swell of emotion. After all, Qin Feng had hurried back from Shenzhen just to call her the moment he landed. Any woman would find this sentiment touching. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Yu. She realized she had forgotten to buy groceries. After moving into her new home, she had only grabbed a quick bite downstairs before immersing herself in her studies. She had vowed to become more accomplished, dedicating her time to knowledge acquisition whenever Qin Feng was not around or she had no work obligations. Realizing her oversight, Luo Yu hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed out to buy groceries, determined to return before Qin Feng arrived and ideally have the meal prepared. Chapter 91. Cooking in person. Luo Yu surprised Luo Er had noble intentions. However, she overlooked two crucial aspects. Firstly, today was her first day in this area, and she was unfamiliar with the local supermarket, which caused her to underestimate the time required for grocery shopping. Secondly, she miscalculated the time it would take for Qin Feng to return from the airport. After all, Qin Feng had parked his car at the airport, meaning he would drive back rather than take a taxi, thus arriving approximately 10 to 20 minutes earlier than Luo Yu had anticipated. At 8:20 p.m., Qin Feng finally returned from the airport. Navigating with ease, he found his parking spot and parked the car before heading directly upstairs. He knocked on the door despite possessing a key. Soon, the door swung open to reveal Luo Yu, clad in a pink apron. Seeing Qin Feng, she exclaimed in surprise, "How could you be back so soon?" She had initially expected someone else. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I returned quickly?" Qin Feng teased. Luo Yu immediately shook her head. No, I am delighted you're back so soon. It's just she recalled the pile of freshly bought vegetables in her room that she had yet to wash. Qin Feng, noticing her bashful demeanor in the apron, surmised, "You wouldn't happen to have just returned from grocery shopping without doing anything, would you?" His tone was playful. Well, Luo Yu's face flushed a shade of red as she stammered. "I didn't expect you to come back so quickly, nor did I realize the supermarket nearby was so far and crowded." Upon seeing her flustered expression, Qin Feng smiled and said, "It seems I returned just in time." Luo Yu was puzzled by his words. Qin Feng continued, "Actually, I didn't intend for you to cook. My plan was to go out to a restaurant together once I returned. But since you happened to buy groceries, let us dine at home tonight, allowing you to sample my culinary skills." "Your cooking skills?" Luo Yu was taken aback. "Indeed, I mentioned before that I would cook for you when the opportunity arose, and tonight is that occasion," Qin Feng replied naturally as he led Luo Yu into the living room. "You should be grateful you haven't started cooking yet. Otherwise, you would miss out on this experience. I have never cooked for anyone else." Observing Qin Feng's confidence, Luo Yu felt skeptical. He had indeed claimed to be a master in culinary arts previously. However, she was aware that his former home had a spacious kitchen that lacked any cooking utensils, hardly indicative of someone proficient in cooking. The kitchenware currently present was purchased by Luo Yu herself just the other day. Moreover, she thought it peculiar that someone as accomplished as Qin Feng, with his remarkable talent in ink painting and the gouging, would also excel in the kitchen. Seeing her doubt, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? You don't believe me?" Luo Yu hesitated. "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just you'll see soon enough." Qin Feng chuckled and reached for her apron, saying, "Now, hand me that apron." Luo Yu hesitated, prompting Qin Feng to quip, "Are you suggesting I remove it myself?" He moved as if to do so. Her face flushed, and she quickly removed the apron and handed it to him. "Here, take it." Qin Feng took the apron and hung it up, then confidently strode toward the kitchen, proclaiming, "Let me show you my culinary prowess." When it came to cooking, Qin Feng was nothing short of self-assured. After all, his skills in Chinese cuisine were indeed remarkable. He could easily prepare a few home-style dishes, and he was well-equipped to work as a chef in a five-star hotel. Curious, Luo Yu followed him into the kitchen, eager to witness whether he truly possessed the ability to cook. If he faltered, she could easily take over the preparation. Conversely, if he succeeded, it would be a delightful surprise, enhancing her admiration for him. In the kitchen, Qin Feng examined the ingredients Luo Yu had brought back. Fish, shrimp, steak, eggs, beef, pork, tomatoes, and bok choy. He noted the abundance and questioned, "Aren't we just having dinner for two? Why did you buy so much?" "Well, I just grabbed a few things. Some of it was meant for tomorrow," Luo Yu explained sheepishly. She had initially planned to impress Qin Feng with her culinary skills, but had ended up purchasing an excessive amount. Qin Feng, unfazed, nodded and remarked, "Yes, we should save some for tomorrow. With this much, we certainly won't finish it all tonight. I'll just whip up a few simple dishes for us." Though he could prepare all the ingredients, it would take considerable time. It was already late in the evening, so he decided to make a simple 3-dish soup instead. After selecting the ingredients, Qin Feng quickly determined his menu and got to work. He took the beef, washed it briefly, and began slicing it with precision. Luo Yu watched in awe as he expertly cut the beef into evenly thin slices. Just this display of knife skills left her mesmerized. While technique might not be everything, it was certainly essential. In that moment, Luo Yu realized that Qin Feng was indeed capable of cooking, and far better than she could. Chapter 92. In the kitchen, Qin Feng placed the freshly sliced beef onto a plate and continued to prepare the accompanying ingredients. However, he suddenly noticed Luo Yu standing beside him, gazing at him intently. Qin Feng, perplexed, asked, "Why are you looking at me with such a peculiar expression? Is there something on my face or my clothes?" He examined himself from head to toe, but found nothing amiss. "Nothing?" Luo Yu's cheeks flushed as she quickly shifted the topic. "How about I help you with the preparations? With so many dishes, you can't possibly manage all by yourself." Qin Feng contemplated her suggestion and found it quite reasonable. After all, it was already past 8 in the evening. Although he only intended to prepare 3 dishes and a soup, the process of preparing and cooking was time-consuming. Even for a chef like Qin Feng, it was impossible to create all the dishes at once. That would be akin to performing magic. Thus, if Luo Yu assisted him in chopping the vegetables, they could expedite the process. "All right then, please help me with the preparations and chop some vegetables. I'll take care of the cooking," Qin Feng agreed, nodding. "Okay." Luo Yu responded eagerly, immediately starting to assist him. She had no desire to merely stand by and watch Qin Feng toil alone in the kitchen. His request for help brought her immense joy. With Luo Yu's assistance, Qin Feng felt significantly more at ease, even finding a rhythm. While they worked together in the kitchen, sharing laughter and engaging in light-hearted conversation, a sense of warmth enveloped them, making the task feel far from burdensome. Perhaps this was the charm of collaboration between men and women. By 9 o'clock, Qin Feng and Luo Yu sat across from each other at the dining table adjacent to the living room. Although the meal consisted of only 3 dishes and a soup, all of which were home-cooked, they were crafted with great care by Qin Feng and boasted flavors that rivaled those of renowned restaurants. Observing the array of dishes before her, Luo Yu remarked, "I originally planned to prepare a sumptuous feast for you tonight, but unexpectedly you ended up cooking for me, and it's delicious. What am I to do now? I might hesitate to mention cooking in your presence in the future." Qin Feng chuckled softly and replied, "No worries. You won't need to cook anymore. Your only responsibility will be to enjoy the meals I prepare for you." His words stirred a profound emotion within Luo Yu. After all, it was rare for a man as exceptional as Qin Feng to express such sentiments. Yet, she shook her head and replied, "That won't do. If you say that, it makes me feel utterly useless." Qin Feng was taken aback. "Why do you feel that way?" Luo Yu extended her fingers as she enumerated, "Look at you. So accomplished, excelling in everything. You earn a great deal, you're an excellent artist, and you play the piano beautifully. Now, you're even an exceptional cook. How can I possibly measure up as a mere girl?" Qin Feng chuckled, bemused by her reasoning. He was unaware of the internal conflict Luo Yu experienced. The more outstanding Qin Feng became, the more it validated her discerning eye. Yet, his excellence also weighed heavily upon her, as she was a fiercely independent woman who never wished to be a mere ornament. She had previously expressed her desire to become even more accomplished, and indeed, she had been working diligently toward that goal. However, as she strove to improve, she found herself increasingly unable to keep pace with Qin Feng's growing brilliance. Though Qin Feng remained oblivious to Luo Yu's turmoil, he sensed the pressure she imposed upon herself. Thus, he gently reassured her, "Luo Yu, you don't need to burden yourself with excessive pressure. Just be yourself. That is more than enough. I don't want you to feel this way." Luo Yu gazed into Qin Feng's sincere eyes. Her heart stirred. She nodded, softly affirming, "All right." However, her true feelings remained unspoken. Suddenly, Luo Yu stood up, walked into the kitchen, retrieved 2 red wine glasses, and brought out a bottle of red wine, placing it on the table. With a smile, she said, "It's a rare occasion to feel so joyous tonight. Let us indulge in some red wine." Qin Feng, surprised, inquired, "You prepared red wine? What is this? Are you not afraid to drink?" As Luo Yu poured wine for both of them, she replied, "I remember someone who can never get drunk, so I'm not afraid. Why should you be?" Qin Feng choked slightly. How do you know I can't get drunk?" He recalled that he had never mentioned his drinking capacity to Luo Yu, nor had they ever shared a drink before. With a playful smile, Luo Yu responded, "Did you forget about that viral video? I still have the one where you were drinking at the Scarlet Bar that night." Qin Feng was astonished. He hadn't expected Luo Yu to remember a video from so long ago. However, the angle from which it was filmed was from the side, making it difficult to identify him. Even on the day it trended, the nurses at the clinic hadn't recognized him as the man in the video who drank so heartily. "How did you recognize me?" Qin Feng asked, curiosity piqued. "I recall my face was hardly visible in that video, and it wasn't very clear." "Your outfit," Luo Yu replied wistfully. "Don't forget, that night, you were at the site of my work, and I lost my job due to the events of that evening. How could I possibly fail to recognize you?" Qin Feng understood now. He observed that Luo Yu did not exhibit any overt reaction upon recalling that night, indicating that, for her, the incident had faded into the past. What remained in her memory and her concerns were primarily related to him. "Let us toast," Luo Yu said, raising her glass. The two clinked their glasses, smiles gracing their faces as they both took a sip of wine. The atmosphere was delightful. After a sip of red wine, Luo Yu casually inquired, "Qin Feng, what does a perfect day look like for you?" "Perfect day?" Just as Qin Feng was about to savor his meal, he paused at her question. It seemed somewhat familiar. Then he realized, wasn't this part of Chang Hao's theory? The 36 Questions of Love. Chapter 93, Mutual Understanding. Delving into the Heart. 4 The 36 Questions of Love. Qin Feng still remembered them. However, he did not expect Luo Yu to suddenly pose the 36 questions of love to him. It was somewhat unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Present, Luo Yu's affection for Qin Feng had reached an impressive 87 points, a remarkably high score. For ordinary couples, achieving an affinity value of 80 could easily lead them to a state of infatuation, often culminating in marriage. Thus, it was perfectly normal for Luo Yu to wish to understand him better through this set of questions. Consequently, Qin Feng, though slightly taken aback, straightened his posture, ready to respond to the inquiries that Luo Yu had prepared. He chose not to be perfunctory but instead answered according to his genuine feelings at that moment. "The most perfect day," Qin Feng mused for a couple of seconds before beginning to articulate his thoughts. "The essence of perfection lies in being with the one you cherish, engaging in activities you both love, just like just now. For instance, we are cooking together, you prepare the ingredients while I cook, and then we share a meal, enjoy some wine, and converse." He faced Luo Yu directly, his gaze earnest, delivering his response with utmost sincerity. There was not a hint of insincerity in his words. This was truly a reflection of his innermost thoughts. Luo Yu could discern the genuine sentiment behind Qin Feng's words. She gazed at his sincere eyes, feeling a renewed sense of emotion stirring within her. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, recalling the array of questions she had prepared over the past few days. Regardless, she was eager to complete this exchange. Furthermore, she intended to respond to the questions herself, as her purpose in asking them was not solely to deepen her understanding of Qin Feng, but also to allow him a chance to know her better. After all, despite their long acquaintance, they had yet to genuinely sit down and share their stories and past experiences. "I believe today is indeed the most perfect day." Luo Yu smiled at Qin Feng and proceeded to ask the next question. Before making a phone call, do you rehearse what you were going to say? Qin Feng answered without hesitation. I never rehearse before calling anyone. I believe there is no need for it. I simply speak my mind. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu empathized. I feel the same way. No matter what occurs, I take it as it comes. It's just a phone call. I would never go to the lengths of scripting it beforehand. Individuals who do not rehearse their calls tend to be genuine, straightforward, and optimistic, while those who do often possess a more scheming nature, striving for perfection. Coincidentally, both Qin Feng and Luo Yu belong to the former category, embodying courage and sincerity. Having answered that question, they exchanged knowing smiles, experiencing a sense of camaraderie. I have another question, Luo Yu exclaimed. Go ahead. Qin Feng nodded. Aren't you curious why I have so many questions? Luo Yu inquired. Not particularly, Qin Feng replied honestly. I just need to know what you ask, and I will answer you truthfully. Qin Feng's candor and trust brought great satisfaction to Luo Yu, yet simultaneously made her feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, while he was being so forthright, she was using the 36 questions of love to gauge their feelings for one another. Thus, she decided to be open, saying, in truth, the reason I have so many questions is that I came across an intriguing set of questions online that can help two people quickly understand each other. Qin Feng smiled. Don't worry. Whether it's 36 questions or 360, I will answer you honestly. You won't be upset? Luo Yu asked cautiously. Qin Feng chuckled. What's there to be upset about? Your desire to understand me is perfectly natural. After a pause, he playfully added, sometimes I do wonder, though. Here I am, an exceptional person standing before you, yet you've never been curious about why I'm so remarkable. I sometimes question whether my charm is lacking. Luo Yu blushed at his playful remark and murmured, That's because you're just too exceptional. What did you say? Qin Feng asked, not catching her words. Nothing. Luo Yu quickly replied, then suggested, let us proceed with the test. No problem, Qin Feng agreed, glancing at the food on the table. Let us eat while we answer. We can't let the food go untouched while we engage in conversation. Otherwise, we might be too hungry to answer a single question. Luo Yu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing they hadn't touched the food yet. She had been so moved by Qin Feng's words that she impulsively initiated the 36 questions of love. Now, reflecting on it, she thought it was rather hasty. At the very least, they should have waited until after the meal. Blushing, she felt like covering her face. Qin Feng laughed. All right, I was just teasing you. Let us continue. Luo Yu relaxed a little and resumed asking questions while both answered the 36 questions of love. The next question was, if you could live to 90 years old, would you prefer to maintain a 30-year-old body or a 30-year-old mind for the last 60 years of your life? I choose the body. So do I, they both replied in unison. As the questions progressed, Qin Feng's responses remained true to his innermost thoughts, while Luo Yu mirrored this authenticity. As they delved deeper, the inquiries began to touch upon their secrets, gradually unveiling the depths of their internal worlds. Tomorrow, I will strive to update 5 times. I earnestly hope all readers will subscribe and enable automatic notifications. Chapter 94. Lifelong Companion. Unwavering Devotion. The final question. What is the one thing in your life that you are most grateful for? At this moment, Qin Feng and Luo Yu had long since vacated their seats at the dining table. They now sat closely together on the same side. Contemplating the question, Qin Feng gazed earnestly at Luo Yu and softly replied, What I am most grateful for is the grace of the heavens that allowed me to come into this world. Unbeknownst to Luo Yu, Qin Feng's interpretation of coming into this world carried a deeper significance. She assumed he meant it in the conventional sense and crinkled her cute little nose, saying, That's too perfunctory. It doesn't count. I'm not being perfunctory, but I could certainly add something. Qin Feng chuckled and rephrased his answer. At this moment, what I am most grateful for is meeting you, and for the 36 questions we are answering together. His heartfelt response was undeniably perfect. Next, it was Luo Yu's turn. With a gentle smile, she began to share her story. Honestly, throughout my childhood and adolescence, I was never a particularly likable person. I often wore a sullen expression and spoke rather harshly. I was always on guard around others. Thus, despite my relatively young age, I feel as though I have lived a substantial portion of my life. Having drifted from my homeland to foreign shores and back again, I have never felt a moment of true stability. In truth, it has been a long time since I experienced the warmth of being cared for, or the pleasure of someone cooking a meal just for me. So tonight, I want to thank you." Upon finishing her words, Qin Feng and Luo Yu exchanged silent glances, their eyes locked in understanding. In that tranquil moment, they seemed to glimpse into each other as souls, sensing the emotions that resided within. At that instant, both of their minds were devoid of distractions, and they simply absorbed the essence emanating from one another. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed as they naturally leaned closer together. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains and illuminated the room, Luo Yu's eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. Sitting up in bed, she instinctively glanced at the space beside her, only to find the pillow empty, indicating that Qin Feng had already risen. As he left, Luo Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. Saying goodbye at dawn felt somewhat melancholic. However, her concerns were unfounded. "You're awake? Then get up. I've prepared breakfast for you." Qin Feng's voice called out from the doorway. Turning towards the sound, Luo Yu saw Qin Feng standing there, a playful smile gracing his face. Although he was in his pajamas, he wore an apron, revealing that he had risen early not to depart, but to prepare breakfast for her. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Regardless of gender, waking up to find a beloved preparing breakfast is deeply moving. Just as Luo Yu was about to rise, she suddenly remembered something and hastily clutched the blanket. Looking at Qin Feng with a blush, her voice barely above a whisper, "Could you?" Qin Feng immediately understood her hesitation and chuckled. After knowing each other so well, why be shy? Luo Yu covered her face, embarrassed. Aware of her nature, Qin Feng merely teased her lightly. "Go change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside." With a hearty laugh, he turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. Luo Yu noticed this small gesture and felt a warmth bloom within her heart. A few minutes later, after changing and freshening up, she joined Qin Feng at the dining table in the living room. It was quite a quick transition for her. The table was already set with 2 plates of breakfast, and Qin Feng waited patiently for her to join him. "Come on, eat before it gets cold," he urged, smiling as she approached. Nodding, Luo Yu sat beside him, and they began to enjoy their meal. As they dined, Qin Feng observed the rising affection Luo Yu felt towards him. Her name registered a sentiment score of 95. Following the heartfelt exchanges from the previous night, their bond had undeniably deepened. Luo Yu's fondness for Qin Feng had surged past the 90 mark, reaching an impressive 95. With a sentiment score above 90, they had become lifelong companions, devoted to one another. At this juncture, that affection would never wane. It could be said that from this moment forth, Luo Yu would unconditionally trust Qin Feng, placing him above all others in her life. Simultaneously, Qin Feng sensed a new, inexplicable connection forming between them as Luo Yu's sentiment score reached 95. He could intuitively grasp her likes and dislikes. Clearing his throat, he broke the silence. "What's wrong? You've been staring at me. You look quite dashing," Qin Feng remarked with a grin. Who could resist complimenting someone who has made such an effort to look beautiful so early in the day? With a playful huff, Luo Yu replied, though Qin Feng could detect the flicker of joy in her heart. No girl dislikes receiving compliments, especially from someone she holds dear. "By the way, I'd like to handle the cooking from now on," Luo Yu suddenly said, recalling something. "Why?" Qin Feng asked, taken aback. "Although you cook exceptionally well, I don't want to be someone who does nothing while with you. After all, I can cook too," she declared. This wasn't merely a matter of being difficult. It was in her nature to want to contribute. While she relished Qin Feng's attentive care and affection, she also yearned to showcase her strengths in front of him. Qin Feng understood her perspective and readily agreed. "All right, then you will take charge of the cooking, and I'll happily wait for you." "That won't do," Luo Yu insisted. "You can't just sit idly. You must teach me how to cook." Qin Feng chuckled. All right, I'll definitely guide you, ensuring you become a culinary master." Today there was a power outage and just moments ago it returned. Chapter 95. You are responsible for being beautiful? Suddenly, Luo Yu seemed to recall something and turned to glance at the wall clock. "Ah, it's already 7:30. How did time pass so quickly?" Upon seeing the time, Luo Yu exclaimed, "I must hurry and finish this bowl of congee before heading to work." "Work? Qin Feng was puzzled. Don't you start at 9? It's only 7:30 now. There's still plenty of time. Luo Yu explained. As the newly appointed lobby manager, there are many things I'm not quite familiar with, so I need to arrive early to familiarize myself with everything. Qin Feng gently suggested. Actually, you don't have to push yourself so hard. But I must. Luo Yu interjected. I promised myself that I would become even more exceptional. Otherwise, being with someone as outstanding as you would be quite the pressure for me. Strong, independent, and optimistic. That was Luo Yu's nature, and Qin Feng understood that. Given Luo Yu's current fondness for him, he believed that if he persuaded her well enough, she might even consider giving up her job to become what she dreaded most, a housewife. However, that would not be the true Luo Yu. Thus, regardless of the reason, Qin Feng resolved to respect Luo Yu's own aspirations. If she wished to become even more accomplished, he would certainly not impede her. All right then, if you aspire to be a strong woman, I fully support you. Qin Feng smiled and encouraged her. Now, hurry up and finish your meal, so I can wash the dishes and drive you to work. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu quickly replied, No, washing the dishes is something I must do myself. Qin Feng raised his hands in surrender, saying, If you won't let me cook or wash the dishes, what can I do? Luo Yu pondered for a moment and replied, You're responsible for being beautiful? Qin Feng was taken aback. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu chuckled mischievously and, taking advantage of Qin Feng's distraction, swiftly cleared the table of all the dishes and headed to wash them. Qin Feng felt both helpless and amused. Yet, after considering the situation, he decided to let her do as she wished. After finishing breakfast, he drove Luo Yu to work. While in the car, Luo Yu remarked, You really don't need to go out of your way to drive me to work. It's quite a hassle. I can manage on my own. Qin Feng responded, What hassle is there? Taking the bus or subway to work is what I call a hassle. But don't you have to go to the clinic? Luo Yu pointed out. And it's not on the way. If you drop me off, it'll be quite the inconvenience with the round trip. Qin Feng chuckled and said, I haven't been to the clinic for several days, and I probably won't be going much anymore. Ah? Luo Yu was taken aback. Why not? Is something wrong with the clinic? She knew that Qin Feng was one of the shareholders of the clinic, and that he was financially stable, yet she remained unaware of his other endeavors for the time being. The clinic is fine. I simply plan to start an investment company. Qin Feng casually shared his plans with Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu shook her head. Then you really shouldn't be taking me to and from work. If you're starting an investment company, you'll be very busy. Although I can't help you much, I certainly don't want to be a burden. Seeing Luo Yu's determination, Qin Feng suggested, How about I buy you a car? That way, you can get around more easily. He realized that there would be times when he would be occupied and unable to drive her, so getting her a car would be much more convenient. She wouldn't need to rely on taxis anymore. However, Luo Yu still refused, shaking her head vigorously. No, buying a car is out of the question. But this matter was non-negotiable for Qin Feng. He had already made up his mind. This car was for her and she must accept it. Noticing Qin Feng's resolute attitude, Luo Yu relented. She feared more than anything that Qin Feng would be upset with her. After contemplating, she cautiously suggested, Then, if you buy a new car, could you let me have your current one? You can drive the new car instead. She understood that if Qin Feng were to buy her a new car, it would certainly not be an ordinary one. Seeing Luo Yu's cautious demeanor, Qin Feng could only smile in resignation. All right, it's settled then. In truth, Qin Feng had long contemplated changing cars. Initially, he planned to purchase 2 luxury vehicles, one for himself and one for Luo Yu. The car he was currently driving was a joint venture worth over 200,000, which he intended to discard. However, considering Luo Yu's feelings, he agreed to her request. Luo Yu was not the type to be materialistic. Even if Qin Feng were to forcefully buy her luxury cars or lavish mansions, she wouldn't hold it against him, but it would still feel inappropriate. Relieved that Qin Feng had acquiesced, Luo Yu beamed with joy. Observing her delight, Qin Feng felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. How amusing it was that she could be so thrilled over a mere ordinary car. At 8 o'clock sharp, Qin Feng dropped Luo Yu off at the Carlton 5-star hotel, and they bid each other farewell. After parting ways, Qin Feng called Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao, urging them to gather on the 16th floor of the Tianyun building to discuss the new company. He had originally allotted them some preparation time, intending to kick off the project yesterday. However, due to matters concerning Jiang Lai and accompanying Luo Yu the previous evening, he had postponed the start. Yet, Qin Feng was determined not to delay any longer. Having made his decision, he intended to act promptly. Regardless of the circumstances, he would first solidify the framework of the company at Tianyun building. As traffic was heavy, it was nearly 10:30 by the time he arrived. The others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon arrival, someone exclaimed, "Why did it take you so long?" From the Binjiang Kaiyuan. "It should only take about an hour to get here. If traffic is good, it might even be only half an hour, yet you took an eternity." Qin Feng's expression shifted as he realized he had come from the Binjiang Kaiyuan rather than his villa. Chapter 96. A new company, a fresh start. "What kind of expressions are you two wearing?" Qin Feng remarked, noticing the glances exchanged between Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. The two approached him, speaking in unison. "Come on, spill the details. You just moved in." Heavenly, they were both aware of the situation. They understood that Qin Feng had relocated to vacate his apartment in Xiangyuan community for Luo Yu to move in. Previously, they had suspected that there was something amiss between Qin Xiang and Luo Yu. However, since Qin Feng opted not to live with Luo Yu, they were unsure. Yet, they hadn't anticipated that merely a day later, Qin Feng would be spending the night with Luo Yu. What's this situation? Qin Feng feigned ignorance. "Are you trying to treat us like fools?" Zhang Mingyang and Cheng Hao stared at him with disdain. All right. It's exactly as you think." Qin Feng conceded with a nod. "There's no need to hide it. That's more like it. No harm in admitting it." Zhang Mingyang chuckled. "Rest assured, your secret is safe with us." Cheng Hao patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, adding, "If you ever need us to provide cover, just let us know. We've got your back." Qin Feng was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to these two. He had initially intended to be quite forthright. Nevertheless, he decided to divert the conversation to more pressing matters concerning the investment company. Indeed, establishing an investment firm requires more than mere words. There is much to be done. Currently, they were in the process of setting up the company. Yet the office space remained empty, devoid of even a single desk. They needed to establish the company framework first. Fortunately, Qin Feng had previously acquired the skill of advanced business management. He was well-versed in the management processes of a corporation, especially one he intended to launch. Moreover, he had conducted extensive research on the investment sector. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng formally addressed them. "We are embarking on a new venture, and it will not just be the three of us. We must recruit additional personnel. However, given that this is a new company, I do not plan to hire too many people initially. A small team will suffice to assist you both in acclimating to the various intricacies of the investment industry." Investment firms generally operate with three departments: the investment management department, the general office, and the finance department. Qin Feng elaborated, providing a detailed outline of his preliminary plan for the company's future. This left Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang, who believed they had done their homework, momentarily stunned. After a pause, Zhang Mingyang exclaimed, "Old Qin, you're truly impressive. You claimed you've never run a company, yet with this experience, I believe you could outshine even the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies." Cheng Hao nodded in agreement, stating, "Now I understand how you acquired that villa and this office building." They both regarded Qin Feng as the heir of a prominent family business. Qin Feng smiled in silence, choosing not to explain further. He had come to realize that sometimes, certain matters do not require elaboration. Their absence can speak volumes. There were also other aspects he withheld from Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. The personnel they would recruit would primarily be trained to cultivate their expertise in the investment field. After all, among everyone, Qin Feng placed his utmost trust in Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang. Regarding recruitment, Qin Feng decided to directly enlist the help of a headhunter, as Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang were not well acquainted with the process. "Old Qin, you just mentioned that initially we should find a project to invest in, but we have no idea how to select one," Cheng Hao questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. "You needn't worry about the projects. I've already identified some for you," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "What projects?" Both Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang inquired simultaneously, their expressions reflecting curiosity. Qin Feng looked at them and said, "We'll start with the area you're most familiar with. I intend to invest in our Shuk clinic first. Is that appropriate?" Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang were taken aback. What's inappropriate about it? Don't worry. After all, we are all shareholders of Shuk Clinic, which makes it easier to manage. I simply want you both to familiarize yourselves with this model and get up to speed. Besides, if the clinic expands and profits increase, we all benefit. Why not embrace this opportunity? Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang fell into contemplation, as they felt they were somehow taking advantage of Qin Feng. Qin Feng, however, did not allow them much time to ponder. All right, no more overthinking. Settled then. We have many tasks to tackle. He began delegating responsibilities. He assigned Zhang Mingyang to handle the registration of the company and tasked Chang Hao with overseeing the renovation of the office space. Although these were not monumental tasks, they required attention to detail. What about you? Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang asked, puzzled. Me? Qin Feng shrugged. I'm merely the financier, responsible for providing capital. What do you expect me to do? Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang exchanged glances, and Qin Feng, with a playful grin, added, I previously offered you both shares, but you declined. Henceforth I shall treat you as my employees. Let us work hard, my esteemed colleagues. Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang were left speechless, yet they recognized this was their choice. Qin Feng shook his head with a chuckle. All right, enough jesting. Let us head out to look at cars. Cars? Are you changing vehicles? They asked. Indeed. Qin Feng nodded, then added with a smile, but it's not just me. You both will be getting new ones too. What? Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang were astonished. After all, you will be the pioneers of the company, representing us in business dealings. It would be unseemly to lack a decent vehicle, Qin Feng explained. Don't forget, you are no longer just small owners of the clinic. You are investors embodying the company's image. The projects you will engage with will be significant. This was also Qin Feng's subtle way of bestowing a benefit upon them, conveniently finding an excuse to avoid refusal. Since he needed to change his vehicle anyway, it made sense to do so together. Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang were persuaded by Qin Feng's reasoning. Subsequently, accompanied by the two, Qin Feng headed to the dealership, preparing to acquire luxury vehicles for their transportation needs. Chapter 97. The matter of finding a secretary in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. During this period, aside from spending quality time with Luo Yu after her work each day to nurture their relationship, Qin Feng was primarily occupied with matters concerning the investment company. Although he publicly claimed that many responsibilities were delegated to Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang, asserting that he merely issued orders as the boss, in reality, Qin Feng had been actively assisting them. Moreover, he occasionally imparted relevant experiences to them and had even invested in enlisting seasoned professionals from the investment sector to offer supplementary training to Chang Hao and Zhang Mingyang. Simultaneously, Qin Feng was engaged in interviewing candidates sourced through headhunting firms. These were not novices. He had specifically instructed the headhunters to recruit experienced personnel from reputable investment firms, promising them lucrative salaries. When it came to financial matters, Qin Feng was not one to be frugal, especially since he accrued substantial negative emotional values daily, primarily sourced from individuals such as Song Ningyu, Wang Yan, and Jiang Haokuan. Wang Yan was the most significant contributor to Qin Feng's negative emotional value, indicating the extent of his resentment towards Qin Feng due to previous events, compounded by his nature as a notorious critic. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained indifferent to Wang Yan. He merely regarded him as a tool. As for Song Ningyu, the negative emotional value he provided had diminished over time, though it still amounted to several thousand to 10,000. Regarding Jiang Haokuan, Qin Feng found it perplexing how he had inexplicably developed negative emotional values towards him, even surpassing those from Song Ningyu. It was puzzling since neither Jiang Lai nor Jiang Haokuan had reached out to him during these 3 days, not even a phone call. This was the aspect that truly baffled Qin Feng. However, he chose not to dwell on it. He believed in confronting challenges as they arose. The continuous influx of negative emotional values, if converted to cash, would yield a daily income in the tens of millions, significantly augmenting Qin Feng's personal assets, which had soared to an impressive 5 million in accumulated negative emotional values. Thus, Qin Feng did not place excessive importance on money. The lottery for negative emotional values had to be postponed due to his overwhelming busyness, leaving him with no time to participate. Nonetheless, the efforts exerted in the past few days had proven worthwhile, as he had managed to address several trivial matters effectively. The office space had nearly completed its renovations, including the procurement of essential office furniture. The name of the investment company had also been finalized and registered simply as Maple Leaf. Qin Feng preferred to keep things uncomplicated. The recruitment of staff was largely in place, but one crucial task remained that required Qin Feng's personal attention: securing a legal team to handle contracts and potential issues arising from future investments. Additionally, he wished to formalize the compensation agreements for Cheng Hao and Zhang Mingyang through contracts rather than mere verbal assurances. Although the headhunters had identified several legal candidates, Qin Feng was dissatisfied with all of them following interviews. Consequently, he contemplated enlisting the services of a reputable law firm to manage legal affairs. However, Qin Feng was not well acquainted with law firms in Beijing, so he sought Zhang Mingyang's assistance in identifying any familiar firms. Finding a law firm for legal support is not difficult, Zhang Mingyang replied confidently. For our clinic's contractual matters, we have always turned to Quanjing Law Firm. They are quite efficient in resolving any issues that arise. Quanjing Law Firm? Qin Feng pondered, finding the name somewhat familiar. Have you not heard of it? Zhang Mingyang assumed Qin Feng was unaware and elaborated. Quanjing Law Firm is quite renowned, not only for their litigation prowess but also for their dedication to public welfare, thus earning a solid reputation in the industry. It is said that they have a lawyer named Luo who has never lost a case, and many large corporations entrust their legal matters to him, often surpassing specialized legal teams in capability. Luo? Qin Feng's expression shifted as he inquired, "Is his name Luo Bin? How do you know?" Zhang Mingyang exclaimed in surprise. "I have heard of him before," Qin Feng replied, not delving into details. "Since that's the case, I will visit Quanjing Law Firm. Since you have had dealings with them, could you arrange an appointment with Luo Bin for me?" Given Luo Bin's busy schedule, it was essential to make an appointment. Zhang Mingyang nodded, promptly taking out his phone to arrange it. Shortly, he hung up and informed Qin Feng. Quanjing said Luo Bin is available at 11 o'clock. If you head over now, you should arrive on time. Qin Feng acknowledged this and decided to leave immediately. Just then, Zhang Mingyang recalled something and suggested, "Old Qin, I think you should consider hiring a secretary. Otherwise, when things get busy, you might not know how to manage everything." Qin Feng agreed. "I was just thinking the same, but I haven't encountered anyone suitable yet." Zhang Mingyang chuckled. "You aren't worried that if you find a beautiful secretary, Luo, you might get jealous, are you? Do you really think everyone is as superficial as you?" Qin Feng shot him a glance. "All right, you should get back to your work. You haven't even organized the detailed investment plan for the clinic yet. Do you still want to ask me for funds?" At this, Zhang Mingyang paused, then sheepishly hurried off to finalize the plan. After Zhang Mingyang left, Qin Feng leaned back in his office chair, contemplating the necessity of hiring a secretary. The thought of a secretary brought to mind Quanjing Law Firm, and an enchanting visage flitted through his mind. If she were willing to serve as his secretary, what task would be beyond his reach? As for Quanjing Luo Bin and the secretary, they were inspired by the recently released Elite Lawyer, which is quite commendable. Everyone should take a look. Another chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 98. The Trial of Luo Bin. Playing unconventionally, the capital city is vast, bustling with numerous vehicles. Traveling from one location to another often consumes a considerable amount of time. It was noon, precisely 11 o'clock, when Qin Feng arrived at the Quanjing Law Firm. Upon entering, a receptionist approached him and inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" Qin Feng nodded and replied, "My name is Qin Feng, and I have an appointment with lawyer Luo Bin." Hearing this, the receptionist glanced at the records and confirmed Qin Feng's appointment for 11 o'clock. She promptly said, "Very well, Mr. Qin. Please follow me to the reception room, and I will notify lawyer Luo to meet you." As Qin Feng followed the receptionist, he casually observed the various office decorations within the Quanjing Law Firm. As they passed through a corridor, a stunning woman approached. She seemed to possess an enchanting smile that captivated anyone she encountered. This radiant woman was none other than Lena, Luo Bin's secretary, a formidable individual seemingly unfazed by any challenge. Upon seeing her, the receptionist greeted, "Sister Lena, Lena smiled gently and replied, "All right, you may return to your duties. I'll take care of the rest." She then turned to Qin Feng and said, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Lena, secretary to lawyer Luo Bin. He has been waiting for you in the reception room." "Waiting for me?" Qin Feng expressed his surprise, not expecting Luo Bin to wait for him. However, it quickly turned to bemusement when he noticed Lena checking the time, which read precisely 11 o'clock and 20 seconds. "You still have 1 minute and 40 seconds to reach the reception room, but I advise you to hurry, as lawyer Luo does not appreciate waiting. His tolerance is at most 3 minutes. "All right," Qin Feng replied, realizing that Luo Bin's impatience was already apparent before they had even met. It was evident that Luo Bin did not treat clients with the same courtesy as most other lawyers, who typically view their clients as esteemed patrons deserving of respect. Luo Bin's attitude was rather blunt, suggesting that if one sought his assistance, they must recognize his worth. Yet, despite his arrogance, many continued to seek him out because of his impeccable track record. He had never lost a case and was adorned with numerous accolades as a lawyer. Those who were willing to pay well understood that despite his brusque demeanor, he would deliver results. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's visit was not primarily driven by the need for legal counsel. He was merely curious to meet the notorious Luo Bin. Before long, guided by Lena, Qin Feng entered the reception room. Upon entering, Lena smiled at him and gently closed the door behind her as she exited. Inside, Qin Feng encountered Luo Bin, who indeed exuded an elite aura but bore a rather serious expression. As Qin Feng assessed Luo Bin, the latter scrutinized him in return. Suddenly, Luo Bin spoke. "You are late, Mr. Qin. I have little patience for tardiness." Were it anyone else, Luo Bin's remarks could have provoked a furious response, potentially leading them to storm out in indignation. His demeanor was undeniably uncomfortable, yet Qin Feng was not an ordinary individual. Possessing advanced negotiation skills, he immediately discerned Luo Bin's underlying intentions. From the moment he entered, it was clear that Luo Bin had been observing him, and this statement was merely a test. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng surmised that Lena had likely researched his background and conveyed her impressions to Luo Bin. Lena was an exceptionally competent secretary, privy to information that many remained unaware of, and often possessed insights that surpassed the knowledge of others. In response to Luo Bin's trial, Qin Feng remained unfazed, offering a composed smile as he remarked, "It appears that lawyer Luo holds himself to stringent standards." Luo Bin nodded, responding coolly, "As a top-tier lawyer, punctuality and integrity are my rigid standards." Qin Feng sighed, "It seems I have fallen short of your standards, which is rather unfortunate." Luo Bin's expression faltered as he was about to retort, but Qin Feng preempted him, standing up and stating, "I hope there will be another opportunity for collaboration in the future." With that, he exited the reception room, leaving Luo Bin in a state of bewilderment. Luo Bin had not anticipated encountering someone like Qin Feng, who defied conventional expectations. He had merely sought to test Qin Feng, assuming that the latter would be eager to engage him for legal advice. However, Qin Feng's unorthodox response, standing up and leaving without granting him a chance to retain him, took Luo Bin by surprise. In truth, Luo Bin was intrigued by Qin Feng as a prospective client. According to the information provided by Lena, Qin Feng had recently transitioned from a shareholder in a dental clinic to the sole proprietor of an investment company worth millions. This significant shift in status, coupled with his intent to seek legal counsel from Quanjing, indicated that he was poised for substantial endeavors. Companies willing to invest in legal fees typically demonstrate promising potential. Securing such a client would greatly benefit Luo Bin's practice. However, he never expected that a mere test would cost him this opportunity. Luo Bin found himself regretting his impulsive approach. Chapter 99. He sighs affection and legal consulting fees before meeting Luo Bin. Qin Feng had indeed contemplated hiring him as the legal advisor for his company, recognizing the scarcity of such exceptional lawyers. Even when Luo Bin attempted to test him upon entering, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. Rather, he too was gauging Luo Bin's attitude towards him. However, Luo Bin's subsequent responses and demeanor left Qin Feng dissatisfied. Consequently, he resolved not to seek his services any further. After all, Qin Feng merely required a competent legal advisor to provide essential assistance in legal matters for himself and his company, rather than engaging in any unwinnable lawsuits. In this regard, there were indeed other capable lawyers, such as He Guo, who was approaching Qin Feng at that moment. Good day, sir. I am He Sai, one of the partners at Quanjing. You may call me Lawyer He or simply He Sai, he greeted with a smile, extending his hand. If you require any legal assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Qin Feng discerned that He Sai had likely noticed the slight discord between him and Luo Bin in the reception area and sought to seize the opportunity to attract Qin Feng as a client, despite being unaware of the specific purpose of Qin Feng's visit to Luo Bin. Nevertheless, He Sai had consistently endeavored to outshine Luo Bin, striving to demonstrate that he was not significantly inferior to him, as they were both friends and rivals. Hello, Lawyer He. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng said with a faint smile, shaking his hand. As it happens, my investment company is in need of a legal advisor. If you are available, perhaps we could discuss this further. An investment company? A legal advisor? He Sai's eyes lit up at the mention, and he quickly responded, yes, I am currently quite available, and I would love to chat. Just then, Luo Bin emerged from the reception area and caught sight of this exchange. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng would encounter He Sai so soon after leaving the room, and it appeared they were enjoying a pleasant conversation, despite the fact that this was originally his project. He Sai, noticing Luo Bin as well, turned to Qin Feng and suggested, Mr. Qin, this is not the best place for a discussion. Shall we move to my office? Qin Feng nodded in agreement, saying, no problem, lead the way. He Sai, all smiles, guided Qin Feng to his office, but not before casting a somewhat smug glance back at Luo Bin. Luo Bin maintained his composure, returning a nod to He Sai, though internally he felt somewhat unsettled. Receiving Luo Bin's negative energy, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle inwardly. It was evident that Luo Bin and He Sai were akin to rivals, entangled in a complex relationship of mutual competition. The dynamics between them piqued his curiosity. Once inside He Sai's office, they commenced discussions regarding the legal advisory role. Upon learning that Qin Feng had recently established an investment company and was in need of such services, He Sai was elated. After all, he was not significantly less competent than Luo Bin. If Luo Bin recognized Qin Feng as a promising client, He Sai was equally aware of this fact. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I am a highly professional and dedicated lawyer. Should you choose me as your legal advisor, you will not regret it, He Sai assured him. I have full confidence in your professionalism and dedication. Lawyer He, Qin Feng replied with a smile. He recalled how He Sai had once gone to great lengths to secure a legal advisory position for a gaming company, investing in gaming equipment and spending considerable time mastering games he was unfamiliar with, all to foster rapport with the company's owner. This demonstrated He Sai's commitment to his work. However, He Sai suddenly appeared hesitant. Mr. Qin, regarding the fees for the legal advisory services. With a smile, Qin Feng interjected, for the hiring fee. How does 1 million a year sound to you, Lawyer He? 1 million a year? He Sai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, do you think that's too little? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. No, not that it's too little, but rather too much. He Sai quickly waved his hands. Typically, a legal advisor for a business isn't overly occupied. Initially, they help establish legal frameworks and mitigate potential risks. Afterwards, they provide opinions, suggestions, and assistance regarding legal matters related to business operations. They may draft and review various legal documents, and occasionally participate in significant economic activities. Lawsuits are infrequent. Perhaps a business might only engage in a few each year. However, the advisory fees are annual, and if a crucial case arises, additional charges may apply. Therefore, 1 million for legal consulting is indeed quite substantial. Qin Feng chuckled, reassuring He Sai, trust me, you are worth this price. Instantly, He Sai felt a surge of appreciation, his favorability towards Qin Feng rising significantly. He Sai was the type of individual who, when treated with respect and kindness, reciprocated with camaraderie. Mr. Qin, rest assured that as long as your company adheres to the law, I will ensure that you encounter no legal troubles. I will address all legal concerns for any of your investment projects, He Sai confidently declared. Qin Feng smiled, responding, then I shall rely on you, Lawyer He. Unbeknownst to him, He Sai was unwittingly digging himself a deep pit, as he would soon discover that Qin Feng's investment company was unlike any other, particularly in the complexity of its projects. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not have been so generous with the legal advisory fees from the outset. Chapter 100. No courtesy granted. Qin Feng and Hisai engaged in a lively discussion, swiftly finalizing the pertinent details of their agreement. Hisai promptly instructed his assistant to print the relevant contracts. Once they were signed, Hisai officially represented Quanjing Law Firm as the legal advisor for Qin Feng's Fengye Investment Company, tasked with overseeing all legal matters pertaining to the firm in the future. After the contract was signed, Hisai assured Qin Feng, "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will establish a robust legal framework for your esteemed company within a week. No, within 3 days, and draft the necessary employment contracts for all your staff." Although the newly hired personnel had signed basic agreements, they lacked formality. Qin Feng had yet to formalize more comprehensive employment contracts, which was why he sought a legal advisor in the first place. Hisai's assistance would undoubtedly alleviate many burdens for Qin Feng. As an adept manager with advanced skills in corporate administration, Qin Feng was well acquainted with the intricacies of running a business. He never intended to micromanage every aspect. Rather, his focus was on placing the right individuals in suitable positions to address specific matters. His role was to oversee the broader picture and make decisive decisions. Subsequently, Qin Feng and Hisai finalized the details regarding the employment contracts for the investment company. Qin Feng articulated his preferences while Hisai meticulously recorded and formulated them, occasionally offering suggestions to preempt potential disputes. After concluding their discussions, Hisai remarked, "Mr. Qin, you truly are the most generous employer I have ever encountered. I have never seen a boss treat their employees with such kindness. The compensation you offer is significantly higher than that of other investment firms in the industry." Qin Feng smiled gently and replied, "If one wishes to attract talent, one must not be stingy with remuneration. If your compensation is inadequate, who would be willing to assist you?" Hisai, recognizing the truth in Qin Feng's words, mused internally, recalling his own contract worth $1 million a year. However, he hesitated before voicing his concern. "But if you provide such generous compensation, your profits may diminish considerably." Only someone as forthright as Hisai would express such thoughts. Most other lawyers would be indifferent to a client's profits as long as their fees were paid. Qin Feng chuckled without elaborating further. His primary aim in establishing the investment company was not merely profit. Rather, it was to acquire resources through investments. The more resources he controlled, the more elevated his social standing would become. With substantial resources at his disposal, his endeavors would become significantly easier. Once everything was settled, Qin Feng prepared to leave. Hisai, wearing a broad smile, saw him to the door. Suddenly, Qin Feng spotted a familiar face, causing him to pause in surprise. Zhang Haoquan was also present. Zhang Haoquan noticed Qin Feng simultaneously, his expression darkening. A notification appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Negative emotional value from Zhang Haoquan, 366. Receiving such negative energy from Zhang Haoquan left Qin Feng perplexed. After all, he had rescued Zhang Haoquan's sister, Zhang Lai, from her isolation. Yet instead of gratitude, he was met with disdain, as if he owed Zhang Haoquan a great debt. Feeling irritated, Qin Feng chose to disregard Zhang Haoquan and walked past him. However, Zhang Haoquan abruptly blocked his path. "Qin Feng," he began. Qin Feng halted, glancing at him with indifference. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" His tone suggested that he was not inclined to engage in casual conversation. Negative emotional value from Zhang Haoquan, 300. Zhang Haoquan was taken aback by Qin Feng's complete lack of courtesy. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I wish to talk with you." "Not interested," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head and attempting to leave. He had no inclination to entertain whatever matter Zhang Haoquan wished to discuss, suspecting it would not be beneficial. At that moment, Hisai intervened, stepping in front of Zhang Haoquan. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am currently Mr. Qin's legal advisor. If you have something of significant importance to discuss with him, you may share it with me, or you can consult your legal counsel, lawyer Luo Bin, to speak on your behalf." Hisai recognized Zhang Haoquan as a client of Luo Bin, who served as the legal advisor for Zhang Haoquan's firm. In the past, Hisai would have afforded Zhang Haoquan some courtesy, given his association with Luo Bin. However, now that he was Qin Feng's legal advisor, He naturally sided with Qin Feng in any potential conflict. With Hisai's intervention, Jiang Haokuin could only watch as Qin Feng departed, feeling frustrated at the disruption. He shot a glare at Hisai, feeling exasperated by his interference. Yet, Hisai remained unfazed, smiling as he said, "Mr. Jiang, if there is nothing further, I will not take up your time. If you need to speak with lawyer Luo Bin, please proceed." With that, Qin Feng had already left, and Hisai's task was complete. Jiang Haokuin took a deep breath, feeling a surge of anger that triggered his asthma. He quickly retrieved his inhaler from his pocket, taking several puffs to regain his composure. He glared at Hisai but chose not to engage further. Instead, he hurried in the direction that Qin Feng had taken. Watching Jiang Haokuin's retreating figure, Hisai shrugged and muttered to himself, "What are you glaring at me for? I didn't say anything wrong." Upon glancing at the review section, Hisai noted a reader's comment regarding the exorbitant fee of 500,000 for legal services. While he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about such matters, he had based his fee on experiences from elite legal dramas where cases often demanded millions. After some consideration, he resolved to respect the opinions of his readers and revised the fee to 100,000. He hoped that readers would continue to provide their suggestions, which he would gladly accept. Chapter 101. Lena's father Qin Feng descended in the elevator, reflecting on the encounter he had just had with Jiang Haokuin, who had blocked his way moments earlier. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but now, as he contemplated the situation, a sense of perplexity washed over him. After all, if Jiang Haokuin truly wished to discuss something important, he could have simply called. Surely he knew how to reach Qin Feng. Yet, Jiang Haokuin had not chosen that route. Instead, upon their meeting, he had expressed a desire to converse. What could this matter possibly entail? By the time Qin Feng reached the ground floor, he had decided not to dwell on it any further. If Jiang Haokuin indeed had something pressing to discuss, he would inevitably seek him out again, even if it did not transpire today. In fact, Qin Feng mused that if Jiang Haokuin were genuinely interested in a dialogue, he should have pursued him now. As he stepped out of the elevator, it opened to a bustling crowd, and he moved along with the throng. Not long after, he encountered Lena, who was returning with a document folder in hand. It became clear to Qin Feng why he had not seen her earlier. She had stepped out to retrieve the files. Upon their reunion, Lena greeted him with her trademark smile and inquired, "Mr. Qin, has the contract been finalized?" However, Qin Feng could discern that her tone was more of an affirmation than a question. She was confident that he had completed the signing. Lena had assumed that Qin Feng had secured a contract, and her polite demeanor was merely a formality. What she did not realize was that while Qin Feng had indeed signed, it had not been with Luo Bin. Qin Feng nodded at Lena and replied, "Yes, the contract has been signed." With a confident smile, Lena remarked, "Our lawyer Luo Bin is exceptional. You will not be at a disadvantage." She had not considered that Qin Feng had chosen to forego Luo Bin after a mere test of his character. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "Actually, I signed with lawyer Hisai." Lena's expression faltered momentarily, a hint of surprise crossing her features. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Based on her understanding, Qin Feng was in urgent need of a competent lawyer, which is why he had sought out the likes of Luo Bin. The likelihood of them reaching an agreement had appeared promising, hence her earlier confidence in greeting him. Now, the atmosphere had shifted to one of awkwardness. Yet, Lena quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile, "Lawyer Hisai is indeed a fine attorney, no less capable than Luo Bin. Congratulations." Qin Feng couldn't help but admire her adeptness in handling the situation. It was evident that Lena, being such an exceptional secretary, could navigate any scenario with ease, ensuring that all matters were prearranged. Even if there were a hiccup, she would swiftly rectify it. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng sighed softly. Noticing his demeanor, Lena asked curiously, "Mr. Qin, why the sigh? You were just smiling a moment ago." He looked at her and replied, "I was pondering whether Miss Lena would be interested in a change of employment, perhaps under a different employer." At this, Lena immediately grasped the implications of his words. Nevertheless, she maintained her cheerful disposition, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Qin. Should I ever wish to change jobs, I will certainly consider approaching you." Her impeccably crafted response deftly declined his invitation, which was precisely what Qin Feng had anticipated. Very well, I shall remember your words, he nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Then I shall take my leave. Mr. Qin, do take care, Lena said with a smile before she gracefully walked away, her confident strides attracting the attention of those around her. Qin Feng smiled to himself, deciding to let the matter rest. Some things cannot be forced. However, he resolved that if the opportunity arose in the future, he would certainly pursue it. As for when that opportunity might present itself, it remained uncertain. For now, Lena's regard for him was neither particularly high nor low, merely within the realm of acquaintances. With that thought, he continued on his way. Yet, shortly after he stepped outside, he heard someone calling his name, Zhang Haoquan's voice. During the brief conversation between Qin Feng and Lena, Zhang Haoquan had also descended from the upper floors. Turning to see Zhang Haoquan approaching him briskly, Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Zhang Haoquan reached him and said, "Can we talk?" "About what?" Qin Feng inquired, scrutinizing him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Haoquan replied earnestly, "About Zhang Lai." "Zhang Lai?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "What about her?" At that moment, a Lincoln Navigator pulled up in front of them, the door opening. Clearly, this was Zhang Haoquan's vehicle. "Let us discuss it in the car. This isn't the right place for a conversation," Zhang Haoquan stated. Qin Feng studied him for a moment, weighing his options. Ultimately, he decided to get into the car. Though he was uncertain of Zhang Haoquan's intentions, he felt no apprehension regarding any underhanded tactics. Once inside, Zhang Haoquan instructed the driver to proceed. As the car began to move, Qin Feng glanced out the window and suddenly spotted a somewhat disheveled figure that looked vaguely familiar. Could it be Lena's father? This revelation suggested that Lena had not merely stepped out to collect documents after all. Qin Feng contemplated this as the vehicle continued its journey. However, it was not the right moment to exit. He silently committed the fleeting image to memory, planning to investigate further later. After a considerable time had passed without Zhang Haoquan initiating the conversation, Qin Feng prompted, "If you have something to say, please do so directly. There's no need for hesitation." Finally, Zhang Haoquan spoke. "Qin Feng, I sought you out specifically regarding Zhang Lai. Firstly, I must apologize for not expressing my gratitude sooner regarding the previous matter. Please rest assured, I will ensure you are compensated adequately for your assistance." "Stop," Qin Feng interjected, raising a hand. "Mr. Zhang, I am well aware of your intentions. Your so-called gratitude is merely a monetary compensation, but do you truly believe I lack financial resources? Moreover, considering the time that has elapsed since the incident, do you not find it rather absurd to approach me now?" Qin Feng regarded Zhang Haoquan with a look of derision.